Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. Let's start with a brief recap of the previous episode. In a fantastical world, an 18-year-old boy named Lin Xiao, blessed with extraordinary comprehension skills, traverses to the Sword Demon Sect. Thinking he could easily make a name for himself, he is unexpectedly captured and begins a journey of defiance. Caught by a mysterious force, he witnesses the brutal aptitude tests. Despite the dire situation, his exceptional talent awakens, and he becomes a gravekeeper, gaining access to the world's martial arts techniques. Rapidly mastering the chi-nourishing technique, his strength surges. In the burning heaven sword grave of the Sword Demon Sect, Lin Xiao conceals his strength and trains in silence. With each completed cycle of his cultivation, his spiritual energy solidifies further. Not only does he comprehend sword techniques within the grave, but he also navigates through perilous situations with wit and courage, steadily advancing on the path of a formidable warrior. While other gravekeepers struggle for survival, Lin Xiao makes significant strides in understanding sword intent. During an unexpected event, he even condenses true sword intent and elevates his cultivation to the spirit-gathering realm. Lin Xiao's rapid progress in cultivation is astonishing. He excels in swordsmanship and thrives in the chi-refining realm, effortlessly defeating demon beasts like the green demon python. His growing prowess catches the attention of the sect's higher-ups. Elder Gung gives him elixirs and a token, indicating Lin Xiao's extraordinary potential. During the outer sect examination of the Sword Demon Sect, Lin Xiao stuns everyone. With the cultivation of the first level of the spirit-gathering realm and an initial grasp of sword intent, he defeats Shun Gao of the Sea of Wheels realm, securing first place. His talent leaves everyone in awe. Lin Xiao's name begins to spread within and beyond the Sword Demon Sect, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Later, in the alchemy room of the Danqing Peak, Lin Xiao showcases his remarkable alchemy skills by crafting top-grade Tingyuan pills and even the legendary shimming breaking mirror pill of the One Chi pill mist level. His alchemical prowess astonishes Elder Qiao, a 7th-grade alchemist, who immediately offers to take Lin Xiao as his disciple. During an expedition to the Infinite Ruins, Lin Xiao shines brightly. Not only does he outshine others in the Heavenly Ladder Challenge with his spirit-gathering realm cultivation, but he also outsmarts the 3rd prince in the Infinite Sword Grave, seizing the inheritance key, thus displaying his intelligence and bravery. Lin Xiao's journey is filled with blood-pumping challenges. He single-handedly confronts the 3rd prince of the Great Wei royal family, defeats a half-step cauldron transformation realm protector, and safeguards his own life. His actions earn him respect and bring honor to both the Sword Demon Sect and the Flowing Cloud Sect. Ultimately, Lin Xiao decides to head to Tianyuan City and join the Alchemist Guild. As an alchemist, he continues his path of cultivation. His goal is to become a senior alchemist within the guild, gaining protection and furthering his journey of cultivation. That's the recap for part 1. I hope you enjoyed today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my biggest motivation. If you are interested in this story and are watching it for the first time, you can start with part 1 in the comments section or the playlist below. Now, let's dive into the plot of part 2. Lin Xiao. The exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention. Elder Mu and the others turned around excitedly, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Not only was Lin Xiao unharmed, but he had also withstood an attack that even Yi Guqing, a semi-ding realm expert from the previous True Dragon ranking, couldn't endure. The Sword Demon Sect members were overjoyed, while King Wei's face turned pale, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Elder Ming, King Wei shouted, raising the ring in his hand, but received no response. The voice that had accompanied him for decades had vanished without a trace. Although he had recently noticed Elder Ming's unusual behavior and suspected he was hiding something, the complete absence of his presence left him panicked. Elder Ming, answer me? King Wei screamed hysterically, his erratic behavior baffling those around him. Elder Mu, puzzled, asked Lin Xiao, what's wrong with King Wei? He seemed fine just a moment ago, but he started acting strange as soon as you woke up. Lin Xiao smiled and replied, it's a long story. Let me deal with him first, and then I'll explain everything. Elder Mu nodded in agreement, while Elder Gung cautioned, don't underestimate him. He is still a Ding realm expert. Turning to the still shouting King Wei, Lin Xiao calmly said, there's no need to shout. Elder Ming's soul has already dissipated. King Wei trembled all over, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. There's no way you could defeat Elder Ming. Lin Xiao leisurely responded, then go ahead and keep shouting. Even if you shout until your voice is hoarse, no one will respond. He then threw out a series of questions, exposing Elder Ming's true intentions. King Wei, left speechless, finally realized the truth. Lin Xiao, I really owe you my thanks. King Wei said, tears dried up, but soon a violent black aura surged from his body. To thank you for sending Elder Ming away, I've decided to send everyone in the Sword Demon Sect, along with all related bloodlines, to accompany him. The black aura around King Wei condensed into a dark blade, its power overwhelming. You, die first. he snarled, slashing at Lin Xiao with unprecedented speed. Lin Xiao barely managed to block the attack, but was sent flying dozens of meters, the sound of breaking bones clearly audible. King Wei continued to swing his blade, each strike more ferocious than the last. Lin Xiao's injuries healed only to be shattered again, trapping him in a cycle of pain. Elder Gung explained in a low voice, King Wei is gathering his blade force. Once he forms a blade domain, none of us will escape death. Elder Mu, worried, asked, so, what's Lin Xiao's chance against King Wei? Elder Gung gave a cautious answer. If Lin Xiao's abilities are only this much, then it's 10-0 in favor of King Wei. Humph, then I'm betting on Lin Xiao for a 10 out of 10 win. Elder Mu snorted. Sect Master Fong could only shake his head helplessly and remained silent. On the battlefield, after just a dozen or so rounds, the situation had dramatically shifted. The King of Wei wielded his blade with a force as overwhelming as mountains and tsunamis, striking fear into all who witnessed it. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was battered and bruised, his body covered in wounds. Each breath he took barely allowed his injuries to heal before the next strike plunged him back into peril. At this moment, every slash from the King of Wei carried the power to destroy worlds. If not for Lin Xiao's extraordinary regenerative abilities, he would have long since perished. The King of Wei's eyes gleamed with malice as he coldly declared, Lin Xiao, my blade has reached its peak. It's time for you to meet your end. Just when everyone thought Lin Xiao was about to be defeated, an astonishing reversal took place. A strange, flickering black light suddenly emanated from Lin Xiao's eyes as he shouted fiercely, the one who should be on their way is you. The King of Wei's face changed dramatically, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He recognized this technique all too well. It was the sole attack he'd mastered after 9 days of arduous training with Elder Ming. He stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his opponent could wield such an advanced technique. Before the King of Wei could react, an invisible force invaded his consciousness. With a resonant buzz, his expression became vacant, and he lost all awareness, plummeting from the sky. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Xiao surged forward. At some point, he had switched to a small black sword that exuded an overwhelming aura, causing the entire main peak to tremble. As Lin Xiao thrust the sword forward, layers of space began to collapse and disintegrate, making the very void tremble. Slash! Lin Xiao roared, and the black sword struck like lightning. With a swift swish, the King of Wei's head was instantly pierced. His body shattered like a mirror, his crimson eyes quickly losing their light, and the dark energy surrounding him dissipated rapidly. Finally, he collapsed, utterly destroyed. The King of Wei had fallen. Confirming that the King of Wei was truly dead, Lin Xiao collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. He muttered to himself, it's finally over. Using my life-bound artifact to kill a powerhouse at the Cauldron transformation stage, this must be unprecedented. This earth-shattering scene left the members of the Sword Demon Sect and the semi-Cauldron transformation expert from the Wei royal family in stunned silence. However, before anyone could recover from their shock, the entire eastern region underwent a sudden and dramatic change, with the wind and clouds churning. A line of golden text appeared in the sky above everyone's heads. True Dragon ranking preliminary contestants, commence. First contestant, Lin Xiao, Sword Demon Sect of the Great Wei Dynasty, cultivation level, perfection of the Sea of Wheels stage, preliminary achievement, slaying one early stage Cauldron transformation expert. Golden characters suddenly appeared in the sky above the eastern domain, shocking everyone. The True Dragon list, which was usually announced by emissaries from the Holy Land, had taken an unexpected turn this year, leaving everyone in disbelief. The crowd buzzed with discussions, some marveling at Lin Xiao's feat of defeating a Huading realm expert with his Luan High realm cultivation, while others were skeptical. This Lin Xiao is incredible. He took down a Huading realm expert while still in the Luan High realm? I don't buy it. That Huading expert was probably already on the brink of death, and Lin Xiao just delivered the final blow. Exactly. A Luan High realm cultivator taking on a Huading realm expert? That's a dream. People began inquiring about the Wei Dynasty, learning that it ranked low in the eastern domain and had only one Huading realm expert. With Lin Xiao having killed this sole expert, the Wei Dynasty's situation became precarious. Various factions in the eastern domain saw the golden characters in the sky, causing widespread panic. In an ancient holy land, several high-ranking members stared at the sky with grave expressions. This is the Destiny True Dragon list. It hasn't appeared for 900 years. Lin Xiao and the Sword Demon Sect have gotten incredibly lucky. If they can hold on to this opportunity, in 100 years, the Eastern Domain will have another holy land. Hold on to it? A small sect in a minor dynasty? No way they can keep it. Exactly. If it were us, who would dare to challenge us? For a small sect, this is more a curse than a blessing. The Holy Land quickly responded, informing their holy son of the appearance of the destiny-true dragon list. Other top forces in the eastern domain also began to take action, with hidden currents stirring. Meanwhile, within the sword demon sect of the Wei Dynasty, everyone was stunned silent by the scene before them. The characters in the sky confirmed that Lin Xiao had indeed killed the Wei King, and despite witnessing the event, people found it hard to believe that a Luan high realm cultivator could defeat someone 2 realms higher. At that moment, a figure bolted away at top speed. It was the half-step Hua Ding expert from the Wei royal family. Having witnessed Lin Xiao's terrifying power, he wanted nothing more than to flee as far as possible, his face etched with fear. Lin Xiao noticed this but was too exhausted and weak from using his lifebound artifact to intervene. However, a figure shot out from behind him, and with a flash of a brilliant sword light. Ah! The half-step Hua Ding expert from the Wei royal family screamed as he fell from the sky. He never expected that the heavily injured Elder Gung could muster such power. Elder Gung quickly followed up with 2 more sword strikes, ensuring his opponent was dead before exhaling in relief. Finally, the sword demon sect's crisis is over. Lin Xiao, surprised, asked, Elder Gung, are you okay after using such powerful techniques? Elder Gung gave a wry smile. Thanks to that stalactite you gave me, I should be able to break through. Break through? To the Huading realm? Lin Xiao asked excitedly. You brat, are you mocking this old man? It's to half-step Huading. Elder Gung rolled his eyes at Lin Xiao. The members of the sword demon sect erupted in cheers, and Lin Xiao was swept up in the jubilant atmosphere. Just as he was about to take out a piece of stalactite to replenish his energy, an unexpected change occurred. The entire sword demon sect began to shake violently, with massive amounts of spiritual energy leaking from underground, shrouding the sect in white mist. The disciples panicked. What's happening? Isn't there a spiritual vein beneath our sect? Could something have happened to it? No way. That's the foundation of our sect. If something happens to the spiritual vein, what will we do? This is strange. Our sect has been here for hundreds of years without issue. Why now? However, after the 3 elders in front of the main hall closely observed and sensed the spiritual vein's condition, they exchanged glances, their faces showing extreme shock. It wasn't panic but joy. Master, this seems impossible. How could something like this happen to our sword demon sect? Elder Mu tried to suppress his excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Elder Gung's eyes were fixed on the surroundings, noting the spiritual energy had become so dense it turned into a mist. He said in a deep voice, it certainly is. Look at how the spiritual energy is changing. Lin Xiao stood nearby, watching the 2 elders act mysteriously. He couldn't help but ask, you 3, stop keeping us in suspense. What's actually happening? Master Fang's eyes gleamed with excitement, his tone barely able to contain his enthusiasm. Lin, my boy, our sword demon sect is definitely blessed by your presence this time. This isn't a disaster with the earth vein. It's the earth vein transforming into a dragon, a very auspicious sign. The earth vein transforming into a dragon? Lin Xiao exclaimed, then asked in confusion. What does that mean for us? Master Fang patiently explained. The earth vein under our feet is currently gathering the energy to transform into a dragon vein. Once it fully transforms, our sword demon sect will essentially occupy a land of immortal fortune, almost eliminating our worries about resources. Training in such a place will greatly enhance one's comprehension, talent, and aptitude. As he spoke, his excitement grew, and his voice rose unconsciously. This is equivalent to the foundational conditions of the top sects and holy lands in the eastern region. If given a few years to grow, our sect's overall strength will undergo a tremendous transformation. Moreover, at the moment the earth vein successfully transforms, a golden dragon of fortune will be born. Whoever can seize a portion of this fortune will find it greatly beneficial to their growth. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. The strengthening of the sword demon sect was undoubtedly good news for him. However, a sliver of worry crept into his mind. How long would it take for the earth vein to transform? If it took too long, it might attract many greedy individuals. They better not come, Lin Xiao thought to himself. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind improving my killing intent. He took out a fist-sized stalactite from his pocket, just about to chew on it, when an unexpected change occurred. In the distance, a dense purple cloud was rapidly flying towards the sword demon sect, as if heralding an even greater upheaval. Hey, look over there. What is that? A disciple from the sword demon sect exclaimed, pointing at the strange phenomenon suddenly appearing in the sky. A purple mass of energy was gathering in the distance, slowly drifting towards the sword demon sect. The aura felt both familiar and foreign, causing everyone to be on alert. Purple energy from the east. It should be a good omen, someone murmured. But we should still be cautious. Master Fang shouted. Everyone in the sword demon sect, prepare for defense. The disciples quickly moved into defensive positions upon hearing the command. Even the three elders of the sect wore serious expressions, clearly unfamiliar with the situation. In the blink of an eye, the massive purple energy had reached the sky above the sword demon sect. Without any hesitation, it split into countless smaller orbs, diving towards each person. This isn't good. There's something strange about this. Damn it, it's too fast. It's over. It went right through my defenses and into my body. Cries of alarm filled the air, but no one could stop the purple energy from entering their bodies. Even Master Fong, Elder Gong, Elder Mu, and senior brother Lin Xiao were not spared. Notably, the purple orb that entered Lin Xiao's body was much larger than the others. For a moment, the entire sword demon sect was in chaos. However, fear soon turned into exhilaration. I think I'm about to break through. Haha, me too. The bottleneck is gone. I feel like the future is bright, and all my doubts have been resolved. Cheers erupted as tens of thousands of sword demon sect disciples beamed with joy. Elder Gong and Elder Mu even began to break through on the spot, their powerful auras spreading uncontrollably. Before breaking through, Elder Mu looked deeply at his disciple and smiled. Little one, you've brought us so many surprises. With that, he too began his breakthrough. Lin Xiao, however, was still somewhat bewildered. He could feel the changes within him, though nothing seemed obviously different. Yet, he sensed he had gained something significant. Master Fong approached Lin Xiao and explained, Lin, this is the power of fortune, and it's from the royal family of the Great Wei Dynasty. The power of fortune? Lin Xiao asked in surprise, can something so intangible actually be seen? Master Fong patiently explained the importance of the power of fortune and how Lin Xiao's acquisition of it might be related to him becoming the top candidate in the True Dragon List preliminaries. He also briefly introduced the origins and significance of the True Dragon List. Alright Lin, you should start recovering. I'll keep watch for you, Master Fong said, turning his gaze to the shifting earth veins with a serious expression. Lin Xiao nodded and began his recovery. He swallowed a stalactite and quickly absorbed its energy. Whether due to the power of fortune or not, he felt his recovery speed was faster than ever. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For the disciples of the Sword Demon Sect, these were days filled with joy. Although the transformation of the earth veins into a dragon was not yet complete, they had already noticed a significant increase in their cultivation speed. Past doubts were swept away, and their training became smooth and unobstructed. At noon, golden characters appeared in the sky once again. Second candidate for the True Dragon List, Chen Ning Su, from the royal family of the Great Chen Dynasty, cultivation at the midstage of the revolving core realm, preliminary achievement. Slaying a beast at the initial stage of the cauldron transformation realm. At that moment, Lin Xiao had just awakened from his cultivation. The 3 days of recovery not only rid him of his weakness, but also brought him to the brink of the revolving core realm. He could have broken through immediately, but he chose to wait. He waited for the day when the earth veins would transform into a dragon, planning to use the power of the fortune dragon to aid his core formation. He also sensed several hounds lurking nearby, waiting for their chance. A smile played on Lin Xiao's lips. These hounds were also part of his plan. If killing the king of Wei could grant him the royal fortune of the Great Wei Dynasty, what would happen if he killed others? A glint of anticipation and calculation flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Lin Xiao stood silently at the peak of the main summit, his gaze sharp as a hawk, scanning the various factions stirring with restless ambition around him. He didn't rush to drive away those eyeing the dragon vein transformation. Instead, he wanted to see who dared to act recklessly at this critical moment. He thought to himself, he wouldn't provoke anyone, but if someone dared to challenge him, they would pay a heavy price. At that moment, Sect leader Fong had already returned to seclusion to break through, and Elder Mu and Elder Gong seemed close to completing their breakthroughs as well. Lin Xiao raised his right hand and stared at his palm. A small black sword, only 3 inches long, appeared out of thin air. This was the spoils he had unexpectedly obtained after killing King Wei, and it had now become his life-bound Dao artifact. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. The sword was too small. It was more like a dagger than a sword. He tried to control it with his mind to make it larger and longer, but it didn't respond. Clearly, driving this life-bound Dao artifact required a significant amount of spiritual power. With his current cultivation, he could only launch one attack before needing to recharge. He sighed softly. For now, it could only be used as a trump card. Another day passed. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar came from the direction of the Sword Demon Sect. The wind howled, clouds churned, and the entire sky rippled. A massive vortex of spiritual energy formed above the Sword Demon Sect, drawing in spiritual energy for miles around. The shadow of a golden dragon gradually solidified. Lin Xiao slowly ascended into the air, cautiously observing the surroundings. The time is coming, he murmured. At this moment, Elder Mu and Elder Gong flew out from the main hall, positioning themselves on either side of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao inquired about their progress and learned they were advancing smoothly. Elder Moose scanned the surroundings with a cold smile, declaring that with them present, no one would dare to take advantage. Lin Xiao nodded gratefully, but insisted on handling the upcoming situation alone. With a few leaps, Lin Xiao reached the entrance of the Sword Demon Sect. Gathering his spiritual power, he loudly proclaimed, "Today marks the dragon vein transformation of the Sword Demon Sect. Onlookers, watch quietly. Anyone who dares to make a move will face my wrath." As his words echoed, the hidden factions blushed with embarrassment. A middle-aged man with an imposing aura led his team out, sneering, "Such arrogance. Who says the dragon vein transformation belongs to your Sword Demon Sect? This is a gift from heaven, meant for those who are fated." Immediately after, another group appeared, led by another half-step core formation expert. The two leaders exchanged greetings, and seeing this, other hidden factions also revealed themselves. Lin Zhao's gaze remained icy, yet he was unfazed. He turned to the middle-aged man who had spoken first and asked, "May I know which faction you belong to?" The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Xiao with disdain and introduced himself. "I am the chief steward of the Wu family, a hidden family. Young man, your Sword Demon Sect had better know its place and hand over the Fortune Dragon. Even without it, you can still prosper. But if you don't..." Before he could finish, Lin Xiao had already made his move. "Void split. Open!" he shouted softly, wielding his long sword and slashing forward. The space in front of the middle-aged man suddenly tore open, and a dark void swallowed him. The violent, terrifying force engulfed the man, cutting off his scream abruptly. The scene fell into a dead silence. In an instant, the crack vanished. The middle-aged man from the reclusive Wu family, who had been speaking confidently just moments ago, was now reduced to a pair of legs plummeting downward, with the rest of his body evaporated in a flash. The scene plunged into a deathly silence, and the air seemed to freeze. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the lone pair of legs, disbelief etched on their faces. The members of the Wu family team turned ashen, their bodies rigid like statues, barely daring to breathe. Their leader, a formidable master of the Huading realm, had been killed in a single strike, shattering their understanding of reality. No one dared to approach and deal with the legs, fearful of becoming the next victim. Terror washed over them like a tidal wave, suffocating them. The middle-aged man named Chen, who had spoken second earlier, struggled to suppress his fear, his voice trembling as he said, You killed someone from the reclusive Wu family. Aren't you afraid of their retaliation? The Wu family has at least 3 Huading realm masters." Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He took a step forward, his eyes gleaming dangerously. 3 Huading realm masters? That's not many. If I can kill one, I can kill a second, a third, even a fourth. The middle-aged man from the Chen family was taken aback, finally recognizing Lin Zhao's identity. He exclaimed, You're Lin Xiao. So you really are this powerful." The others present were equally shocked. They had thought Lin Xiao had merely gotten lucky in killing a dying Huading realm master to get on the reserve list. Now, it was clear that the truth was far from that. As Lin Xiao advanced, the middle-aged man from the Chen family and his team retreated. His voice quivered as he tried to use his family's influence to intimidate Lin Xiao. "I am from the reclusive Chen family, which is even stronger than the Wu family. What do you intend to do?" Lin Xiao responded with a cold expression, his eyes full of killing intent. "Oh, the reclusive Chen family, how impressive." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the middle-aged man from the Chen family prepared to retreat with his team. At this critical moment, a blood-red figure flashed by. With a piff sound, a delicate jade-like hand pierced through the middle-aged man's chest, crushing his core. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he was about to meet his end. A sweet yet eerie voice rang out, "He. Lin Xiao, I'm here." Upon hearing the tinkling, bell-like laughter, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The scene before them was horrifying. The figure had instantly pierced through the chest of a middle-aged man from the hidden Chen family, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The crowd stared wide-eyed, filled with shock and terror. The man's death was gruesome, yet the woman in red moved with an eerie elegance. "Who is this woman?" someone whispered in shock. "How can she be so terrifyingly powerful and ruthless?" Lin Zhao's expression suddenly changed. "Chen Ning Su? What are you doing here?" Chen Ning Su chuckled softly as she withdrew her hand from the corpse, casually wiping it on her blood-red clothes. "Relax, I just wanted to see you. That so-called fortune golden dragon holds no interest for me." Lin Xiao sneered. "See me? I had no desire to see you. Why are you like this?" Chen Ning Su smiled lightly. "I came all this way, and you don't even invite me in for a chat? If you want to sit, do it outside." Lin Xiao replied without looking at her. "If you want to talk, wait until I deal with these people." Though Qian Yingxi's beauty always left him slightly amazed, her personality was entirely unappealing to him. The surrounding people, overhearing their conversation, finally recognized the red-clad girl. Chen Ning Su? Isn't she the one who just ranked second on the True Dragon provisional list yesterday? They say she killed a beast at the transformation stage. Whispers spread through the crowd. My god, what's with this generation? One bizarre Lin Xiao is enough, and now there's another Chen Ning Su. This is just too much. Chen Ning Su scanned the crowd with her crimson eyes, a smile playing on her lips. So, if I kill them all, can we go inside and chat? Lin Xiao, Elder Mu, Elder Gong, and the others fell silent. The faces around them grew grim, clearly wary of her prowess. The highest cultivation level among those probing the Sword Demon Sect was only at the half-step transformation stage. No one at the full transformation stage had come. Just then, a young man of extraordinary bearing stepped forward. I want 70% of that fortune golden dragon, he said. Name your price, Lin Xiao. I won't take it for free. All eyes turned to the young man. Someone recognized him. That's Zhang Lang, the reserve saint of the top-tier Taishui Holy Land. He's here too. So he must be determined to get that fortune golden dragon. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Holy Land? Reserve saint, he thought. This guy must have significant fortune. You want 70% of the fortune golden dragon? Lin Xiao asked calmly. Zhang Lang smiled lightly. Yes, please name your price. Lin Xiao also smiled. How about you trade your Holy Land's heritage for it? Zhang Lang's expression turned serious. Lin Xiao, I'm sincerely offering to trade for your sect's fortune golden dragon. Why are you mocking me? Brother Jiang, I'm serious too, Lin Xiao replied earnestly. I genuinely want your Taishui Holy Land's heritage. I'm not mocking you. He chuckled inwardly, confident in his verbal sparring abilities. Zhang Lang sneered. Lin Xiao, I've tried negotiating with you. Do you really think you can protect the fortune golden dragon when it appears? Whether I can protect it or not is my business, not yours. Lin Xiao shot him a glance. But let me make this clear. If anyone dares to make a move, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Lang fell silent, waiting patiently. Others also refrained from speaking up, and the tension in the air thickened. At this moment, Chen Ning Su, seeing that Lin Xiao had stopped killing, began to approach him with a playful bounce in her step. Stop right there. Lin Xiao glared at her. Chen Ning Su pouted. Why are you being so mean? I wasn't going to do anything. Lin Xiao called her out bluntly. Nonsense. You always act like this and then attack me. Chen Ning Su blinked rapidly and smiled. Well, you caught me. How about we skip to the final part? The final part? Lin Xiao frowned. He really didn't want to get entangled with her. Though he sensed her power had grown significantly since their last encounter, he believed he could still win. But it wouldn't be quick, especially since she had a transformation stage protector last time. Chen Ning Su extended her hand, making a grasping motion. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, but eventually took her hand. As soon as their hands clasped, a blood-red mist from Chen Ning Su's body surged into Lin Xiao, rapidly enhancing his killing intent. Chen Ning Su closed her eyes in delight. Yes, this feeling, it's back. Being near Lin Xiao is always the best. This time, I'm not leaving. I love this feeling. Elder Mu and Elder Gong exchanged puzzled glances, while Zhang Lang and the others looked equally confused. This sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered. What are those two doing? Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su are holding hands in public, drawing the attention of everyone around them. Elder Mu's eyes sparkled with joy. He had heard that this young lady had helped his disciple in the Wuji ruins. He didn't expect their relationship to be this close. He pondered silently, thinking that this girl from the Chen Dynasty was indeed powerful enough to match his disciple, but her eccentric personality might be a challenge for him to handle. Others around them were equally surprised, but no one dared to interrupt. After all, these two had once defeated powerful Huading stage experts. Though their exact strength was unknown, their achievements were enough to instill fear in everyone. The two continued holding hands, exuding a palpable killing intent. The more Lin Xiao absorbed, the more astonished he became. He noticed that Chen Ning Su's aura of slaughter had intensified since their last meeting, making him curious about what she had gone through to become so menacing each time they met. About 5 minutes later, accompanied by a dragon's roar, Lin Xiao let go of Chen Ning Su's hand. He sensed that the crucial moment for the Earth Vein Dragon transformation was approaching. Chen Ning Su's eyes had cleared, and the red hue had completely vanished. She gazed deeply at Lin Xiao's back, never taking her eyes off him. Another earth-shaking dragon roar sounded. Suddenly, a nearly 100-meter-long golden dragon emerged from the ground, soaring into the sky. Though it wasn't a physical entity, it was even more awe-inspiring. It's here, the fortune dragon, someone exclaimed. Let's go. Let's get a closer look. Many were eager to try their luck, hoping that just being near might bring them some fortune. Don't worry, Lin Xiao said not to snatch it, but we can at least take a close look. People began to rise into the air, wanting to experience the power of the fortune dragon up close. They thought Lin Xiao, no matter how strong, couldn't possibly deal with everyone. Standing on the ground, Lin Xiao watched the chaotic crowd and couldn't help but find it amusing. He had anticipated that these people wouldn't give up easily, but he had already warned them anyone who acted rashly would bear the consequences. Chen Ning Su stood beside Lin Xiao and asked playfully, Lin Xiao, aren't you going to stop them? If they all rush in, they might take away some of the fortune dragon's power. Lin Xiao replied calmly, what's mine is mine. No one can take it. Chen Ning Su chuckled and added, the second half of that saying is, what's not yours, you can't keep no matter how hard you try, right? Exactly, but this fortune dragon is mine. Lin Xiao finished speaking and then commanded, formation, rise. A formation flag appeared in his hand, and with a few swift movements, he cast several spells around the mountain gate. In an instant, the entire area within 10 kilometers of the gate trembled, and everyone's surroundings suddenly changed. Huh, where did the fortune dragon go? Where am I? An illusion. Damn it, we've been trapped in an illusion. It seems the sword demon sect was well prepared, and this illusion is no simple trick. All the outsiders' faces changed dramatically as they found themselves in an unfamiliar place, with everything from the outside world gone. Some tried to fly towards the original location of the fortune dragon, only to find themselves back where they started after a few hundred meters. Others began searching for the formation stones and nodes, attempting to break the illusion. Zhang Lang, the prospective saint of the Taisui Holy Land, observed carefully and quickly identified the weakest point of the illusion. He thought disdainfully, is this it? This might work on ordinary people, but for a genius raised in a holy land, it was child's play. Break. Zhang Lang punched the weak point of the illusion hard. Boom. The illusion shook violently but didn't break. Let's see how long you can hold out. Zhang Lang continued punching, making the illusion tremble as if it could collapse at any moment. Outside the illusion, Elder Mu and Elder Gung were stunned. When did this kid learn formations? The other disciples of the Sword Demon sect were equally shocked, marveling at Lin Zhao's mastery of formations. This illusion was trapping 4 or 5 peak quadding stage experts. Lin Xiao glanced at the equally surprised Chen Ning Su and asked, hey, girl, are you free? Call me Ning Su and yes, I'm free. Chen Ning Su replied playfully. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and turned away, saying, never mind, I'll find someone else. Hey, you can't be like that. Chen Ning Su pouted and jumped in front of Lin Xiao. I'm free. I'm free. Whatever you need, I'm here. Considering you helped me with my killing energy today, I won't argue with you. Lin Xiao tossed her a ring and pointed to 6 spots in the illusion, saying, when the energy in one of the formation bases runs out, replace the spirit stones, like this. He went to a corner of the illusion, quickly replaced a nearly depleted spirit stone with a new one, and asked, got it? Got it. But do we have to use top-grade spirit stones? Chen Ning Su asked curiously. Yes, to trap peak quadding stage experts, we need top-grade spirit stones, Lin Xiao explained. Okay, I understand. Chen Ning Su responded, then used her spiritual sense to explore the storage ring. What she saw left her stunned. Nearly 100 top-grade spirit stones lay there quietly. Even as a princess of the Chen Dynasty, she was shocked. This amount was equivalent to 1 billion lower-grade spirit stones. She had only accumulated 50 or 60 over the years. Lin Xiao casually gave her a ring with so many. He must have even more. Chen Ning Su felt secretly delighted, thinking she might mention this to her father when she returned. While Chen Ning Su focused on maintaining the formation bases, Lin Xiao soared into the sky to greet the 100-meter-long fortune dragon. Meanwhile, the black sword above his chi-si emitted a dazzling light, converging all around it. The condensation of the Dan pill began. Lin Xiao charged towards the Chi Fortune Golden Dragon without hesitation, his hands swiftly forming seals as the 9 nether demon suppression seal roared into action. The Golden Dragon was instantly absorbed into his body, and Lin Xiao could feel that his limits were far from being reached. Within his body, the sea of Qi churned, and the liquid energy around the small black sword began to thicken, transitioning towards a solid state. The Qi Fortune Golden Dragon roared as it plunged into the sea of Qi, engaging in a fierce battle with the black sword. Sword energy and Qi Fortune power clashed intensely, and after several rounds, neither side could gain the upper hand. Lin Xiao knew he had to tame the Golden Dragon to inherit its Qi Fortune power. He mercilessly infused his sword intent into his life-bound Dao artifact, overwhelming the Golden Dragon with a barrage of silver thread-like sword energy. The dragon roared in defiance, but Lin Xiao snorted coldly and infused it with killing intent, forcing the dragon to the bottom of the sea. The desolate intent followed closely, causing the dragon to emit pained cries. Lin Xiao was secretly pleased, knowing that his rich reserves of intent gave him a significant advantage. After infusing the 4th type of intent, the Golden Dragon finally submitted, transforming into a small golden sphere. The solid energy within the Sea of Qi flowed into the sphere, emitting a terrifying power that left Lin Xiao astonished. Sensing a lack of spiritual energy, Lin Xiao immediately took out a ring and drew spiritual power from it. The ring contained 100 top-grade spirit stones, providing him with a continuous supply of energy. Meanwhile, Elder Mu and Elder Gung flew to Lin Xiao's sides, fully focused on guarding him. The two elders were quite displeased with Lin Xiao's reckless actions, but had no choice but to protect him. Fortunately, Lin Xiao used an illusion to control the uninvited guests. Otherwise, the two elders alone would have struggled to manage. Attracted by the strange phenomena, outsiders approached but quickly abandoned any plans of action upon seeing two half-step Dao transformation experts guarding the area. Chen Ning Su roamed around the illusion array, replenishing a top-grade spirit stone every few minutes, drawing both envy and heartache from onlookers. Inside the illusion, Jiang Lang and his group had tried various methods to break the array, but to no avail. As time slipped away, Jiang Lang decided to lead a collective effort to forcibly break through. He rekindled his determination, ready to launch one final assault. Under Jiang Lang's leadership, the people within the illusionary realm repeatedly attempted to break the formation. However, just when it seemed on the verge of collapse, the formation would instantly restore itself, leaving everyone deeply perplexed. They began to doubt everything around them, even questioning the reality of those beside them. As they were at their wits' end, the scene before them suddenly changed. With a loud crash, everyone found themselves back at the entrance of the Sword Demon Sect. Behind them stood a crowd of new onlookers, their faces filled with incredulous shock. A person who had just emerged from the illusion turned to the side and urgently asked, "What happened? Where is the Fortune Golden Dragon?" The person next to him cautiously glanced at the young figure in midair and whispered, "I didn't see any Fortune Golden Dragon, but it looks like Lin Xiao of the Sword Demon Sect has successfully formed his core." "Just forming a core? What's so surprising about that?" The person from the illusion dismissed. For a prodigy like Lin Xiao, failing to form the core would be the real surprise. "By the way, did you see what grade core he formed?" The other person explained. "Cores are graded from 1 to 9. Grades 1 to 3 are heavenly grade, 4 to 6 are earthly grade, and 7 to 9 are human grade." Lin Xiao, being the top candidate on the True Dragon list, should have formed at least a 4th grade core, possibly even a heavenly grade core. However, he didn't reveal it, but he paused, his voice trembling. He triggered a lightning tribulation. "What? A lightning tribulation?" The person from the illusion exclaimed. "How could forming a core trigger a lightning tribulation? Even a heavenly grade core shouldn't cause that. Are you joking? Where's the evidence of the lightning tribulation?" The person took a deep breath and lowered his voice. The lightning tribulation did strike, but it vanished into his body without a trace. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao slowly descended at the entrance of the Sword Demon Sect. His eyes gleamed with an unusual light as he spoke. "Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. I have some good news and some bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the crowd's faces instantly darkened. They sensed that nothing good would come from this young man's mouth. Jiang Lang, who had just escaped the illusion, stared intently at Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with suspicion. Thunder tribulation? Has it really appeared? Jiang Lang thought to himself. The thunder tribulation itself wasn't his main concern. He was more interested in the fate of the Fortune Dragon. Could it have been completely absorbed? Impossible. He knew well that the power of fortune couldn't be stored in the body for long. If not refined immediately, it would gradually dissipate. Jiang Lang quickly calculated the time. That enormous Fortune Dragon would take at least a day and a night to fully refine. We've only been trapped for a couple of hours at most. He concluded that Lin Xiao must have used some secret method to temporarily suppress the Fortune Dragon. With this suspicion, Jiang Lang decided not to leave, but to stay and see what Lin Xiao was up to. Lin Xiao slowly scanned the surroundings, a faint smile playing on his lips. "In my hometown, there's a tradition. No matter the occasion, happy or sad, we always hold a banquet to celebrate. Everyone who attends must bring a gift." He paused, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "The good news is, to thank you all for celebrating with me, you can now present your gifts. The bad news is, if I'm not satisfied, I'll have to take them myself." His words left the crowd in stunned silence. They stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief. They had seen shameless people before, but never anyone as brazen as him. This was outright robbery. A latest-stage core formation expert in the crowd couldn't help but speak up, his face darkening. "Brother Lin, isn't this a bit too much? We just sensed the disturbance and came to check it out." A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. To him, Lin Xiao was just a newcomer to the core formation stage. Even if he had survived a thunder tribulation, he was still just at the initial stage. Did Lin Xiao really think they would fear him? However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao vanished from his spot. 1,000-mile light leap. A shadow flickered, followed by a piercing scream. When the crowd looked again, the latest-stage core formation expert was clutching his bleeding right hand, howling in pain. His right index finger was missing. Lin Xiao nonchalantly returned to his spot, his tone calm. I tried to be polite and warned you to follow the rules. Since you didn't, I had to take action myself. As he spoke, he retrieved a storage ring from the severed finger and tossed the finger aside without a second glance. The expert's eyes were filled with hatred, but even more so with deep fear. In that instant, he had felt the threat of death. He knew that if Lin Xiao could cut off his finger so easily, he could just as easily take his life. After his initial scream, he dared not utter another word. Nor did he dare to look at Lin Xiao. This scene shocked everyone present. Lin Xiao's speed was unbelievably fast. How could someone who had just entered the core formation stage be so swift? Most people couldn't even see how he moved, with only a few barely catching a glimpse of his shadow. Behind Lin Xiao, Chen Ning Su's eyes sparkled with a strange light, her gaze toward Lin Xiao growing increasingly tender. Lin Xiao casually pointed to someone in the crowd, a chilling smile on his face. Let's start with you. Hand over your gifts. Tonight, our sword demon sect will make sure you're well fed and entertained. The person he pointed to turned pale instantly and hesitated only for a moment before caving in. Although he was also a latest-stage core formation expert, possibly slightly stronger than the one who had just lost a finger, he had no courage to resist this demonic youth. Can I pay with spirit stones? He asked through gritted teeth. Lin Xiao replied calmly, sure, 10 top-grade spirit stones. Of course, if you want to give more, I won't mind. 10? Top-grade spirit stones? You might as well rob us. The latest stage core formation expert couldn't help but blurt out. 10 top-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 10 million low-grade spirit stones, a significant amount. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, too much? Then make it 15 top-grade spirit stones. What? Are you a... Before he could finish his sentence, he let out a blood-curdling scream. The finger wearing the storage ring was instantly severed, blood spurting out. Once again, no one could see Lin Xiao's move. The atmosphere grew tense, and most people were now panicked. Lin Xiao's unpredictable and ruthless nature was terrifying. He acted with deadly force at the slightest provocation. Even latest-stage core formation experts were powerless against him, making the weaker cultivators even more frightened. I'll give. Me too. 10 top-grade spirit stones, right? I'll give them. Can I leave after that? The effect of Lin Xiao's actions was evident, and he had made an example out of 2 chickens. Many people, fearing they might be next, hurriedly offered their spirit stones. Lin Xiao didn't collect the stones himself, but gave Chen Ning Su a meaningful look and used a secret voice transmission. Girl, help me gather the spirit stones. Chen Ning Su furrowed her brows and glared at him, replying through the same method. Why should I? Lin Xiao thought for a moment and tempted her. Next time, I'll hold your hand a bit longer. Chen Ning Su hopped forward, her eyes gleaming with greed as she swiftly stored the handed-over spirit stones into her storage ring. She was secretly delighted, realizing that the speed at which she was earning spirit stones far exceeded her expectations. She resolved that when she returned to the Chen Dynasty, she would learn this lucrative skill. Lin Xiao stood still, his gaze as sharp as a knife, sweeping over everyone present. He accepted the spirit stones with ease, a cold smile forming in his mind. You can covet the sword demon sect's opportunities and the fortune dragon, but why shouldn't I take your spirit stones and treasures? If it weren't for my formidable strength, today might have ended in a crushing defeat for the sword demon sect. Onlookers should also pay the price. However, Lin Xiao's pause was not for show. After breaking through to the Xian Dan realm, he gained a new ability seeing others' fortune. He wasn't sure if it was a gift from the fortune dragon or a result of forcibly absorbing the tribulation lightning. By focusing his mind, he could discern the strength of another's fortune. Lin Xiao's gaze first fell on Chen Ning Su beside him. She was enveloped in a thick aura of fortune, restrained yet strong, making her the most fortunate person present. Next was Zhang Lang, the prospective holy son of the top-tier Taishui sacred land, whose fortune was almost half of Chen Ning Su's. As for the others, the strongest among them had only a tenth of Chen Ning Su's fortune. Sensing Lin Xiao's gaze, Zhang Lang's expression changed. Lin Xiao spoke calmly, Brother Jiang, aren't you going to contribute? Zhang Lang's eyes turned cold, his voice tinged with caution. Brother Lin, are you sure you want to collect from me too? Although he knew he couldn't defeat Lin Xiao, he was confident he could escape unscathed. Lin Xiao feigned realization. True, Brother Jiang is the next holy son of the sacred land. I should give you some face. He paused before continuing. Then, how about 50 top-grade spirit stones, Brother Jiang? Is that enough face for you? Zhang Lang was taken aback. No, I can give more. He immediately regretted his words. Lin Xiao's cold gaze and intense killing intent surged towards him, while Chen Ning Su looked eager, her eyes full of amusement. Zhang Lang shivered, cursing himself for speaking too much. Under Lin Xiao's intimidating stare, Zhang Lang glared at him a few times before finally taking out 50 top-grade spirit stones and tossing them over. Chen Ning Su waved her arm lightly, storing the spirit stones in her storage ring. Jiang Lang snorted coldly and turned to leave. Lin Xiao did not stop him. Today's actions were meant to establish the Sword Demon Sect's reputation, to show the world that it was not a place anyone could come and go as they pleased. However, just as Jiang Lang turned to leave, Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly brightened with surprise. In that instant, the aura of fortune around Jiang Lang surged tenfold. Lin Xiao watched as Jiang Lang and his group disappeared at the edge of his vision. Turning to Mu Lao, he said, "Please take care of our guests for me. I just remembered something and need to step out for a bit." Mu Lao chuckled and nodded in agreement. The representatives of the surrounding factions, hearing that Lin Xiao was leaving, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They were eager to leave this unsettling place but didn't dare act rashly, fearing that the young master of the Sword Demon Sect might cause trouble again. Only Jiang Lang's group dared to leave first. As disciples of a holy land, their status warranted Lin Xiao's cautious respect. Despite the recent surge in the Sword Demon Sect's power, it was still a far cry from a top-tier holy land. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod and, in a flash, flew out of the Sword Demon Sect. But shortly after he left, a red figure followed closely behind. After a brief flight, Lin Xiao frowned and stopped. Turning around to see Chen Ning Su, he sighed. "Why are you following me, woman?" Chen Ning Su's eyes sparkled with excitement as she smiled. "Lin Xiao, are you planning to cause trouble for Jiang Lang, or to silence someone?" Lin Xiao quickly denied. "No, I just broke through recently and wanted to take a walk to clear my mind." He thought to himself how sharp this woman was to guess his intentions so accurately. "Oh, really?" Chen Ning Su's eyes gleamed mischievously. "Then go for your walk. I think Jiang Lang is quite annoying. Maybe I'll have a little chat with him about life." Lin Xiao knew better. If anyone else had said that, he might believe them to some extent. But coming from Chen Ning Su, it was likely she had other plans. Talking about life? More like talking him to death. What are you really up to? He indeed planned to follow Jiang Lang, not to cause trouble, but for a potential opportunity. Jiang Lang's fortune aura had suddenly increased tenfold and was flickering, indicating a possible upcoming chance. If he could intercept it, it would be a tremendous gain. However, this was something Lin Xiao wanted to handle alone. Chen Ning Su's sudden involvement was troublesome. "I just want to follow you," Chen Ning Su said matter-of-factly. "Since the true dragon ranking is about to begin, we'll meet again then anyway. So why not just stick together?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. What kind of twisted logic was that? As he pondered how to shake her off, he noticed something. He focused on Chen Ning Su, his pupils contracting, and took a deep breath. Chen Ning Su's fortune aura had changed from red to purple and had expanded several times over. Lin Xiao thought, could her opportunity be coming too? A child of fortune and a daughter of fortune? After some consideration, Lin Xiao decided, "All right, you can follow me, but I have a condition." Chen Ning Su's excitement grew. "Name it, name it. Even if you have 10 conditions, it's fine." "Good, you said it. Then 10 conditions it is," Lin Xiao replied smoothly. Chen Ning Su's eyes widened, and she bit her lip, cursing his cunning in her heart. Lin Xiao continued, "Follow me, but don't act rashly. If you want to do something, tell me in advance. I'll keep the other conditions for later." "Got it," Chen Ning Su agreed, relieved that his demands weren't excessive. "Let's go then." Lin Xiao led Chen Ning Su as they trailed behind Jiang Lang's group from a distance. Allowing her to tag along served two purposes: to test his new abilities and, if possible, to intercept her opportunity as well. Meanwhile, Jiang Lang and his group from the Taisui Holy Land were preparing to return. This trip had been fruitless, and they had even lost 50 top-grade spirit stones. The fortune dragon had evidently been obtained by Lin Xiao. More troubling was that Lin Xiao's strength was far beyond what the elders had estimated. He could effortlessly kill a half-step cauldron transformation expert, a feat worthy of the true dragon ranking. Jiang Lang believed he could do it too, but not as easily as Lin Xiao. "Senior brother Jiang, will the elders punish us for returning empty-handed?" One of his fellow disciples asked worriedly. "We had no choice," another chimed in. "You saw Lin Xiao's strength. We simply couldn't win. And those two elders from the Sword Demon Sect are no pushovers either." Fortunately, senior brother Jiang didn't act impulsively, or we'd be the ones suffering. "Indeed, the Sword Demon Sect is no joke," a third disciple remarked. "That illusion alone could have trapped us for who knows how long if they hadn't released us." Jiang Lang spoke solemnly enough. "It's because we're not strong enough. Even as disciples of a top-tier holy land, we must not underestimate any faction in the eastern region." He had resolved to go into seclusion upon returning and not come out until the true dragon ranking began. As they flew over the beast forest and approached a range of jagged peaks, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped them. A middle-aged man appeared before them, asking coldly, "Tell me, where is the venerable one?" "A beast. A cauldron transformation beast," Jiang Lang exclaimed. From the man's appearance and the terrifyingly violent aura, he instantly recognized the true identity. Hearing Jiang Lang, The other disciples were stunned. A cauldron transformation beast? How could such a powerful being appear here? Their luck couldn't be that bad. If it was true, they were in serious trouble. The middle-aged man sneered. Heh, you have a keen eye for a human. Now, tell me where our venerable one is, and I might spare you. Zhang Lang replied with a grim face. What venerable one? I have no idea what you're talking about. We've never seen any venerable one. His fellow disciples echoed his words. They truly had never seen such a figure. Humph. If you haven't seen the venerable one, then how do you have a trace of their aura on you? The man's eyes filled with killing intent. Don't want to talk? Fine, then don't blame me. With a flip of his hand, he conjures clouds. With a turn of his palm, he summons rain. The middle-aged demon beast in the Huading realm bellowed, extending his right hand to form a massive demonic energy palm in midair. The palm exuded a suffocating pressure, as if the sky itself was on the verge of collapsing. Speak, or face the consequences. The man's cold voice rang out once more, his gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping over Zhang Lang and his companions. Zhang Lang and his group exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts filled with dread. They had no idea who this lord, the demon beast, referred to was, nor did they know how to respond. Esteemed demon beast, Zhang Lang forced himself to speak through his fear, his voice bitter. We truly don't know anything about this lord. We are from the Taishui Sanctuary. Please show us mercy. Feeling the terrifying power of his opponent, Zhang Lang knew that with his own cultivation at the pinnacle of the Xiandan realm, he was utterly powerless to resist. At best, he could only try to escape. The presence and aura of this Huading realm demon beast clearly marked him as an elite. Humans and their stubborn mouths. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as the demonic energy palm slammed down. Run! Zhang Lang commanded decisively, using his full speed to flee downward. His fellow disciples scattered in all directions. However, the power and speed of the giant palm far exceeded their expectations. The slower cultivators were instantly crushed into blood mist, dissipating into the air. Enraged, the middle-aged man struck down 2 more times, leaving only Zhang Lang desperately fleeing for his life. Esteemed demon beast, Zhang Lang shouted back while running, I really have never seen this lord. Maybe if you describe him, I can recall something? Humph. The man snorted coldly. You ask me to describe our lord? I should be asking you humans what he looks like. His words only fueled his anger, and his attacks became even more ferocious. Zhang Lang was utterly bewildered, having no idea what the demon beast was talking about. If the beast didn't even know what his lord looked like, how could he possibly know? The chase continued for several rounds, with Zhang Lang narrowly escaping death multiple times. He knew that if this went on, he would inevitably die. A surge of anger and madness rose within him. Demon beast, do you really intend to fight to the death? Zhang Lang shouted, his eyes wide with rage. The middle-aged man sneered. What, do you think you can stop me? In his eyes, a mere human at the pinnacle of the Xiandan realm posed no threat. Then you'll pay for your actions. Zhang Lang roared, swallowing a black-purple pill. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from within him. His cultivation soared from the pinnacle of the Xiandan realm to half-step Huading, and continued to rise. In just 2 breaths, his aura reached the Huading realm. However, this power came as quickly as it would fade. Zhang Lang's once handsome face contorted, with veins and tendons bulging across his body. The middle-aged man frowned, realizing this was a temporary boost similar to a demon beast's berserk state. While it could greatly enhance one's power for a short period, it would inevitably lead to a period of weakness and could even hinder future cultivation. Demon beast, prepare to die. Zhang Lang gripped his spiritual sword and charged, knowing he had to end the battle quickly. He either had to drive off the beast or die trying. Boom. The man and the beast clashed fiercely, with Zhang Lang's every move a desperate strike. 20 rounds passed, and neither side could gain the upper hand. The middle-aged man's expression grew serious, though a hint of retreat and unwillingness flickered in his eyes. He had finally found a clue about the Lord and was reluctant to give up. Yet this human strength was unexpectedly formidable and hard to deal with. After a few more rounds, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He sensed his opponent's aura beginning to wane. Ha ha ha, the man thought smugly, slowing his attacks to drag out the fight. He believed that if he could hold out a bit longer, his opponent would be at his mercy once the pill's effect wore off. Zhang Lang's heart sank as he realized the cunning demon beast had seen through his ploy. Now, Zhang Lang faced 2 choices. Wait for the pill's power to dissipate and be slaughtered, or use his remaining strength for a desperate gamble. Even if he won, he would be left crippled. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Lang made his decision. To survive, he chose to fight to the death. As long as he lived, perhaps the elders of the sanctuary could heal him. If he died, everything would be for nothing. After making his decision, Zhang Lang's aura surged once more. Suddenly, A chilling crack echoed from within him, a sign that his power had surpassed his body's limits. Cut him down! Jiang Lang roared to the sky, his muscles taut as he gripped his long sword tightly and swung it fiercely at the middle-aged man. A beam of immense dark light erupted like a rift in the heavens. Centered on Jiang Lang, the void began to fracture and collapse, with cracks spreading like a spiderweb in all directions. The ethereal sword light shattered the void, radiating a brilliant glow like an immortal strike cutting through the mortal realm, unstoppable in its might. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted, a flash of terror crossing his face. Damn it! He tried to retreat, but found himself locked in by the attack, with no escape. Damn human! The middle-aged man cursed through gritted teeth. To think he could unleash such a terrifying strike. If I had known, I would have killed him sooner. In a moment of desperation, the middle-aged man hesitated no longer. Overwhelming demonic energy surged from his body, quickly forming two giant hands reaching for the sky. Each hand, thousands of feet in size, blocked out the sun as they slammed down on the terrifying sword light, intent on shattering it. Boom! With a deafening explosion, both men grunted in pain, flying backward like kites with broken strings. Jiang Lang used his last bit of strength to transform into a streak of light, darting into the distance. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, severely injured and unwilling to pursue. So, it's the Taishui's sacred land. The middle-aged man roared furiously in a direction. You better pray that my beast sovereign is safe. Otherwise, I will bathe your sacred land in blood. He was now almost certain that the Taishui's sacred land was deeply involved in the sovereign's disappearance. Determined to inform his comrades immediately, he vanished from the spot in a flash. Minutes later, a slight tremor in the void revealed two figures. Wow, I never expected to see such a spectacle, the girl in red exclaimed, looking at the boy beside her. Lin Xiao, how did you know? Let's go. Now's not the time for explanations, Lin Xiao said decisively, grabbing the girl's hand and racing in the direction Jiang Lang had fled. The girl in red pouted, disinterestedly saying, Jiang Lang is a cripple now. What's the point in chasing him? Shut up and just follow me, Lin Xiao commanded without looking back, his tone resolute. Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su were searching diligently and soon spotted Jiang Lang in a river. Jiang Lang was barely alive, unconscious and being swept downstream by the rapid current. Lin Xiao, we found him. Now what? Chen Ning Su was filled with confusion, not understanding why Lin Xiao had insisted on finding this person. Save him, of course. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and flew towards Jiang Lang. He keenly noticed a flickering aura around Jiang Lang and thought to himself, could this be a sign of good fortune approaching? Save him? Chen Ning Su looked even more puzzled. She knew Lin Xiao well and understood he wasn't the type to help others out of kindness. Why save him? He's a disciple of the sacred land. Saving him could bring trouble. Killing him would be much simpler. Ignoring her remarks, Lin Xiao quickly reached Jiang Lang and pulled him to the shore. He took out a high-grade healing pill and forcibly fed it to Jiang Lang, thinking, what do you know, girl? Do you even understand what it means to be the child of destiny? Do you know how to seize opportunities? The pill worked immediately. Within seconds, Jiang Lang coughed and regained consciousness. He looked bewilderedly at the two in front of him. Lin Xiao? Chen Ning Su? Why are you here? Lin Xiao, maintaining a serious demeanor, explained, we were just passing by and saw you in trouble, so we decided to help. What? Do you not see me as someone who would help others in need? Chen Ning Su rolled her eyes. Jiang Lang, still suspicious, quickly checked his storage ring and found it untouched, adding to his confusion. Thank you, Brother Lin, for saving me. Jiang Lang was about to stand and bow, but Lin Xiao pressed him down, feigning concern. Brother Jiang, didn't you just leave Jinma Sect? How did you end up like this? Where are the others from the sacred land? Jiang Lang's face darkened as he briefly recounted his encounter with an attacker. Chen Ning Su struggled to keep a straight face and turned her head away. Lin Xiao listened intently, his expression serious. I didn't expect a beast of the Huading realm to appear here. Truly unexpected, Lin Xiao said gravely. Brother Jiang, you should focus on healing. You, girl, keep an eye on him. I'll go inform Jinma Sect. This is no small matter. He then sent a mental message to Chen Ning Su. Keep a close watch on him. Don't let him escape. I'll be back soon. Chen Ning Su, though puzzled, nodded. After thanking Lin Xiao again, Jiang Lang immediately began healing himself. After leaving, Lin Xiao didn't head back to Jinma Sect. Instead, he circled around and dove into the river. About 10 miles downstream, he discovered a towering waterfall over 1,000 feet high. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. This was a classic place where the child of destiny might find fortune. Break! Lin Xiao unleashed a sword light, halting the waterfall and revealing a hidden cave behind it. He flew in without hesitation. The stone door of the cave bore a line of words etched with a sword. Hate, hate, hate. My generation has fallen. The cycle of Tao ends by heaven's jealousy. Who can continue my ancient path? Lin Xiao felt a strong sense of sword intent and unyielding will from the inscription. When he touched the stone door, the residual sword intent surged into him, elevating his swordsmanship by nearly half a level. Upon entering, Lin Xiao was disappointed to find the cave surprisingly simplistic, with only a stone table and chair. On the table lay a jade slip and a golden sword-shaped key. Is this it? Lin Xiao was stunned but quickly calmed down. No, there must be more to it. He picked up the jade slip and infused it with his spiritual sense. Minutes later, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to smash the jade slip, instead storing it in his ring. Damn it! A plant's name popped into his mind. He finally understood why this opportunity was meant for Zhang Lang. Lin Xiao carefully perused the jade slip in his hand, his brows furrowed. The jade slip not only contained a message from the cave's owner, but also recorded a cultivation technique. The cave owner's message was filled with lament over the decline of the sword path, reminiscing about its peak days. The jade slip then explained the origin of the sword-shaped key. It was a legacy key left by an ancient swordmaster, one of only 3 in existence, necessary to find the place of inheritance. Reading this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. It's like a puzzle, he thought. This cave is at least a few hundred years old. Who knows where the other 2 keys are? However, what surprised Lin Xiao the most was the cultivation technique recorded in the jade slip. It was a supreme technique, even higher than the heaven-grade Tian Kuei sword codex he was currently practicing. But the price for cultivating it was to abolish one's current realm and start over from scratch. Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you kidding me? He silently cursed. He had worked so hard to reach his current level. There was no way he would give it all up and start over. Even though this technique might be slightly superior to the Tian Kuei sword codex, when combined with the 9 nether demon suppression seal and other insights, it paled in comparison. Suddenly, Lin Xiao had an epiphany. No wonder Zhang Lang was in a state of breaking and rebuilding. If he obtained this technique, it would indeed be a tremendous opportunity for him. With the support of the Taishui sacred land, Zhang Lang could return to his peak within 2 years and even surpass it. Lin Xiao felt a sense of relief and decided to hide this opportunity in his storage ring, vowing never to give it to someone like Zhang Lang, who seemed blessed by fate. Although he felt a bit disappointed, he quickly accepted the reality someone else's opportunity wasn't necessarily suitable for him. As Lin Xiao was about to put away the sword-shaped key, something unexpected happened. The moment his fingertip touched the key, it was as if he was transported to another world. Before him was a brilliant starry sky, with countless stars twinkling like sword lights. An ancient and distant chime of the Tao resonated in his heart, accompanied by profound sword principles. Lin Xiao immersed himself in this wondrous state for a whole day and night. When he woke up, he felt as clear as a mirror, and a powerful sword intent burst from his eyes. To his astonishment, his sword intent had inexplicably broken through to 90%, reaching the sword heart illumination realm. This was an ancient sword master realm that had long vanished. Lin Xiao never expected to stumble upon it. With sword heart illumination, even without a top-tier comprehension, understanding sword intent and seeing through sword techniques would become much easier. Lin Xiao vaguely sensed that once he reached the cauldron transformation realm, the power of sword heart illumination would fully manifest. After calming himself, Lin Xiao meticulously searched the cave again to ensure he hadn't missed any clues. Then, he left the cave and returned to the riverbank. Zhang Lang was still meditating and recovering. Chen Ning Su rolled her eyes in displeasure when she saw Lin Xiao return. You were gone for an entire day. I was bored to death. Lin Xiao casually explained. I was held up by something. Besides, Brother Jiang hasn't fully recovered yet. His gaze fell on Zhang Lang, noticing that his aura had returned to its original state. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel pleased. If it were anyone else, their luck would have dissipated by now, after losing their cultivation and opportunity. Yet Zhang Lang remained in an extraordinary state, proving that Lin Xiao had saved the right person. This sheep still had wool to be sheared. It just needed some time to grow. As Lin Xiao was silently calculating, Zhang Lang suddenly woke up, his brows tightly knit. He felt as though he had lost something incredibly important, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Was it his cultivation level? It seemed so, yet not quite. The only consolation was that thanks to Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su's timely rescue and the appropriate pills they gave him, his foundation was preserved. Zhang Lang thought to himself that he could continue cultivating in the future. Zhang Lang slowly stood up, bowed deeply to Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su, and said with sincere gratitude, "Thank you both for saving me. I will remember this great kindness." Lin Xiao waved his hand and smiled. No need to be so formal, Brother Zhang. Anyone in our position would have done the same. Chen Ning Su, standing nearby, scoffed and said coldly, "Who says so? If it were just me, I would have killed them on the spot." Zhang Lang forced a bitter smile at her words, thinking to himself, if he were in such a situation, he would probably have just taken the storage ring from the opponent. As for their life, What did it matter to him? After all, he was a candidate for the next holy son of the Taishui sanctuary, with wealth beyond ordinary comprehension. Lin Zhao's lack of greed truly marked him as a gentleman. With this thought, Zhang Lang looked at Lin Xiao with newfound respect. Where are you headed next, Brother Zhang? Lin Xiao asked. Zhang Lang's face showed a trace of worry. I need to return to the Taishui sanctuary, but with my current state. He trailed off, looking dejected. Although I survived the attack, I've lost all my cultivation. Normally, it would take just a few days to return at full speed, but now it might take months. Worse still, if I encounter any beasts along the way. His face turned pale at the thought. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke up. Brother Lin, I have a favor to ask. Lin Xiao glanced at him, seemingly having guessed part of it. Go ahead. Zhang Lang hesitated, then said, I've long heard of your prowess, Brother Lin. With my current loss of cultivation, could you escort me back to the Taishui sanctuary? I assure you, I will reward you generously once we arrive. Lin Xiao frowned slightly at his request, and was about to respond when he suddenly sensed something unusual. He looked intently at Zhang Lang, noticing that the latter's originally diminished aura was rapidly expanding. Lin Xiao thought in surprise. This man truly has the fortune of destiny. At that moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly flashed, capturing Lin Xiao's attention. He quickly turned his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. This is the golden legend? Through his first chance encounter, Lin Xiao had already deduced some patterns. He observed that if the luck aura around someone wasn't flickering, it meant the opportunity hadn't arrived yet. The faster it flickered, the closer the opportunity was. At this moment, Lin Xiao was observing Zhang Lang and Chen Ning Su. He noticed that their luck auras had only changed in appearance and weren't flickering, indicating that the opportunity was either far off or distant. Based on his earlier observations, Lin Xiao speculated that their next opportunity might be at the Taishui sacred land. No need for a grand reward. I'll help you all the way and escort Brother Zhang back to the sacred land, Lin Xiao said with a confident smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lang's face lit up with joy. Really? Thank you in advance, Brother Lin. Rest assured, I'll repay you when the time comes, he said excitedly, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. Chen Ning Su, standing nearby, was equally excited. Her eyes gleamed with anticipation as she exclaimed, the Taishui sacred land? That must be fascinating. She had been stuck in the Chen Dynasty for too long. The last time she managed to escape, she was caught and brought back by Old Man Gu. This time, she was determined not to let him find her again. And so, the three of them embarked on their journey to the Taishui sacred land. Meanwhile, deep within the Monster Beast mountain range, an injured middle-aged man in the Huading realm had rushed back overnight. A large purple beast approached him, its voice filled with concern. Third brother, how did you get hurt? The middle-aged man, ignoring his injuries, urgently said. Second brother, never mind that. I think I know who took our lord. The purple beast immediately became alert and asked in a deep voice who? Taishui sacred land. The middle-aged man replied gravely. The purple beast's eyes turned even more serious. Taishui sacred land? Are you sure? Clearly, this answer was unexpected. The middle-aged man quickly recounted the events he had encountered. The purple beast listened and nodded heavily. Indeed, very suspicious. Let's do this. You focus on healing, and I'll inform our eldest brother so he can report to the Wang realm lords. We can't meddle with a force like Taishui sacred land. All right, as you say, the middle-aged man agreed, sitting down to heal his injuries. Before leaving, the purple beast muttered under its breath, Taishui sacred land. You better not be looking for trouble. With that, it disappeared from sight. 5 days later, Lin Xiao and his companions arrived at the Taishui sacred land in the neighboring Chen Dynasty. Over these days, Lin Xiao had learned more about the sacred land. This force had at least 5 Huading realm experts, and even the lowest-ranking elders were half-step Huading. The average strength of the sacred land's disciples far exceeded that of other forces. Because of this, the Chen Dynasty ranked third among the Eastern dynasties, a power not to be underestimated. Led by Zhang Lang, Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su smoothly entered the sacred land. Passing disciples greeted Zhang Lang respectfully as Senior Brother Zhang, indicating his high status there. Chen Ning Su, like a curious little girl, looked around excitedly. Lin Xiao, this Taishui sacred land is huge. It's several times bigger than our Dacian palace. Ever since shaking hands with Lin Xiao again yesterday, the uncontrollable murderous aura on her had been absorbed, and she felt much better. Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel indeed. The sacred land lives up to its name. However, he was more interested in the changes in the luck auras. Zhang Lang and Chen Ning Su's luck auras had grown larger but hadn't started flickering, indicating the opportunity hadn't arrived yet. What surprised Lin Xiao was that many sacred land disciples had significant luck auras, some even faintly flickering. With so many showing this phenomenon, The answer seemed clear. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out. Hey, isn't this Jiang Lang? What's up with your cultivation? Don't tell me you're crippled. Jiang Lang turned and his face darkened. Han Tianao? Han Tianao laughed as he walked past them. Ha ha ha, feeling good, feeling good. With you like this, how can you compete for the position of Holy Son? After Han Tianao left, Lin Xiao curiously asked, Brother Jiang, who is that? Jiang Lang sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. Sorry to make you laugh, Brother Lin. He's my competitor for the next Holy Son of Taishui's sacred land. If my cultivation wasn't crippled, the position would be between the two of us. But now, sigh. Lin Xiao watched Han Tianao's departing figure thoughtfully. Han Tianao's luck aura was purple and even larger than Jiang Lang's had been. This indicated that his upcoming opportunity would be extraordinary. Brother Jiang, is there some event happening at Taishui's sacred land recently? Lin Xiao asked tentatively. Jiang Lang looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. How did you know? Yes, the Zean secret realm is about to open in a few days. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. As expected, a secret realm was about to open. No wonder so many disciples had luck auras indicating upcoming opportunities. What are the requirements to enter this Zean secret realm? Lin Xiao continued to ask. Jiang Lang explained, the Zean secret realm opens once every 60 years, guarded jointly by Taishui's sacred land and several other sects of the Chen Dynasty. Generally, people from other dynasties aren't allowed to enter, but if Brother Lin wants a spot or two, I can help you get them. Lin Xiao gladly accepted. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Jiang. I'm indeed interested in this secret realm. Chen Ning Su chimed in excitedly. Hee, a secret realm. This could be fun. Jiang Lang nodded. All right, I'll arrange a place for you too. With that, he arranged for Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su to stay in a guest courtyard before hurrying off. He needed to find his master to address his cultivation issue. This time, he had to participate in the Zean secret realm. Whether he could break through depended on this opportunity. Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su spent the next 2 days quietly in the courtyard, giving Lin Xiao time to consolidate his cultivation. On the third day, a melodious bell rang throughout Taishui's sacred land. Shortly after, a sacred land disciple knocked on their door, handing them 2 tokens. He informed them that it was time to depart for the Zean secret realm. The tokens were both passes to the secret realm and tickets to board the sacred land's ark. Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su didn't hesitate. Following the guidance of the sacred land disciples, they quickly arrived at a grand plaza within the Taishui's sacred land. The plaza was already crowded with people, and overhead, a colossal ark, comparable in size to an aircraft carrier, floated majestically in the sky. Lin Xiao keenly noticed that among the crowd were many outsiders like themselves, likely cultivators from nearby sects hoping to hitch a ride on the ark. Scanning the crowd, he saw countless opportunities shimmering like stars, at least 100 in total. Even Chen Ning Su, the golden legend beside him, began to emit a faint glow. All these glimmers of opportunity pointed to a single destination, the Zean secret realm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao suppressed his excitement. He thought to himself, the Chen Dynasty, the Taishui sacred land, this is going to be quite the adventure. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed across the plaza. Though the secret realm holds countless opportunities, it also harbors many dangers. Do not be careless. All those holding a secret realm token may now board the ark. Following this announcement, the elders of the Taishui sacred land were the first to board, followed by the core disciples and token-holding inner and outer disciples. Once the Taishui sacred land members had boarded, cultivators from other factions were allowed to present their tokens and board in turn. Lin Xiao observed that most of the cultivators participating in the Zean secret realm were at least at the Xindan stage, with a few half-step Huading experts among them. As for Huading stage experts, they were unable to enter the secret realm. Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su, both early-stage Xindan cultivators, were inconspicuous in the crowd. Around them, conversations buzzed with excitement. Someone exclaimed, finally, the day has come. Whether I rise to greatness depends on this opportunity. I remember the last time that genius sword fanatic from the Xinjiang sect obtained an incredible opportunity, comprehended 80 of sword intent, and successfully broke through to the Huading stage after exiting the secret realm. That's too much to ask for. I'd be satisfied just finding some heavenly treasures to enhance my comprehension. Please, just let me find a suitable high-grade heavenly technique. As Lin Xiao listened to the surrounding chatter, he couldn't help but marvel at the massive ark, wishing such a treasure belonged to the sword demon sect. Once everyone had boarded, a hum filled the air. The ark transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the void at incredible speed. After an indeterminate amount of time, the ark gradually came to a halt. Lin Xiao knew they had arrived at their destination. Suddenly, a loud, teasing voice called out from outside, Hey, Taishui's sacred land, why are you always the last to arrive? Hurry up, we've been waiting to open the Zean secret realm. An elder from the Taishui sacred land descended from the ark, and Lin Zhao's gaze sharpened at the sight. This elder's aura indicated he was a Hua Ding stage expert, far beyond the Wei King he had once slain. The elder smiled and replied, "We are always on time. It's you who arrived early." Following this, 3 more individuals stepped forward, each exuding a powerful aura, all Hua Ding stage experts. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The Sword Demon Sect had no Hua Ding experts, and neither did the Wei Dynasty. Reflecting on his own 5 intent sword intent, desolate intent, slaughter intent, gravity intent, and pill intent, Lin Xiao felt a bit disheartened. The first 3 were not problematic, but the latter 2 had seen no progress for a long time. He resolved that after this secret realm, he must find a way to break through, or else his path to the Hua Ding stage would become even more uncertain. After some banter among the Hua Ding experts, each produced a quarter of a jade piece. As they activated the jade pieces simultaneously, they merged into one. Instantly, the void below trembled violently, and a deep blue vortex slowly materialized, emanating powerful waves of energy. All right, let's get going. Remember, make our Xinjiang sect proud? Go, but remember, coming back alive is the real victory. Under the watchful eyes of the Hua Ding experts, disciples from various sects, holding their tokens, disappeared into the blue vortex. Turning to Chen Ning Su beside him, Lin Xiao cautioned, "Be careful once we're inside. Everyone will be randomly teleported to different locations." Chen Ning Su, with a playful smile, replied, "Are you worried about me? Don't be. I'm quite capable, you know. These people are nothing. All right, let's go in." Together, Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su stepped into the Zean's secret realm. After all the token holders had entered, many disciples from various sects remained outside, unable to enter due to limited slots. What happened next, however, left them astonished. The Taishui sacred land elder quickly formed hand seals and chanted, "Heavenly water screen, activate." As his words fell, the sky rippled like water, forming a giant mirror. Soon, images of those who had entered the Zean's secret realm began to appear on the mirror, each one clear and distinct. The magic of the heavenly water screen was that the more someone focused on a particular image, the larger it would become. At this moment, the images of top talents from various factions were significantly larger than others. Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su, being less noticeable, had much smaller images. Wow, it can do that? Even though we can't enter, we can still see everything happening inside the secret realm. I have a feeling this time, many top-tier opportunities will appear. And I have a feeling those opportunities will belong to the Taishui sacred land. Haha, just because the Taishui sacred land is big doesn't mean the opportunities are theirs. Opportunities favor the worthy. Outside the secret realm, members of various sects marveled at the magical Tianling water curtain above. Their eyes were fixed on their sect's prodigious disciples, hoping they would stumble upon great opportunities. Inside the secret realm, a late-stage disciple from the Xinjiang sect carefully navigated the complex terrain with a hand-drawn map. He muttered to himself, "If this map is accurate, after 60 years, that celestial treasure should be mature by now." He had spent a fortune on this intelligence about the Zean's secret realm, supposedly drawn by a participant from the previous session, marking an immature celestial treasure. Though its authenticity was uncertain, he deemed it worth a try. Finally, at the marked location, the disciple meticulously searched and found his target at the bottom of a deep canyon. "Ha ha ha, it was worth spending all those spirit stones," he exclaimed with excitement as he gazed at the faintly glowing celestial treasure in the distance. Outside the secret realm, the crowd also noticed this scene. A powerhouse from the Xinjiang sect laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, it's a Juling grass. This unique celestial treasure can greatly expand one's spiritual perception when consumed." Such a treasure in the Zean secret realm. Disciples from other sects were astounded upon hearing this. Juling grass is an extremely rare and precious spiritual fruit, with a market value of at least 1 billion, and often unavailable for purchase. The range of spiritual perception it enhances varies by individual, but is typically no less than 50. 3 other powerhouses from the Huading realm remained silent, feeling a pang of jealousy. They firmly believed their own disciples could find even greater treasures. Inside the secret realm, the Xinjiang sect disciple eagerly flew towards the mature Juling grass. However, as he approached within 30 feet, he suddenly sensed danger and forcefully halted, leaping back several meters. Boom! A massive black spider web landed where he had been standing, emitting a sizzling sound as it quickly dissolved the ground into a large pit. Seeing this, the Xinjiang sect disciple felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the web's corrosive power would have been deadly. Cautiously scanning his surroundings, he soon spotted the web's owner, a gigantic spider demon beast. This terrifying creature stood 2 meters tall with legs extending up to 15 meters. Its black body adorned with green patterns signaled its formidable nature. "Get lost!" the disciple shouted furiously, drawing his sword to unleash a fierce slash. Yet, the massive spider remained unmoved, allowing the sword light to strike its body. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and the sword light shattered instantly, leaving not a scratch on the beast. What? This beast's defense is incredibly strong. The disciple's face turned pale. Before he could react, a strand of black spider silk shot from the spider's mouth, wrapping around his leg. Zzz. His protective spiritual energy evaporated instantly. He screamed in pain as the corrosive silk burned through his protective aura and clothing, starting to eat into his leg. Ah! The disciple cried out in agony, unable to escape or cut through the silk. Its flexibility and strength far exceeded his expectations. Seeing its success, the black spider continued to spit out more silk, intending to dissolve and devour the human completely. The disciple's face turned ashen with despair, but suddenly, a sharp sword intent descended from above. Swish! A flash of sword light split the gloating spider into two. Its legs twitched, but its life force was extinguished. A young man suddenly appeared beside the spider, swiftly collecting its demon core. Thank you for saving me, the Xinjian sect disciple gratefully exclaimed, still shaken. Without the young man's timely intervention, he would have perished in the web. He realized his excitement had made him careless in this perilous Zean secret realm. Studying his savior closely, he was stunned to find the young man was only at the early stage of the Xiandan realm, seemingly having just broken through. He couldn't believe that the spider, at least a latest-stage Xiandan realm beast, had been slain with one strike. Who are, he began to ask, but the young man had already vanished. Turning around, he saw the Juling grass had also been taken. Hey! That celestial treasure was mine first, he called out instinctively. Consider it the price for saving your life. The young man's voice echoed as he disappeared from sight. The Xinjian sect disciple could only smile bitterly, knowing he stood no chance against the young man's displayed prowess. Pursuing him would be futile and suicidal. Outside the secret realm, the Xinjian sect powerhouse was furious. Who is that? How dare he snatch an opportunity from my disciple? A precious Juling grass, gone just like that? Not one of mine, nor ours. Not from our sacred land either. The other three Huading realm powerhouses shook their heads. The Xinjian sect powerhouse rolled his eyes. If none of you know him, do you think he's from my sect? At this moment, a disciple from the Taisui sacred land stepped forward to report, Elder, that young man isn't from our sacred land, but he did come on our ark. Very well, the Xinjian sect powerhouse sneered. When this boy comes out of the secret realm, you better not protect him. Don't worry, the Taisui sacred land powerhouse replied calmly, he isn't one of ours, so do as you see fit. This scene drew everyone's attention, with all eyes now on the young man. His image was brought to the center and magnified twice. What happened next left everyone outside the secret realm wide-eyed in disbelief. The young man moved to a secluded corner and pulled out an alchemy furnace from his storage ring. The four Huading realm powerhouses and everyone else were stunned, their minds filled with a single question. What's that boy planning to do with the alchemy furnace? Everyone stared at the scene, bewildered. Could he really be attempting to refine pills within the Zean secret realm? That seemed far too reckless. Before they could speculate further, the boy in the image had already ignited the furnace with a wave of his sword. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he began the pill refinement process in an unprecedented manner. What was even more shocking was that he was using the rare and precious Juling grass he had just obtained. When the crowd saw the boy casually toss a bunch of materials, including the Juling grass, into the furnace, they were stunned. Though none of them were alchemists, they had all witnessed normal pill refinement processes before. This rough method was unheard of. Old Su, who is this kid? One of the Huading realm experts couldn't help but ask. Doesn't Taishui Holy Land vet people before letting them into the secret realm? How could you let just anyone in? Exactly. You need to be more careful in the future. Another Huading realm expert chimed in. That kid is in for a tough time when he gets out. The three Huading realm experts continued to criticize Taishui Holy Land's approach. This left the Taishui Holy Land expert feeling quite helpless, but he didn't want to explain further. In reality, every faction smuggled a few outsiders into the secret realm. It had become an unwritten rule. Who could have predicted that this boy would do something so attention-grabbing? After a round of complaints, the crowd soon shifted their attention elsewhere. The Tianling water screen only showed images without sound, and for those who didn't understand alchemy, watching the process was extremely dull. They were about to see if anyone else had found any opportunities when someone suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, it looks like he's almost done refining the pills." By the way, has anyone ever heard of pills made from Juling grass? I've never heard of it. Me neither. Isn't this herb supposed to be consumed raw? Amidst the discussions, the boy in the image actually succeeded in refining the pills. This left everyone dumbfounded. Oh my god, did he really make pills? How long has it been? Half an hour if that? Even though we can't smell or feel it, Why do I get the sense that these pills are extraordinary? The boy's rapid pill refinement astonished all the Sect disciples. The four Huading realm experts looked as if they had seen something unbelievable and began to communicate telepathically. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Yi Chi Hua Wu level pill. Damn, it really is. And there are 3 of them. Old Su, just what kind of monster did your holy land bring in? This alchemy technique, efficiency, and pill quality I've lived for centuries and never seen anything like it. After confirming their suspicions, the 4 Huading realm experts were even more shocked. Their attitudes toward this mysterious boy underwent a complete transformation. Inside the secret realm, Lin Xiao was in high spirits. This was just the beginning, and he had already encountered someone with a red-level luck aura and obtained a Juling grass. After some observation, he had a preliminary understanding of the luck aura levels: yellow, blue, red, purple, and gold, in ascending order of rarity. Without much thought, Lin Xiao used his alchemy intent to analyze the properties of the Juling grass and quickly refined it into 3 Yi Chi Hua Wu Juling pills. He expedited the process because the Juling pills could greatly enhance his spiritual senses range, which would be incredibly useful in the secret realm. After consuming 1 pill, Lin Xiao stored the other 2 in his storage ring. This type of pill was only effective the first time it was taken. Instantly, his eyes emitted a faint divine light, and his spiritual sense began to expand. 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles, until it finally stopped at 50 miles. This effect is incredible. My spiritual sense has increased 5-fold. Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel. However, he quickly realized that fully expanding his spiritual sense would reduce its precision, making it easy to miss things. Keeping it at a 20-mile range was optimal. As Lin Xiao carefully observed his surroundings, his eyebrows suddenly twitched, and a charming smile appeared on his lips. Found a big fish, he murmured, disappearing from his spot in an instant. 20 miles away, in a ravine filled with a heavy scent of blood and demonic aura, 2 figures were engaged in a thrilling chase. Despite the intense atmosphere, no demonic beasts were in sight. At the center of the ravine, Jiang Lang was being closely pursued by Han Tianao. Jiang Lang, give up already. Han Tianao sneered as he closed in. Hand over the Jiaolong blood pool, and I promise not to kill you out of respect for our past camaraderie. Han Tianao, don't push me. I can't guarantee what I'll do if you corner me, Jiang Lang shouted, sticking a flying talisman on himself to boost his speed further. His face was grim, filled with regret. Why did he have to encounter this jerk just when he found a great opportunity? This chance was his hope for rebuilding his strength. He couldn't give it up. Swish. Han Tianao seized the moment and unleashed a sharp sword light. Boom. Jiang Lang was sent flying 100 meters, but remained unscathed. The sword light was completely absorbed by a protective shield around him. Glaring at Han Tianao, Jiang Lang continued to flee, hoping to find his fellow disciples. He believed that once he did, Han Tianao wouldn't dare be so reckless. Han Tianao frowned as he watched Jiang Lang flee like a beaten dog. Just how many life-saving items did Jiang Lang have? He had been chasing him for nearly 2 hours, trying various tactics to no avail. Han Tianao's eyes filled with killing intent. If this continued, he would have no choice but to get serious. After another quarter hour of chasing, Han Tianao's patience wore thin. Jiang Lang, this is your last chance, Han Tianao said coldly. Will you hand over the Jiaolong blood pool or not? In your dreams, Jiang Lang snarled, glaring at his pursuer. He knew that even if he handed over the blood pool, his fate wouldn't improve. Fine. I admire your courage, Han Tianao grinned wickedly. Let's end this. Jiang Lang glanced back and stuck another flying talisman on himself, increasing his speed yet again. It's futile. Han Tianao laughed, pulling out a 2-colored bead from his robe and throwing it at Jiang Lang. When Jiang Lang saw the bead, his face turned pale with fear. A domain bead. How do you have one of these? Domain bead. Activate. Han Tianao commanded. In the next moment, a mysterious force enveloped the 10-mile radius around them, creating an absolute domain. The Tianling water screen outside the secret realm also temporarily lost its ability to monitor the area. Han Tianao activated the domain pearl with a clear dual purpose: to completely eliminate Jiang Lang and to conceal all evidence. As a candidate for the Holy Son of the Taishui Sanctuary, he was privy to the secrets of the Tianling water curtain, a knowledge most participants lacked. Jiang Lang, standing opposite, was likely equally in the dark. The moment the domain pearl was unleashed, Jiang Lang's face turned ashen, despair flashing in his eyes. He had poured everything into this venture into the Zean secret realm. Yet, the nightmare unfolding caught him off guard. Not only did he encounter his nemesis, Han Tianao, but the latter also wielded the domain pearl, a mystical artifact. He felt the power of his talismans being severely suppressed, suspecting the domain pearl was his custom-made bane. In a blink, Han Tianao closed in on Jiang Lang, sneering, "Ha ha ha, Can your tricks even work at half their power within the domain pearl? Indeed, Zhang Lang's flight speed plummeted by more than half. In the critical moment, Zhang Lang summoned a golden talisman. Get lost, he roared, unleashing a powerful golden sword light. Han Tianao was initially taken aback but quickly sneered dismissively. Without dodging, he simply channeled his spiritual energy and swatted out a palm. With a thunderous boom, the golden sword light was shattered instantly. Zhang Lang's eyes widened in despair. This was a talisman containing the strike of a Huading realm expert. Yet within the domain pearl, its power was so greatly diminished. It's over. Zhang Lang lamented internally. This time, it's truly over. To save his life, he swallowed his pride and pleaded, Brother Han, you can have the flood dragon blood pool. Just, please spare me this once. Han Tianao laughed coldly. Ha ha ha, Zhang Lang, where's your pride? Weren't you defiant just now? Now you want to curry favor with me? Too late. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and struck out a palm from a distance. With a crack, Zhang Lang's protective barrier shattered. A crisp snap followed as he was sent flying over a dozen meters. Han Tianao advanced step by step, hatred blazing in his eyes. For years, you've overshadowed me in everything. Everyone thought you were the only candidate for the next Holy Sun. Do you know how that felt? Ha ha ha, I've waited too long for this day. Do you think I'd give you a chance to rise again? Dream on. Zhang Lang, see you in the next life. Before the words finished, Han Tianao had already gathered all his strength, slashing a fatal sword at Zhang Lang. Enhanced by the domain pearl, the sword light was terrifyingly sharp. Even at his peak, Han Tianao was confident he could kill Zhang Lang with this strike. Damn it! Damn it! Zhang Lang roared in fury and despair as the sword light approached. Han Tianao, if not in this life, then in the next, I will kill you. At this critical juncture, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Lang's ears. Since when do men admit defeat? Immediately, a figure flashed before him. Huh, Lin. Lin Xiao, Brother Lin. How Zhang Lang was stunned, never expecting anyone to appear at this moment, let alone Lin Xiao. With a booming explosion, the overwhelming sword energy erupted, dust flying everywhere, enveloping both of them. In midair, Han Tianao shrugged indifferently. Strange. Where did this extra person come from? No matter, one death or two, it's all the same. It's just a pity about the domain pearl. Just as he prepared to withdraw the domain pearl's energy, a resounding swish cut through the air, a vast sword light splitting the dust in two, slicing towards Han Tianao with unstoppable force. What? Han Tianao exclaimed in shock, hastily summoning his protective barrier. With a crisp crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed, and Han Tianao's eyes widened as he was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing into a cliff before coming to a halt. Impossible. Han Tianao struggled to rise, his face filled with confusion and disbelief. Such power, even at Zhang Lang's peak, he couldn't have unleashed this. What is going on? As the dust settled, two figures emerged, Zhang Lang and the young man. Han Tianao stared intently at the youth, remembering he had accompanied Zhang Lang a few days ago. If his guess was correct, the recent attack came from this person. But how could someone with only a first-level Xiandan realm cultivation unleash such a terrifying strike? Han Tianao glared coldly at the youth, speaking in a grave tone. Sir, this is an internal matter of the Taishui Sanctuary. Please do not interfere. Leave now, and I'll pretend you were never here. Lin Xiao responded calmly. What if I say no? Sir, I am the next holy son of the Taishui Sanctuary, while that useless person behind you is nothing, Han Tianao said coldly, his eyes gleaming with arrogance and calculation. He continued, leave now, and I'll owe you a favor. Whenever you need something, come to the Taishui Sanctuary. I, Han Tianao, always keep my word. Han Tianao was scheming internally. What was a favor in exchange for eliminating Zhang Lang? Besides, he never intended to spare this young man in front of him. Silence witnesses, that was the only option. Lin Xiao frowned slightly upon hearing this, falling into a brief contemplation. Behind him, Zhang Lang's face turned extremely grim. Having just clawed his way back from the brink of death, was he about to be ruthlessly eradicated again just as he saw a glimmer of hope? Zhang Lang hurriedly used his weak spiritual sense to transmit a message. Brother Lin. Han Tianao is narrow-minded and ruthless. Don't fall for his trap. Although his cultivation was lost, his core was intact, allowing him to barely use his spiritual sense. Lin Xiao calmly responded. Don't worry, I'm just considering the best way to kill him. Zhang Lang was taken aback by this, thinking that Brother Lin was indeed unfathomable. He added, Brother Lin, Han Tianao has many protective treasures. To kill him, it must be a single decisive strike, giving him no chance to prepare. I understand, Lin Xiao replied concisely. Seeing Lin Xiao's delayed response and noticing the change in Zhang Lang's expression, Han Tianao immediately guessed that they were communicating secretly. He sneered inwardly, thinking, "You, Zhang Lang, a mere cripple, still want to oppose me? While you two whisper, I'll capture and kill you both." Han Tianao began to gather energy from his domain orb, preparing to subdue the young man first and then kill him. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. "Brother Han, I have a question." "Go ahead," Han Tianao replied with a faint smile. "You said," before Lin Xiao could finish his sentence. His eyes suddenly emitted a strange black light. If King Wei were present, he would surely exclaim, "Young man, playing dirty with a sneak attack?" Han Tianao was taken aback, a strong sense of crisis sweeping over him. However, Lin Zhao's attack was so swift and fierce that it left him no time to prepare. Han Tianao's body suddenly shook, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness, plummeting straight down from midair. A smirk appeared on Lin Zhao's lips as he swiftly dashed towards the falling Han Tianao. He silently marveled at the power of his move, thinking, ordinary people indeed have no means to defend against a soul attack. Even if Han Tianao had another chance, there's a 99 chance he wouldn't be able to block it. Not daring to be careless, Lin Xiao quickly drew his spiritual sword and unleashed its full intent. A dazzling sword light shot up, tearing through the void with a thunderous roar, heading straight for the unconscious Han Tianao. Facing a prospective holy son of the sacred land, Lin Xiao had no intention of holding back. Where the sword light passed, grass and trees instantly turned to ash, and rocks shattered and scattered. In the blink of an eye, Han Tianao's protective barriers and spiritual armor were broken one by one. A harrowing scream echoed through the sky as Han Tianao, unable to evade, had his chest sliced open by the sword light, blood splattering everywhere. More critically, his dantian was shattered by the sword energy, leaving him barely clinging to life. Lin Xiao did not immediately take his life, but instead reached out a hand to pull Han Tianao's storage ring over. He then turned to Zhang Lang, who was not far away, and said calmly, "Brother Zhang, you take care of this guy." With that, Lin Xiao stepped back and stood aside. Witnessing all this, Zhang Lang felt a chill run down his spine, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. This scene was entirely beyond his imagination. The speed and ferocity of Lin Xiao's attack left him unable to comprehend what had just happened. He realized that Lin Xiao had deliberately left Han Tianao alive to give him the chance to handle it. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Zhang Lang sincerely said to Lin Xiao, "Brother Lin, I haven't even repaid you for your last great favor, and now you've saved me again. Thank you. I'll deal with this guy first." Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. "No problem, Brother Zhang, go ahead." Zhang Lang nodded heavily, and then walked over to the barely breathing Han Tianao. Han Tianao struggled to speak, but just as he managed to say Zhang Lang, "You," a flash of sword light cut his words short, and his head fell to the ground, his body and head parting ways. Zhang Lang expressionlessly sheathed his sword and took out a talisman, activating it. Instantly, intense flames incinerated all traces around, thick smoke billowing into the sky. Simultaneously, the spatial domain lost its effect, and the area returned to normal. Afterward, Zhang Lang and Lin Xiao quickly left the scene. After half an hour of rapid movement, they finally stopped. Zhang Lang explained, "Brother Lin, we should be safe now. After all, Han Tianao was a prospective holy son of the sacred land. It's best if our actions remain unnoticed." Lin Xiao replied courteously, "No worries, Brother Zhang. I admire your cautious nature." Zhang Lang smiled wryly, "Brother Lin, you're too kind. If I were truly cautious, I wouldn't have been discovered by Han Tianao in the first place. It was my carelessness." Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to ask, "By the way, Brother Zhang, I happened to pass by and overheard your conversation. I'm curious, what exactly is the dragon blood pool?" Zhang Lang was momentarily stunned before taking out a ring and handing it to Lin Xiao. "Brother Lin, the dragon blood pool is inside this ring. I just felt it could be useful to me, but I don't know its exact purpose." Lin Xiao was surprised, "Oh? Are you planning to give this opportunity to me?" Zhang Lang laughed, "Haha, it's just a dragon blood pool. How can it compare to your life-saving grace? Besides, I believe with my luck, I'll find other opportunities in the Purple Cloud's secret realm." Hearing this, Lin Xiao put the dragon blood pool into his pocket. He looked at Zhang Lang intently, noticing that the aura of luck surrounding Zhang Lang had significantly diminished, shrinking to the size of an ordinary person. Lin Xiao chuckled inwardly, but remained expressionless. He took out a jade slip from his storage ring and tossed it to Zhang Lang, saying calmly, "Take a look, this might be suitable for you." Zhang Lang was baffled, unsure of Lin Xiao's intentions. "Huh, Brother Lin, what is this?" Lin Xiao just smiled and gestured for him to check the contents of the jade slip. As Zhang Lang read the jade slip, his eyes filled with shock and joy. The technique it contained was not only above the heavenly level, but seemed tailor-made for him. Even in the sacred land, Such high-level techniques were rare and usually inaccessible to someone like him. Even if he became a holy son, he would have to pass many trials to earn one. Yet Lin Xiao had casually handed him such a precious technique. Zhang Lang, overwhelmed with emotion, choked up, his eyes brimming with tears. Brother Lin, I. But Lin Xiao suddenly interrupted. Brother Jiang, save your gratitude. We have company. Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed as he sensed a bright red aura of luck approaching within his spiritual awareness. Outside the Zean secret realm, after the Tianling water curtain was restored, Hantian Ao's image vanished without a trace. The disciples of the Taishui Holy Land looked at each other in confusion and started to discuss. Hey elder, where did senior brother Han go? A young disciple asked, puzzled. Another disciple scoffed. Isn't it obvious? He must have taken senior brother Zhang's fortune and is now somewhere secretly absorbing or refining it. Thankfully, that mysterious young man saved senior brother Zhang. Someone sighed in relief. Although senior brother Zhang's cultivation is ruined, he's always been kind to others. As long as he's safe, it's fine. Sigh. Senior brother Han went too far this time. A disciple couldn't help but complain. Too far? Another retorted. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Do you really think a crippled senior brother Jiang is more suited to be the holy son than senior brother Han? The discussion among the disciples grew more intense. Most of the Taishui Holy Land disciples sided with Zhang Lang, having witnessed Hantian Ao chasing him and seizing the opportunity. While they could understand, they still felt disdain. This time, the Zean secret realm isn't just occupied by the Taishui Holy Land, someone pointed out. There are also the other three major forces and unaffiliated cultivators. As the prospective holy son of our holy land, how can he engage in internal strife instead of competing for opportunities from other forces? Seeing Zhang Lang, who was rescued and covered in injuries, the disciples couldn't help but envision Hantian Ao wielding his spear, bullying the weak, and refining the opportunity alone. This drastically lowered their support and goodwill towards Hantian Ao. However, from beginning to end, none of them considered the truth. Even the powerful alchemist of Taishui Holy Land thought the same. Although he believed Hantian Ao's character was inferior to Zhang Lang's, he couldn't imagine anything happening to Hantian Ao. In his view, no one in the secret realm could threaten Hantian Ao's safety, unless Hantian Ao had extraordinarily bad luck and encountered some terrifying entity. With Hantian Ao's image gone, the people of Taishui Holy Land turned their attention to the mysterious young man, their curiosity growing. Who exactly is this young man? They whispered. He's incredibly strong, with unparalleled alchemical skills. And it seems he has a special connection with our senior brother Jiang. At that moment, the alchemist from Xinyuan Sword Sect suddenly exclaimed excitedly, It's here. Our Xinyuan Sword Sect's opportunity has arrived. His voice instantly drew everyone's attention. In the spotlight, a water curtain expanded, revealing clear details of the scene. It showed another disciple of Xinyuan Sword Sect discovering a rare heavenly treasure in a misty wetland. The treasure was less than 100 meters away, but the disciple did not act rashly and carefully observed his surroundings. A thunderfruit, a 1,000-year-old thunderfruit, someone exclaimed. What luck! In the process of alchemical tribulation, consuming this thunderfruit can greatly increase one's resistance to lightning and even transform the body using lightning. What? Such a thing exists, capable of utilizing lightning tribulations. Others were astonished. Last time, Xinyuan Sword Sect was the biggest winner in the Zean secret realm, and it seems they're reaping a great harvest again this time. Xinyuan Sword Sect disciples proudly said, Of course. This is our Misty Peak's chief disciple, after all. He has extraordinary luck. Other disciples looked enviously at the disciple in the image, thinking that even if they didn't use the thunderfruit themselves, turning it over to the sect would be a great merit. The other three alchemists looked away, feeling bitter yet helpless. It's just a thunderfruit, they muttered, pretending not to care. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. What the heck? What's going on here? How is it him again? Is he a ghost or something? The three alchemists quickly looked over, expecting to see some powerful guardian beast. But when they saw the image clearly, their expressions turned strange, especially the alchemist from Taishui Holy Land, who quickly raised his hands to show he had nothing to do with it. In the Tianling water curtain, just as the Xinyuan Sword Sect disciple was about to pick the thunderfruit after confirming there were no guardian beasts, a figure suddenly appeared next to the thunderfruit. Under his stunned gaze, the figure swiftly picked the thunderfruit, stored it in a storage ring, gave him a strange look, and disappeared in a flash. The whole process was smooth and incredibly fast. That last glance seemed to say, Hey buddy, what's up? Just looking at this thing? Then I'll take it. By the time the Xinyuan Sword Sect disciple reacted and chased after him with a roar, the figure had long disappeared. The Xinyuan Sword Sect disciple stood there, completely bewildered, his eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. This was a hard-earned opportunity for him. A disciple of the Xianjian sect sighed inwardly, watching helplessly as the precious fruit was taken by the mysterious youth. Who the heck is this guy? Another disciple gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. If we ever find him, it's going to be a fight to the death. Although the Xianjian sect disciples inside the secret realm didn't know the identity of the youth, those outside had a clear view. Holy crap, someone exclaimed. Isn't that the same kid who just took the Xianjian sect spirit grass? Pfft. Another person couldn't help but laugh. This is outrageous. Can you really just snatch things like that? This kid has no humanity at all. Someone shook their head, sighing. Shoo, keep it down, an elder whispered. Don't you see how dark the faces of the Xianjian sect people are? Members of other factions were both shocked and amused. The scene was simply too entertaining. If the Xianjian sect disciples had taken the fruit immediately, none of this would have happened. Instead, they just stood there watching, letting the opportunity slip away. Find him. The Xianjian sect's core formation expert ordered his disciples with a stern face. Who is this boy? Damn it! He cursed inwardly. This boy is too much. He's stolen 2 opportunities from us, and these 2 treasures are priceless even to someone like me. Ahem, Lao Chiu. Another core formation expert said with schadenfreude. Did your Xianjian sect defend this kid somehow? Ha ha ha, a second core formation expert teased. Why does he only target your sect's opportunities? The few of them were old acquaintances, and they found it quite amusing to see the Xianjian sect in such a predicament. Humph. The Xianjian sect's core formation expert glared at the 2 of them but said nothing more. He no longer paid attention to his own disciples, instead focusing intently on the mysterious youth, as if trying to glean something from him. The other 3 core formation experts did the same. They all stared at the mysterious youth, eagerly anticipating what he would do next. They wanted to see how many more opportunities he could snatch from the Xianjian sect. However, the youth's next few moves left the 3 core formation experts dumbfounded. What the heck? One of them exclaimed. That brat just stole our sect's top spiritual artifact opportunity. Ah! Another cried out. He even took something from our sacred ground. Damn it! The third expert was furious. This kid has no decency at all, stealing from our sect too. A month after the opening of the Zean secret realm, the outside world was suddenly filled with the angry curses and wails of various sections. On the Tianling water screen, the image of a mysterious young man dominated the display, far larger than those of other cultivators. The reason was simple. Within just a few days, this young man had intercepted at least a dozen significant opportunities that were meant for other factions. The cultivators outside the secret realm were stunned and filled with confusion. How could this young man be so incredibly lucky, always managing to find others' opportunities with pinpoint accuracy? Opportunities were notoriously elusive and unpredictable, and they couldn't believe he had such skills. Many speculated that the young man must be hiding some unknown secret. The faces of the 4 high-ranking cultivators from the major sects turned grim, and none dared to mock each other anymore. They sent people to investigate the young man's identity, only to find that he seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, with no connections to the 4 major factions. The only person who might know his identity was Zhang Lang from the Taishui Sacred Land. The high-ranking cultivator from Taishui Sacred Land hurriedly distanced himself, claiming not to know the young man. Considering that this young man had also seized many opportunities from the disciples of Taishui Sacred Land, everyone believed his words. 2 days later, the mysterious young man, having found no new opportunities, parted ways with Zhang Lang and sought a hidden place to refine his gains. He set up an array around him, making it impossible for those outside the secret realm to track his movements. Seeing this, the people outside the secret realm were relieved and even a bit joyful. They urged their disciples to hurry and find opportunities, fearing that the robber boy would wake up and strike again. Inside the secret realm, Lin Xiao set up his array with a sense of satisfaction. However, he felt a bit frustrated as those with abundant luck seemed to sense danger and were lying low, waiting for the right moment. He decided to refine the opportunities he had already seized. Lin Xiao took out the ring Zhang Lang had given him earlier, which contained a dragon blood pool. He had a gut feeling that this item was perfect for him. With a swing of his sword, he carved out a nearly 100 cubic meter pit in the ground and released the dragon blood pool. Instantly, a strong scent of blood and immense pressure filled the air, but it was all confined within the array. Lin Xiao felt his heart pounding, as if a force within him was calling out. He stripped off his clothes and jumped into the center of the blood pool without hesitation. Pure energy began to flow into his body through every pore. He activated the 9 nether demon suppressing seal to absorb and refine the energy, while the excess energy gathered in his chi-si. As time passed, the blood in the dragon blood pool gradually decreased, and Lin Xiao's aura grew stronger. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days went by. Outside the secret realm, the people from the 4 major factions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past few days, their disciples had managed to gain some opportunities, albeit small ones. But at least no one was interfering. They were secretly thankful that the mysterious young man was still refining his gains, hoping this would continue until the secret realm closed. Just then, the Tianling water screen suddenly flashed with dazzling lights, one after another, indicating the emergence of precious treasures. This was the first time in hundreds of years that such a phenomenon had appeared in the Zean secret realm, leaving everyone stunned. The cultivators inside the secret realm hurried towards the source of the phenomenon. In one of the water screens, a red figure flashed by, closest to the site of the phenomenon. The first to arrive at the site of the anomaly were three youths in the mid to late stages of the Xiandan realm. They saw a beam of light shooting straight into the sky from a towering peak, their eyes instantly filled with joy and astonishment. At the foot of the mountain, a half-meter tall, blood-red, peculiar spiritual herb quietly grew. Though it appeared unremarkable and emitted no aura, the three immediately recognized its rarity. No matter what, we must get our hands on this herb. The same thought crossed all their minds at once. Suddenly, one of them unexpectedly slashed at the other two and quickly rushed toward the herb. The other two seemed prepared, swiftly dodging the attack and following closely behind. In an instant, the three were locked in a fierce battle, none willing to back down. Outside the secret realm, everyone's attention was entirely drawn to the herb. The four Huading realm experts reacted most intensely, their faces changing dramatically as they rushed to the Tianling water screen to get a closer look at the herb. "Is that the scarlet blood true dragon ginseng?" one expert exclaimed. "Indeed, a celestial-grade spiritual herb. It's unbelievable that such a treasure has appeared in the purple cloud's secret realm," another echoed. The four Huading experts were filled with shock and envy, deeply regretting that the purple cloud's secret realm did not allow Huading realm experts to enter. "Senior brother, what kind of herb is the scarlet blood true dragon ginseng?" a curious disciple asked. The senior brother explained gravely, "It is a celestial-grade spiritual herb, extremely rare. It's said that consuming the entire scarlet blood true dragon ginseng can fuse a wisp of true dragon bloodline, doubling one's comprehension and physical aptitude, and possibly awakening true dragon abilities. Most importantly, even Huading realm experts would experience no diminished effects. If it appeared outside the secret realm, it would undoubtedly incite a scramble among Huading realm experts." The surrounding disciples were all astonished upon hearing this. True dragon bloodline, doubled comprehension, doubled aptitude, and true dragon abilities. Any one of these traits would be enough to tempt anyone, let alone all four combined. Humph! Those three fools, fighting now? Judging by the celestial phenomenon and the herb's condition, it will take at least another day to harvest. Fighting now is utterly foolish, one Huading expert muttered in frustration, as the three were his sect's disciples. Inside the secret realm, the three had not been fighting for long when three more groups arrived. Those who recognized the celestial herb were thrilled, and those who didn't were equally shocked and excited. "Not good, it's Zhao, the chief disciple of the Xinjiang sect, along with several other core disciples. The young master of the Guiyuan sect is here too," someone whispered. Everyone realized a major battle was inevitable, and it was uncertain who would claim the herb. They also noted that the herb still had some time before it fully matured. A young man wielding a broad sword stepped forward, saying in a deep voice, "Everyone, the scarlet blood true dragon ginseng is extremely rare among celestial-grade herbs. Such an opportunity should go to the capable. I have a proposal." The crowd recognized him as Zhao Jianhai, the chief disciple of the Xinjiang sect, who had recently broken through to the peak of the Xiandan realm, a standout among the younger generation. "So it's Brother Zhao. We're all ears," another prominent figure from a major faction agreed. Zhao Jianhai nodded in satisfaction and continued, "The herb will mature in a day or two. Why don't we set up a tournament here? Whoever can stand undefeated will own the herb. This way, it's fair and just, and we avoid unnecessary conflict. What do you all think?" Some nodded in agreement, believing a fair fight would indeed determine the rightful owner. However, others frowned, knowing that the Xinjiang sect had an advantage in combat, making this proposal unfavorable for the rest. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, "I object." Everyone was stunned, not expecting anyone to dare oppose, let alone a strikingly beautiful girl in red. Zhao Jinhai frowned and asked coldly, "Do you think you're qualified to object?" The girl in red tilted her head, showing a hint of cuteness. In the next instant, her figure vanished. "Ah!" Zhao Jinhai screamed as he was sent flying dozens of meters, a trail of blood marking his path in midair. Only then did everyone see a deep, bone-revealing claw mark on his body. The girl in red stood where Zhao Jinhai had been, her eyes glinting with a faint red light. She licked her lips and asked, "What exactly qualifies as qualified?" A sudden scene left everyone stunned. Zhao Jianhai, the chief senior brother of Xinjiang sect and a formidable expert at the peak of the Xiandan stage, was effortlessly injured by a young girl in red. The crowd was in shock, murmuring among themselves. "That's the chief senior brother of Xinjiang sect, and he was injured so easily?" Who is this girl? Her speed is unbelievable. Wait a minute, extremely fast speed? Early Shinden stage? Attacking without a word? Could she be that opportunity bandit? No, the opportunity bandit is a boy with only the first level of Shinden stage. Yeah, this girl isn't the same person. The disciples of Xinjian sect quickly surrounded the girl in red, and the atmosphere grew tense. Zhao Jianhai struggled to stand, his eyes blazing with anger and humiliation. Move aside. Leave this girl to me, he commanded, suppressing the pain in his body. The girl in red smiled sweetly and said, "Hee hee, you're no match for me on your own." Zhao Jianhai snorted coldly, not daring to underestimate her any longer. He gripped his broad sword with both hands, channeling all his strength into a powerful sword strike. The sword light shone brilliantly, achieving 60% of its intended force, a testament to his exceptional talent among the younger generation. However, the girl in red did not retreat but advanced instead. A blood-red mist suddenly emanated from her, forming a strange protective layer. To everyone's shock, she caught the incoming broadsword with her bare hand, while her left hand reached for Zhao Jianhai. Zhao Jianhai was dumbfounded. This strike could break through top-tier defensive armor, yet it couldn't cut through the hand of a woman? Worse still, he found his sword seemingly immobilized, unable to pull it back. The girl in red smiled charmingly. Underestimating me could be fatal, you know? Before the words had fully left her mouth, she swiftly grabbed Zhao Jianhai. With a ripping sound, she tore off his left arm. Zhao Jianhai screamed in agony, retreating 100 meters, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at the girl in red. You are. I know who you are. The demoness of the great Chen Dynasty, Chen Ning Su. Zhao Jianhai finally recognized her. Chen Ning Su? It's her. What's she doing in the Zean secret realm? She's said to be invincible among her peers, born under an ominous sign, leaving a trail of slaughter. Has she already broken through to the Shinden stage? No wonder even the chief senior brother of Xinjian sect is no match. Recognizing Chen Ning Su, people retreated, her fearsome reputation making them wary. Zhao Jianhai made a decisive move. Xinjian sect disciples formed the sword formation. The disciples quickly assembled, their combined sword aura piercing the sky. Zhao Jianhai, enduring the pain, said in a deep voice, "Princess Qian, if you leave now, our Xinjian sect will pretend this never happened." Chen Ning Su smiled. "I can leave, but I must take the scarlet blood dragon ginseng with me." Zhao Jianhai's eyes turned sharp. "Princess Qian, I have advised you kindly. If you insist on not listening, don't blame our Xinjian sect." As tensions escalated, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Oh wow, what a bizarre scene. So many people bullying one girl? Xinjian sect must be really shameless." Everyone was stunned. Zhao Jianhai and the disciples' faces turned livid with anger. "It's you. Damn it. It's him. The opportunity bandit. That bastard. Where's my opportunity? Give it back. Surround him. Don't let him escape." Ignoring the insults, the boy smiled and asked Chen Ning Su, "Girl, what's the plan?" Chen Ning Su smiled sweetly. "How about killing them all?" The boy rolled his eyes. "Not a good idea." "Then, half of them? Forget it. Just give me your hand first," the boy said helplessly. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the young man flickered and instantly appeared beside the girl in the red dress. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and grasped her hand, as if the action was the most natural thing in the world. To everyone's shock, the terrifying blood-red mist surrounding the girl began to dissipate at a visible speed. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their faces full of confusion. Who was this young man? How could he be so bold? That girl was none other than Chen Ning Su, the notorious demoness of the great Chen Dynasty. Yet at this moment, the fearsome woman nestled beside the young man like a gentle bird. This scene shattered everyone's understanding, making the world seem absurd. After a few breaths, the young man released Chen Ning Su's hand and turned to her, saying, "Girl, leave this to me. How about you stand by and support me?" His tone was casual, yet it revealed his control over the situation. The young man calculated in his mind. If he let this madwoman take action, it would likely result in heavy casualties. Though he didn't care about the lives of these people, considering their situation after the Purple Cloud secret realm ended, their safe exit was still a concern. Outside, formidable cultivators were waiting. He was confident he could escape from one or two of them, but facing all four at once would be too much pressure. Chen Ning Su smiled faintly, took a step closer to the young man, and asked softly, "Okay, but what will you call me?" The young man blinked helplessly and conceded, Ing Su, all right? Fine, do your best then." Satisfied, Chen Ning Su stepped aside, but she added, "But let me make it clear, if anyone bothers me for no reason, I won't hold back." The young man rolled his eyes. "Just don't go looking for trouble yourself. Now that everyone knows who you are, only a fool would dare mess with you." Then, the young man scanned the surroundings, his tone calm yet brimming with confidence. It seems many of you recognize me. I just want to say one thing. This celestial herb, I am determined to get it. Before anyone could react, he added, of course, I play by the rules. I promise now, if anyone can defeat me, I'll not only withdraw from the fight for the herb, but also return all the opportunities I've seized so far. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Many questioned the young man's arrogant words. Some suspected he was relying solely on the presence of the demoness from the great Chen Dynasty, while others openly mocked him for not playing fair. Still, others feared it was a trap. The atmosphere grew tense with the rising discussions. In response to the crowd's doubts, the young man merely chuckled. If you don't believe me, I'll just beat you until you do. Saying this, he extended two fingers, pointing provocatively at Zhao Jianhai, who was surrounded by a sword formation, and gestured for him to come forward. You go first. Keep your sword formation. Otherwise, you're too weak. Zhao Jianhai's face turned red and green with anger. This young man's arrogance was beyond his imagination, and he had also taken 4 opportunities from the Xinjiang sect, which Zhao had to reclaim. The others were also stunned by the young man's audacity. Challenging the highest difficulty from the start, Zhao Jianhai with his sword formation was someone even half-step cultivators would avoid. Are you sure? Zhao Jianhai asked in a deep voice, his guard up to the maximum. The young man replied impatiently, enough talk. Zhao Jianhai snorted coldly, and a powerful aura surged from his body, his sword intent rising to a new level. The crowd was shocked to see that Zhao Jianhai had reached the half-step cultivation stage. But that wasn't all. With another roar, his aura surged again, almost touching the threshold of the cultivation stage. The onlookers were abuzz with astonishment at Zhao Jianhai's power boost. Even Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su were somewhat surprised. Make your move, Lin Xiao urged. As you wish. Starfall. Zhao Jianhai shouted, swinging his top-tier broadsword. A sky-shattering sword light burst forth, its power resembling a meteor falling from the heavens. As the sword light swept towards him, Lin Xiao struck out with a simple punch, not even channeling any spiritual energy. The crowd was stunned. Zhao Jianhai was bewildered, and the onlookers were equally shocked. They couldn't understand why Lin Xiao would act this way. Wasn't he afraid of losing his hand? Even Chen Ning Su had used a layer of red mist as protection when she caught Zhao Jianhai's sword. But now, this young man's action seemed utterly insane. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. The young man took 3 steps back, his expression calm and composed. In contrast, Zhao Jianhai was forced back more than 10 steps by a powerful force, stumbling as he went. The crowd stared in astonishment at the young man's hand, which remained completely unscathed. In the first round, the young man had a slight edge. Impossible! Zhao Jianhai exclaimed, unable to believe that he had been pushed back by a single punch while in his prime. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his spiritual power and the power of his intent, swinging his broad sword towards Lin Xiao once more. 7-star slash. Zhao Jianhai roared, unleashing his signature move. Sword light intertwined and overlapped, the layers of sword intent continually breaking through. 68%, 69%, 70%, 72%, 75%. The sword intent soared to an unprecedented 80%. Everyone present gasped. With the support of the sword formation, Zhao Jianhai had elevated his sword intent to the level of a master. Even though it was just a single explosive strike, it was enough to instill fear. However, the young man, Lin Xiao, merely smiled faintly. He neither retreated nor used any spiritual power. He threw another punch, seemingly identical to the previous one. The same technique? You're courting death. Zhao Jianhai bellowed, his sword intent becoming even more ferocious. Oh, really? Then I'll change it up, Lin Xiao said, feigning a sudden realization. A faint golden aura began to emanate from his body. Buzz, everyone present suddenly felt a chill down their spines, as if they were being targeted by a terrifying beast. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was happening. At that moment, Zhao Jianhai's meteor, heavenly strike heavily clashed with the young man's fist. Boom! The instant they collided, the force surged skyward, shattering countless clouds and even obliterating a certain surveillance spell. Zhao Jianhai's face changed drastically, and the disciples behind him also turned pale. No, this force, it's too strong. Is he even human? Someone exclaimed. It's over. We can't stop this. Screams echoed around. Crack, crack. Layers of sword light disintegrated like retreating tides, ground into powder. Amid continuous thuds, the Xinjiang sect disciples were sent flying. Zhao Jianhai was the one who flew the furthest, the fastest, and the most miserably. Outside the secret realm, everyone was fixated on the Tianling water screen, even the Huading experts. Suddenly, a red figure flashed by, causing everyone to gasp. It was a young girl in red, and with a single move, she severely injured Zhao Jianhai. The Huading expert from the Xinjiang sect frowned deeply, inwardly cursing the stubborn youth. However, when the girl in red tore off one of Zhao Jianhai's arms, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The Xinjian sect expert's face turned ashen, fully aware of what this meant for a sword cultivator. When the girl in red was revealed to be a member of the Dacian royal family, the Xinjian sect expert was rendered speechless. The power of the Dacian royal family far surpassed that of the Xinjian sect, and he could only silently mourn for Zhao Jianhai. At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly appeared. Faces changed, and murmurs filled the air. Wasn't he supposed to be refining his opportunity? How did he come out so quickly? Unease permeated the atmosphere. The Xinjian sect expert forced a sigh of relief, thinking that Zhao Jianhai should be able to handle it after forming the sword formation. But in the next moment, his hopes were shattered by a single punch from Lin Xiao. Everyone was stunned, and the Xinjian sect expert felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Unwilling to give up, Zhao Jianhai attacked again, unleashing a sword strike that shook the heavens. The crowd held their breath, and the Xinjian sect expert's eyes blazed as he stared at the water screen. Sword light clashed with the shadow of a fist, causing the Tianling water screen to tremble violently. After a muffled sound, the scene abruptly disappeared. The last image was of the Xinjian sect disciples being sent flying. A long silence ensued. The crowd was shocked by Lin Xiao's displayed strength, wondering what kind of insight he had gained. Some urged for the screen to be restored, but the experts from the Taixing Holy Land regretfully informed that it would take at least a day. The members of the Xinjian sect remained silent, having accepted that the celestial herb would undoubtedly belong to Lin Xiao. Others could only pray for the safe return of their own disciples. Inside the secret realm, Lin Xiao's punch shattered the Xinjian sect sword formation, severely injuring everyone. He did not pursue them to the end, merely making them retreat. One Xinjian sect disciple struggled to his feet and declared the sect's withdrawal from the contest. Lin Xiao waved them off, and in no time, the Xinjian sect disciples helped each other and quickly departed from the area. Lin Xiao didn't bother to look at his fallen opponent. Instead, he swept his sharp gaze over the disciples from the other factions who were watching. A slight smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he challenged, "Who's next? Or, if you prefer, you can all come at once." His words hit the crowd like a hammer. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. But they had to admit, this young man had the strength to back up his bravado. All at once? Did he mean everyone? The disciples from the remaining major factions exchanged glances, a flicker of hesitation in their eyes. The celestial herb was right before them, its allure irresistible. If they could join forces and drive Lin Xiao and his companion away, they might seize this precious treasure. Otherwise, the herb would surely be out of their reach. Lin Xiao keenly noticed the calculation in their eyes and internally rolled his eyes. He had only been polite, but these people actually took him seriously. If they really attacked en masse, it would indeed be more troublesome. At that moment, a cheerful red figure leaped into view. "Hee, let's all join in. The more, the merrier." The murderous girl called out excitedly, looking eager to fight. Everyone froze. Damn, they had almost forgotten about this terrifying demoness. If she joined forces with the opportunity thief in front of them, the crowd quickly weighed the pros and cons and made a swift decision. We, Guyuan Sect, withdraw from the fight for the celestial herb. We, Taishui's sacred land, withdraw from the fight for the celestial herb. We, Tianyin Sect, withdraw from the fight for the celestial herb. One by one, the three major factions announced their withdrawal, and the smaller sects didn't dare hesitate either, quickly declaring their non-involvement. However, they didn't leave entirely but retreated to a distance of 2 kilometers, watching Lin Xiao and his companion from afar. They didn't dare to contest, but they could at least watch. Seeing this, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and called out to them, "If I were you, I'd get as far away from here as possible." His expression then turned unusually serious. However, his gaze wasn't fixed on the retreating cultivators, but rather on the spot where the celestial herb was, as if it concealed some unknown danger. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the people who had retreated several kilometers away showed indignation on their faces. Although they had agreed not to compete for the immortal herb, being driven away so harshly by Lin Xiao seemed excessive. However, they only dared to grumble inwardly, and no one had the courage to voice their complaints. Seeing that these people were reluctant to leave, Lin Xiao stopped speaking and instead scanned the surroundings vigilantly. At that moment, Chen Ning Su approached him curiously and asked, "Xiao Xiao, what's going on? Did you notice something unusual?" Lin Xiao frowned and glanced at her. "What did you just call me?" Chen Ning Su, with a mischievous smile, explained, "You always call me little girl, so I thought I'd give you a cute nickname too." Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. "I'm not little. Just call me by my name." "What kind of nickname is Xiao Xiao? What if I actually shrink because of it? Would you take responsibility?" Chen Ning Su playfully blinked. "All right then, Big Xiao Xiao. Did you find something unusual?" Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at her and communicated through spiritual sense, this immortal herb might not be the cause of the anomaly here. Chen Ning Su's eyes sparkled. You mean? Lin Xiao nodded to confirm. Yes, it's very likely there's another opportunity here. Chen Ning Su immediately spread her spiritual sense around to search carefully but found nothing. Confused, she asked, Big Xiao Xiao, how did you figure that out? I haven't noticed anything unusual. Lin Xiao gave a vague answer. It's just a hunch. In fact, Lin Xiao initially thought, like everyone else, that the crimson blood true dragon ginseng was the source of the anomaly. However, when he got closer to the herb, a certain force within him showed disdain and even rejection. This puzzled him greatly. Why would such a rare immortal herb elicit such a reaction from his inner power? Lin Xiao speculated that something else was attracting his inner power. But what exactly it was, he couldn't tell. For now, he could only wait patiently for the immortal herb to fully mature, hoping to find the answer then. As time ticked by, the anomaly in the heavens and earth persisted. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and even the wind seemed to have stopped. The distant beasts had long fled, and the disciples watching from several kilometers away began to feel uneasy. Someone suggested leaving. Maybe we should go. I have a bad feeling about this, but others insisted on staying. I'm not leaving. This is an immortal herb. Who knows what miracles might happen when it matures? Yeah, such a treasure is a once-in-a-century occurrence. What if it flies into my arms when it matures? Some decided to leave. You guys can stay, but I'm out. These things aren't meant for me. I'll go look for other opportunities. Thus, some chose to wait while others started to leave. A few hours later, the crimson blood true dragon ginseng suddenly let out a dragon roar, and a scarlet light shot into the sky, creating ripples in the heavens. The immortal herb has matured. Everyone was instantly invigorated. Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su were already standing beside the herb. Chen Ning Su's eyes sparkled. She felt that this herb could help suppress the murderous aura within her. But she sneaked a glance at Lin Xiao and smiled charmingly. There was only one herb, and she decided to let Lin Xiao have it. After all, staying by his side could also help suppress the murderous aura. Moreover, if she let him have the herb, maybe he would agree to a rather demanding request from her. Big Xiao, Chen Ning Su began, but Lin Xiao interrupted her. Little girl, pick it now. Lin Xiao's expression was serious, and he remained highly alert. He had a hunch that the real opportunity was about to appear, and they had to be ready. Huh, what do you mean? Chen Ning Su was stunned, not expecting Lin Xiao to let her pick the herb. Lin Xiao quickly explained, this herb isn't for me. Pick it now. The crimson blood true dragon ginseng will only stay in place for 10 breaths after maturing. 4 breaths have already passed. If we miss this window, it will escape at high speed, and we won't be able to catch it. Hearing this, Chen Ning Su didn't hesitate any longer. She took out a jade box and quickly uprooted the herb, carefully placing it inside. Lin Xiao noticed that after Chen Ning Su collected the herb, the golden aura of her legendary fortune began to return to its normal size. Clearly, this herb was her destined opportunity. Girl, it's coming. Lin Xiao suddenly said seriously. Coming? What's coming? Chen Ning Su hadn't even had time to rejoice over obtaining the herb before Lin Xiao's words confused her. The herb is your opportunity, and my opportunity is coming now, Lin Xiao said in a deep voice. As if in response to Lin Xiao's words, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The tremors grew stronger, and the chaotic flow of spiritual energy became wild. Those with weaker cultivation were directly knocked to the ground, unable to get up. The tremors spread rapidly from the herb's location, soon encompassing the entire secret realm and even affecting areas outside the secret realm. As the hidden realm trembled to a critical point, a spectacular scene unfolded. The peak of the mountain behind Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su suddenly fractured, and scorching magma erupted from the fissure like a fiery dragon. In an instant, the entire sky was covered in a crimson glow, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Holy crap! Is this a volcanic eruption? Lin Xiao exclaimed. Run! That's not ordinary magma. It's core flame. Chen Ning Su's face turned pale. Core flame? Even latest-stage Xiandan cultivators can't withstand it. Being surrounded means certain death. Lin Xiao frowned deeply. How could this happen? Could the earlier celestial phenomena not have been indicating the scarlet blood dragon ginseng, but rather foretelling this disaster? Disciples from various sects watching from afar were immediately struck with terror and scattered in all directions. In the face of such a catastrophic event, cultivators below the Huading stage were as insignificant as ants. The core flame magma rained down like meteors from the heavens. Wherever it landed, trees turned to ash in an instant, and rocks were corroded with countless holes. Screams echoed as some were hit by magma. Before they could even cry for help, the fiery poison consumed their bodies, turning them to dust in seconds. Run! Run for your lives! The survivors fled with all their might, finally understanding that the boys' earlier warning wasn't to monopolize the opportunity, but to foresee this calamity. At that moment, A thunderous roar shook the skies. I'm finally out. 100-foot humanoid monster, engulfed in flames, crawled out of the volcano. It had no facial features, only a pair of black-purple eyes filled with both joy and rage. Seeing this, everyone was horrified. Even Huading stage experts stood no chance against this monster. They dared not look back and fled desperately. Chen Ning Su had just secured the Scarlet Blood Dragon Ginseng when she witnessed this scene, feeling an unprecedented threat to her life. Her eyes glowed red, and a bloody mist condensed into a crystalline armor around her body. But in the next moment, her hand was tightly grasped by Lin Xiao. I told you, this is my opportunity. You can leave now, Lin Xiao said firmly, staring at the fiery monster. Your opportunity? That monster? Are you kidding me? Chen Ning Su was incredulous. Before she could finish speaking, a 2-meter-wide fireball hurtled toward them. Lin Xiao swiftly moved in front of her and blocked the fireball with just his right hand. Astonishingly, the core flame did not harm him. Instead, it wrapped around him as if it were welcoming him. Chen Ning Su's eyes widened. What's going on? Even latest-stage Xian Dan cultivators can't withstand that flame, yet you're unscathed? Now do you believe me? Lin Xiao turned and said, leave this place. I'll find you when it's over. Chen Ning Su nodded. All right, be careful. But if something happens to you, I'll bring the entire Dakian royal family and the Sword Demon Sect to join you. Lin Xiao glared at her. Are you out of your mind? Do you have a pill for that? Chen Ning Su laughed and sped away in a flash of light, powered by a divine movement talisman. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. That crazy woman might actually do it. At that moment, the fiery monster roared and spewed a stream of magma at Chen Ning Su. Lin Xiao intercepted it, calmly saying, as an opportunity, you should act like one. Huh. The flame monster paused its attack in surprise. Its massive, fiery body took a step back, its scorching gaze fixed intently on the young man before it. You managed to withstand my attack with just your flesh and blood? Looks like you're not an ordinary human. The flame monster stopped pursuing Chen Ning Su and turned its full attention to Lin Xiao, who stood not far away. The young man didn't respond. Instead, his eyes suddenly emitted a strange, flickering black light, shooting straight at the monster. This was a soul attack. Ever since absorbing the ring of Master Ming, Lin Xiao had mastered this technique and had used it to great effect. Whether it was killing Wei Wang or Han Tianao, it had always been a one-hit kill. He wanted to see if it would work against the flame monster. However, to his surprise, the soul attack had no effect at all. A soul attack? A human who can use soul attacks? Haha, interesting. Come here. The flame monster laughed loudly, extending a giant hand made of flames towards Lin Xiao. With a flip of its hand, the flames turned into a scorching blaze, and with a reverse motion, they became molten lava. The fiery hand instantly sealed off all of Lin Xiao's escape routes, crashing down like a collapsing sky. Cut. Lin Xiao didn't back down, swinging his spirit sword with all his might. A vast sword light shot towards the fiery hand, but strangely, it passed right through as if slicing through air. Lin Xiao was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Could it be that the flame monster had no physical form? Or was it that sword energy and intent were ineffective against it? In that moment of distraction, the fiery hand broke through all resistance and grabbed him. Ugh! Lin Xiao grunted, his bones creaking under the immense pressure. So it did have a physical form, but slashing and sword intent couldn't harm it. What if he used his life-bound artifact? Lin Xiao believed that even if ordinary attacks were ineffective, the black small sword definitely would be. Ha ha ha, such an interesting human. The flame monster retreated back into the volcano, intending to study this unusual human thoroughly. It vaguely sensed that its unsealing and awakening were closely related to this person. Lin Xiao. Chen Ning Su's scream echoed from a distance. She watched helplessly as Lin Xiao was dragged into the volcano, her heart wrenching in pain. Ah! Boundless blood-red mist erupted from Chen Ning Su's body, gradually forming a phantom figure behind her. Yet her eyes remained exceptionally clear and calm. Lin Xiao, if you haven't come out by the time I've refined the Crimson Blood True Dragon Ginseng, I will stop at nothing to kill that monster and everyone in this secret realm. With that, Chen Ning Su vanished instantly. The onlookers were all stunned by the scene. Some lamented the fall of a prodigy, some rejoiced in schadenfreude, and many more took the opportunity to scatter and flee. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, who had been dragged into the volcano, remained calm. He was surprised to find that he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the surrounding flames and lava. This wasn't innate but a certain ability activated after refining the dragon blood pool. Human, tell me why you are immune to my flames. If you explain everything, I might let you die quickly. The flame monster held Lin Xiao up to its face, scrutinizing him with curiosity. To kill me? You're a few hundred years too early. Lin Xiao sneered, fully activating the 9 nether demon suppression seal in the desolate domain. Golden light enveloped his body, giving him the illusion that he could shatter the heavens. Boom! With a forceful effort, Lin Xiao broke 2 fingers of the fiery hand that held him. You want my life? Then I'll just twist your head off. However, just as Lin Xiao was about to take action, the flame monster suddenly began to tremble, the tremors growing more intense. What's happening? Lin Xiao grew wary, thinking the monster was about to unleash a powerful attack. The next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Woo woo woo. My esteemed master, I finally waited for you, woo woo woo. You've finally come to get me. The flame monster let out a grating sob, large drops of fiery tears rolling from its black-purple eyes. Lin Xiao was about to summon his life-bound artifact to launch his most powerful attack against the flame monster. However, the creature's reaction left him momentarily stunned. Master? The flame monster's voice was filled with joy and reverence. Lin Xiao was secretly astonished, but he maintained his composure and played along with the creature's assumption. If it could save him some effort, all the better. He had no desire to go through unnecessary trouble. Besides, the true strength of the flame monster was still unknown. If he couldn't defeat it, that would be quite embarrassing. As for being exposed later, that was a problem for the future. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's response, the flame monster began to weep even more sorrowfully. The surrounding lava started to churn violently, echoing its emotions. Master, no matter what form you take, I will always recognize your aura. The Fire Element clan will forever be your most loyal servants. With that, the flame monster knelt before Lin Xiao, its head bowed and eyes filled with admiration. The Fire Element clan? Lin Xiao was taken aback. This was a highly mysterious existence, neither a demon beast nor a ferocious beast, but a life form that had gradually evolved after a certain element in nature unexpectedly gained sentience. Their growth was extremely slow, but they were almost immortal. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ponder. Who exactly was this master that even such a powerful fire element would recognize and serve? It seemed he had indeed consumed something extraordinary. If not for his unique constitution, high-level comprehension, or life-bound artifact, his soul might have been taken over by that master after consuming the egg. The fire element, as if finding a confidant, began to speak incessantly. Master, I never thought you would appear in human form. Master, I've been trapped here for thousands of years. Please take me away. Master, you must have just been reborn. Let me stay by your side and protect you. Master, Lin Xiao frowned. This creature seemed powerful, but it was so talkative that it could drive him crazy. Moreover, its nearly 100-foot body was far from convenient to carry around. Silence, Lin Xiao commanded coldly. The fire element immediately fell silent, clamping its large mouth shut. Lin Xiao continued, Indeed, I have only recently awakened and am currently living as a human. Therefore, it is inconvenient for me to take you with me. Upon hearing this, the fire element's tears flowed even more profusely, with scorching fireballs dropping from its eyes. Master, please, take me away. I'll do anything to stay by your side. I can't bear to stay here any longer. Lin Xiao felt quite helpless. Having such a powerful ally was certainly desirable, but carrying around such a large creature was impractical. Wait, do you really want to leave with me? Lin Xiao asked, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. Yes, master, please allow it. The fire element pleaded. Lin Xiao laid out his conditions. You can come with me, but you cannot appear in this form, and you must remain silent unless I permit you to speak. Yes, master. The fire element exclaimed in excitement. It then asked, Master, do you use a sword now? During their brief encounter, it had sensed a powerful sword intent emanating from its master. Yes, Lin Xiao replied curtly, offering no further explanation. In front of such a creature, the less said, the better. Then please stand still, master. I will begin now, the fire element said, its eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. Lin Xiao nodded in approval, maintaining a calm exterior while his curiosity grew. What exactly was this fire element planning to do? With Lin Xiao's permission, the fire element stood up again. Its purple-black fiery eyes gleamed with unwavering determination and reverence. For my master, what does it matter if I abandon this body? Moreover, my master has just been reborn, and I can use this opportunity to assist. With a deafening roar, the fire element's red flames began to condense and contract, gradually turning into purplured magma. Under its control, the magma surrounded Lin Xiao, enveloping him completely. Threads of elemental energy continuously merged into Lin Xiao's body. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt as if he were in a peculiar world of flames. There was no heat, no agitation, only a profound comfort, as if he were soaking in a warm spring. Gradually, he entered a wondrous state, with his absorption of the elemental energy accelerating. Seeing this, The fire element's eyes shone even brighter with excitement. As expected of my master, even with such modest cultivation, you can achieve this level. Its gaze then fell upon the spirit sword in Lin Zhao's hand. How strange, my master possesses strong sword intent, yet uses such a mediocre sword, the fire element murmured in confusion. Then, the energy from the colossal beast surged toward the master like a tidal wave, converging into a formidable force. As the energy drained, its massive body rapidly shrank until only a fist-sized, translucent, purplured crystal remained. This crystal, shimmering with an unusual light, seemed almost alive as it flew towards the sword in Lin Zhao's hand. Without a sound, the crystal gently merged into the sword's blade. In an instant, the sword emitted a powerful suction force, drawing in the core magma like a massive vortex. The scorching lava eagerly followed, rushing to be absorbed. Even the rare minerals hidden deep beneath the volcano were pulled by this force, their essences extracted and fused into the forming divine sword. Over time, a dazzling crimson sword gradually took shape. The most astonishing aspect was that the sword seemed to have developed its own consciousness, with its spirit almost bursting from the blade. As Lin Xiao and the divine sword underwent mutual refinement, the volcano's tumult abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had hit the pause button. The entire volcano miraculously returned to tranquility, as though the recent chaos had never occurred. Day by day, the lava around the volcano solidified, and the once lush forest became a desolate landscape. The cultivators who had once gathered to watch had long since vanished, having witnessed the awe-inspiring spectacle and fearing to linger any longer. However, the world never lacks adventurers. In a hidden corner near the volcano, a group of people was stealthily approaching. "Boss, are you sure there's still an opportunity here? That beast won't come back, right?" One of the lackeys asked anxiously, his voice trembling with fear. The leader sneered, his eyes glinting with greed. "It's been over 10 days. That beast has either left or gone back to sleep. Otherwise, the volcano wouldn't have calmed down so quickly. Besides, that immortal herb likely appeared because of the beast. There might be other treasures hidden inside." He was convinced that a place capable of nurturing an immortal herb must contain other rare treasures. Just then, a vigilant lackey whispered, "Boss, it looks like there's another group over there." The leader waved dismissively. "That's to be expected. If we thought of it, so did others. Now it's a matter of who has the guts to explore first." He had already sensed the presence of more than one group, not to mention those lurking in the shadows. After all, treasures of immortal quality are irresistibly alluring to anyone. As these treasure seekers lay in wait, a red figure suddenly sped over from a distance and hovered openly above the volcano. "Boss, someone just flew past us. It's a woman at the 4th level of the Shindan realm. Should we act quickly?" One of the underlings anxiously whispered to the leader. The leader chuckled dismissively. "Haha, no worries. It's just a 4th level Shindan practitioner. Let her scout the path for us. Even if she gets the treasure, she won't be able to take it out." In this squad, the weakest member was at the 5th level of the Shindan realm, so they were not at all fazed by the sight of the woman in red. Other squads had the same mindset. Since they hadn't witnessed the battle for the celestial herb, they didn't recognize the woman in red. However, a lone practitioner at the late stage of the Shindan realm recognized her instantly from a distance. His scalp tingled, his eyes widened, and without a second thought, he turned and fled, not daring to look back. That which is still alive. What about that fortuitous thief boy? Is he still alive? His heart raced with fear, knowing that with this woman around, he'd be risking his life by staying even a second longer. The lone practitioner's departure went unnoticed by the others, who remained engrossed in the imminent opportunity. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the Tianling water curtain finally restarted. "Old Su, you're getting old. Setting up a Tianling water curtain took you this many days," a powerful Huading practitioner teased. The Huading practitioner from the Taishui sanctuary explained helplessly, "I told you, something must have happened inside the secret realm. That's why it took so long." What should have been a 180 task took over 10 days due to the disruption of certain rules within the secret realm. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Old Su, this isn't right. Why are there only 5 people left from our Guyuan sect? Where are the others' images? Damn, our Xinjian sect also only has 7 left." Other factions quickly noticed the anomaly. Old Su's face grew serious. "I can assure you there's nothing wrong with the Tianling water curtain." "What? Are you saying the rest of our people are dead?" a Huading practitioner asked in disbelief. Old Su nodded gravely. "That's correct." The crowd fell silent. They realized Old Su wouldn't joke about such a matter. Even more unsettling was that the insanely powerful, luck-blessed youngster was also missing. Everyone's gaze soon focused on the image of the woman in red, her figure dominating most of the Tianling water curtain. Inside the secret realm, as the woman in red flew over the volcano, the surrounding exploration teams revealed themselves, ready to act the moment she entered the volcano. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the area. You have 3 breaths time. Don't let me see anyone. Everyone shivered involuntarily, but no one took the warning seriously. Who would give up such an opportunity so easily? 3 breaths of time passed in an instant. The woman in red vanished from the volcano's sky. Immediately after, a series of horrific screams erupted 2 kilometers from the volcano, with blood, mist splattering everywhere. Each scream was abruptly cut off, as if the life had been choked out of them. What happened? That team's aura disappeared. I saw it. It was terrifying. She killed them in one strike, tearing them to pieces. Oh no, she's coming our way. Screams echoed one after another, with blood mist erupting in different locations at blinding speed. The surrounding exploration teams finally realized that the woman's warning was no bluff. Fear overwhelmed them, and their greed was instantly replaced by the primal instinct to survive. The prowess of the woman in the red dress was astonishing. She effortlessly defeated several squads, one of which had an average strength at the late core formation stage, and their leader was at the peak of the core formation stage, yet he was still killed in an instant. This scene struck fear into the hearts of the survivors, who abandoned their treasure-hunting plans and focused solely on escaping. However, the woman in red had no intention of letting them go. Her figure moved like a phantom, so fast it was nearly impossible to track. Screams echoed one after another, and whether they chose to flee or fight back, they were all taken down in the blink of an eye. Within seconds, the area around the volcano fell into a deathly silence. No one could withstand even a single move from her. The woman in red returned to the top of the volcano, her voice carrying a hint of concern. Lin Xiao, I can feel you're still down there. Why aren't you coming out? Are you trapped? As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed towards the depths of the volcano without hesitation. However, the scorching, viscous lava blocked her path. Even with the protection of her blood mist armor imbued with the intent of slaughter, she found it difficult to advance. A flicker of anxiety crossed Chen Ning Su's eyes, but she did not give up. Using the intent of slaughter, she could vaguely sense Lin Xiao's location and condition, which gave her some reassurance. Just as the faint sound of a dragon's roar echoed within Chen Ning Su, a sudden change occurred. The surrounding space trembled violently as if it were being torn apart. A flash of white light appeared, and Chen Ning Su's figure vanished into the churning lava. Simultaneously, all the remaining survivors in the Zean's secret realm experienced the same phenomenon and were transported out of the secret realm. All of this happened on the 20th day of the secret realm's opening, 10 days earlier than its scheduled end. What could this sudden change signify? What exactly transpired within the secret realm? Outside the secret realm, the crowd witnessed a harrowing massacre. A figure in red, resembling the Grim Reaper, reaped lives with every move, each strike claiming a life. Even those at the peak of the Xian Dan stage were not spared, torn apart by a single claw. This scene caused everyone's faces to turn pale and their hearts to tremble with shock. How terrifying is this demoness power? She's only at the 4th level of the Xian Dan stage, yet she is invincible among her peers, someone whispered in astonishment. The leaders of various factions exchanged meaningful glances, a frightening thought simultaneously surfacing in their minds. Could the prodigies and geniuses who disappeared from their factions in the past 10 days have met their end at the hands of this demoness? After all, in the Zean's secret realm, few could pose a threat to those geniuses, and this demoness was clearly one of them. As they were mired in this unsettling speculation, the entrance to the Zean's secret realm suddenly shook violently. The Tianling water curtain shattered and dissipated once again. Old Su from the Tai Sui Holy Land couldn't help but complain. How many times has this thing collapsed already? It's cursed. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of light appeared at the entrance of the secret realm, and a red figure materialized out of thin air. Everyone was momentarily stunned and then exclaimed, "Someone came out? How is that possible? There's still at least 10 days left. Did they trigger some mechanism and get transported out?" When they saw who it was, they were even more shocked. It's that demoness from Deqian. How can it be her? The disciples of various sects immediately recoiled in fear, like startled birds. The psychological shadow this female fiend had cast on them was too deep. However, while the ordinary disciples retreated, four figures swiftly surrounded the red-clad woman, cutting off all her escape routes. Princess of Deqian, what a surprise. Who would have thought that our little secret realm would attract a demoness? I mean, a prodigy like you. One of them said with a sarcastic tone. Another interrupted bluntly, "Cut the crap. Demoness, tell me, did you kill our people from the Xianjian sect? And our Gui Yuan sect members, did they also die by your hand?" Another demanded harshly. These four were the Huading stage powerhouses of the four major sections. The heavy losses during this secret realm exploration were on their shoulders. But if the culprit was indeed this demoness, capturing her and handing her over to the Daqian king might save some face. As for killing her, they didn't dare. Offending a king from a top-ranked dynasty was tantamount to courting death. Chen Ning Su frowned as she took in the scene. She was puzzled. How did she get out? And why was she alone? Where was Lin Xiao? Why hadn't he come out? Demoness, stop playing dumb. Tell me, did you kill our sect members? One of the Huading stage powerhouses pressed again. Chen Ning Su glanced at him coldly and responded arrogantly. So what if I did? Do I need a reason to kill? Hearing such an arrogant reply, the Huading stage powerhouse laughed angrily, his eyes blazing with fury. You killed so many of our sect's prodigies and still dare to be so arrogant? Do you really think I won't dare to touch you just because you're the Duchian princess? Murderers must pay with their lives. Today, I'll take you down and see how arrogant you can be. Before he finished speaking, the Huading stage powerhouse had already made his move. With a flick of his arm, a sky-blue spear shot out, aiming straight for Chen Ning Su's vital points. The spear's terrifying intent seemed to pierce through space, ready to tear everything apart. Just you? Chen Ning Su's eyes glowed red, and in an instant, a blood-red mist enveloped her, transforming into a long whip that lashed out. The spear and the whip clashed violently, sparks flying as the space twisted and tore. Old Meng is in trouble. Indeed, who would have thought this demoness is even more terrifying than what we saw through the Tianling water curtain? If Old Meng doesn't bring out his true skills, he might not be able to subdue her. The three watching Huading stage powerhouses were filled with shock. Despite having already overestimated the demoness' strength, witnessing her in action left them astonished. Are today's young people all this strong? First that mysterious boy, and now this Deqian demoness. In the battle, everything unfolded as the three Huading stage powerhouses had anticipated. The blood-red whip entangled the sky-blue spear, firmly neutralizing its force. With a thought, Chen Ning Su yanked the whip, nearly causing Old Meng to lose his grip on his weapon. Old Meng held onto his spiritual weapon tightly, glaring at her with apprehension, and shouted, "You have a death wish." The sky-blue spear erupted with lightning, attempting to break free from the whip's hold. Chen Ning Su gave him no respite, extending her hand and summoning several whip shadows that shot towards Old Meng with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Old Meng hastily countered with a palm strike, barely repelling the blood-red whip shadows. He gripped his spear, retreating several steps, his face flushed with anger. After just one exchange, he found himself at a disadvantage. Despite her soft approach, they were a whole major stage apart. This realization left him both shocked and furious, his anger mixed with humiliation. Seizing the moon from the lone peak, with a low shout, a spear as blue as lightning tore through the air, embodying an unstoppable force. Chen Ning Su's eyes glowed with an even fiercer red light, showing no fear. Blood-red mist instantly condensed around her, forming an armor as she moved forward like a phantom. The two clashed in an instant, spear shadows and blood mist intertwining, neither gaining the upper hand. The three observing cultivators of the Huading realm were dumbfounded, and the other disciples looked equally shocked. A fourth-stage Shindan cultivator holding their own against a Huading expert? It completely overturned their understanding. Even a half-step Huading and a full Huading cultivator have a vast difference, let alone a Shindan cultivator. At that moment, the light at the secret realm's entrance flashed again, and people were continuously transported out with a rumbling sound. Chen Ning Su's eyes lit up with joy. It turned out she wasn't the only one being transported. She was just the first. This gave her some relief. With Lin Zhao's strength and luck, he would surely be safe. Setting aside her worries, Chen Ning Su turned to face the old Huading expert Meng with a cold, murderous glare. If you don't want to die, get lost. Roar. A dragon's roar seemed to echo from the depths of their souls, causing everyone to momentarily lose focus. Even the three Huading experts were stunned, not to mention Old Meng, who was the closest. Chen Ning Su seized this fleeting opportunity. The blood mist transformed into a giant hand, grabbing Old Meng tightly. Bang! Meng was slammed heavily to the ground. Before he could recover, there were three more consecutive bangs. Left and right strikes left Old Meng dizzy, realizing in horror that he was trapped by a terrifying force, unable to break free. Help, help me. Are you three just going to watch me die? Old Meng cried out for assistance. The three Huading experts exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. They had to save him. Otherwise, not only would Old Meng lose face, but they would also become a laughingstock for ages. Attack! They shouted in unison, charging towards Chen Ning Su. But in the next moment, with a buzzing sound, a towering wall of crimson flames appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. The wall was so intensely hot that even Huading experts dared not cross it recklessly. Who is it? The three were startled, turning to look at the source of the fire wall. Their eyes fell on a young man holding a crimson flame sword. Their old eyes filled with shock, almost popping out of their sockets. It's him. This is impossible. How could he? No, it can't be. The three Huading experts instantly recognized the young man. They exchanged surprised glances, thinking to themselves, isn't this the kid who had incredible luck in the secret realm, snatching opportunities left and right? He actually made it out alive. What's even more shocking is that his cultivation has reached the 4th level of the Xiandan realm, matching that of the Daiqian Demoness. The three clearly remembered that this boy had just broken through to the Xiandan realm when he entered the secret realm. In just a few days, his strength had increased dramatically, evidently due to the opportunities he had seized. The three Huading experts couldn't help but furrow their brows, sensing a hint of threat from the young man. Just then, the young man blocked their path with a cold smile and mocked. It's bad enough to bully the weak, but you also want to gang up on someone? Ha, the Chen Dynasty isn't all that impressive after all. These words left the three Huading experts speechless, unable to form a coherent response. They knew well that Old Ming's fight against the Demoness was indeed a case of bullying the weak. Normally, a mid-stage Xiandan Jr. wouldn't even catch their attention. But that Demoness had such bizarre strength that if they hadn't intervened, Old Ming would likely be gravely injured or worse. Suddenly, a playful voice came from behind Lin Xiao. "Da Xiao Xiao, you finally made it out. I was getting so worried." Though teasing, the tone was filled with relief. Immediately following, an old man in tattered clothes was tossed towards the three Huading experts like trash. They hurriedly caught him. It was Old Ming. At this moment, Old Ming was bruised and unconscious. The three quickly examined his injuries and found that while he had numerous broken bones and severe internal damage, it wasn't fatal for a Huading expert. A few months of rest would see him fully recovered. This scene made the three Huading experts shudder, marveling at the Demoness' terrifying strength. Although Old Ming was caught off guard, if they hadn't intervened, and if the mysterious young man hadn't appeared to stop the Demoness, the consequences of Old Ming fighting her alone would have been disastrous. Lin Xiao looked helplessly at Chen Ning Su beside him and said, "Little girl, you really dare to hit anyone. If I hadn't come out in time, do you think you could have taken on 4 Huading experts?" This scene felt familiar to Lin Xiao, reminiscent of when he emerged from the Wuji's secret realm, only with the roles reversed back then. Chen Ning Su had stood in front of him, facing off against a half-step Huading expert. Now, he stood before Chen Ning Su, facing 3 Huading experts. Chen Ning Su giggled, unconcerned. "Hee, de Xiao Xiao, didn't you come out anyway? Besides, if they really pushed me, I'm confident I could take down 2 of them. Let's see who'd be the unlucky ones." The 3 Huading experts trembled at her words, feeling even more astonished. For some reason, they sensed she wasn't bluffing. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at Chen Ning Su and said, "All right, let's avoid such risky situations in the future, okay?" He thought to himself, it seems I'll have to visit the Chen Dynasty someday. This girl's bloodthirsty nature is a problem that needs addressing. He could feel the bond between them growing deeper, as if fate itself was at play. You don't seek karma, karma seeks you. Then, Lin Xiao turned to the 3 Huading experts, lightly waving his fiery sword, and said, "Gentlemen, do you still want to continue? I was just looking for someone to spar with." As he swung his sword, the surrounding space trembled and distorted. The opportunity brought by the fire element was even more abundant than he had imagined, far surpassing the celestial herb. Not only had his strength greatly increased, but the fire attribute spiritual sword in his hand was an unexpected boon. After being transformed by the fire element, the sword's quality was almost on par with his natal weapon and contained a fire element spirit, making it a dual marvel of sword and spirit. Lin Zhao's battle intent surged, his eyes blazing as he stared at the 3. One Huading expert was too few for him. 3 might just be enough to test his limits. Su, the elder from Tai Sui Holy Land, stepped forward and said solemnly, "Young friend, we don't wish to be your enemy. But in the secret realm, you killed many of our sect's prodigies. You need to give us an explanation." This was the result of the 3 elders' deliberation. They could see that this young man was extraordinary, his alchemy skills at least at the level of an 8th-grade alchemist. Such a monstrous talent could very well be the heir of a powerful hidden force, and they didn't want to make a mortal enemy out of him. But thinking of their sect's missing prodigies, they couldn't swallow their anger. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow at this and turned to Chen Ning Su beside him. "Little girl, how many people did you kill?" Chen Ning Su nonchalantly shrugged. "After you fell into the volcano, I saw those people trying to get close to disturb you, so I took care of them. About 20 or 30, I guess." The Huading expert from the Xinjian sect shouted angrily, "You're lying. We're not talking about those people, but the elite disciples from the 4 major forces during the celestial herb scramble." He thought to himself, those sneaky nobodies who died today are nothing. None were from Xinjian sect anyway. The elite disciples during the celestial herb scramble were the real issue. Chen Ning Su rolled her eyes and said, "Humph, what do their lives have to do with me?" The Xinjian sect expert was about to explode with anger when a figure suddenly flew up and hovered nearby. Junior Zhang Lang greets the elders. "What the Daqian princess said is true. Those people weren't killed by them," Zhang Lang said respectfully. This statement left the three Hua Ding experts stunned. The first to react was Elder Su from Taisui Holy Land. He was about to scold Zhang Lang when he suddenly noticed that Zhang Lang's cultivation had been restored to the Xian Dan realm. Elder Su remembered clearly that Zhang Lang was a cripple before entering the secret realm, and even regaining the ability to cultivate would have been a miracle. But now, he could clearly sense the vibrant life force and immense potential emanating from Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang, how did your cultivation return to the Xian Dan realm? Elder Su asked in astonishment, thinking that Zhang Lang must have obtained some incredible fortune in the Purple Cloud secret realm. Zhang Lang whispered, Elder Su, may I speak with you privately? Elder Su nodded and moved to Zhang Lang's side. The two began communicating through voice transmission. Whatever Zhang Lang said, it left Elder Su increasingly shocked and bewildered. Watching Lao Su's expression change dramatically, the three other cultivation masters around him exchanged bewildered glances. They had known each other for years and had never seen Lao Su so shocked. About 2 minutes later, Lao Su walked over with a serious face, his gaze towards Lin Xiao now filled with respect and gratitude. Lao Su spoke, from today onwards, this young man will be the most honored guest of our Taisho sanctuary. Anyone who offends him, offends our Taisho sanctuary. No matter the cost, we will make sure they pay dearly. His words, infused with his cultivation master's spiritual power, echoed clearly within a 100-mile radius. This sudden change left everyone stunned. Moments ago, tensions were high, and now Lao Su was making such a significant public commitment. In this world, promises are not made lightly. Once given, they must be upheld, or one risks severe mental backlash. Lao Su's statement immediately aligned the young man with the powerful Taisho sanctuary. The Taisho sanctuary was the most formidable sect in the Great Xiao Dynasty, and even if the other three major sects joined forces, they could barely contend with it. A cultivation master from the Xinyuan Sword sect, visibly angry, exclaimed, Lao Su, are you insane? This boy might be the culprit behind the deaths of so many of our prodigies. You're bringing disaster upon the Taisho sanctuary. Lao Su calmly replied, I'm not insane. I can't reveal the specifics, but I can tell you this. Anyone who opposes this young man will have to deal with the Taisho sanctuary's full wrath. With that, he unleashed his cultivation master's aura, more powerful than that of Lao Ming, who had recently been injured by the princess of the Great Qin. He added, our missing prodigy disciples didn't die at the hands of others, but were victims of a natural disaster. Natural disaster? The other two cultivation masters frowned and asked. Lao Su explained, ask the disciples who just came out. Some must have survived that disaster. With that, he had no more to say. Turning to Lin Xiao and the Princess of Qin, Lao Su bowed solemnly, Lin Xiao, Princess Qin, I was rash earlier. Please, don't hold it against me. When we return to the sanctuary, I will personally visit you with gifts to apologize. This bow wasn't just an apology for his earlier behavior, but also a gesture of gratitude for Lin Xiao's generosity towards the future saint of the Taisho sanctuary. Seeing this, the other two cultivation masters realized there was more to the story. After a moment of hesitation, they also expressed their apologies. We apologize, both of you. We were reckless too. Please forgive us. They bowed to Lin Xiao and the princess as well. This scene left everyone present completely stunned. They had thought the young man and the demoness were doomed, but now the situation had dramatically reversed. Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su were also taken aback by the sudden apologies. At that moment, the entrance to the Zean secret realm trembled again, and the light gradually faded, signaling the end of the expedition. Lin Xiao was unfazed, knowing he had already secured the greatest opportunity within the secret realm. Suddenly, 3 bell chimes echoed from the sky, resonating throughout the eastern region. Soon after, a line of golden text appeared in the sky. There are 279 candidates for the Eastern Region True Dragon List. All candidates must arrive at the designated location within 10 days. Latecomers will not be admitted. 10 days from now, the Eastern Region True Dragon List will officially commence. After about a minute, the golden text transformed into 279 beams of golden light that scattered in all directions, with 2 beams heading straight for Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su. As the light entered their bodies, a location and attendee countdown appeared in their consciousness. Lin Xiao was slightly surprised. 279 people? That's quite a lot. He recalled that when entering the Zean secret realm, there were only 30 or 40 candidates. Scanning the disciples of the 4 major sects, he noticed that Zhao Jianhai, who was at the peak of the Xian Dan realm, and the young master of the Guiyuan sect did not qualify, making him realize that the strength of this year's Eastern region prodigies far exceeded expectations. Lin Xiao found this intriguing, interesting. I wonder what rewards await those who rank high on the True Dragon list. After the golden light on the True Dragon list in the sky disappeared, everyone turned their astonished gazes toward Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su. These two had unexpectedly become the candidates for this year's True Dragon list, a revelation that struck the crowd like a bolt of lightning. Most people were not surprised by Chen Ning Su's identity. As the eldest princess of the great Chen Dynasty, it wasn't shocking that she was the second to qualify for the true dragon list. However, the young man standing beside her piqued everyone's curiosity. How did this unfamiliar face become a candidate? The final list of candidates for the true dragon list was finally confirmed after a long wait. Every name on the list belonged to someone exceptionally talented, yet this young man was appearing in the public eye for the first time. Zhang Lang walked up to Lin Xiao and said sincerely, "Brother Lin, I envy you for being able to participate in the true dragon list. It looks like I'll have to wait for the next opportunity." Old Su chimed in. With Lin Xiao's strength, he will surely achieve an excellent ranking on the true dragon list. Lin Xiao? True dragon list? The surrounding people began to murmur upon hearing the name. Someone suddenly realized, wait a minute, wasn't the first person to qualify for this year's true dragon list named Lin Xiao? And he qualified by defeating a Huading realm expert. So it's him. No wonder he's so impressive. The crowd erupted in exclamations. It's worth noting that among this year's candidates, only 10 had qualified by defeating a Huading realm expert. Others had either fought on par with Huading realm experts or killed several Xiandan realm experts. Lin Xiao's achievement was outstanding even among the candidates. Lin Xiao humbly replied, "Brother Zhang, Old Su, you flatter me. By the way, the battlefield for this year's True Dragon list is said to be even farther than the Taishui Holy Land. I was wondering if the two of us could hitch a ride on your Holy Land's flying ark?" Old Su responded enthusiastically, "Of course, Lin Xiao. Wherever you need to go, I'll make sure you get there. If it were within my power, I'd give you the ark myself." Lin Xiao inwardly chuckled, thinking that the old fox was cleverly avoiding the possibility of him asking for the ark outright. Although he was indeed interested in the flying ark, which not only flew as fast as a Huading realm expert, but could also carry many people. Given the location of the true Dragon List battlefield, it would take them at least 7 days to fly there on their own, but only 3 days by ark. Sensing Lin Zhao's gaze, Old Su and Zhang Lang felt a bit awkward. After a moment of hesitation, Old Su said, "Lin Xiao, actually, we only have one flying ark of this level in our Holy Land. However, if you're interested, we could consider selling you a smaller one. This would need to be discussed with our Holy Lord, though. I can't make that decision alone." Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. "That would be great. Thank you. No trouble at all. Let's get going. Time is short," Old Su said with a smile. In his nearly 300 years of experience, Lin Xiao was undoubtedly the most outstanding young man he had ever met. If this young man could grow steadily, he would be the hope for the Eastern Domain's resurgence. The Eastern Domain had been dormant for too long and desperately needed someone from the younger generation to step up. Thus, Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su boarded the flying ark accompanied by Old Su. The others dispersed, and the Zean's secret realm came to a close. For the other 3 major forces, this trip to the secret realm had been a complete loss. They had gained little and lost many talented disciples. Only Old Su felt a sense of relief. Despite losing a prospective saint's son and some talented disciples, Zhang Lang had received help from a benefactor and gained great opportunities, far exceeding his previous potential. And Lin Xiao might be the biggest gain of all. As the flying ark sped forward, Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su were assigned to the same large cabin. Lin Xiao had initially wanted a private cabin, but the persistent woman insisted on staying close to him. Since they were both cultivating, Lin Xiao decided not to dwell on it. He could sense that after taking the celestial herb, Chen Ning Su's power had undergone a qualitative leap. Perhaps because it hadn't fully stabilized, the faint aura of pressure she emitted even surprised Lin Xiao, especially her control over the energy of slaughter, which seemed to have become second nature to her. At that moment, a voice sounded in Lin Xiao's mind, "Master, this woman's luck is incredible. After consuming the red blood true dragon ginseng, she has awakened an extremely pure true dragon bloodline. The odds of that happening are less than 1 in a billion." The crimson flame spirit sword at Lin Zhao's waist trembled slightly, and a voice filled with astonishment echoed directly in his mind. He frowned and immediately scolded inwardly, "Shut up! Don't speak unless I tell you to. Have you forgotten? Keep talking and I'll put you back in the storage ring." The unsolicited voice came from the fire element within the crimson flame spirit sword. This creature was incredibly talkative, and without intervention, it could chatter from dusk till dawn and back again. Ever since Lin Xiao refined its energy within the volcano, he had to silence it at least 3 times. One could only imagine the intense desire to talk after thousands of years without conversation. All right, I get it. I'll keep quiet. I won't say a word until you give the command." Next time, the fire element tried to continue, but Lin Xiao had already lost his patience. With a thought, he temporarily stored the sword back into his storage ring. Finally, some peace. Lin Xiao sighed in relief. But recalling what the fire element mentioned, he couldn't help but glance at Chen Ning Su beside him. Thus, Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su sat in the private room. maintaining a silent mutual understanding as they focused on stabilizing their newly acquired powers and opportunities. The true dragon ranking was about to begin, making every second incredibly precious. One day passed, then two. Just as they were about to reach the Taishui sacred land, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Without hesitation, he grabbed the still meditating Chen Ning Su and activated the 9 nether demon suppression seal. A golden barrier instantly enveloped them. Big Xiao, what are you trying to do to me? Chen Ning Su's ears turned slightly red, yet she leaned closer to Lin Xiao instead of pulling away. Lin Xiao's brow furrowed as he sternly said, "Stop joking around. Something's not right." Chen Ning Su chuckled. "Is it you who's not right? Or is it me?" A fierce look flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes as he swiftly drew his spirit sword, unleashing a powerful sword light. The sword light wasn't aimed at Chen Ning Su but directly at the wall of the ark. Boom! A large hole was instantly blasted open. Lin Xiao pulled the still bewildered Chen Ning Su and quickly flew outside the ark. He surveyed the surroundings cautiously, and what they saw left both of them stunned. Not far below was the Taishui sacred land, but it was now surrounded by a massive beast horde. Even worse, their ark was being besieged by a group of flying beasts led by a demon beast of the condensing realm. Danger lurked all around, and the situation was extremely precarious. As the ark was attacked by the demonic beasts, Lao Su led a group of disciples to break through. The scene before them left everyone dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of beasts surged like a tidal wave, darkening the sky and striking terror into their hearts. Furious, Lao Su roared at the formidable Huading beast blocking their way. "Damn it! What do you demons want? Are you trying to start a war between our races?" The Huading beast snorted disdainfully, refusing to answer. It swung its massive claw, crashing down on Lao Su like a mountain. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with a force that churned the air around them. Seeing this, the surrounding Xindan and Yuanman stage beasts launched an all-out assault on the ark. Though the ark from the Taishui sanctuary boasted incredible defenses, it struggled under the relentless attack of so many powerful beasts. Caught off guard, the ark's power system suffered severe damage, rendering it inoperable. With a thunderous roar, the flying ark began to plummet rapidly, eventually crashing into the ground with an earth-shaking impact. Many disciples from the Taishui sanctuary managed to escape in the chaos, while those inside were gravely injured by the violent tremors. The disciples who had just escaped looked at each other in horror, chattering anxiously. "What on earth is going on? Why are so many beasts attacking our sanctuary? Look, that's a Tsangtian tiger at the Huading stage. And there's a Yumo serpent and a Titan bear too. At least 3 Huading stage beasts. How is that possible? The demonic beast mountains are far from our Taishui sanctuary." Lin Xiao and the others carefully surveyed their surroundings, realizing the sheer power of this beast tide. 3 Huading stage beasts, over a dozen at the half-step Huading stage, hundreds at the later and perfected Shindan stage, and tens of thousands of other beasts. Such a force could annihilate a top-tier power in minutes, posing a significant threat even to the Taishui sanctuary. Though the source and duration of the beast tide were unknown, the activated protective formation of the Taishui sanctuary and the scattered human and beast corpses indicated that the attack had been ongoing for some time. At that moment, an angry shout erupted from within the sanctuary's protective formation. "The Taishui sanctuary has always stayed out of your affairs. Do you really think we are defenseless?" A Huading stage beast from the demon clan immediately retorted, "Hypocritical humans. Your sanctuary abducted our demon lord. Do you think we wouldn't find out?" The Huading stage expert from the Taishui sanctuary explained helplessly, "I've told you, we don't know any demon lord, and we've never seen him." The demon clan expert demanded, "Never seen him? Then why did I sense his aura within your sanctuary?" The Taishui expert, enraged, warned, "Nonsense. You demons are just looking for an excuse to attack. Our sanctuary's lord and other human experts are on their way. If you don't retreat now, don't blame us for not letting you leave." As tensions escalated, Lao Su managed to force back the Huading beast and quickly flew to the stunned disciples, his expression grave. "We can't stay here. Let's leave before the other demons find us." Fortunately, the flying ark hadn't reached the sanctuary's airspace. Otherwise, even he would have struggled to escape from the beast tide's center. Just then, a terrifying pressure descended from above, enveloping everyone like a mountain. The overwhelming force made their hearts tremble and their hair stand on end. Not just the humans, but even the Huading and half-step Huading stage beasts paused their attacks, looking up in awe. A handsome, otherworldly young man in white slowly descended from the sky. Lao Su's eyes widened in terror as he exclaimed, This is the immortal demon king. Even he has come?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, wondering, "Immortal demon king? What level of beast is that?" Though he could sense the immense power emanating from the figure, he didn't feel particularly frightened. Before Lin Xiao could ask, the immortal demon king in white suddenly made his move. With a casual wave of his right hand, a blinding white light shot towards the Taishui sanctuary. Crack! The sanctuary's protective formation shattered like paper under the light, collapsing entirely. Stunned, everyone inside and outside of the Taishui sanctuary, including Old Su and Lin Xiao, was speechless at the scene before them. With just one strike from the young man in white, the revered protective barrier of the Taishui sanctuary crumbled instantly. This was the most powerful sect in the Chen Dynasty. A question arose in everyone's minds. Just how powerful is this young man in white? Standing amidst the ruins, the young man in white spoke in a low, calm voice tinged with lethal intent. When will your holy master arrive? I will wait here for him. A Taishui sanctuary cultivator, struggling to contain his anger, forced out a reply. No, undying demon king, we've already told you. Your so-called venerable one is not here. Please investigate thoroughly. The undying demon king snorted coldly. In an instant, a mysterious red light spread rapidly from him, enveloping the entire Taishui sanctuary, including Old Su, Lin Xiao, and the others. He said icily, get your holy master back here immediately. My patience is limited. If he takes too long, I won't hesitate to kill a few people to pass the time. Before he finished speaking, he pointed lightly at the cultivator who had just spoken. With a boom, the Taishui sanctuary cultivator was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, blood staining the surrounding soil. The severely injured cultivator struggled to lift his head, wanting to say something, but the killing intent in the young man's eyes silenced him. He knew that one more word could cost him his life. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. This was one of their sanctuary's esteemed elders, yet he was so easily defeated. Just as the young man in white smiled faintly and was about to speak again, his brow suddenly furrowed. In the next moment, he vanished from his spot and reappeared in front of a group of people returning on a flying vessel. Old Su, Lin Xiao, and the others. However, the young man's gaze was fixed on one person among them, Chen Ning Su, standing beside Lin Xiao. Such pure true dragon bloodline? The young man in white looked puzzled. Who are you? Seeing the terrifying young man in white suddenly appear before them, Elder Su and his companions were struck as if by lightning. Their hearts skipped a beat, and their breaths caught in their throats. This was a being capable of seriously injuring a powerful cultivator with a mere gesture, and the shadow of death instantly loomed over them. Elder Su, suppressing his fear, stammered, Undying Demon King, these two are not from the Taishui Sanctuary. Please. Before he could finish, the young man in white flicked his fingers, and Elder Su was sent crashing to the ground as if hit by a cannonball. Didn't ask you, so shut up. The young man in white warned coldly, then turned his gaze to the girl in red. Who are you? He demanded. Chen Ning Su, unafraid, retorted. Why should I tell you? Everyone, including the fallen Elder Su, was shocked by her audacity, thinking, Big sister. We know you're fearless, but this is a powerful demon we're dealing with. If you anger him, we're all doomed. The young man in white narrowed his eyes, surprisingly not angry but intrigued. Fine, let me ask another question. Where did you get your true dragon bloodline? Chen Ning Su met his gaze with cold defiance, remaining silent. She knew the opponent's formidable strength but had no intention of bowing down, even in the face of death. She would rather die true to herself than be killed after submitting. Interesting. You are the first human in years to ignore me like this, the young man in white remarked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. I haven't found the one I'm looking for, but I've discovered an interesting human. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light flashed from his body, and everyone around felt paralyzed, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The young man in white slowly raised his hand, reaching for Chen Ning Su. Such a human is worth taking back for study. Seeing this, Chen Ning Su's killing intent surged, her eyes turning blood red, and a crimson mist struggled around her. The young man in white was surprised. Oh, it seems this human harbors something extraordinary, though not yet fully awakened. Just as he was about to succeed, a hand suddenly reached out and tightly grasped his. It was the hand of the boy standing beside Chen Ning Su. The young man in white widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? An ant at the 4th level of the Shindan realm breaking free of my domain power? Even those at the early to mid stages of the Huading realm can't do that. This scene, defying all logic, left him momentarily stunned. Chen Ning Su's eyes grew more intense with killing intent. Lin Xiao calmly said, just because you're stronger, you think you can do as you please? The young man in white quickly withdrew his hand, asking in surprise, how did you break free of my domain power? He sensed something was wrong. Lin Xiao didn't answer directly but instead asked, I heard you're looking for someone? What are you getting at? The young man in white frowned. Lin Xiao activated his desolate intent, communicating telepathically, is it possible that the one you're looking for is me? He had experimented multiple times and found that while humans couldn't sense this power, beasts were extremely sensitive to it. The young man in white showed a look of disbelief, about to speak when Lin Xiao immediately transmitted, "Keep your mouth shut." He knew that to escape today, he had to take the risky step of pretending to be the so-called sovereign, and it was best to keep this matter secret to avoid unforeseen consequences. The young man in white stepped back several paces, staring at Lin Xiao with a complex expression of excitement, suspicion, and apprehension. After a few deep breaths, he telepathically asked, "How can you prove it?" Now it was Lin Xiao's turn to be dumbfounded. Prove it? This top-tier demon was really cautious. In the past, just releasing that aura had been enough. But now he was required to prove it? How was he supposed to do that? Even the fire elemental didn't ask for proof. Wait, the fire elemental. Lin Xiao had a sudden flash of inspiration. Perhaps that talkative fire elemental knew how to prove it. With this thought, he flipped his right hand, and the red flame spirit sword appeared in his palm. "Master, I'm sorry. I won't talk too much next time. I promise to behave." The fire elemental immediately began to apologize as soon as it appeared. "Let's set that matter aside for now. Look at the person in front of you." Lin Xiao transmitted his voice calmly, his gaze fixed on the young man in white. The fire element responded with a hint of surprise. "Huh? It's actually a young vermilion bird. It seems like it's hit a bottleneck after breaking through the life and death realm. Is this one of your subordinates, master?" Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as several keywords flashed through his mind. Immortal Demon King, Vermilion Bird, Life and Death Realm. He spoke with a lofty tone. "Not my subordinate, but he questions my identity and wants me to prove myself. How should I prove it, you think?" The fire element immediately understood that this was a test from its master and quickly replied, "Master, your current strength might not be enough to convince other beasts. But for this vermilion bird, it should be quite simple. Just have him release the pure lotus demon flame." Lin Xiao quickly processed this information and turned to the young man in white, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Prove it? You, a mere young vermilion bird, want me to prove myself? Fine. Release the pure lotus demon flame." Upon hearing this, the young man in white's pupils trembled violently. Waves of shock surged through his heart. Fewer than 5 humans knew his true identity, and those 5 could not possibly be here. What stunned him even more was that this mysterious youth knew about the pure lotus demon flamea secret buried in the annals of history. Could he really be the legendary sovereign? After a moment's hesitation, the young man in white slowly opened his right hand. A palm-sized, deep blue ghostly flame quietly ignited in his palm. The moment this small flame appeared, the temperature within a 10-kilometer radius of the sacred land of Tai Sui soared abruptly. The spiritual energy in the air churned and boiled, drawing everyone's gaze towards the young man in white. They felt parched, their blood circulation quickening, as if the invisible heat would evaporate them entirely. "Come to me," Lin Xiao commanded in a low voice, making a grasping motion towards the deep blue flame. Simultaneously, a surge of crimson intent began to flow wildly within him. This was the 6th intent he had comprehended while absorbing the fire element's power and wielding the scarlet flame spirit sword, the fire intent. At this moment, the level of this intent had reached an astonishing 90%. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, the deep blue flame seemed to be mysteriously summoned, rapidly flying towards him under the astonished gaze of the young man in white. The flame circled Lin Xiao twice, as if it had found its kin, then darted into his body and disappeared. The young man in white stood frozen in place. The next second, he was about to kneel, but Lin Xiao sternly commanded, "Stop right there." The young man immediately halted, standing rigidly, with only one thought in his mind. It truly is the Supreme Lord, and he is in better condition than any of the demon kings had anticipated. The young man quickly transmitted an apology. "Forgive me, Supreme Lord. I deserve to die for doubting your identity." Lin Xiao interrupted sharply, "Who sent you to look for me? Do you think you can fathom my plans?" He thought to himself, "I've come this far in my act, I can't drop the ball now." The young man hastily explained, "I understand my mistake. We were merely concerned for your safety." At that moment, he seemed to resolve many of his doubts: why they couldn't find the Supreme Lord, why he appeared in human form, and why he was accompanied by someone with the bloodline of a true dragon. It dawned on him that this must be part of some grand plan of the Supreme Lord, and their appearance might disrupt his arrangements. With this realization, the young man felt a deep sense of guilt and anxiety. Lin Xiao calmly asked, "If you have so much free time, have you overcome the life and death bottleneck of the Vermilion Bird clan?" This question made the young man tremble violently, his expression changing dramatically. He marveled internally. The Supreme Lord truly knows everything, even such hidden cultivation secrets. Could the Supreme Lord know how to overcome the tribulation? With this thought, he looked at Lin Xiao with eyes full of admiration and reverence. "Awaiting your orders, Supreme Lord." The young man respectfully transmitted. Lin Xiao instructed, "Withdraw the beast tide, then go back and tell those people not to look for me. I have my own matters to attend to. Lastly, do not reveal my identity. Do you understand?" "Yes, Supreme Lord." The young man immediately responded. While everyone was still marveling at the power of the deep blue flame, the young man had already secretly signaled the beast tide to retreat. In an instant, the beast tide retreated like a receding wave, with several Cauldron Realm demon beasts leading all the others away from the battlefield, disappearing from the sight of those at the sacred land of Taisho. This beast tide came and went mysteriously, causing minimal damage since the young man in white had ceased his attack after breaking through the protective formation. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even though the beast tide had retreated, the people of the sacred land of Taisho did not dare to relax. The reason was simple. The intimidating young man in white was still there. His presence was as oppressive, if not more so, than the beast tide itself. The young man in white suddenly spoke. "I understand this was a misunderstanding. This herb can heal your injuries, and these demon cores are my apology." With that, he waved his right hand, sending a spiritual herb and over a dozen demon cores flying towards the heavily injured Cauldron Realm expert. Everyone was stunned once again. They had come to destroy the sacred land, and now they were apologizing? And demon clans apologizing? This was too strange. The heavily injured expert of the sacred land of Taisho cautiously accepted the herb and demon cores, only to be shocked. The herb was at least a 3,000-year-old fire Yonganaderma, and the demon cores were all from peak Cauldron Realm demons. These items were invaluable even to the sacred land of Taisho. Such a sincere apology was unheard of. But why did a demon king suddenly change his mind? Everyone was puzzled and turned their gaze towards Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su. These two were not from the sacred land, but it was clear that the demon king's change in attitude was related to them. Who exactly were they to wield such influence? Old Su slowly flew up from the ground. Although he had been struck down, he wasn't seriously injured. He asked in confusion, "Lin Xiao, what is going on here?" Lin Xiao shrugged and replied, "Maybe this demon king had a change of heart and decided to turn over a new leaf." Old Su's mouth twitched, thinking, "That's nonsense." He looked deeply at Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su, pondering. The only explanation is that one of these two has an incredibly powerful background, enough to make a demon king wary. But what kind of status could invoke such fear? Old Su racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. As for the Supreme Lord clue, he didn't even consider it. The young man and the beast tide were here for the Supreme Lord, who must also be a demon. But Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su were chosen pre-selectors for the true dragon list, undoubtedly human. So, he instinctively dismissed that possibility. On the other side, the Cauldron Realm expert of the sacred land, who had accepted the Demon King's apology, asked in confusion, "Demon King, is there anything else?" The young man in white replied with a forced smile, "Oh, just a misunderstanding. I'm waiting for your holy master to return, so I can explain and avoid affecting relations between our clans." The people of the sacred land of Taisho were speechless. The relations between humans and demons had always been tense. What was there to explain? They silently marveled at the Demon King's audacity, showing no fear of their holy master. Lin Xiao, seeing this, transmitted from afar, "Little vermilion bird, why are you still here?" The young man in white respectfully and somewhat humbly replied, "Supreme Lord, didn't the demons destroy that flying boat? Wherever you wish to go, I can take you. That broken boat is nothing. I'm much faster." Lin Xiao furrowed his brow upon hearing that the undying demon king wanted to follow him. He pondered, considering that while fire elementals were reliable due to their unique properties and high loyalty, the undying demon king was a different matter altogether. Though it appeared obedient now, a slight misstep could lead to a swift reversal of the situation. In a serious tone, Lin Xiao transmitted his thoughts, "You should return for now. I have an important task to handle, and revealing my identity because of you would ruin years of preparation." The young man in white robes responded earnestly, "Yes, my lord. I will leave immediately. If you need me, just activate the pure lotus demon fire, and I will come at once." He thought to himself that compared to his lord's plan, his own breakthrough was insignificant. Having waited years for his lord's awakening, a few more years of waiting wouldn't hurt. Lin Xiao nodded silently and softly acknowledged. The young man in white left with a final message, "Your holy master is too slow. I won't wait any longer. If he questions the demon clan's actions, he is welcome to find me. The undying demon king awaits." Before his words had even faded, he transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. The people of the Taisui Holy Land looked at each other in confusion. The undying demon king was unpredictable, threatening to attack the Holy Land one moment and withdrawing with an apology the next. One second he said he'd wait for the Holy Master, the next he left a message and departed. Despite this, no one dared to speak out, forced to put on a smile in response. This was a testament to the power of a strong individual. Once they confirmed the young man in white and the other demon beasts had truly left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis at Taisui Holy Land was officially over. Elder Su led Lin Xiao, Chen Ning Su, Zhang Lang, and the others back to Taisui Holy Land. When he detailed the events and gains from the Zean secret realm to the Holy Land's higher-ups, they looked at Lin Xiao with eyes full of eagerness and gratitude. Elder Su approached Lin Xiao with even more respect and courtesy than before. Young friend Lin Xiao, we need to wait for the Holy Master to discuss the matter of the flying ark. He should be back soon. Do you have any other requests? I will do my best to meet them. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and replied, I do have some needs. I require some rare herbs and alchemical materials. Your Holy Land can just sell them to me at market price. Elder Su immediately agreed. Please, list them out. Lin Xiao began listing the materials he needed, 10 each of essence blood lotus essence, ice spirit flame grass, white orchid fruit, and purple blue leaf, 20 each of white spirit ginseng fruit, drunken dragon grass, spirit returning red fruit, snake desire fruit, and purple smoke fruit, fire heart 7-leaf flower, blood crystal grass, blue rock heartstone, sand mandala, earth fire lotus seed. Elder Su was stunned. These were all incredibly valuable high-grade spiritual herbs and fruits. Lin Xiao casually asked for 10 or 20 of each, making Elder Su secretly glad he hadn't offered them for free. Lin Xiao handed over several storage rings containing 700 top-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 700 million lower-grade spirit stones. Elder Su was astonished by Lin Xiao's wealth and immediately went to gather the materials. Half an hour later, Elder Su had nearly emptied the Holy Land's inventory to gather most of the materials Lin Xiao needed. Lin Xiao was very satisfied, as he had originally asked for more than he needed. Lin Xiao then went to the alchemy peak of Taisui Holy Land and chose a top-notch alchemy chamber. Chen Ning Su curiously followed him, surprised that Lin Xiao could also refine pills. Lin Xiao reminded her, girl, you should activate your defensive state. The alchemy process might get a bit intense. Chen Ning Su asked naively, how intense? Not long after Lin Xiao entered the alchemy chamber, several powerful individuals hurriedly arrived at Taisui Holy Land. The middle-aged man in luxurious robes leading the group urgently asked, where are the demon beasts? Where is the demon king? A Taisui Holy Land elder respectfully replied, greetings, Holy Master. All the demon beasts have retreated. The Taisui Holy Master was greatly surprised and was about to ask for details when the sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds, and lightning danced within them. Tribulation clouds? No, this isn't a cultivator's tribulation cloud, but a pill tribulation? The Taisui Holy Master's eyes gleamed as he noticed the tribulation clouds gathering above Alchemy Peak. An 8th grade alchemist? To trigger a lightning tribulation, it must be at least an 8th grade alchemist. Is an old Ma still at the Alchemist Guild in Tianyuan City? Could it be one of our alchemy elders breaking through to the 8th grade? Let's go and take a look. The Taisui Holy Master called to the elders beside him, and the group quickly flew towards Alchemy Peak. When the sovereign of Taishui hurriedly arrived at the Alchemy Peak, Old Su was anxiously waiting outside a quiet chamber. Upon seeing the sovereign, Old Su immediately approached, his tone tinged with a hint of reproach. Sovereign, you're finally back. Such a major event has occurred in Taishui Sanctuary, and you've just returned. If it weren't for Lin Xiao, I'm afraid you wouldn't have seen them upon your return. The sovereign of Taishui brushed off Old Su's grumbling and directly asked, Old Su, which alchemy elder has made a breakthrough? Old Su shook his head and explained, Sovereign, you overthink. The one who triggered the alchemy tribulation is not one of our sanctuary elders, but an outsider. An outsider? The sovereign of Taishui frowned, puzzled. What's going on? Old Su then detailed the entire sequence of events. After a few minutes, the sovereign took several deep breaths, his expression complex as he sighed. I can't believe so much has happened in just a few days. That a small Wei dynasty could produce a genius like Lin Xiao is truly incredible. Having heard everything, the sovereign became intensely curious about Lin Xiao. He turned to Old Su and asked, do you think it's possible to recruit Lin Xiao? Old Su pondered for a moment before seriously replying, although I don't know much about Lin Xiao, I can tell that he is probably not someone we can easily recruit. It's best to maintain a good relationship with him. The sovereign nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Such a prodigy is not someone Taishui Sanctuary alone can claim. Inform everyone that henceforth, no one is to offend Lin Xiao or anyone from the Sword Demon Sect. If they need any help, we will provide it wholeheartedly. Understood, Sovereign. Old Su responded respectfully. Next, everyone's attention was focused on the alchemy tribulation in the sky. With a loud rumble, 2 powerful lightning tribulations split the roof of the quiet alchemy chamber. The tribulation clouds gradually began to dissipate. The crowd tried to peer through the shattered roof to see inside, but could only see thick white mist. An illusion array? The sovereign frowned. The quiet alchemy chamber has many auxiliary formations, but no illusion arrays. It seems this was set up by the alchemist inside. Unable to see inside, the people of Taishui Sanctuary could only wait patiently, hoping to witness the splendor of this 8th-grade alchemist. After all, Taishui Sanctuary had only one 8th-grade alchemist. However, upon sensing the intensity of the lightning tribulation, the sovereign's face showed astonishment. This isn't an 8th-grade alchemist. Old Su asked in shock. Sovereign, you don't mean to say Lin Xiao is a 9th-grade alchemist, do you? It's been a very long time since a 9th-grade alchemist appeared in the eastern region. The sovereign shook his head. I can't say for sure, but an 8th-grade alchemist definitely wouldn't reach this level. The two exchanged a look, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. If Lin Xiao were truly a 9th-grade alchemist, his status would be entirely different. Even if he hadn't helped Taishui Sanctuary, they would do everything to maintain a good relationship with him. This Lin Xiao, truly a prodigy, the sovereign murmured. At that moment, the tribulation clouds, which were about to disperse, began to gather again, with even more concentrated lightning. The sovereign and the elders widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight. Again, the sovereign exclaimed, didn't he just trigger a lightning tribulation? Everyone knew that refining the same type of pill couldn't trigger consecutive lightning tribulations unless the grade of the refined pill surpassed the previous one. 9th grade. The sovereign's heart trembled. There's definitely a 9th grade alchemist in there. However, he still underestimated Lin Zhao's alchemy skills. Greatly underestimated. The second wave of the alchemy tribulation brought down 3 bolts of lightning, and the tribulation clouds not only didn't dissipate but grew even denser. The originally azure lightning deepened into a dark, intense blue. The third wave of lightning began to brew. The sovereign and the elders exchanged perplexed looks, completely unable to explain this unprecedented phenomenon. They had never experienced 2 consecutive alchemy tribulations, let alone 3. They couldn't comprehend what this meant. Days passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The alchemy tribulations came in waves, never ceasing. The continuous phenomena attracted many people and factions to observe, thinking some great treasure was about to be born. However, this was Taishui Sanctuary, and no one dared to recklessly vie for any treasure that might appear. On the 4th day, a small flying boat sped in and hovered over Taishui Sanctuary. 2 elderly men hurriedly disembarked, their faces filled with urgency and anticipation. 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the sacred land of Taishui, causing a stir among the onlookers. Someone recognized them as the president and vice president of the Eastern Region Alchemy Guild, both renowned 8th-grade alchemists. 8th-grade alchemists? Someone exclaimed. Aren't there only 2 8th-grade alchemists in the Eastern region? Who said that? Another person retorted. The one currently refining pills is the 3rd. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the 2 elders flew to the alchemy peak. The lord of Taishui's sacred land approached them courteously and greeted, President Mo, it's been a long time. I knew this commotion would draw the 2 of you here. Greetings, Sacred Lord, Vice President Ma quickly responded. He was both an elder of the Taishui sacred land and the vice president of the Alchemy Guild. President Mo's attention was entirely focused on the quiet room where the pill refining was taking place. He directly asked, Sacred Lord, who exactly is refining pills in there? He was deeply shaken. The recent changes in the eastern region were astonishing. First, Senior Lin Xiao had displayed incredible talent, and now, another powerful alchemist had emerged, causing such a disturbance in the pill world that it could be felt as far away as Tianyuan City. This meant that the person refining the pills was at least of the 9th grade, and their skill and talent might even surpass Senior Lin Xiao's. The Sacred Lord of Taishui explained, this person is not from our sacred land, but rather a benefactor of ours. The 2 presidents nodded in understanding, having already guessed that this alchemist was extraordinary. President Emo suddenly asked, which wave of the pill tribulation is this? The 8th wave, the Sacred Lord replied. Upon hearing this, President Emo was taken aback, his body trembling slightly, and his eyes gleaming with excitement. Vice President Ma also seemed to realize something, showing an incredulous expression and murmuring, President, this senior. President Emo took several deep breaths and slowly said, yes, this senior is not just refining pills. He is breaking through the barriers of the pill path. Vice President Ma felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing President Mo's words. He murmured in disbelief, President, could there really be such an alchemist in our eastern region? President Mo, eyes fixed on the tribulation clouds in the sky, replied gravely, I find it hard to believe, but the evidence is right before us. All we can do is wait and see. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 8th wave of tribulation clouds began to churn, signaling the imminent descent of the next lightning strike. The Tai Sui Lord and the other elders were puzzled, not understanding what breaking the shackles of alchemy meant. Seeing that President Mo had no intention of explaining, the Tai Sui Lord cast a questioning look at old Ma. Old Ma simply transmitted a few words telepathically and then focused his attention on the tribulation clouds along with President Mo. The Tai Sui Lord's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes flashed with fear, silencing his further inquiries. Boom! Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down, all plunging into the illusionary realm of the alchemy chamber without making any explosive sounds, as if they had sunk into the sea. The eighth wave of tribulation consisted of 8 increasingly powerful bolts. The Tai Sui Lord had already dismissed the ordinary disciples from the alchemy peak, leaving only the elders. As the eighth wave ended and the tribulation clouds churned again, heralding the ninth wave, President Mo whispered excitedly, "Whoever you are, Senior, the Eastern region owes you a debt of gratitude." Vice President Ma clenched his fists and thought to himself, the fate of Eastern region alchemists hinges on this moment. While the two were filled with excitement, others were more shocked by the terrifying power of the ninth wave of tribulation. Someone exclaimed, "This is no weaker than the tribulation of a pill transformation expert." When did alchemy tribulations become so fearsome? The sky began to tremble violently, the clouds turning from blue to purple, with countless arcs of lightning dancing within, emanating a ferocious energy. The first pale purple bolt crashed down, striking directly into the alchemy chamber. The illusionary array trembled violently, and the interior scene flickered in and out of view. 5 consecutive bolts followed, each more powerful than the last. By the time the 6th bolt descended, its power had reached a frightening level, causing even nearby pill transformation experts to look grave. Suddenly, with a deafening explosion, the entire alchemy chamber shattered into pieces. A figure shot into the sky, his clothes in tatters and his body wrapped in countless purple arcs of lightning. Above his head, a semi-transparent, damaged alchemy furnace flickered with iridescent light. Another red-clad figure flew out, stopping nearby, her eyes filled with concern as she watched the young man in the air. "Old Su, is it really him?" The Tai Sui Lord asked in astonishment. "This Lin Xiao is much younger than I imagined." "Yes, Lord," Old Su responded, still in shock. The Tai Sui Lord turned to President Mo, about to ask his opinion, but found both President Mo and Vice President Ma staring wide-eyed in disbelief. "Lin Xiao, it's actually Senior Lin Xiao," President Mo exclaimed. "I never thought the first person to attempt breaking the alchemy shackles in the eastern region would be Senior Lin Xiao." Vice President Ma asked in astonishment. "President, the last time we saw Senior Lin Xiao, his alchemy skills were strong but nowhere near this level. How could he have advanced so much in less than a month?" President Mo's eyes were filled with awe and reverence as he murmured, "In this world, there are extraordinary geniuses, and Senior Lin Xiao is the foremost among them in the field of alchemy. Such talent would be unrivaled even in other regions." The Tai Sui Lord, hearing their conversation, was even more surprised. "President Mo, Elder Ma, you also know Lin Xiao?" President Mo nodded. "Not only do we know him, but the Alchemy Association also owes Senior Lin Xiao a great favor." Elder Ma said seriously, "Lord, the future achievements of Senior Lin Xiao are limitless. You must forge a good relationship with such a person." Yes, I understand." The Tai Sui Lord quickly agreed, fully aware of the importance of alchemists in this world. President Mo, eyes still on the young man in the sky, said worriedly, "The 7th bolt of the 9th wave should be coming soon. I wonder if Senior Lin Xiao can withstand it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous crash echoed as the 7th bolt of the 9th wave struck down, its power more than double that of the 6th. The Tai Sui Lord whispered, "This bolt's power is equivalent to a full-strength strike from a mid-stage pill transformation expert." Both presidents looked tense, their eyes fixed on Lin Xiao in the sky. Lin Xiao was fully focused on the tribulation, oblivious to everything around him. Far from showing any concern, he wore a confident smile as the 7th, more powerful bolt approached. "Come on, bring it on," he said with a carefree tone, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just as the bolt was about to strike him, Lin Xiao astonishingly reached out his hand to grab it. "What is he doing?" "No, that's a tribulation bolt." "Is he mad?" "He's trying to catch it with his bare hand. I thought he'd use the alchemy furnace to block it." How wrong I was. The crowd erupted in shock. Even the Tai Sui Lord and the 2 presidents held their breath in tension. Only the red-clad girl, despite her concern, showed unwavering trust. She believed that these bolts were nothing before Lin Xiao. The next moment, everyone was struck dumb, as if the mute button had been pressed. Lin Xiao's right hand glowed with a golden light as he firmly grasped the 7th bolt. The violent energy of the bolt raged in his palm, tearing his hand to shreds, exposing white bone. Yet, Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged, his smile undiminished. With a low shout, he crushed the bolt, turning it into countless purple arcs that surged into his body. This scene left everyone stunned. They had seen many people face tribulations, but never anyone who dealt with it so directly and brutally. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Is he a madman? Doesn't he care about his hand? At that moment, a deafening roar emanated from the tribulation clouds. To everyone's horror, a purple lightning beast leapt out, roaring furiously at the figures below. The Tai Sui Lord exclaimed in shock, This is a tribulation cloud manifestation. Even the tribulations for pill transformation experts don't usually reach this form. As the thunder beast emerged from the clouds, the air became thick with a deadly, electrifying aura. This was my first encounter with such a formidable lightning tribulation, and the oppressive atmosphere made it difficult to breathe. Even at our distance, we could feel its terrifying power, making me worry about the young man at the heart of the storm. Move back a bit further. It's still dangerous here, I urged, retreating while keeping a close eye on the young man. His right hand had been severely injured earlier, but to my astonishment, it had completely healed. Such incredible regenerative abilities explained his confidence in facing the lightning tribulation heathen. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, while on the other side, Lin Xiao looked up at the thunder beast, feeling its menacing presence. His expression grew serious. The eighth bolt of the ninth wave was already this powerful, prompting him to ponder. So far, he had withstood 47 bolts. If he took this one and the final bolt of the ninth wave, the total would be 49. 49? Lin Xiao muttered to himself. The number of transformations in the Great Tao is 49. Is this a coincidence or destiny? Just then, a roar interrupted his thoughts. The massive thunder beast's eyes flashed with purple light as it leaped from the cloud, charging straight at Lin Xiao. 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal. Activate. Lin Xiao focused intensely, golden light shimmering around his body, forming a distinct mark. Stay down, he shouted, throwing a punch to meet the beast. His blood and spiritual energy surged, unleashing unprecedented power. With a thunderous crash, man and beast collided fiercely. Lin Xiao staggered back 3 steps, and the thunder beast was also forced back 3 steps. They were evenly matched. The Holy Lord of Taishan and other powerful cultivators watched in shock, realizing that Lin Xiao might have the upper hand. Lin Xiao showed no emotion, preparing to strike again. However, the thunder beast unexpectedly changed its attack. It roared, its body swelling before transforming into a massive wave of lightning crashing towards him. In an instant, Lin Xiao was engulfed by the rolling purple waves. Lin Xiao. Oh no, Senior Lin Xiao. This is bad. Even with his incredible healing, how can he withstand such a terrifying blow? The crowd exclaimed in panic. The Holy Lord of Taishan and 2 guild leaders looked grim. A girl in red bit her lip, her body shrouded in a faint blood mist that she forcibly suppressed, waiting for Lin Xiao to reappear. Seconds later, the lightning waves began to recede, shattering into countless arcs of electricity. Lin Xiao's figure re-emerged before everyone's eyes. His upper clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his tall, muscular frame, while his pants were pristine, clearly just changed. The crowd was both shocked and relieved, grateful that Lin Xiao was unharmed. However, the tribulation seemed unsatisfied with this outcome. An indescribable pressure began to form within the clouds, as if something terrifying was brewing. Suddenly, a dragon's roar filled the sky, causing everyone to shudder. A massive purple dragon claw emerged from the clouds, tearing through the air. Another tribulation? How many are there? A dragon? The lightning tribulation has taken the form of a dragon? It was just a thunder beast before, and now a thunder dragon? That claw alone is as big as the thunder beast. This is insane. This pressure is incomparable to the thunder beast. Even 10 of those beasts couldn't match this. As the dragon claw emerged, the clouds could no longer contain the colossal creature. A huge head appeared. Antlers, crocodile mouth, elephant ears, phoenix claws, and whiskers under its chin. Breathing clouds and lightning, this was unmistakably a true dragon. Its immense body radiated a suffocating pressure, the legendary dragon's might. Everyone was stunned, feeling a chill run down their spines and their bodies trembling. Even powerful figures like the sage Master Taishang were no exception. They all imagined that if they encountered such a terrifying presence during their own cultivation, they would have met their end long ago. Under the tribulation clouds, Lin Xiao watched the shocking scene with a furrowed brow and a sudden change in his expression. He couldn't help but think to himself, the power of this thunder dragon is simply outrageous. Reflecting on the perilous moment when he barely withstood the thunder beast's strike, Lin Xiao knew it was already a close call. The intimidation of this thunder dragon far exceeded that of the thunder beast. The two couldn't even be compared. What would happen if he withstood the 49th tribulation lightning? Lin Xiao was filled with curiosity. This time, he didn't dare to be reckless. He flipped his right hand, and the crimson flame spirit sword emerged from his storage ring. Master, I promise I won't talk too much. Can I stay outside? There's nothing in the storage ring, and it's so boring for a fire element like me. Whoa! Dragon transformation tribulation? The fire element started rambling as soon as it appeared, but its words were abruptly cut short, clearly stunned by the scene before it. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly asked, "Can you handle it?" He couldn't help but think, having an old soul around is like having a treasure. This fire element must have lived for countless years. It's a real relic. Master, you can drop the can part, the fire element replied. Although this is a dragon transformation tribulation, luckily its power isn't too strong. Besides, this could be greatly beneficial for you. However, it won't be easy to refine it on your own. You'll need... The fire element continued to explain in great detail. Though it was only a moment of spiritual communication, Lin Zhao's expression changed rapidly from confusion to shock, then disbelief, and finally, utter astonishment. "Are you sure, little fire?" Lin Xiao asked with a frown. "I stake my life on it," the fire element replied solemnly. "All right, I understand." Lin Xiao nodded. The next moment, Lin Xiao moved. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he thought, "It's just a thunder dragon, right? I'll just cut it down." Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lin Xiao, wielding the spirit sword, resolutely charged towards the tribulation dragon. Whoa, a chorus of gasps arose from the surrounding crowd. Is Lin Xiao really crazy? The thunder dragon in the storm clouds watched Lin Xiao charging at it with a sword, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Its purple eyes glowed with fury, almost mockingly silent as it regarded the tiny human. With a mere flick of its massive body, the dragon extended a colossal claw, wielding the power of 1,000 lightning bolts, and swung it fiercely at Lin Xiao. In an instant, the accumulated thunderous force within the storm clouds poured down with the swipe of that claw, creating a spectacle so grand that all the onlookers gasped in shock. The sheer might of the attack made most present feel inadequate, doubting their ability to withstand such a strike. However, Lin Xiao remained unfazed in the face of this terrifying onslaught, instead accelerating his charge. A surge of boldness filled his heart, and though he wanted to shout, "My fate is in my hands, not the heavens," he knew it wasn't his line. Instead, he roared with determination, "If you want to destroy me, you'll have to ask my permission first." Slash. Lin Xiao shouted, channeling his entire sword intent into his spirit sword. Though the words were different, the unyielding will was the same. With a loud crash, a sword light spanning 100 meters burst from Lin Xiao's hand, charging towards the giant dragon claw with unstoppable momentum. The two forces clashed violently in midair, lightning and sword light intertwined and scattered, shaking the entire sky. At this critical moment, the fire element within the spirit sword suddenly let out a soft sound. Explode. Boom. The front end of the sword light erupted with a terrifying destructive force. The seemingly unstoppable dragon claw was frozen in midair before this power. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Zhao's sword light sliced through, shattering the dragon claw into countless fragments of lightning. The momentum of the sword light did not diminish, continuing its path towards the thunder dragon. However, just as it was about to strike the dragon, its other claw shot out with lightning speed, tearing the sword light to pieces. The sudden counterattack was so fast it left everyone stunned. The thunder dragon roared to the heavens, its voice shaking the skies. The storm clouds above roiled and thickened, the might of the thunder tribulation increasing with each passing moment, and the dragon's body grew even larger. The faces of the onlookers changed drastically, realizing that while the youth had the upper hand in this round, he had thoroughly enraged the thunder dragon, making the upcoming battle even more daunting. As expected, the thunder dragon's purple eyes locked onto Lin Xiao in midair, letting out another deafening roar. It then leaped from the storm clouds, charging at Lin Xiao with its now even larger body and suffocating pressure, causing all the spectators to instinctively retreat, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Facing the oncoming thunder dragon, Lin Xiao unhesitatingly used the thousandly flash technique, transforming into a blur and darting towards an unexpected direct Iona girl in a red dress. This move left everyone in shock. Someone exclaimed, "What's this boy trying to do? Is he trying to divert disaster? Isn't it said that during tribulation, involving others could cause the tribulation to mutate?" Before anyone could react, Lin Xiao had already appeared before the girl in red, with the thunder dragon hot on his heels. "Ning Su, do you trust me?" Lin Xiao transmitted his voice quickly, unusually addressing her by name. The girl, Chen Ning Su, responded without hesitation, "I trust you. Tell me, what do I need to do?" Her face bore a faint smile, and her eyes sparkled with determination. Lin Xiao blinked rapidly, feeling a mix of emotions. He had prepared several explanations, but hadn't expected her to agree so readily. "No matter what happens, don't be surprised or panicked. Do exactly as I say. This might even help you greatly," Lin Xiao continued to transmit his voice. "Okay." Chen Ning Su responded straightforwardly, her trust warming Lin Zhao's heart. At this moment, the thunder dragon had closed in, its eyes filled with boundless anger. The dragon opened its massive jaws, deep purple tribulation lightning rapidly gathering within, seemingly preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up, knowing the opportunity had come. Let's go. He grabbed Chen Ning Su's hand tightly, unleashing his desolate realm and pushing the thousandly flash to its limit. Their figures turned into a streak of golden light, diving straight into the thunder dragon's mouth. With a soft poof, their figures vanished. The outside onlookers were stunned. The Holy Lord of Taishan, the Alchemy Master, the two guild leaders, and everyone else were left speechless, unable to comprehend what had just happened. What is going on? Is this boy seeking his own death? And why drag someone else along? Someone exclaimed. Though they had heard of dealing with powerful beasts by attacking from the inside, this was a thunder tribulation dragon. It had no internal organs or weaknesses, only endless tribulation lightning. Entering the dragon's body was nothing short of suicide. President Mo anxiously asked, Holy Lord, what is Lin Xiao doing? The Holy Lord of Taishan shook his head helplessly, puzzled. Don't ask me, I have no idea. But a genius like Lin Xiao wouldn't do something foolish. Everyone could only watch as the thunder dragon turned and flew back into the storm clouds, uncertain of what would happen next. Meanwhile, inside the dragon, countless purple arcs and lightning filled the space. As Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su entered, these arcs and lightning surged towards them but were blocked by a golden light formed by the 9 nether demon suppression seal. However, the golden barrier was already on the verge of collapsing. Chen Ning Su was initially shocked but felt reassured by the warmth of Lin Zhao's hand, her worry dissipating. Big Xiao Xiao, what do I do next? Chen Ning Su transmitted her voice, a hint of excitement in her tone. Lin Xiao looked at her in surprise, thinking how different she was from others. Anyone else would have been paralyzed with fear by now. Let down all your defenses. I'll guide your killing energy into a specific pattern. Then, absorb all the surrounding tribulation lightning with all your might. Lin Xiao said seriously. Chen Ning Su's eyes widened in surprise, completely taken aback. Letting Lin Xiao manipulate her energy was one thing, but absorbing all the tribulation lightning? Could that even be done? I understand. Big Xiao Xiao, go ahead. Chen Ning Su agreed despite her doubts, closing her eyes. She was both curious and excited about this thrilling endeavor. If she missed this chance, there might never be another. All right, relax. I'll take it slow, Lin Xiao said gently. Chen Ning Su responded softly. The next moment, Lin Xiao guided his killing intent into her body. A familiar feeling arose, like a fish entering the sea or a bird soaring into the sky. After all, his killing intent had been absorbed from her. However, their levels of killing intent were vastly different. His had reached 50%, while hers was an astonishing 90%. This was her level of killing intent? Lin Xiao realized that Chen Ning Su had likely maintained this level for a very long time. In that case, dealing with this thunder dragon would be much easier. I'm going to start now, Lin Xiao whispered, ready to execute his plan. Xiaohua, I hope your judgment is correct. Otherwise, once I deal with this thunder dragon, the first thing I'll do is silence you for 100 years. Lin Xiao grumbled to himself. He had already put away the Qian spirit sword into his storage ring, his eyes flickering with a mix of tension and anticipation. Lin Xiao had a special reason for bringing Chen Ning Su inside the thunder dragon. According to the fire element, this seemingly delicate girl was still in an unawakened state, and even the killing intent she carried was incomplete. The violent thunder tribulation energy within the thunder dragon might just awaken Chen Ning Su's dormant abilities. As to how to activate it, and whether it would succeed, even the fire element couldn't be sure. After much deliberation, Lin Xiao came up with a bold plan. He decided to use the thunder tribulation energy to trigger Chen Ning Su's potential, despite the risks and uncertainties involved. At this moment, the golden barrier was already on the verge of collapse under the fierce onslaught of the thunder tribulation energy. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate any longer. He focused his mind and began to manipulate his killing intent. He guided the massive killing energy within Chen Ning Su, shaping it into a strange, composite form. Chen Ning Su could clearly feel the changes in the killing energy within her, which left her increasingly bewildered. She couldn't understand why Lin Xiao was forming the killing energy into circles, rows, and clusters of strange shapes. As time ticked by, the golden barrier was about to crumble under the violent thunder tribulation energy. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and finally spoke. All right, I'm letting some thunder tribulation energy in now. Get ready, little girl. Chen Ning Su nodded, her voice tinged with eager excitement. All right, bring it on. With a thought, Lin Xiao opened a small gap in the golden barrier. Instantly, 3 dazzling bolts of thunder tribulation energy shot in like blue-white lightning snakes. Without hesitation, Chen Ning Su directed a wisp of blood-colored mist to absorb the 3 bolts of thunder tribulation energy into her body. Surprisingly, the expected excruciating pain didn't materialize. As the thunder tribulation energy passed through the meticulously arranged killing energy sequence, their power significantly weakened but retained all their energy. It was as if ferocious beasts had suddenly turned into docile lambs. Chen Ning Su's eyes widened in amazement. De Xiao Xiao, why did it turn out like this? A pleased smile spread across Lin Zhao's face. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. He was secretly delighted that his knowledge from his past life hadn't failed him. Just tell me. I'm really smart, you know? Chen Ning Su pouted, giving him a sidelong glance. Instead of answering directly, Lin Zhao explained through spiritual communication. He described the working principle of an alternating current transformer, from voltage and coils to magnetic fields, a string of technical terms that sounded like gibberish to Chen Ning Su. Chen Ning Su blinked rapidly, her confusion deepening. She could understand each word, but together they made no sense at all. Seeing her puzzled expression, Lin Zhao chuckled inwardly. All right, if you want to learn, I'll teach you later. For now, stay focused. I'm going to remove the protective barrier, he reminded her. Got it. Chen Ning Su composed herself, fully concentrating on the challenge ahead. Lin Zhao nodded and waved his hand, dispelling the golden barrier. In an instant, the overwhelming thunder tribulation energy surged towards them like a tidal wave. However, under Chen Ning Su's control, all the thunder tribulation energy flowed into her body. Amazingly, instead of showing any signs of pain, Chen Ning Su appeared to be enjoying the experience. At that moment, the killing intents within both of them began to undergo a subtle transformation. Meanwhile, the people at the sacred land of Taishang were anxiously observing the sky. It had been an incense stick's time since the thunder dragon had swallowed Lin Zhao and Chen Ning Su. Yet the tribulation clouds in the sky showed no sign of dissipating. This could only mean one thing. The thunder tribulation wasn't over, and the person undergoing the tribulation was still alive. This news brought a small measure of relief to those worried about Lin Zhao. The onlookers started to discuss amongst themselves. Do you think that young man can survive this alchemy tribulation? It's hard to say. The terror of that thunder dragon would be fatal even to a strong cultivator. Yeah, the 8th and 9th tribulations are worlds apart. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Hey, look, something's happening with the thunder dragon. Yeah, it looks like it's getting smaller and it's thrashing around more. All eyes focused on the massive thunder dragon in the sky, anticipating the imminent changes. This can't be the work of that young man, can it? Shock rippled through the crowd as all eyes focused on the terrifying thunder dragon dominating the sky. An unbelievable scene was unfolding. The massive dragon was rapidly shrinking before their very eyes. Its struggles grew weaker, and its roars gradually turned into whimpers of despair. Suddenly, with a deafening explosion, the thunder dragon burst apart, scattering countless arcs of purple lightning. In the midst of this electrifying spectacle, 2 figures emerged from the dragon's dissipating form. Oh my God! It's them! Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. They're still alive. Everyone stared in disbelief at the 2 figures. Surviving from within the belly of a thunder dragon was already beyond comprehension, but to emerge unscathed defied all logic. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, something even more extraordinary happened. Throughout the entire Alchemy Peak, anyone with alchemical talent heard a profound voice echoing in their ears. In an instant, their long-standing alchemical doubts were resolved, and they gained a complete understanding, seamlessly integrating the newfound knowledge. This phenomenon wasn't confined to the Taishui Holy Land. It quickly spread to the Xia Dynasty, the Wei Dynasty, and the Chen Dynasty, eventually sweeping across the entire eastern region. Every person with alchemical talent in the eastern region heard this mysterious voice. The Taishui Holy Lord, stunned by the unfolding events, turned to President Mo and asked, President Mo, what is going on? A flash of ecstatic realization crossed President Mo's eyes as he hurriedly replied, Holy Lord, please wait a moment. I am about to break through to a 9th grade alchemist. With that, he immediately sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, saying no more. The opportunity today was truly once in a millennium. The intensity of this enlightening sound was worlds apart from the last one triggered by Senior Lin Zhao. Although President Mo was curious about the current level of Senior Lin Zhao's cultivation, the immediate priority was to seize this chance to break through to a 9th grade alchemist. All over Alchemy Peak, many like President Mo were on the verge of breakthrough. Those without alchemical talent watched in envy, nearly driven to tears. In midair, Chen Ning Su had already opened her eyes. However, she did not descend but remained by the side of the still meditating Lin Zhao, not moving an inch. On the Alchemy Peak of Taishui Sanctuary, an unprecedented spectacle was unfolding. Countless disciples were breaking through their bottlenecks and attaining sudden enlightenment in the art of alchemy. The entire peak was shrouded in a mysterious energy. Witnessing this, the Lord of Taishui Sanctuary immediately ordered the peak to be sealed off, forbidding anyone from entering and disturbing the process. He understood well that these disciples in the midst of their breakthroughs would become the backbone of the sanctuary's future. Alchemy had always been Taishui Sanctuary's forte, as evidenced by the cultivation of experts like Vice President Ma, an 8th-grade alchemist. This overall leap in strength would undoubtedly bring a qualitative improvement to the sanctuary's comprehensive capabilities, a benefit that would have long-lasting impacts. The gaze of the Lord of Taishui Sanctuary fell upon the young man who had ignited all this. Lin Xiao, a prodigious genius beyond his imagination. This monumental favor left the Lord of Taishui Sanctuary pondering how he could possibly repay it. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, a similar commotion was stirring on Danqing Peak of the Sword Demon Sect. Disciples with alchemical talent were hearing varying degrees of profound Dao sounds, causing a stir across the entire peak. Suddenly, a graceful figure burst into the main alchemy room of the peak's main building. Master, Master! Lu Mingyue exclaimed excitedly, waving her arms. Did you hear it? There was a voice imparting wisdom in my ear. I feel like I'm about to break through to a 6th-grade alchemist. Elder Qiao gently reprimanded her. Stay calm. Alchemy is also about refining one's heart. Stability and composure are crucial. Yes, I understand. Lu Mingyue nodded, then asked curiously, Master, what exactly is this profound voice I'm hearing? She suddenly noticed something. Oh, Master, why is your alchemy furnace smoking? And you have soot on your hands and face. Elder Qiao quickly changed the topic. Ahem, just a failed attempt at alchemy. This voice is a rare opportunity. Go back and focus on your enlightenment. I need to enter seclusion to break through as well. Break through? Lu Mingyue asked in surprise. Master, are you going to become an 8th-grade alchemist? Haha, let's keep this under wraps for now, Elder Qiao said, trying to appear composed. Lu Mingyue left in high spirits, thinking to herself, there are only 2 8th-grade alchemists in the entire eastern region. Master's breakthrough would be a huge event. But where did this profound voice come from? Noticing his disciples' confusion, Elder Qiao explained, if I'm not mistaken, it's likely that an alchemist in the eastern region has broken through a critical bottleneck in the Tao of alchemy, causing this phenomenon. We just need to seize this opportunity. Lu Mingyue nodded emphatically and left the room. Suddenly, an image of Lin Xiao, the most talented young alchemist she had ever met, flashed in her mind. Could this phenomenon be related to him? No matter, she thought, first, I need to break through to a 6th-grade alchemist. Similar scenes were playing out across various sects and corners of the eastern region. As alchemists gained insights into the Tao of alchemy and improved their skills, strands of imperceptible energy flowed from them, converging towards one direction: Taishui Sanctuary. Time passed, and the profound Tao sounds gradually faded. The disciples on Alchemy Peak began to awaken from their enlightenment, their faces beaming with joy and excitement. The gains of this day were equivalent to a year of arduous cultivation. For the higher-level alchemists, it could mean breaking through a bottleneck that had troubled them for years, an achievement of immense significance. More than half an hour later, Vice President Ma opened his eyes, filled with joy. He was now closer to the realm of a 9th-grade alchemist, a goal he had once only dared to dream about. Perhaps within a year or two, he could achieve it. At this moment, only President Mo and Lin Xiao had yet to awaken. Everyone's attention was focused on them, their eyes filled with gratitude and reverence when they looked at Lin Xiao. Everything that happened today was because of this young man. After a while, President Mo awoke. His eyes sparkled, and his aura was more refined, faintly exuding the essence of the Tao of alchemy. 9th grade. He had finally reached the 9th grade realm. Struggling to hold back tears of joy, he respectfully flew towards Lin Xiao. However, a red figure blocked his path. Halt, or I won't be polite, the voice warned. President Mo smiled. There's no need for concern. I'll wait here for Senior Lin Xiao to wake up. He remained patient, standing aside. No one else showed any intention of leaving either. And so, time continued to pass. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, a dazzling white light burst forth from them, forcing everyone present to squint. As the light faded, the young man appeared to return to normal, but there was now an indescribable mystique about him. President Mo immediately stepped forward, bowing deeply and respectfully saying, Greetings, Senior Lin Xiao. Vice President Ma followed suit, also bowing with sincerity. The disciples of the Alchemy Peak all bent low, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Greetings, Senior. Thank you for enlightening us. We shall never forget your kindness. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. The sovereign of Taishui stood to the side, feeling quite conflicted. He truly appreciated Lin Xiao's help, but as the leader of a sacred land, it was hard for him to bow and acknowledge someone as a senior. After a moment of hesitation, he still bowed deeply and solemnly said, Lin Xiao, our sacred land will never forget your great kindness. Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand, somewhat surprised by everyone's enthusiastic reaction. Please rise, he said. I didn't do much. Any insights you gained are due to your own opportunities. He exchanged a few more polite words with them. President Mo's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he hesitantly asked, Senior Lin Xiao, has your alchemical intent already? Lin Xiao replied candidly, just as you thought. My alchemical intent has reached its pinnacle, a complete state. This statement was like a bombshell, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. Complete alchemical intent. This news was almost unbelievable. You see, when one's intent reaches 80% and their cultivation reaches a certain level, a practitioner can begin to transform their inner energy into a cauldron. In other words, every practitioner at the cauldron transformation stage has at least one intent comprehended to 80%. However, those who can fully comprehend an intent to perfection are exceedingly rare. The reason for this rarity is that when an intent is perfected, the practitioner may gain a unique and powerful force known as a domain. Each person's domain power varies greatly, and the abilities differ widely. A practitioner with a domain often finds victory effortlessly when facing an opponent of the same level who lacks a domain. Lin Xiao was surprised to find that the realm of Dan was the first one he had achieved to perfection. Reflecting on his cultivation journey, he had comprehended 6 realms: 1 level of the gravity realm, 9 levels of the sword realm, 8 levels of the wilderness realm, 9 levels of the fire realm, and 1 particularly unique realm. Originally known as the slaughter realm, this energy underwent a qualitative change after awakening the tribulation lightning within the thunder dragon's body. Lin Xiao sensed that all the slaughter energy within Chen Ning Su, along with his own slaughter realm, had taken on a characteristic of destroying and shattering everything. He temporarily named it the destruction trait. Although this trait had only undergone a small transformation, it absolutely surpassed the slaughter realm. Lin Xiao pondered. Besides leveraging the power of tribulation lightning, he couldn't think of any other method to further enhance this trait. What surprised him even more was that this destruction trait seemed to resist the power of the Dan tribulation lightning, meaning that even if he could continue to summon the Dan tribulation, it would be challenging to further convert the destruction trait. Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder how much tribulation lightning it would take to fully transform the slaughter realm into the destruction trait. When fully transformed, could it then be called the destruction realm? Despite the difficulties, Lin Xiao was filled with anticipation. After all, among the 6 realms he had comprehended, the destruction trait was evidently of a higher tier. His thoughts extended further. If the slaughter realm could be transformed, could the other realms also be? What would happen if the destruction realm was fully transformed and perfected? These questions made Lin Xiao increasingly aware of the world's mystery and wonder. He suddenly realized that his previous understanding was as limited as a frog in a well, and now, having leaped out, he could truly appreciate the vastness of the world. President Mo was shocked but quickly regained his composure. Although he had been mentally prepared, he was still excited upon confirmation. He exclaimed, no wonder such a profound Tao enlightenment sound could descend, a 10-level realm. Senior Lin Xiao is truly a once-in-a-lifetime alchemy genius. While other realms may have individuals who have comprehended the 10-level Dan realm, none of them achieved it without centuries of cultivation. If they knew Senior Lin Xiao had reached this level at such a young age, they would be scared to death. President Mo eagerly suggested, Senior Lin Xiao, reaching 10 levels in the Dan realm means you might be able to birth the power of the domain. You should seize today's enlightenment and enter seclusion to see if you can comprehend a trace of domain power. Domain power? Lin Xiao murmured softly, then calmly said, I think I've already grasped the domain power of the Dan realm. His words caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. President Mo, the Holy Lord Taishui, and other powerful alchemists couldn't believe it and asked, what? Impossible. How could that be? Senior, are you joking? The other disciples looked bewildered, clearly unable to grasp the topic at hand. With a thought, Lin Xiao conjured a palm-sized, semi-transparent alchemy furnace emitting a 2-colored aura in his hand. This is my Dan intent domain, he explained calmly. The crowd was once again plunged into shock. Lin Xiao didn't elaborate further, just smiled faintly. He too was surprised. After experiencing those tribulations, his domain power had been incomplete. But during the Tao enlightenment sound, he felt countless rays of light pouring into his body, mending the incomplete domain power. By the time the Tao enlightenment sound concluded, he had preliminarily mastered his domain power. President Mo nodded thoughtfully, recalling, I think this might be possible. Decades ago, I attended the Ximping Dan conference in the southern region and saw an alchemy master display his Dan intent domain. It was a 100-zang tall alchemy furnace that could instantly elevate the grade of any pill refined within the domain. For instance, an excellent grade pill could be elevated to the 1-qi condensation level. If it was originally at the 1-qi condensation level, it could be elevated to the 2-qi condensation level. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes filled with shock. A domain that could forcibly enhance the quality of pills was simply unbelievable. They all realized the vast difference in value between each grade of height ear pills. Domain. Everyone suddenly understood. So, The semi-transparent little alchemy furnace in Senior Lin Zhao's hand is indeed a domain. All of them gasped in awe. To have mastered domain power before even reaching the pinnacle of alchemy was extraordinary, even if the domain seemed small. Senior Lin Zhao's comprehension and opportunities were unprecedented. Vice President Ma couldn't contain his curiosity and blurted out, "Senior Lin Zhao, what ability does your domain have?" "Old Ma." President Mo interrupted sternly. Vice President Ma realized his blunder, his face turning pale as he stammered, Oh, Senior Lin Zhao, I didn't mean that. Just, please forget I said anything." Asking about someone's cultivation level or abilities was a major taboo, and he had forgotten this in his excitement. Lin Zhao calmly replied, "It's fine. It doesn't matter if you know. My Dan intent domain's ability should be refining speed." He considered this to be an auxiliary domain ability, and didn't mind others knowing. Refining speed? Everyone blinked, a hint of disappointment flashing in their eyes. Clearly, they thought this was inferior to the ability to enhance quality. Lin Zhao smiled slightly and took out a batch of materials from his storage ring. Curious about his domain's ability, he decided to test it. The crowd perked up, eager to witness the spectacle. These materials seemed to be for a 7th grade pill, the shimming breaking realm pill. Someone recognized the materials. This is not an easy pill to refine. I wonder how fast Senior Lin Zhao's domain can refine it. With a wave of his left hand, Lin Zhao had the materials absorbed into his mini alchemy furnace. Everyone's eyes widened. The materials were 100 times the size of the mini furnace, yet they were all absorbed. The next moment, the semi-transparent alchemy furnace in Lin Zhao's hand flashed red, and then returned to its original state. Lin Zhao hesitated for a second before saying, "Ahem. It seems it's done." The two presidents, the elder alchemists, and all the alchemy disciples were stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. "Is it done?" The crowd gasped, their eyes filled with disbelief. The shimming breakthrough pill was one of the most challenging 7th grade formulas. A typical 7th grade alchemist would take a whole day and night, and even an 8th grade master would need more than half a day. Moreover, the success rate of this pill was notoriously low. Yet, Lin Zhao's domain had completed it in an instant. Among the stunned onlookers, President Mo and Vice President Ma raised their eyebrows, each with a different expression. If it were any other pill, it would be one thing. But the shimming breakthrough pill was Lin Zhao's specialty. Lin Zhao gently tilted the translucent small cauldron, and 10 crystal clear, fragrant pills rolled into his palm. "My God, all 10 succeeded," someone exclaimed. "A 100 success rate? That's incredible." "Look closely, the success rate isn't the main point," another person shouted. The disciples of the alchemy peak focused their attention, only to see a thin layer of white mist enveloping each pill. "Wow, shimming breakthrough pills of the mist transformation level, and there are 10 of them. Is this the power of a top-tier alchemist? That's terrifying. I can't believe I doubted Senior Lin Zhao's domain power earlier. I was so ignorant." Praises and compliments echoed in succession, and everyone gazed at Lin Zhao with shock and reverence. Only Lin Zhao himself had a furrowed brow, his eyes showing a hint of dissatisfaction. "It seems this domain power is still too weak," Lin Zhao thought to himself. Although the speed achieved instant pill formation, the quality is only at the mist transformation level. If I were to refine them by hand, disregarding the success rate, I could confidently produce shimming breakthrough pills of the 6th mist transformation level. This domain power still needs to grow. Lin Zhao sighed, placing the pills into a jade bottle and storing it in his spatial ring. If the domain of alchemy is like this, I hope the domains of other insights will fare better. His disdainful expression made everyone roll their eyes again. Chen Ning Su approached Lin Zhao, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Big Zhao, why don't you teach me alchemy too?" Lin Zhao didn't immediately refuse but instead asked, "Did you hear the profound sound of enlightenment just now?" The young girl blinked and pouted. "Does not hearing it mean I can't learn alchemy?" "Exactly. It means you have no talent for alchemy at all. Focus on your cultivation," Lin Zhao said bluntly. Although Chen Ning Su felt indignant, she secretly resolved to find an opportunity to try alchemy. Who knows, she might be the next alchemy genius. Meanwhile, President Mo and Vice President Ma whispered to each other for a moment before approaching Lin Zhao. President Mo hesitated and then spoke. "Senior Lin Zhao, I have a suggestion. Could we discuss it with you?" Lin Zhao glanced at him and said calmly, "As long as it's not about taking up the position of Alchemy Association president." The two presidents' faces froze upon hearing this. They had intended to offer Lin Zhao the position of president of the Eastern Region Alchemy Association. Seeing their reaction, Lin Zhao said directly, "You are now a 9th grade alchemist yourself. The position of president is well-deserved. As for me, alchemy is just a personal hobby. My true goal lies in martial arts." Everyone was stunned by his words. Lin Zhao's arrogance was beyond imagination. Alchemy was just a hobby, yet he had reached the pinnacle of the alchemy path? Perfect insights? Domain power? Beyond 9th grade? All the alchemists present, including the two presidents, looked extremely uncomfortable. They wanted to refute, but had nothing to say. Lin Zhao's talent in alchemy was indeed astonishing, and his achievements in martial arts were equally dazzling. First in the true dragon ranking preliminaries, defeating a cauldron transformation expert with his Wheelsea cultivation. Such accomplishments were indeed on par with his alchemy skills. For a moment, the entire alchemy peak fell into silence. The atmosphere on the alchemy peak was filled with a sense of despondency. Lin Zhao's astonishing performance had left the alchemists present feeling deeply discouraged. Sensing this mood, the celestial lord of Taishui decided to intervene promptly. He turned to Lin Xiao, speaking in a lighthearted tone, "Lin Xiao, my young friend, there are only 2 days left until the true dragon ranking begins. Why don't we set off now?" The celestial lord inwardly felt relieved that he was not an alchemist himself. Otherwise, he might also have been disheartened. He was more concerned that if this young genius stayed any longer, he might inadvertently say something even more disheartening, further undermining the alchemist's confidence. This could negatively impact their future alchemical pursuits, and possibly lead some to develop inner demons. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. "All right, I was thinking the same." A glimmer of happiness flashed in the celestial lord's eyes as he continued, "By the way, Lin Xiao, I heard from old Su that you're interested in flying arcs." With a wave of his right hand, a finely crafted small flying arc appeared before them. "Consider this small flying arc a gift for you. Although it can only carry 100 people, its speed is on par with the large arc you arrived in. I hope you won't find it lacking." Lin Zhao's eyes lit up slightly, clearly intrigued by the treasure. After a moment of contemplation, he took out a jade bottle from his robe and gently flicked it towards the celestial lord. The celestial lord instinctively caught the bottle, frowning slightly. "Lin Xiao, what is this?" Lin Xiao smiled calmly and explained, "I don't have the habit of taking things from friends without giving something in return." This statement left the celestial lord with no room to refuse. He shook his head with a wry smile, feeling a growing sense of admiration for Lin Xiao. To reject the gift would imply that he didn't consider Lin Xiao one of his own. He silently marveled at the fact that he had never encountered such a young person before. Using his spiritual sense, the celestial lord scanned the jade bottle and found 10 freshly refined Ichi Hua Wu Xian Ming breakthrough pills inside. The value of this single bottle of pills was already equivalent to that of the small flying arc. With a solemn expression, the celestial lord assured Lin Xiao, "Lin Xiao, if you ever face any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to come to Taishui Sacred Land. No matter the issue, we will not waver in the slightest." Lin Xiao responded briefly, "All right." The celestial lord then suggested, "My young friend, let me personally pilot the ark this time. Along the way, I can teach you some important tips about flying it." Lin Xiao gladly accepted. "Thank you, celestial lord." A small ark flew out from the sacred land of Taishui, speeding in one direction. Standing at the center of the ark, the lord of Taishui glanced around silently, his brows slightly furrowed. He had originally hoped to spend some time alone with Lin Xiao, to build rapport and flatter him. However, after boarding the ark, President Imo and Old Ma also requested to join. Soon after, Old Su and several elders from the Alchemy Peak joined as well. They all felt a deep gratitude towards Lin Xiao and wanted to escort him while eagerly anticipating his performance on the True Dragon list. As more people joined, volunteering to escort Lin Xiao, the Lord of Taishui had no choice but to speed up the ark. After more than a day, the flying ark finally arrived at the location sensed by Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su. Upon arrival, they saw that a considerable number of people had already gathered, each exuding the aura of a supreme powerhouse. Strong practitioners at the cauldron transformation stage were as common as street vendors here, which was astonishing. These were all top-tier protectors of the 279 prodigies in the eastern region, a true assembly of elites. However, despite the crowd, no one could see the exact venue of the True Dragon list. The crowd buzzed with discussions and speculations, but no one knew in what form this list, unseen for 900 years, would commence. When the ark from the sacred land of Taishui stopped in the sky nearby, the Lord of Taishui led his group out, immediately drawing numerous gazes. Some wondered if the sacred land of Taishui had a candidate, while others sneered, pointing out that the Chen Dynasty had no participants this time. The Lord of Taishui frowned upon hearing this, but chose to ignore it. However, a certain vice president couldn't hold back. Old Ma, filled with righteous indignation, retorted, "Is it polite to talk behind someone's back? Our sacred land of Taishui doesn't have a participant this time, but that doesn't mean you're stronger than us." The Lord of Taishui looked at Old Ma in surprise, wondering why this usually quiet vice president had suddenly become so bold. Old Ma glanced at Lin Xiao behind him, silently encouraging himself, determined not to show weakness in front of the senior. A cauldron transformation stage expert sneered, "Who are you? If you haven't reached the cauldron transformation stage, do you even have the right to speak here?" Before the words had fully settled, President Imo stepped forward, releasing a powerful alchemical aura that swept across the scene. He calmly asked, "If someone hasn't reached the cauldron transformation stage, they aren't allowed to speak? Who set that rule? You have acquired a rare and valuable treasure, but taking it directly yields only average results. However, if refined by a master alchemist, this ordinary item can be transformed into something extraordinary, helping you break through your cultivation bottleneck." This illustrates the indispensable role a master alchemist plays for any cultivator aiming for greatness. Word quickly spread that Elder Imo had advanced to a ninth-grade alchemist, and Elder Ma was soon to join the ranks. The crowd was astounded. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Elder Imo, Elder Ma, and even the Holy Lord of Taisho Sanctuary became filled with fervor. Compliments echoed through the crowd. People vowed never to offend Taisho Sanctuary or the Alchemist Guild again. Those who had previously spoken disrespectfully now looked ashen and racked their brains for ways to save face. Time passed quietly, and about half a day went by. Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded through the sky. Everyone looked up to see a towering pagoda materializing out of thin air, standing hundreds of meters high. The nine-story pagoda emitted an aura of mystery from each level. A plaque hung prominently on the front, inscribed with 4 large characters, "Heavenly Destiny True Dragon Tower." "Is this the starting point of the True Dragon ranking?" someone exclaimed in a low voice. "Indeed it is. I never expected it to appear in such a manner. How exciting," another person responded. Just as the crowd was about to continue their discussion, a commotion arose from below. They saw the prodigious pre-selected candidates enveloped in golden light, transforming into streaks of light and being drawn into the Heavenly Destiny True Dragon Tower. Thus, the True Dragon ranking began. Inside the tower, the pre-selected candidates simultaneously received a mental transmission outlining the rules. The True Dragon ranking consists of 9 levels of trials. Passing through them will determine the final rankings. The first level is the Trial of Strength, and the rules are as follows. Outside the tower, a massive blank leaderboard appeared in front of the crowd, listing 279 names in an orderly fashion, with nothing else on it. Then, a huge water screen slowly unfolded before their eyes. This year's True Dragon ranking even comes with a live viewing screen. On the first floor of the Taming True Dragon Tower, 279 pre-selected candidates gathered in the central area. The space on this floor was far more expansive than its exterior suggested, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. Scattered around them were countless large cauldrons, each identical in design, adorned with mysterious beast engravings, and emitting a dark, eerie glow. Curious prodigies stepped forward to investigate. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed in each person's ear. First floor, Trial of Strength with the Xuanwu Cauldron. Each cauldron weighs 10,000 pounds and must be lifted using spiritual power. Lifting one cauldron earns 10 True Dragon points. The top 120 scorers will advance. The rest will be eliminated. Upon hearing the rules, the participants' expressions varied. Those specializing in physical strength were overjoyed, as if they had found their calling. Chi Aniu of the Barbarian Strength Sect stepped forward first. Standing nearly 2.3 meters tall, and at the peak of the Shinden stage, he had once killed a half-step Huading Titan ape with his bare hands. Chi Aniu swung his muscular arm, and his spiritual power formed a giant hand that grasped a Xuanwu cauldron. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. This cauldron weighs more than 10,000 pounds. It seems to contain some kind of heavy essence. With a low growl, he began to exert his full strength. 10 cauldrons, 20 cauldrons, 30 cauldrons. By the time he lifted the 41st cauldron, Chi Aniu's face was flushed, and the cauldrons in his spiritual grasp were trembling. Gritting his teeth, he managed to lift the 42nd cauldron, but it fell to the ground with a loud crash after just 2 seconds, causing him to spit blood. A leaderboard appeared on the wall. First place, Chi Aniu, 420 True Dragon points. A short, chubby youth sneered, "Is that it? You boast of a 1,000,000-pound strength, but can only lift 42 cauldrons?" Chi Aniu glared at him, "Fatty. If you think you can do better, go ahead. Beat my score and I'll call you boss." Unwilling to back down, the chubby youth grabbed the handles, and 30 Xuanwu cauldrons levitated. But within a second, his bones creaked, the cauldrons crashed down, and he was sent flying, coughing up blood. "Impossible. I have 600,000 pounds of strength," he shouted in frustration. The leaderboard updated. Chen Tong, 0 True Dragon points, eliminated. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Tong vanished in a flash of white light. Only then did the crowd realize that it wasn't just about lifting the cauldrons. They also had to maintain the lift for a few seconds. More importantly, the Xuanwu cauldrons were far from simple. More prodigies attempted the challenge, but none surpassed Chi Aniu's score. The highest managed to lift only 29 cauldrons, earning 290 points. In an inconspicuous corner, a girl in red asked the boy beside her, "De Xiao Xiao, how many cauldrons do you think you can lift?" However, the boy, engrossed in examining a cauldron, ignored her question. Outside the Taming True Dragon Tower, a hearty laugh broke the tense atmosphere. A tall, middle-aged man was laughing heartily, his voice filled with pride. Ha ha ha, who dares to look down on our manly sect now? It seems Anyo will secure a good rank on the True Dragon leaderboard this time. Around him, people cast envious glances at the manly sect. Someone couldn't help but compliment. Congratulations to the manly sect for producing such an exceptional talent. His future achievements are boundless. Another person seized the opportunity to inquire. I have a son with considerable strength as well. Could he possibly join the manly sect? The crowd was filled with a mixture of envy and bitterness. After all, this was the Taming True Dragon leaderboard, and who wouldn't want themselves or their sect to be ranked first? Even second or third would be good. But many had yet to lift the cauldrons, and aside from Qianyo, even those temporarily holding the second or third positions might not be able to maintain it. While the crowd marveled at the manly sect's performance, a group from the Taisui Holy Land focused their attention on another pair of young individuals in the water screen. Lord, what is Senior Lin Xiao doing? A disciple asked in confusion. Yes, he's been inside for a while now, touching so many cauldrons. Is he searching for something? Another person echoed. He doesn't seem to be. It looks like he's just playing with the cauldrons. Is Senior Lin Xiao that kind of person? There must be a deeper meaning. Perhaps he's familiarizing himself with each cauldron, which will be of great use soon. Why do I feel like you're overthinking it? Inside the Taming True Dragon Tower, over 100 people had already undertaken the strength trial, yet Qian Yo's record of lifting 42 cauldrons remained unbroken. The second place held 32 cauldrons, a difference of 10 cauldrons and 100 points. At that moment, a cold-faced young man in black stepped forward. With a flick of his fingers, a blade of light shot out, lifting cauldron after cauldron. 10 cauldrons, 20 cauldrons, 30 cauldrons, 40 cauldrons, the crowd exclaimed. Whoa, who is this guy? He's incredible. He seems to be the number one from the Chen Dynasty, Long Wulei. It's him. Rumor has it he inherited from a Blade Emperor, with formidable strength. His entry record was slaying a Huading Realm Master. No wonder, no wonder. Such powerful strength. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Long Wulei continued lifting cauldrons. 41 cauldrons. 42. 43. He's broken it. He's broken Qianyo's record. Qianyo turned to stare at Long Wulei. He had never fought this person, but this blade cultivator was evidently strong and wouldn't be easy to deal with. Finally, after lifting 45 cauldrons, Long Wulei could no longer hold on. With a crash, the blade light scattered, and the cauldrons fell to the ground. A new record was set on the leaderboard. First place, Long Wulei, 450 True Dragon points. Second place, Qianyo, 420 True Dragon points. As the remaining participants started lifting cauldrons, the atmosphere inside the tower grew tense. Only the top 120 could advance to the next level, meaning 158 had to be eliminated. At this point, a prodigy near the 120th rank noticed a pair of young individuals chatting intimately in a corner and couldn't resist mocking, "Hey, you two. This isn't the place for romance. Either come lift cauldrons or leave." The girl in red turned her head, her eyes filled with killing intent. "What do you think would happen if I killed you here?" The prodigy snorted, "Humph. A mere 5th-level Xiandan realm dares to talk big. Even if you can fight across realms, who here can't?" The girl in red sneered coldly, ready to strike, but was stopped by the boy beside her. "Little girl, should I start calling you silly girl?" the boy said without looking back, still touching the cauldrons. "Use your brain. If you get disqualified after attacking, you'll lose big time." The girl in red suddenly realized, "You're right. Getting disqualified over this trash would be too costly." The boy continued, "Go lift the cauldrons. I'll be done soon. Once you're finished, I'll take my turn." "Okay." The girl in red replied obediently, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. The mocking prodigy smirked, deciding to wait until they lifted the cauldrons to lead the crowd in ridiculing them. After someone from a certain dynasty lifted 20 cauldrons, the girl in red stepped forward. A blood-red mist emanated from her, forming 10 blood-whip shadows that wrapped around the surrounding cauldrons. Huh. Does this girl have any sense? Dividing her strength like that is inefficient. Yeah, splitting her force won't help. It's better to concentrate and overpower. Plus, she's only at the 5th level of the Xiandan realm. Lifting 10 cauldrons would be impressive. 10 cauldrons mean elimination. As the crowd discussed, the girl's 10 blood-whip shadows each lifted a cauldron effortlessly. 10 cauldrons, easy and without strain. The crowd's eyes widened slightly. This girl's strength is impressive. The blood-whip shadows wrapped again. 20 cauldrons, still relaxed. 30 cauldrons. The blood-whip shadows sank slightly, slowing down a bit. Just a bit. 40 cauldrons. Up they went. Each cauldron on the blood-whip shadows was steady, very steady. Whoa, the prodigies were stunned. Qianyo blinked his big eyes hard. Even Long Wulei frowned. Where did this monster come from? This girl is only at the 5th level of the Xian Dan realm, yet she lifted 40 cauldrons. If she reaches the peak of the Xian Dan realm or half-step Huading, wouldn't her strength double? But the girl in red wasn't done. The red light on the blood-whip shadows intensified, lifting another cauldron each. 50 cauldrons. What the heavens? 50? She broke 50 cauldrons. What kind of freakish strength is this? How can a girl have such immense power? The girl in red was breathing heavily, her flushed face looking particularly striking. She let out a soft hum, and the blood-whip shadows continued to move. 60 cauldrons. All the cauldrons were lifted firmly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. With a crash, all the cauldrons fell to the ground. The leaderboard updated simultaneously. First place, Chen Ning Su, 600 true dragon points. Second place, Long Wulei, 450 true dragon points. Third place, Qianyo, 420 true dragon points. Gasp, sounds of people sucking in cold air echoed. 60 cauldrons, 600 points. This girl is terrifying. This score crushes all the prodigies. Wait, Chen Ning Su? Isn't she the second in the pre-selection? She seems to be the slaughtering demoness of the Chen Dynasty. The prodigy who had mocked Chen Ning Su earlier was now cowering in a corner, trembling. It's her. The madwoman. The girl in red patted the boy's shoulder beside her, proudly saying, "De Xiao Xiao, how's my strength? Now it's your turn. Don't score lower than me." The boy rolled his eyes at her and walked to the front. He thought to himself, is it really something to brag about when a girl has such immense strength? When all the prodigies saw the young man step forward, they were taken aback once again. Their eyes collectively focused on him, filled with surprise and confusion. 5th level of the Dan condensation realm? Someone whispered in astonishment. How is there another one at the 5th level of the Dan condensation realm? Most of the prodigies present were at the late or peak stages of the Dan condensation realm, with a few even approaching the half-step cauldron formation realm. It was rare to see someone at the mid-stage of the Dan condensation realm, like the demoness from the great Chen Dynasty earlier. Suddenly, someone remembered something. Wait a minute, he said in a low voice, the top pre-selected candidate, the one who killed a cauldron formation realm expert while at the peak of the Wheel Sea realm, we haven't seen him yet. What's his name again? Oh right, Lin Xiao. This thought immediately stirred waves in everyone's hearts. They all looked at the young man with the lowest cultivation level, wondering, could he be the legendary Lin Xiao? Of course, most people were skeptical. Killing a cauldron formation expert with Wheel Sea realm cultivation? Ridiculous, someone sneered. In the eyes of a cauldron formation expert, a Wheel Sea realm cultivator is not even worth mentioning. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the young man to make a move. He walked to an empty space and, without raising his hands, gently exhaled a breath of spiritual energy. That seemingly light and thin energy instantly transformed into a ribbon, wrapping around the surrounding cauldrons. In an instant, 50 Xuanwu cauldrons rose into the air, hovering steadily without the slightest tremor. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, as if a huge question mark appeared above their heads. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they were dreaming. He just lifted 50 cauldrons, someone murmured, his voice full of shock. Everyone had personally experienced the might of the Xuanwu cauldron. Not only was the cauldron itself incredibly heavy, but it also carried a heavy gravitational field. The more cauldrons lifted, the stronger the gravitational pull. Yet this young man lifted 50 cauldrons with an indifferent expression, as if he were lifting feathers instead of heavy cauldrons. This weight? It's all right, the young man said casually, with a hint of nonchalance in his tone. Everyone was stunned again, secretly cursing. Over the top. You call this all right? Someone felt indignant. Don't think lifting 50 cauldrons is impressive. Who knows if you're using some secret technique to enhance your strength? If you have the guts, lift a few more cauldrons. Although these prodigies were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to speak rashly. After all, even the strongest among them couldn't match the young man's performance. How many more cauldrons do you think he can lift? Someone whispered. Maybe 10 more, perhaps surpassing that demoness from the great Chen Dynasty. Judging by how relaxed he looks, at least 20 more cauldrons. Damn, never thought the top 2 spots would be taken by these two. What's the rush? The Heavenly Dragon Tower has 9 levels, and this is just the first. Exactly, let him show off for now. In the next level, I'll surpass him. While they discussed, Lin Xiao had already felt the weight of the Xuanwu cauldrons. He thought to himself, lifting 1 cauldron is worth 10 points, right? Then let's begin. Rise. Lin Xiao extended a hand and slightly lifted it towards the nearby Xuanwu cauldrons. In the next moment, the cauldrons responded as if commanded, lining up neatly and floating upwards. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50. In the blink of an eye, 50 more cauldrons were lifted, making a total of 100. A million pounds of strength? Someone exclaimed. Where did this monster come from? Everyone felt a chill down their spine, their eyes filled with disbelief. But their amazement was far from over, as Lin Xiao had no intention of stopping. This is just 100 cauldrons, far from my limit, Lin Xiao said calmly. Continue. Swish, swish, swish. This time, 100 Xuanwu cauldrons were lifted at once. Then 200, 300. Almost every breath, 100 more cauldrons were lifted. After 3 breaths, Lin Xiao had lifted a total of 400 Xuanwu cauldrons. By now, his breathing was heavy, and the cauldrons trembled slightly, indicating he was nearing his limit. Chen Ning Su and the other prodigies were dumbfounded. This is insane. Someone couldn't help but complain. Could he be cheating? How could someone at the 5th level of the Dan condensation realm have such monstrous strength? Typically, only those who break through to the cauldron formation realm have a million pounds of strength. This young man is definitely an anomaly. 400 Xuanwu cauldrons, that's at least 4 million pounds of strength. Each million pounds is equivalent to the strength of a flood dragon. So Lin Xiao has at least the strength of 4 flood dragons. As everyone discussed, someone suddenly exclaimed, Wait, look, it seems like he's not done yet. Impossible. He looked like he was at his limit just now. Exactly, he's already lifted 400 cauldrons. How could he have any strength left? Voices of surprise, doubt, and disbelief filled the air. But Lin Xiao, focused on lifting the cauldrons, paid no attention to their comments. A flash of golden light enveloped him as he extended his hand, sending a wave of spiritual energy towards the remaining Xuanwu cauldrons. Boom! The first level of the Taming True Dragon Tower shook violently, as if under immense pressure. Lin Xiao squinted his eyes slightly, fully focused on controlling the Xuanwu cauldrons around him. Swish! This time, 400 Xuanwu cauldrons rose into the air as if summoned. Under Lin Xiao's precise control, these massive cauldrons didn't remain stationary but spun rapidly around him, forming a dazzling metallic storm. Last wave, Lin Xiao muttered through gritted teeth. Bang! Another 200 Xuanwu cauldrons joined the spectacular display. By now, Lin Xiao had control over a total of 1,000 Xuanwu cauldrons, creating a scene so awe-inspiring it left everyone breathless. The crowd was silent, eyes wide with shock as they watched the young man. This scene delivered an impact on their hearts that went far beyond what the word terrifying could describe. 1,000 cauldrons meant a force of millions of pounds, equivalent to the strength of 10 flood dragons, or 1 true dragon. Such power was typically only attainable by those who had reached the life and death realm. Yet, this young man was merely at the 5th level of the Shindan realm. What a monster! This is terrifying, someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, the 1,000 cauldrons circled around the young man once before he hurled them back into the pile. The leaderboard on the wall instantly updated. First place, Lin Xiao, 10,000 true dragon points. Second place, Chen Ning Su, 600 true dragon points. Third place, Long Wu Lei, 450 true dragon points. Fourth place, Qie Niu, 420 true dragon points. Lin Xiao? It's him, the top contender in the true dragon rankings. It really is him. Now I believe he might have actually killed a Huading realm expert while still at the peak of the Luanhai realm. 10,000 points. That's 9,400 points more than the second place. This is practically his stage alone. I just want to know what true dragon points are used for. Can you exchange them for something? Even if you add up the points of the remaining participants, they don't match his. Is he cheating? Why don't you try it yourself if you think it's easy? As the crowd buzzed with shock and discussion, a white light suddenly enveloped everyone. Lin Xiao was the last contestant to lift the cauldrons. With his performance concluded, the competition rules automatically took effect. The top 120 ranked participants advanced to the second level, while the remaining 178 were immediately eliminated. The people inside the tower were astounded by Lin Xiao's performance, and those outside were even more so. When they saw the unassuming young man lift 1,000 massive cauldrons, everyone was left utterly speechless, as if their jaws were about to hit the floor. The second-place contender had only managed to lift 60 cauldrons, while the first-place winner lifted 1,000 an unimaginable gap. The people from the sacred land of Taisui were overjoyed. Senior Lin Xiao is incredible, lifting 1,000 cauldrons. There's no one like him throughout history, they excitedly discussed. It looks like Senior Lin Xiao will surely be the top contender on the True Dragon list this time. However, they soon sighed. It's a pity that Senior Lin Xiao isn't from our sacred land of Taisui or the Great Chen Dynasty. A flash of light, and 120 people appeared on the second level of the Destiny True Dragon Tower. This level was much smaller than the first, with a 10-meter-tall dragon-shaped statue standing in the center. The statue had a dragon's body with a leopard's head, backward curving horns, and scales standing upright. exuding an intense aura of menace. Many of the prodigies shivered involuntarily at the sight of it. Lin Xiao squinted and thought to himself, why does this statue resemble the legendary dragon child? Yaji? The rules then appeared. Comprehend the statue and visualize its profundity to advance to the next level. Points will be awarded based on the depth of comprehension. Those who fail to comprehend within 3 days will be eliminated. Everyone was shocked by the tight time frame. Lin Xiao didn't rush to comprehend the statue. Instead, he found the little girl in the crowd. Her eyes were fixed on the statue, already in a state of comprehension. Lin Xiao understood that the statue's attributes were highly compatible with hers. Just as everyone began to comprehend, the statue suddenly emitted a beam of golden light that shot directly into the body of the girl in red. Instantly, a murderous aura enveloped her, forming a dragon shape around her. The coldness in the dragon's eyes made everyone tremble. After the phenomenon disappeared, the leaderboard appeared again. First place, Chen Ning Su, 10,600 true dragon points. Second place, Lin Xiao, 10,000 true dragon points. Third place, Long Wu Lei, 450 true dragon points. Everyone was stunned, including Lin Xiao. This little girl had gained over 10,000 points in an instant. The other prodigies quickly snapped back to reality and intensified their efforts to comprehend, fearing they would fall too far behind. De Xiao Xiao, this time I beat you to it. Chen Ning Su's voice trailed off as she vanished in a flash of white light. Lin Xiao shrugged and decided to thoroughly explore the second level. He walked briskly around the second level, his sharp eyes scanning every corner, not wanting to miss any hidden challenges or clues. However, after several minutes, he found nothing noteworthy except for a prominent dragon-shaped statue. Just as Lin Xiao was about to focus on understanding the dragon-shaped statue, it began to tremble once more. A beam of golden light shot out like an arrow, heading straight towards someone. Hey, it's happening again! The surrounding crowd exclaimed, speculating who had deciphered the secret so quickly. It's Long Wulei, the Blade Emperor's successor. Someone recognized the figure. I thought it was Lin Xiao. Seems like Lin Xiao's just strong but nothing special. Another person sneered. No, Lin Xiao was just wandering around the second level, seemingly searching for something and found nothing. He just got here now, someone explained. Pfft, he sure has time to kill. Give me 10,000 points and I'd be just as idle. The crowd buzzed with chatter, but all eyes were on Long Wulei. After the golden light entered his body, the blade aura he emitted grew more refined and fierce. The leaderboard updated immediately. Third place, Long Wulei, 1450 true dragon points. Huh. How can this be? Why did I only get 1,000 true dragon points? Clearly Long Wulei's words were cut off as he vanished in a flash of white light. The remaining prodigies exchanged glances, all somewhat shocked. Although 1,000 points were significant, it paled in comparison to Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su's 10,000 points. Looks like Long Wulei's comprehension isn't that impressive, someone whispered. So what if you grasp things quickly? If you don't understand the deeper mysteries, your points are limited, another person agreed. However, just as the crowd was about to refocus on their own insights, a figure caught their attention. It was Lin Xiao. Ignoring the astonished gazes, he walked straight to the dragon-shaped statue, stretched out his hand, and touched it without hesitation. What was Lin Xiao up to? He stood before the statue, his expression focused as he slowly extended his hand. The other prodigies cast puzzled glances his way, silently thinking. Does he believe that simply touching the statue will grant him enlightenment? Understanding the profound mysteries is a matter of perception. Without the right insight, even if you burrowed into the statue, you wouldn't grasp a thing. The crowd soon turned their attention back to the statues, continuing their concentrated efforts to comprehend their mysteries. However, the moment Lin Xiao's hand made contact with the statue, something extraordinary happened. The dragon-shaped statue began to tremble, and a blinding golden light shot into the sky, accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Xiao had been merely wandering around, and now, with just a simple touch, he had unlocked the profound mysteries. Could this really be the correct method? As the golden light surged into Lin Xiao's body, the leaderboard updated instantly. First place, Lin Xiao, 18,000 true dragon points. Second place, Chen Ning Su, 10,600 true dragon points. Third place, Long Wulei, 1,450 points. Wow, 8,000 points, someone exclaimed in shock. Lin Xiao had casually touched the statue and earned such an astounding number of points. It was unbelievable. The crowd began to question the rules for understanding the mysteries of the second level. Was it really about perception? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Xiao's body flickered with white light and disappeared from the second level. After a brief silence, everyone rushed toward the statue, eager to touch it. However, no matter how much they tried, the statue remained unresponsive. Why could Lin Xiao do it, but they couldn't? It felt like blatant discrimination. Most people quickly gave up and returned to their original positions to continue their contemplation, while a few persistent ones kept touching the statue in desperation. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had arrived at the third level of the Destiny True Dragon Tower. He looked around and noticed that the layout was almost identical to the second level, with the only difference being the statue in the center. This time, it was a dragon-head lion-bodied statue, exuding a serene and peaceful aura. Lin Xiao was both surprised and delighted. This was clearly another dragon child Swanee. Swanee resembled a lion, with a calm disposition, preferring tranquility over movement, and capable of avoiding misfortune. For Lin Xiao, this test seemed perfectly suited. He didn't disturb the focused Chen Ning Su and Long Wulei, instead walking directly to the statue and gently placing his hand on it. As expected, the same miracle occurred. The statue trembled, golden light flowed into Lin Xiao, the leaderboard updated silently, and Lin Xiao's body flickered with white light, disappearing in an instant. From the moment Lin Xiao appeared to his disappearance, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Just as he vanished, Chen Ning Su seemed to sense something, opening her eyes and looking around suspiciously. But she saw nothing. It was still just her and the blade cultivator, Long Wulei, on this level. Did I just feel the Xiao Xiao's presence? Must be my imagination, Chen Ning Su muttered to herself. No matter, this is my chance to surpass him. I need to focus. She closed her eyes again, fully immersed in her contemplation. However, she didn't notice the leaderboard on the wall had quietly updated. First place, Lin Xiao, 26,000 true dragon points. Lin Xiao's points had increased by another 8,000. When Lin Xiao appeared on the 4th level of the Destiny True Dragon Tower, he couldn't help but smile. As he had expected, the layout was the same as the previous levels, with a statue in the center. This time, the statue had a dragon horn turtle body, radiating a sense of stability and strength. This was Baxia, a dragon child resembling a turtle with teeth, known for its immense strength and longevity. Lin Xiao thought to himself, if he guessed correctly, the remaining levels should also feature similar statues. He couldn't help but wonder why the True Dragon Tower was designed this way. For ordinary cultivators, these tests were incredibly challenging. Each statue had different aura characteristics, requiring varying levels of perception. Just like Chen Ning Su, she could instantly comprehend on the 2nd level due to the matching characteristics but would need much more time on the 3rd level. Why set up so many perception-based hurdles? Lin Xiao couldn't figure it out, but he decided to understand all the statues first. He sensed that each statue's golden light contained fragments of a secret technique, and only by gathering all these fragments could he fully comprehend the technique. Let's keep going. Lin Xiao encouraged himself, reaching out to touch the Baxia statue. Once again, golden light surged into his body, white light flickered, and he was transported to the next level. However, when Lin Xiao arrived at the 5th level, he was taken aback. The scene before him was beyond his expectations. Due to the statues on this level, which had not just 1 but 2 figures, Lin Xiao frowned slightly, realizing that his earlier assumptions might have been incorrect. It seemed that the Tianming True Dragon Tower held more secrets than he had anticipated. Taking a deep breath, he reached out to touch the statues once again. Outside the tower, the crowd watched this scene through the water screen, rendered speechless by shock. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. The situation was so bizarre that it completely overturned their understanding of the tower challenge. What's going on with Lin Xiao? Someone murmured. For others, climbing the tower is like ascending to the heavens, but for him, it's as easy as walking on flat ground. It's like he's strolling through his own home. Indeed, while others were still painstakingly contemplating, Lin Xiao had already reached the 5th level with ease. Even prodigies like the great Qian Demonis and Long Wulei were still focused on the 3rd level. Others had not even managed to pass the 2nd level. The members of the Taishui Holy Land were equally astonished. Lin Xiao's continuous surprises had nearly numbed them. Someone couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that Senior Lin Xiao has discovered some secret to quickly understanding the statues? How else could he be so swift? Everyone thought that a single statue couldn't stop him, and now with 2 statues, he would surely pause for a moment. However, Lin Xiao still passed through the 5th level in an instant and proceeded to the 6th. Oh my god! Someone exclaimed. Is Lin Xiao even human? He's unquestionably going to be the first on the True Dragon list this time. While the outside world was in an uproar, Lin Xiao advanced relentlessly upward. In less than 2 minutes, he had reached the 7th level. Here, too, there were 2 statues, representing Longzi Paleo and Longzi Qiwan. Lin Xiao's heart stirred as he realized these were the last 2 of the 9 sons of the dragon. He was about to complete the full golden light secret technique. Taking a deep breath, he readied himself for the final challenge. Lin Xiao reached out without hesitation to touch the statue. Instantly, both statues began to tremble violently. Thanks to his max-level comprehension, he deciphered their mysteries in a flash. 2 beams of golden light burst forth from the statues and surged into Lin Xiao's body. The leaderboard updated immediately. Lin Xiao, 64,000 true dragon points, firmly in first place. Each of the first 3 levels of statue comprehension awarded 8,000 points, while each of the last 3 levels gave 10,000 points, totaling 64,000 true dragon points for Lin Xiao. Although he wasn't entirely sure of the point's specific purpose, he welcomed the result. Suddenly, the 7th level lit up brilliantly, dazzlingly bright. The golden light around Lin Xiao gathered into his eyes, replacing the previously flickering black light with pure gold. This radiant gold added an eerie charm to his appearance. After a moment, the light from the 7th level gradually faded, and the gold in Lin Xiao's eyes also receded. However, he wasn't transported to the next level but remained in place. Lin Xiao realized he might have to wait for other True Dragon participants, but he didn't mind. He was already quite satisfied with his achievements. Upon gathering the 9-dragon golden light, Lin Xiao didn't gain a secret technique but a divine ability called Heavenly Dragon Eyes. Though he hadn't tested its power yet, he decided to find a strong opponent to try it out. Lin Xiao sensed that the profundities each person comprehended might differ, and not everyone could obtain such a divine ability. Glancing at the leaderboard, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smirk. The progress of others seemed to have stalled. Fortunately, there was a time limit for comprehension. Those who couldn't decipher the mysteries within 3 days would be eliminated. Assuming each level required 3 days, the maximum wait would be 18 days for all remaining participants to gather here. With that in mind, Lin Xiao sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate with full focus. 18 days would be enough for him to advance a minor realm. Meanwhile, the prodigies on the 2nd level of the Destiny True Dragon Tower were in an uproar, their morale crumbling. Lin Xiao's True Dragon points continued to skyrocket, reaching 64,000, making them feel powerless to compete. Some speculated that Lin Xiao might have already cleared the levels while they were still struggling on the 2nd. At that moment, a statue trembled and golden light surged toward Chen Ning Su. A dragon shadow formed behind him as he let out a cold snort, encouraging everyone to defy the odds and not fear others. As soon as he finished speaking, several others succeeded in their comprehension. Chen Ning Su and his peers broke through one after another, disappearing from the 2nd level. The leaderboard updated. Lin Xiao remained in first place, Chen Ning Su 2nd, and Chen Ning Su jumped to 3rd with 3,420 points. Inspired, the other prodigies regained their confidence and continued to comprehend the statues. Within half a day, many had successfully entered the 3rd level, only to face new challenges. They couldn't help but wonder how Lin Xiao managed to comprehend one statue after another in such a short time. Time flew by, and 10 days later, Chen Ning Su finally reached the 7th level. She was delighted to find Lin Xiao still there, mistakenly thinking he was waiting for her. Lin Xiao explained, somewhat helplessly, that he was merely cultivating and suggested she begin comprehending the statue. With a playful smile, Chen Ning Su started her comprehension, cheekily asking Lin Xiao to protect her. Lin Xiao thought to himself, who would dare approach someone in the midst of comprehension? Chen Ning Su sat 10 meters away from the statue, eyes closed, deep in meditation. Lin Xiao stood beside her, with nowhere else to go. After half a day, Chen Ning Su deciphered the mystery of one statue and moved on to another. Another half-day passed, and a new participant from the True Dragon ranking arrived on the 7th level. The newly arrived prodigy was taken aback upon seeing Lin Xiao, clearly not expecting to encounter someone with an astronomical score of 64,000 points. Without saying a word, he quickly joined in the meditation on the remaining 2 statues. Suddenly, the statues emitted a golden glow. 8 beams of golden light emerged from Chen Ning Su, enveloping her. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled, recognizing this as a sign of receiving the True Dragon gift pack. As for what specific skills or secrets were gained, only Chen Ning Su knew. The newly arrived participant, disturbed by the phenomenon, looked up briefly before hurriedly resuming his meditation. Time was precious, and he needed to make the most of every second. Once the golden light dissipated, Chen Ning Su joyfully bounced over to Lin Xiao. Curious, Lin Xiao used telepathy to ask her what abilities she had awakened. Chen Ning Su smiled slyly, saying she would reveal them only when they were alone. Lin Xiao didn't respond, fearing she might start spouting nonsense again. The two stood aside and waited. It was then that Chen Ning Su realized that after deciphering the statues on this level, they had to wait for everyone else to finish before proceeding to the next level. She muttered to herself, thinking Lin Xiao had been waiting specifically for her. 8 days passed quickly. Other participants of the True Dragon ranking gradually arrived on the 7th level and began their meditations. Some failed to decipher the mysteries within the allotted time and were teleported out, while others succeeded with 2 statues and waited. The last person who failed to decipher the mysteries was teleported out, marking the end of the trials on the first 7 levels of the Destiny True Dragon Tower. In the end, only 14 out of the original 279 participants remained, a survival rate of just 17.5. The leaderboard flashed continuously, showing the participants' rankings and scores. Lin Xiao topped the list with 64,000 points, followed closely by Chen Ning Su with 34,600 points. Despite the other prodigies' best efforts, they could hardly compare. Lin Zhao's score alone was nearly equivalent to the combined total of those ranked 3rd through 10th. The remaining participants looked at the leaderboard, feeling a sense of helplessness. At that moment, white light began to emanate from everyone, signaling the transition to the next level. The white light engulfed the entire 7th level, and all figures vanished. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a vast ruined city, stretching as far as the eye could see. More surprisingly, the other participants were nowhere to be seen. As they pondered this, a line of golden text appeared in the sky, revealing the answer. The 8th level, survival trial. There would be no restrictions here. Participants could use any means to hunt monsters and earn points. After 10 days, the top 30 in the rankings would advance to the next level. 2 crucial tips followed. Participants who died on the 8th level would be teleported out and wouldn't actually die. Killing other participants would allow one to take their points. These revelations excited all participants. This was the 8th level of the Destiny True Dragon Tower, an independent world. More importantly, death here wasn't real, and they could gain points by killing others. Even those ranked lower on the leaderboard were filled with a burning desire. Without the no-death rule, they wouldn't dare to hope for much in the True Dragon ranking. But now, with no real loss from dying, they adopted a gambler's mentality. Instead of remaining at the bottom or getting eliminated, they might as well give it their all. Understanding this, every prodigy on the 8th level was bursting with fighting spirit. In a corner of the ruins, Lin Xiao also saw the text in the sky and the leaderboard beside it. He chuckled. Interesting. Under these rules, I'm probably everyone's target. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes, the hunter exists in the guise of the prey. He didn't bother to hide and walked out, curious to see who would be the first to ambush him. He had only taken a few steps when a giant shadow, nearly 5 meters tall, emerged from the darkness. It was a creature with black and red eyes, covered in black scales, exuding a strong demonic aura. It resembled a giant lizard man capable of walking upright, its cold, sinister eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for prey. Lin Xiao immediately noticed the creature but had no idea what it was. Based on the True Dragon Tower's hints, this must be one of the so-called monsters. Judging by its aura, its strength was equivalent to a latest-stage core formation beast. As Lin Xiao sized up the monster, it also noticed him. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the sky. The tall lizard man's eyes glowed with a cruel light as it charged at Lin Xiao like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was astonishing, reaching Lin Xiao in just a single breath. A human! A human! The lizard man's eyes flashed with wild joy. It couldn't remember the last time it had seen a human. The scent emanating from this human made its mouth water, and the human's energy fluctuations were clearly weaker than its own. To the lizard man, this was a delicious meal delivered right to its door. Swish! The lizard man swiped its massive claw, already imagining how it would savor this feast. However, to its shock, its nearly 2-meter-long claw was firmly grasped by what appeared to be a delicate human hand. A look of confusion flashed in the lizardman's eyes, but before it could react, a sharp sword energy burst forth. The lizardman's pupils contracted violently, and its scales bristled instantly. This power. No, I can't take it hidden. Alarms blared in the lizardman's mind as it urgently spewed out a cloud of dark mist and retreated dozens of meters. However, one of its claws remained tightly gripped by the human, left behind on the ground. Oh, sacrificing a limb to survive. A lizard indeed, Lin Xiao muttered with mild surprise as he casually discarded the claw. He extended a finger, drawing another arc of sword light. Seeing this, the lizard man's eyes widened, and its mouth puffed up. Boom! A scorching purple flame shot out, surging toward Lin Xiao. This was its ultimate move, not expecting to kill him outright but at least hoping to buy some time to escape. However, to the lizardman's horror, Lin Xiao showed no fear facing the overwhelming flames, not even bothering to dodge. When the flames clashed with the sword light, the lizardman's prized demonic fire was instantly split in two. The sword light pierced through the flames, its momentum undiminished, and struck the lizard man heavily. A heart-wrenching scream filled the air as the lizard man's life was completely severed by the sword light. In its final moments, it witnessed its life-saving demonic fire inexplicably halt in midair near Lin Xiao, only to be extinguished with a disdainful flick from Lin Xiao. The lizard man's eyes remained wide open in death, its spirit unwilling to rest. From its corpse, a barely visible wisp of white light drifted into the sky. In the heavens, Lin Xiao's points changed, from 64,000 true dragon points to 65,000 true dragon points. A latest-stage Xian Dan lizard man is worth 1,000 points? Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. These points aren't very valuable. If it's this easy to earn 1,000 points, then finding a lizard man nest could easily net me tens of thousands of points. With this thought, Lin Xiao, who had initially planned to wait for his prey, began to expand his spiritual sense to search for any nearby demon lairs. The other true Dragon List participants were hiding who knows where, and even if he found one, it would probably only be worth a few thousand points. Moreover, these prodigies had their own trump cards, making them difficult to kill. In terms of cost-effectiveness, it was a thankless task. Meanwhile, outside the Destiny True Dragon Tower, everyone was closely watching the performance of these prodigies as they advanced from the 1st to the 7th floor. Lin Zhao's score, far surpassing the others, cast a shadow over the faces of the onlookers. When the rules of the 8th floor were announced, everyone was stunned. No death penalty, just elimination? Killing others grants points? This is a godsend. Our prodigy may lack strength and comprehension, but that doesn't mean they're weak. Indeed, and anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't go solo at this stage. Teaming up to outnumber the enemy, striking the weak, and using strategy is the key. I don't know if others will team up, but Lin Xiao seems to be using himself as bait to lure out enemies. Lin Xiao is bold and skilled, not afraid of failure. Wait, encountering a beast? No, a demon. It looks strong, but it's already dead? Forget what I said, that was too easy. It's not that the demon was weak. Lin Xiao is just too strong. Wait, isn't Lin Xiao a body cultivator? How is he wielding sword energy so effortlessly? As time passed, the vast expanse of the 8th floor spread out, with everyone randomly teleported to different locations. Meeting each other required both time and luck. This seemed to be a protective measure of the 8th floor. Otherwise, gathering all these prodigies in one place would end the challenge before it even began. An entire day passed. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, many familiar prodigies formed temporary teams upon encountering each other. The demons seemed able to sense the prodigies' positions, leading to several attacks. When facing one or two demons, the prodigies could easily escape even if they couldn't win. Suddenly, a flash of white light indicated the transmission of 2 true Dragon List participants out of the tower. Not dead, really not dead. The 8th floor's rules are true. This is incredible. Damn it. That Lu Qingyuan from the Great Wu Dynasty, with his half-step Huading strength, ambushed us with others. Yeah, it's frustrating. We barely managed to kill a few demons and squeeze into the top 10. The 2 transmitted prodigies were both aggrieved and angry. Stop embarrassing yourselves and come back. You lost because you were outmatched. In a life-and-death struggle, who cares what tactics are used? Their sect's Huading elders scolded them harshly. Realizing that the outside world could see everything happening inside the Destiny True Dragon Tower, the 2 prodigies blushed and quickly returned to their respective camps, not daring to say more. However, it wasn't long before their expressions turned strange again. Not just them, but the other elders were also watching the water screen with great interest. Inside the Destiny True Dragon Tower, an interesting scene was about to unfold. The Lu Qingyun group, who had just ambushed and killed 2 prodigies, were about to encounter someone new. Lin Xiao, the top-ranked prodigy, was walking alone through the dim passages of the 8th floor of the True Dragon Tower. Unbeknownst to him, a meticulously planned ambush awaited just ahead. Lu Qingyun and his foreman squad had already set up their ambush. They had recently succeeded in ambushing 2 other prodigies and were now reveling in their victory. Lu Qingyun himself possessed the cultivation of a half-step into the cauldron formation stage, while the other 3 were at the peak of the core formation stage. This makeshift team was formidable enough to pose a lethal threat to most challengers. Outside the tower, numerous experts observed the events within through a water screen. They unanimously predicted that Lin Xiao, with his 5th-level core formation cultivation, would struggle to survive an ambush by 4 prodigy-level opponents. Even the people from the Taishui's sacred land couldn't help but worry for Lin Xiao, inwardly cursing Lu Qingyun and his team for their underhanded tactics. However, Lin Xiao's decision to go solo was not without reason. His impressive 65,000 true dragon points were like a double-edged sword. Forming a team might actually increase his risk. Unless he could partner with someone as trustworthy as the Grand Princess of the Great Chen Dynasty, going solo seemed a safer option. Lu Qingyun's squad lay hidden along the path, holding their breath. When they recognized that the approaching figure was indeed Lin Xiao, greed sparked in their eyes. This was a golden opportunity to claim the top spot. Everyone, Lu Qingyun whispered, Lin Xiao is no ordinary opponent. We must ensure there are no mistakes. Take him down first, and then discuss the rest. If he escapes, we might never get another chance like this. Although a flicker of hesitation crossed the faces of the other 3, they quickly nodded in agreement. They understood that ensuring the success of this ambush was paramount. Lin Xiao drew closer to the ambush point. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. The 4 tightened their grip on their weapons, hands trembling slightly with tension, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. However, just at this critical juncture, Lin Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks and taunted. Hey, do you really think your hiding skills are undetectable? Really? Really? Lu Qingyun and his 3 companions were startled, but remained silent. Each of them pondered. Have we been discovered? Is he bluffing? Or has only one of us been exposed? Lin Xiao muttered to himself. I wonder how many points 4 turtles are worth. Lu Qingyun's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted, attack? Since Lin Xiao had revealed their numbers, they had to act immediately. Lu Qingyun gripped his top-grade spirit sword tightly, unleashing 80% of his sword intent, silent wing slash. The sword light, carrying immense power, made the void tremble. This was his full-force strike. Lin Xiao snorted coldly and threw what seemed to be a simple punch. Boom! The sword light shattered instantly upon impact with his fist. Lu Qingyun staggered back several dozen steps before stabilizing himself, his eyes a mix of shock and caution. Strong. Lin Xiao is far stronger than I imagined, Lu Qingyun thought. The immense power exerted in the first level of the true Dragon Tower is indeed real. Despite this, Lu Qingyun had no intention of retreating. He knew he was not fighting alone. At this moment, the other three revealed themselves, their eyes filled with the same apprehension. They quickly communicated. Brother Qingyun, be careful. Don't attack alone. We mustn't let him escape. Lin Zhao's strength is terrifying. He might have also mastered the essence of power. Don't engage him in close combat. Lu Qingyun nodded and immediately commanded, together, attack? In an instant, the four of them unleashed their full power. Lu Qingyun once again gathered his sword energy, releasing an even sharper sword light. Cloud break slash. The blade intent roared. Sky-splitting palm. The palm wind howled. Blazing sun spear. The spear light flashed. For ultimate moves, each from a different direction, converged on Lin Xiao, their power enough to make any ordinary transcendent realm expert wary. However, Lin Xiao did not retreat. He raised his right hand again, preparing to punch. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun sneered. Ha ha ha. Is that the only move you know? You're finished. Lin Xiao chuckled softly as a terrifying, scorching heat emanated from his body. Idiot, here's a different move. Fire fist. Whoosh. Suddenly, a crimson flame surged from deep within Lin Zhao's body, instantly spreading to his entire right arm. With a thunderous roar, dozens of blazing fireballs shot towards the four opponents like arrows released from a bow. The fiery orbs burned fiercely in the air, evaporating all moisture around them and distorting the very atmosphere with their intense heat. Fire. Lin Xiao can control fire. The four were stunned. Even from dozens of meters away, they could feel the searing threat of the flames. But it was too late to retreat. They had no choice but to go all out. Each of the four unleashed their most powerful attack, aiming to intercept the fireballs. Just then, Lin Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly uttered, explode. Before the word finished, the fireballs erupted violently. The four looked on in horror, powerless to stop the impending disaster. In an instant, the terrifying wave of flames engulfed them. Amid the deafening explosions, three of the figures were completely incinerated, leaving nothing behind. Only one managed to escape, screaming in agony as he fled Lu Qingyun. His entire body was charred, his clothes in tatters, and his hair disheveled, eyes filled with terror. Even though he had spare clothes in his storage ring, he didn't dare to stop for even a moment to change. Horrifying. How can Lin Xiao be this terrifying? Lu Qingyun thought in shock. That fire is no ordinary flame. His understanding of fire essence is at an extremely high level, far surpassing my grasp of sword essence. Damn it. Isn't he supposed to be a body cultivator or someone who trains in strength essence? At that moment, a sigh came from behind him. Alas, too bad. If this weren't the Destiny Dragon Tower, you wouldn't live to see another sunrise. Lu Qingyun felt a chill run down his spine. It's Lin Xiao. Despite using a secret technique to flee, how did he catch up? Before he could figure it out, a loud boom sounded, and Lu Qingyun lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself outside the Destiny Dragon Tower, disqualified from the competition. The three previously eliminated temporary teammates saw him inside. Brother Qingyun, you're out too? Sigh, Lin Xiao is just too strong. It's a good thing this was inside the Dragon Tower, or we'd be dead. Lu Qingyun regained his senses, his face full of bitterness. Not just them, but everyone outside was shocked by Lin Xiao's power. Fire essence. Sword essence. Lin Xiao is actually a dual essence cultivator, the crowd exclaimed. And he has cultivated both to impressive levels. If he successfully forms a core, he'd be a monster. Even more bewildered were the members of the Taishui Holy Land. They knew that Lin Xiao was not just a dual essence cultivator, but had also comprehended the essence of alchemy to perfection, reaching the domain level. This completely overturned their understanding. The path of dual essence cultivation is incredibly difficult, but to master 3 essences to such a degree is something almost unheard of. If such a prodigy succeeds in forming a core, the consequences would be unimaginable. All eyes turned back to the leaderboard. The rankings flickered and changed. First place, Lin Xiao, 100,200 dragon points. Second place, Chen Ning Su, 44,100 dragon points. Third place, Qi Aniu, 14,600 dragon points. Fourth place, Lung Wulei, 13,500 dragon points. Fifth place, Ouyang Yun, 13,100 dragon points. The rankings showed that there were 41 participants left on the 8th floor. The points of the 6 eliminated contestants had all gone to Lin Xiao, pushing his total points over 100,000. 2 other contestants had been killed by monsters, resulting in their points being reset to 0. In addition, the achievements of the demoness Chen Ning Su were also astonishing. She had gained 10,000 points in just one day by hunting monsters. The reason she didn't hunt other participants wasn't out of mercy. Other contestants would flee at the mere sight of her. Her fearsome reputation made everyone shudder. Inside the Destiny Dragon Tower, the remaining survivors also noticed the leaderboard changes. Lin Xiao breaking through 100,000 points and the demoness reaching 40,000, along with several eliminations, indicated that Lin Xiao and the demoness were actively hunting other participants. A strong sense of crisis arose among them. They simultaneously realized, if Lin Xiao and the demoness weren't eliminated, they would be the ones to die. To secure their rankings on the dragon leaderboard, the best strategy now was to prioritize taking down these two. Only by removing them could the rest compete fairly. In the following days, most participants on the 8th floor began to team up. The threat posed by Lin Xiao and the demoness created an unusual sense of unity among them. On the 6th to last day of the survival trial, Chen Ning Su was ambushed by a team of 15. Despite being outnumbered, she managed to kill 7 before retreating with injuries. This feat once again shocked everyone with her formidable combat prowess. On the 5th to last day, the team regrouped with 17 members, scouring the area for the 2 targets. On the 4th to last day, the team grew to 24 members. On the 3rd to last day, the team reached 30 members. On that day, Chen Ning Su was ambushed again. This time, she didn't engage in battle and chose to flee immediately. After being chased for an entire day, on the second to last day of the survival trial, Chen Ning Su finally encountered the troublesome guy she had been looking for, Lin Xiao. During the days Lin Xiao spent on the 8th floor of the Heavenly Dragon Tower, a sense of puzzlement lingered in his heart. Despite his continuous slaying of monsters, he found it odd that he hadn't encountered a single participant from the true dragon ranking. This anomaly left him perplexed. Even though the 8th floor was vast, he had explored nearly half of it, and logically, he should have run into a few other participants by now. On the day before the survival trial was about to end, Lin Xiao finally got his answer. Just as he punched a monster to death, he sensed a fierce battle happening in the distance. Excited, he thought, finally, I've found someone. He swiftly flew towards the source of the commotion. Before he could get close, he saw a familiar red figure flying towards him. It was Chen Ning Su. She looked pitiful, arms wide open, ready to throw herself into Lin Xiao's embrace. Wah! De Xiao Xiao, they bullied me. Chen Ning Su cried out coquettishly. Lin Xiao frowned and deftly sidestepped her hug. He wasn't going to fall for it so easily. Seeing this, Chen Ning Su pouted and complained. Boo! I've been chased for days, and you won't even comfort me? You're so mean. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at her. She looked excited, with a murderous glint in her eyes, hardly the image of someone being bullied. Besides, on the 8th floor of the Heavenly Dragon Tower, death only meant losing points and being teleported out. Comfort you? Comfort you because your true dragon points are about to catch up to mine? Lin Xiao said helplessly. Indeed, Lin Xiao's points had surged to around 120,000 through constant monster slaying over the past few days. But to his surprise, Chen Ning Su's points had skyrocketed from over 40,000 to just over 100,000. An increase of 60,000 points, exactly the total points of the recently eliminated participants. Clearly, she had been up to no good, and being chased was not without reason. At that moment, a group of 30 people surrounded Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su. To be precise, it was now 28, as 2 members had been killed while chasing the demon girl earlier. The group broke into smaller teams of 3 to 4, watching the pair warily yet eagerly. They were amazed by the duo's strength but thrilled by their numbers. No matter how strong Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su were, they couldn't possibly overcome such a numerical disadvantage. More importantly, the combined points of these two amounted to a staggering 220,000. Whatever their reasons, they had to capture them today. Internal disputes broke out within the group, with everyone wanting someone else to make the first move. Just then, a tall, burly man stepped forward. Lin Xiao, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept? The man's eyes burned with fighting spirit as he shouted in his rough voice. Everyone was stunned. It was Qi Aniu. He dared to challenge Lin Xiao. Had he forgotten the immense strength Lin Xiao displayed on the first floor? Even experts like Lu Qingyun had been eliminated by Lin Xiao. The others looked at Qi Aniu with strange expressions, wondering if he had lost his mind. Even Lin Xiao showed a hint of surprise. He had expected the group to attack en masse, not a single fool stepping up for a duel. Lin Xiao glanced at Qianyu and said, "Forget it, you're not my match. We'll see about that after we fight." Qianyu retorted, eyes wide with determination. Qianyu knew very well that he wasn't as strong as Lin Xiao, but this time, he had to fight. Ever since witnessing Lin Xiao's immense strength on the first floor, his confidence had been shaken. Initially, he hadn't noticed, but after going through the trials of enlightenment and survival, he realized he had developed a sense of awe and respect for Lin Xiao. This realization was a wake-up call for Qianyu. He was the ancient-century genius of the Savage Force sect, and his path of strength required him to be fearless and break through all obstacles. While Lin Xiao was undoubtedly powerful, if Qianyu lacked the courage to face him, his path of strength would be forever hindered. To solidify his resolve, he had to fight. What if he lost? Conquering his inner fears was the most important thing. Defeat would only motivate him to train harder. More crucially, given Lin Xiao's monstrous talent, missing this opportunity might mean never having the chance to challenge him again. Lin Xiao felt the surge of battle intent emanating from Qianyu and locked eyes with the determined glow in his opponent's gaze. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he softly said, "All right, make your move. Get ready." Qianyu roared, his entire body transforming into a blur as he charged at Lin Xiao. A fierce aura exploded from him, and behind him, the spectral forms of a bull and a dragon emerged, the representations of the mountain-breaking bull and the dragon beast from the 5th level of the true dragon tower. This was clearly a martial skill Qianyu had acquired during his trial of enlightenment, with his mastery of the force reaching an impressive 90%. He's a terrifying individual. At the very least, I respect him for daring to challenge Lin Xiao, one of the team members in the group murmured in awe. They watched the unfolding battle intently, plotting silently. If Lin Xiao couldn't withstand this attack, they would all join forces to take him down and expel him from the true dragon tower. Whether it was fair or not no longer mattered to them. In the blink of an eye, Qianyu was right in front of Lin Xiao, channeling all his battle intent and force into his right fist. "Bull Dominance Fist," he shouted, unleashing his full power. The air itself seemed to tear apart with sharp, cracked sounds as tiny rifts appeared. Lin Xiao stood his ground, unperturbed. "Your strongest punch, is it? Well, take this," he said calmly. In the next moment, Lin Xiao thrust his fist forward. Gold and black lights alternated on his body, and an overwhelming force field, like countless wild beasts rampaging, enveloped Qianyu instantly. Qianyu's expression shifted dramatically. This force field. It's so much like the black tortoise cauldron from the 1st level, only 1,000 times stronger, he exclaimed. He felt as if a mountain's weight bore down on him, and more terrifyingly, he couldn't sense any force intent from Lin Xiao. His entire body bristled, and his scalp tingled. "Ah! Breakthrough!" Qianyu roared once more. Boom! The collision of their fists resulted in a deafening explosion. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, Qianyu was utterly obliterated by Lin Xiao's punch without even a chance to scream, his form dissipating into nothingness. The sky rippled visibly from the impact, and the shockwaves radiated outward, reducing the nearby ruins to rubble. The power of that punch stunned everyone inside and outside the tower. Lin Xiao withdrew his fist and scanned the remaining 27 people. "Next. Who's up?" he asked coolly. Those he looked at either instinctively stepped back or quickly averted their gaze. The astonishing scene from moments ago had completely disrupted their plans. Seeing no one respond, Lin Xiao continued, "Since none of you are willing to make a move, I'll take the initiative. By the way, whose bright idea was it to form an alliance? I must say, it suits me perfectly." With that, Lin Xiao raised his right hand and casually shouted, "Great Flame Ring." Buzz. Instantly, a terrifying crimson flame enveloped Lin Xiao. A miniature sun appeared in his hand, radiating an intense heat that made everyone shudder. The moment this miniature sun appeared, the moisture within a radius of several miles began to rapidly evaporate and rise. The ground instantly became scorching hot, and the air was filled with a searing heat. The blazing sun in Lin Xiao's hand expanded at an astonishing rate, growing to a size of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, towering over the ruins of a high-rise building. The onlookers were stunned. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God! Is this the essence of fire?" "No, it's not," another person retorted. "I've seen masters of the fire essence, but none as powerful as this." Lin Xiao is controlling a unique flame, with temperatures beyond imagination. Panic quickly spread. "Stop him," someone shouted. "We can't let him release that thing. No one can withstand it. This is too terrifying. I'm out of here." "Me too. It's not safe to stay." The loosely held together team instantly fell apart. Facing such terrifying power, 6 or 7 people retreated simultaneously. Lin Xiao sneered, "Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave." With that, he stomped his right foot on the ground. The ground within a kilometer radius around Lin Xiao instantly collapsed and shattered. The team members were thrown into the air by the shockwave, staring in shock at the scene before them. The shattered rocks were floating and merging into the blazing red sun. The sun began to expand at an incredible speed. A stifling atmosphere enveloped the scene. Everyone was terrified. He's crazy. Is he out of his mind? What is he trying to do? Attack him. Lin Xiao must be trying to take us all down with him. Madman. He's a lunatic. Stop him. Now. All the elites exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed all their spiritual and physical energy. Lung Wulei's body surged with a mighty blade aura, resembling a colossal sword that split the sky as it slashed towards Lin Xiao. Another elite summoned a three-turtle avatar behind him, wielding a massive black palm as if to shake the heavens with the power of the underworld. A spear master, with his spear tip vibrating constantly, shattered rocks wherever it passed. The elites displayed their skills, using every ounce of their strength. Just as Lin Xiao was about to unleash the divine power he had comprehended from the Nine Dragons trial, a dragon's roar shook the heavens. 100-meter-long blood-red golden dragon roared and emerged, blocking all the attacks. It was Chen Ning Su. Big Xiao, you're too slow. Chen Ning Su complained. If this were a real battle against a strong opponent, you'd be dead while still gathering power. Lin Xiao chuckled. It's my first time, so I'm a bit rusty. I'll be quicker next time. As he spoke, he thrust his right hand upwards, sending the blazing sun shooting into the sky. Explode. Meteor volcano. Lin Xiao said softly, simultaneously releasing the essence of fire and gravity. With a thunderous explosion, the massive blazing sun burst in the sky. Huge magma fireballs rained down like a storm, turning the entire 8th level into a sea of scorching fire. Chen Ning Su blinked in surprise. This scene looked so familiar, just like the volcanic eruption in the Zean secret realm. The other elites were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the scene of destruction. One person, refusing to believe it, swung his sword at an incoming fireball. But as soon as the blade touched the fireball, he was knocked to the ground by a powerful force. Before he could even cry out, he was engulfed by the fireball, turning to ashes. Another person activated a protective shield, only to find that in front of these terrifying magma fireballs, any defense was useless. Screams echoed as everyone scattered to escape, but few managed to get away. Just as the survivors were feeling relieved, Lin Xiao, dragging a red-clad girl, suddenly appeared before them. The roles of prey and predator have switched, the red-clad girl said, her eyes filled with killing intent. The hunt begins now. After slaying 2 elites, Chen Ning Su turned from defense to offense, dragging Lin Xiao along in the chase. If not for dragging Lin Xiao and thus avoiding the magma fireballs, she would have unleashed her full power long ago. An incense sticks time later, the battle was over. The scene was a mess, with scorched marks and craters everywhere, and not a single intact spot to be found. The team was utterly annihilated, with no survivors. Under Chen Ning Su's pursuit, escape was an impossible dream. The leaderboard in the sky had changed dramatically. First place, Lin Xiao, 247,000 true dragon points. Second place, Chen Ning Su, 215,600 true dragon points. Third place, Ouyang Yun, 17,400 true dragon points. Fourth place, Qi Feibai, 11,500 true dragon points. Only 4 participants remained on the 8th level. Besides Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su, the other 2 had survived only because they hadn't joined the team. With only 1 day left in the survival trial, finding the remaining 2 participants was nearly impossible, and their combined points were less than 30,000. Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su decided to give up the chase and instead hunt magical creatures. Thus, the final day of the survival trial ended. With a familiar flash of white light, Lin Xiao, Chen Ning Su, and the other 2 appeared in a palace. The 9th level, exchange space, a voice announced. After you exchange your true dragon points, you will be teleported out. The rankings for this year's True Dragon list will then be announced, and rewards will be distributed. When the 4 individuals on the 8th level of the Destiny Dragon Tower were transported to the 9th level, the imagery on the sky screen outside the tower suddenly vanished. On the plaza, all the eliminated participants of the True Dragon ranking and the various powerful figures from different factions were left standing in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Is it over? Someone murmured in disbelief, staring at the now silent giant tower. Could this once sane several hundred years Destiny True Dragon ranking really have ended so abruptly? A shared question emerged in everyone's minds. Was it really this quick? In terms of brutality and excitement, this year's Destiny True Dragon ranking didn't even compare to the regular True Dragon rankings held every decade. In those, participants often fought fiercely, schemed against each other, and suffered numerous casualties. However, this time, there was almost no suspense. The reason was simple. Lin Xiao, a young man whose strength far surpassed other prodigies in the Eastern Domain. He was so powerful that even when besieged by 20 or 30 others, no one could do anything to him. Without Lin Zhao's presence, this year's True Dragon ranking would have been completely different. To the Eastern Domain, such a monstrous talent was a blessing and a beacon of hope, but to his peers, he was nothing short of a nightmare. With Lin Zhao around, they could only look up to him from behind. This towering mountain was too steep for them, and few dared to attempt the climb. Time ticked by, and after the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the Destiny Dragon Tower suddenly flickered twice. Two figures were transported out from within the tower. These were the prodigies who had secured third and fourth place. Their faces were lit with joy, clearly having reaped significant rewards inside the tower. The other eliminated participants looked on with envy. They couldn't help but regret. Had they known Lin Zhao was so difficult to contend with, they might have hidden away to hunt magical creatures and silently accumulate points. Perhaps they could have secured a ranking instead of standing here empty-handed. Another half-hour passed, and a red figure was transported out from the tower. It was none other than the demonic woman of the great Chen Dynasty, Chen Ning Su. Her aura had grown more unfathomable, causing even the surrounding powerhouse cultivators to feel a chill. This woman had become even more terrifying. People couldn't help but speculate in their hearts. If even Chen Ning Su had improved so significantly, then how powerful would the first-place winner, Lin Zhao, be? However, just as everyone eagerly awaited Lin Zhao's appearance, the situation inside the Destiny Dragon Tower took an unexpected turn. The second, third, and fourth places had all redeemed their true dragon points and been transported out of the tower. Yet Lin Zhao remained standing inside the palace on the 9th level, as if something had completely captivated his attention. In fact, ever since Lin Zhao entered the 9th level, his mind had been like a fast-forwarding film, with scenes flashing by rapidly. It seemed to be a segment of ancient history. In that era, the world was home to myriad races. Humans were flourishing, the demon race was powerful, the witch race was mysterious, and the elemental race was ever-changing. Although there were occasional conflicts among the races, a delicate balance and restraint were maintained. Until one day, an unknown group of extraterrestrial demonic entities broke this equilibrium. Nearly immortal and immensely powerful, they could also incite greed and evil in others' hearts. Conflicts and strife among the races were ignited one after another, leading to the outbreak of the 10,000 Races War. The once prosperous ancient era ended in near destruction after paying a heavy price. As the ancient scenes faded from Lin Zhao's mind, he felt as if he had experienced eons, yet also just a fleeting moment. But it wasn't over. The next moment, another scene lit up in his mind. When he saw the scene, Lin Zhao was stunned. Because the scene was all too familiar. It was Earth, his true homeland where he had lived for 20 years. What shocked Lin Zhao the most was that the familiar figure at the center of the scene was none other than himself. The scene began to move, and a golden light enveloped his earthly self, then shattered the void and vanished. Lin Zhao frowned. Is this the moment I crossed over? Why is the Destiny Dragon Tower showing my memories? However, the truly shocking part was yet to come. After his earthly self disappeared, the scene did not stop. The perspective rose to the sky, overlooking the entire Earth. Lin Zhao was astounded to find that, aside from him, golden lights lit up continuously in different parts of the country and the world, numbering in the hundreds. However, after these golden lights swallowed people, the directions in which they disappeared varied. Simultaneously, numerous black lights appeared, tearing the void and forming rifts. Many dark shadows struggled out from these rifts. Lin Zhao squinted his eyes, thinking to himself, these things resemble the ancient extraterrestrial demonic entities, but are much weaker. At the same time, endless mysterious spiritual energy began flowing from the rifts onto Earth. The passage of time accelerated. In Lin Zhao's vision, it was as if Earth had been set to fast-forward mode, and the entire planet seemed to receive some kind of nourishment, rapidly expanding at a visible rate. One-fold, five-fold, tenfold. After 3 years in Earth time, its size had increased 100-fold, and the mutation finally stopped. At this point, all order on Earth had descended into chaos. Not only did demonic shadows emerge from the void rifts, but also various unknown demonic creatures and fierce beasts. Humanity's dominance crumbled in an instant. Against the monsters emerging from the void rifts, conventional weapons proved as fragile as paper. Even the cataclysmic power of nuclear weapons could only temporarily repel these creatures, failing to eradicate them entirely. Amidst this catastrophe, the only silver lining was that humans began to exhibit mutations. Some individuals developed extraordinary abilities, becoming beacons of hope in the fight against these monsters. However, this faint glimmer of hope was far from sufficient. The void rifts were expanding at an alarming rate, and each moment threatened to unleash even more terrifying entities. As the final scene slowly faded, Lin Zhao abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself still in the grand hall on the 9th floor of the Tianming Zhenlong Tower. Cold sweat had soaked his back, and his companions, Chen Ning Su and the other two, were nowhere to be seen. Lin Xiao furrowed his brows and took several deep breaths to calm himself. He began to ponder. Was what he had seen a dream or reality? How long had he been here? After careful reflection, Lin Xiao was certain that the scenes from ancient times were indeed real. The grandeur and impact of those scenes were far beyond his imagination. If the ancient scenes were real, then the events on Earth were likely true as well. A flood of questions surged through Lin Xiao's mind. Has Earth really undergone a spiritual resurgence? What is the situation of his family and friends now? He had been in this fantastical world for nearly a year. Had 3 years already passed on Earth? What exactly were those demonic shadows? If they were akin to the ancient extraterrestrial demons, wasn't Earth already on the brink of destruction? And what about the others who were swallowed by the golden light along with him? Did they end up in other parallel dimensions, or another alternate world? These questions made Lin Xiao's expression grow increasingly grave. Although he dreaded the thought of Earth being in crisis, he vaguely understood the destiny he seemed to bear. It was because of the scenes he had witnessed that a long-dormant, intense impulse surged within him. Could he still return? Each appearance of the Tianming Zhenlong Tower heralded an unprecedented disaster. The tower would choose suitable individuals to bear this opportunity. To seize the opportunity was to attain the Tao through karma. Otherwise, one would become entangled in karma, endlessly cycling. Please, the top ranked on the Tianming Zhenlong list, begin your points redemption, a voice suddenly announced. Note, the top-ranked redemption catalog is unique and differs from the others. A mysterious voice echoed through the palace, interrupting Lin Xiao's deep thoughts. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze resolute. One step at a time. As I grow stronger, the answers will become clearer. Let's start the exchange, Lin Xiao said, his voice resonating through the vast hall. As soon as he finished speaking, lines of golden text appeared out of thin air in the hall. Current True Dragon Points, 247,000. 1. Fortune Enhancement. 2. Insight Enhancement. 3. Physique Enhancement. 4. Randomly comprehend a unique insight. 5. Randomly obtain a special treasure. Lin Xiao was stunned, his brows furrowing. He carefully read each option and quickly understood the exchange rules. The first 3 options could consume any amount of points for enhancement, while the last 2 required 100,000 points each. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao chose the 4th option. A refreshing sensation surged through his body, causing him to shiver as if his cells were being liberated. Countless gray-white energies converged from all directions, making Lin Xiao feel as if a new door had been opened. He lightly waved his hand, and a precise crack appeared out of nowhere. The once violent void power now felt gentle and familiar. Lin Xiao furrowed his brows in thought, realizing this wasn't a spatial insight, but a similar unique insight. Although he didn't know its name, he didn't mind, as he already possessed 6 insights. Lin Xiao turned his gaze back to the remaining options and decisively chose the 5th one. Consume 100,000 points to randomly obtain a special treasure. Confirm, he declared. No sooner had he spoken than the Destiny True Dragon Tower shook slightly before everything returned to calm. Lin Xiao looked around, blinking in confusion. Where was the treasure? His points had dropped from 247,000 to 47,000. Lin Xiao was speechless, wondering if the system had glitched or if he would only receive the reward after leaving the tower. Shaking his head, he used the remaining 47,000 points to enhance his fortune. Immediately, familiar white light began to flicker around him, and a pulling force indicated he was about to be transported out. Outside the tower, the Destiny True Dragon Tower emitted a dazzling brilliance, blocking all sight and spiritual senses. When the light faded, Lin Xiao reappeared in the outside world. Boundless Earth Vein Dragon Qi surged into his body, enveloping him in golden purple light, making it impossible to look directly at him. However, even Lin Xiao didn't notice that the Destiny True Dragon Tower had transformed into a white light, sneaking into the depths of his spiritual sea and lying dormant. The small black sword, his life-bound Tao artifact, gently swayed as if greeting it. The crowd quickly spotted Lin Xiao. The group led by the Supreme Sage Master immediately surrounded him, offering congratulations. Lin Xiao responded with perfunctory nods, his mind elsewhere. He repeatedly scanned his body with his spiritual sense, his eyes wide. Where's my special treasure? That cost 100,000 points. Destiny True Dragon List? Are you kidding me? Just then, a massive list appeared in the sky over the eastern region, announcing the rankings of this year's True Dragon List. First place, Great Wei Dynasty, Sword Demon Sect, Lin Xiao. Second place, Great Chen Dynasty, Qian Royal Family, Chen Ning Su. Third place, Great Wei Dynasty, Iceblade Sect, Ouying Yun. Fourth place, Great Qi Dynasty, Qi Royal Family, Qi Feibai. Subsequently, 5 massive fortune golden dragons roared into existence from the power of the True Dragon List, flying in 4 different directions. 2 smaller dragons flew towards the Great Wei and Great Qi dynasties, a larger one towards the Great Chen Dynasty, and the second largest towards the Great Wei Dynasty. The largest fortune golden dragon, its eyes flashing with fierce golden light, let out a long roar before shattering the void and heading to another space. The Great Wei Dynasty, Sword Demon Sect. Lately, the entire sect has been buzzing with excitement. Elder Qiao of Danqing Peak has officially advanced to an 8th grade alchemist, becoming the undisputed top alchemist of the Great Wei Dynasty. As soon as the news spread, neighboring factions sent representatives to offer their congratulations, one after another. Even more thrilling is that Elder Qiao's direct disciple, Lu Mingyue, has reached the level of a 6th grade alchemist at a young age, an unprecedented achievement in the history of the Great Wei Dynasty. For the Sword Demon Sect, it was a double celebration. Meanwhile, the sect's most renowned genius, Lin Xiao, is competing in the prestigious True Dragon ranking competition. The entire sect eagerly awaits the results, knowing that if Lin Xiao secures a position within the top 20, the Sword Demon Sect will have a triple celebration. The entire Great Wei Dynasty can sense that the Sword Demon Sect is poised for a meteoric rise. Although it may not yet rival the former imperial family's dominance, it is certain to secure a top 5, if not top 3, position in the sect rankings. At this moment, Lu Mingyue is in the main hall's alchemy room, observing her master refine pills while incessantly chattering, "Master, when will Lin Xiao return? When will the True Dragon ranking end? I've been waiting for days without any news. Do you think someone as outstanding as Lin Xiao has many girls who like him?" Her chatter made Elder Qiao, who was focused on his alchemy, furrow his brows. Finally, he couldn't help but scold. "Enough, disciple. It's Lin Xiao this and Lin Xiao that every day. I brought you here to observe my alchemy, not to get complacent just because you're now a 6th grade alchemist. In the Great Wei Dynasty, or even in the Eastern region, a 6th grade alchemist has some influence. But step out of the Eastern region, and it's nothing." Elder Qiao sighed inwardly. This disciple is practically obsessed with Lin Xiao. "Ah, young people." Lu Mingyue pouted, thinking that she worked hard on her alchemy every day. So what's wrong with talking a bit in her free time? Just then, the entire Sword Demon Sect began to tremble slightly. Lu Mingyue was astonished to see a golden light appear from nowhere and shoot directly into her master's body. She noticed a hint of purple aura in her master's eyes. Before she could ask, a similar golden light surged into her own body. In an instant, Lu Mingyue felt enveloped in warmth, with her cultivation, alchemy skills, comprehension, spiritual awareness, and physique all improving rapidly. "Master, what's happening? I feel like my cultivation is about to break through. Moreover, I seem to be touching the barrier of a 7th grade alchemist." This. Lu Mingyue was too shocked to speak. She could understand a breakthrough in cultivation, but how could her alchemy skills advance so quickly? She had just reached the level of a 6th grade alchemist, which should have taken at least a decade to approach the level of a 7th grade alchemist. Elder Qiao didn't answer her because he was equally stunned. He felt his alchemical intent rapidly improving, even vaguely sensing the realm of a 9th grade alchemist. Moreover, he felt a mysterious force coursing through his body, rapidly enhancing his cultivation, spiritual awareness, martial skills, and physique. "Let's go outside and check," Elder Qiao said, rushing out of the alchemy room, with Lu Mingyue following closely behind. When they exited the alchemy room, they found that other disciples outside were equally astonished. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, and the entire Sword Demon Sect trembled again. A golden dragon of fortune emerged from the underground spiritual veins, the same one that appeared when Lin Xiao took first place in the True Dragon ranking preliminaries. The golden dragon roared and soared into the sky. Then, a scene that left everyone in the Sword Demon Sect in awe unfolded. From the thick clouds, another colossal purple-gold void dragon, 10 times larger, emerged. The two dragons resonated with each other, showering golden light and purple aura upon everyone in the sect. The entire Sword Demon Sect was enveloped in an auspicious atmosphere, breaking all barriers and warding off all evils. At that moment, 3 figures flew into the sky from the main peak of the Sword Demon Sect. Sect leader Fong, Elder Gung, and Elder Mu. Elder Mu stared intently at the 2 dragons of fortune and asked, "Old Fong, Old Gung, what do you think?" "It must be that brat. Who else could it be?" The 2 answered in unison. At this moment, the only person they could think of capable of causing such a phenomenon was one. Suddenly, a list appeared in the sky. It really is the True Dragon ranking. The True Dragon ranking has been announced. It looks like our Sword Demon Sect has secured a place, and not a low one. Not just low, I feel the energy within me could break through 2 realms consecutively. Not just cultivation realms, I feel my aptitude and talent have directly improved by several levels. I wonder who the first place is. Wait. The first place is Lin Xiao from our Sword Demon Sect. Holy crap. First place, we got first place? Really? Am I seeing things? Lin Xiao actually took first place in the True Dragon ranking. Oh my god. This is unbelievable. The entire Sword Demon sect erupted in a frenzy of cheers and exclamations, everyone immersed in the sudden joy. I'm numb. My whole body feels numb. The exclamation echoed through the Sword Demon sect, causing a stir among everyone present. All the disciples stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the ranking list before them. The expressions of sect leader Fong, Elder Mu, and Elder Gung ranged from shock to ecstatic joy, and finally to sheer incredulity. First place? Our Sword Demon sect is actually first on the True Dragon list this year. Sect leader Fong murmured, his voice filled with astonishment. Wasn't this year's True Dragon list supposed to be exceptionally difficult? Elder Mu pondered, frowning. Lin Xiao, that kid. He's truly extraordinary, Elder Gung remarked, shaking his head in amazement. This surprise is a bit overwhelming. As the three elders were still immersed in their shock, the massive golden dragon of fortune in the sky began to change. The previously separate golden dragons started to merge, transforming into an even larger purple gold dragon. With the fusion of the dragon, the mysterious force surging within the three elders' bodies intensified tenfold. This sudden change left them utterly stunned. Elder Mu was the first to recover, and with a mix of amazement and pride he said, "You two old fellows, I think I'm about to break through to the cauldron transformation stage." Sect leader Fong shot him a look and retorted, "You think you're the only one feeling that way?" "Indeed," Elder Gung added, gazing at the purple gold dragon with awe. "I also feel like I'm on the verge of a breakthrough, and I think breaking through beneath this massive dragon of fortune could be another opportunity for us." The three exchanged glances, and a wild gleam appeared in Elder Mu's eyes. Suppressing his excitement, he proposed, "How about we break through together?" Sect leader Fong's eyes widened in shock. "Are you crazy? If we all break through at once, the damage to our Sword Demon sect could be unimaginable." Elder Gung, however, agreed with Elder Mu's suggestion, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes as well. "Old Fong, let's listen to Mu this time. I think it's doable." Sect leader Fong hesitated for a moment, but was eventually swayed by the unprecedented opportunity. "You fine. This time, our Sword Demon sect will rise not just in the Great Wei Dynasty, but in the entire eastern region." The three shared a knowing smile and no longer suppressed the wildly increasing power within them. In an instant, dark clouds gathered above the Sword Demon sect, and lightning filled the sky. The massive purple gold dragon seemed to sense something, moving even more freely and showering down denser golden and purple light. The entire sect was enveloped in a mysterious and powerful aura, as if heralding the dawn of a new era. The Sword Demon sect has emerged as the biggest beneficiary of this incident, followed closely by the Wei Dynasty. At this moment, the dynasty's fortunes surged dramatically, like an oasis suddenly appearing in a desert. Rare resources sprouted like mushrooms after the rain. The concentration of spiritual energy rose steadily. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures grew everywhere, and the dragon veins of the earth flowed and twisted. Most notably, ordinary citizens began to develop spiritual roots and seeds within their bodies, their aptitude and talents skyrocketing as if they had been invigorated. Once an inconspicuous dynasty among hundreds in the eastern region, Wei now has the potential to rise to the forefront within just a few years. The entire dynasty is flourishing, its momentum unstoppable, as if it has entered a golden age overnight. In stark contrast, on another blue planet known as Earth, separated by unknown distances and dimensions, the situation is dire. A layer of ominous black fog has shrouded over two-thirds of the planet. Shadows and demonic creatures emerging from void rifts have grown stronger, establishing nests and territories, and slaughtering humans en masse. Despite the emergence of many superhumans among humanity, whose powers are rapidly increasing, they remain no match for these shadows and demonic creatures from an unknown world. Humanity seems to be doomed to slaughter. In just 3 short years, the human population has dwindled to 1/5 of its original size. As the strength of the shadows and demonic creatures continues to grow, the situation worsens. World leaders hold emergency meetings day and night, but to little avail. They desperately need time, but this is a luxury they cannot afford. At the current rate of expansion, humanity on Earth may cease to exist in a few years. At this critical moment, a roar as if from an ancient abyss suddenly resounded across the sky. Roar! Everyone instinctively looked up. An overwhelming pressure swept across the globe, causing all shadows and demonic creatures to cower and tremble. Then, a massive phantom of a purple gold dragon, over 1,000 meters long, appeared in the sky above China. The sight of this colossal golden dragon left all witnesses in awe. This phenomenon was unique to the skies above China, with no other nations experiencing any similar events. People started to talk. "Oh my God, is that a dragon? It's enormous. What does this mean? Why is this happening only above China? I just hope the apocalypse ends soon and we can return to peace." "That's impossible. We've entered a new era. We must become stronger," continuously stronger. At that moment, the purple gold dragon let out another earth-shattering roar, its eyes emitting a purple beam of light. Any shadow or demonic creature caught in its gaze instantly turned to ash and vanished. Within just a few breaths, all shadows and demonic creatures within China's borders were eradicated, leaving a rare sanctuary on Earth. The purple gold dragon then swiftly flew around China's territory before diving into the ground and disappearing. All Chinese citizens felt a strange new power within them, especially those who had already awakened. They sensed a continuous flow of energy from within. Without hesitation, these individuals sat down and began to harness their internal power, guided by some unseen force. The first batch of Earth's new strong warriors was about to be born. In this apocalyptic era, they knew they had to seize every opportunity. Meanwhile, people near China's borders noticed another exhilarating change. Although countless shadows and demonic creatures still lurked outside, they were unable to enter China, blocked by a mysterious force. Whether underground or in the air, a protective barrier kept these evil beings at bay. The news electrified all Chinese people. We're saved. It must be the spirits of our ancestors protecting us. Thank the heavens. However, before the cheers could die down, a string of numbers appeared on the transparent barrier. 364 days, 23 hours, 59 seconds. Everyone gasped. It was a countdown. This sudden protective barrier was not permanent, but had a time limit. When the time runs out, it will likely disappear. Many people's spirits plummeted. Only a year? Does that mean we'll still be slaughtered by those creatures after a year? But soon, someone stood up to argue. What kind of attitude is that? Do you think this year is for sitting around waiting to die? Then you can just wait to die. Exactly. China is not what it used to be. I saw someone take an herb and gain immense power, punching a demon to death with a single blow. You can wait for an official announcement. The authorities should issue a notice soon. Before that, I'm going to seek my own destiny, Lin Xiao said firmly, his eyes gleaming with determination. He deeply felt that modern China was like a vast treasure trove brimming with endless opportunities. As long as one had the resolve to grow stronger, no one would remain weak forever. At this moment, every corner of China was filled with a spirit of progress. Those with insight silently set their goals, while only the self-indulgent lamented on the sidelines. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated residential area of a remote county in China, a middle-aged couple in ragged clothes awoke from their sleep. They rubbed their sleepy eyes and looked at each other simultaneously. Old Lin, I dreamed of our son again, the middle-aged woman said with a trembling voice, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. This time the dream was especially vivid. I miss him so much. The middle-aged man hugged his wife and gently comforted her. I dreamed of him too. What's strange is that I also saw him with a girlfriend who likes to wear red. The woman trembled, staring at her husband in disbelief. Really? I also dreamed he had a girlfriend who likes to wear red and is as beautiful as a movie star. What? The man exclaimed. Honey, tell me more about your dream. As the woman recounted her dream, the man grew increasingly astonished. Their dreams were strikingly similar, almost identical. Old Lin, the woman whispered. I also feel a powerful energy inside me, something indescribable. I feel so full of energy now, like I have endless strength. The man was stunned. He had the same feeling, initially thinking it was an illusion, but now it seemed far from simple. Don't tell anyone about this for now, the man said seriously. The world has changed, and we need to be cautious. Okay, I'll listen to you. The woman nodded in agreement. The man gazed into the distance, a glimmer of hope igniting in his heart. Perhaps, one day, they could see their son again. Time flowed differently. A year in the mystical realm was equivalent to 3 years on Earth. In the Xia dynasty of the mystical world, after the true dragon list concluded, Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su declined the gracious invitation from the Taishan sacred land. They decided to return to the Sword Demon Sect, flying westward. They speculated silently about what might have changed within the Sword Demon Sect and the Daiqian royal family during their absence. As for the Golden Dragon of Fortune phenomenon on Earth, Lin Xiao remained unaware. The two flew side by side, swiftly heading towards the Wei dynasty. Suddenly, Lin Xiao squinted his eyes, a flash of killing intent flickering in his gaze. He brought his fingers together and slashed at a spot in the void. 90% of his sword intent, imbued with a sense of destruction and slaughter, transformed into a sharp sword light and shot forth. With a splat, blood splattered everywhere. The figures of 2 men in black were instantly pulverized by the force of the spatial disturbance. How many assassins is this now? Chen Ning Su pouted, her tone light and casual as if the deceased were merely insignificant insects. The 4th batch, Lin Xiao said helplessly. It never ends. After 4 waves of probing, the main culprit should show up soon, Chen Ning Su said with a smile. How do you know? Lin Xiao looked at her curiously. Chen Ning Su chuckled. I was an assassin for quite a few years, you know? Hearing Chen Ning Su's words, Lin Xiao froze for a moment. He almost forgot that the seemingly delicate girl beside him was also a decisive and ruthless expert. In the past few days, they had encountered 4 assassination attempts, each carried out by a group of assassins at the half-step transformation realm, totaling more than 10 attackers. Initially, Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su were traveling on a flying arc. However, during the first attack, several formations on the arc were damaged, rendering it unusable. Although Lin Xiao had the ability to repair it, he chose to put it away, thinking that if the entire arc was destroyed next time, the loss would be significant. Thus, they switched to flying through the air on their own. Although slower, it was much safer. In the subsequent attacks, Lin Xiao was always able to sense the faint killing intent locking onto him and strike preemptively, eliminating the assassins before they could launch their attacks. He had tried to capture them alive, but the assassins would rather die than be captured, biting down on poison capsules hidden in their mouths to commit suicide. Suicide assassins? Lin Xiao asked in surprise, turning to Chen Ning Su. Do you recognize these killers, or know where they come from? Chen Ning Su shook her head decisively. I don't recognize them. Seeing Lin Xiao's disappointed expression, she hesitated for a moment before adding, but they probably aren't from the Eastern Domain. Lin Xiao frowned. Not from the Eastern Domain? Could his influence have spread to other celestial realms? Training such suicide assassins is extremely difficult, Chen Ning Su explained. Many major forces in the Eastern Domain cultivate them secretly, but none can afford to send out so many half-step transformation realm assassins at once. Lin Xiao nodded, deep in thought. They continued on their way without changing their route. A madman and a demoness what was there to fear? Just as they were about 100 miles away from the Great Chen Dynasty, both Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su stopped abruptly. A figure blocked their path, a woman in pink. She was strikingly beautiful, with a proud yet seductive demeanor, and her deep, unreadable eyes were particularly noteworthy. Even more striking was that she made no effort to conceal her aura mid-transformation realm. Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing. This woman probably isn't from the Eastern Domain. Lin Xiao, cultivation level, 6th stage of the condensation realm, suspected to be a triple cultivator of intent. Sword intent and fire intent both at the 9th stage, true combat power comparable to the transformation realm, ranked first on the Destiny True Dragon list. The woman listed off a series of information about Lin Xiao with great interest. Lin Xiao remained unfazed. Is that all? Your intelligence-gathering capabilities are quite limited. Were the previous assassins sent by you? I just wanted to see if you matched the information, the woman admitted directly. And then? Lin Xiao's eyes grew cold. The results exceeded my expectations, the woman smiled. I didn't expect someone as talented as you to emerge from the impoverished Eastern Domain. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Bei Yaojing, the current heir of the Yaoqi divine clan. I've come for you. She expected this introduction to make Lin Xiao bow down in awe, but he merely asked, Yaoqi divine clan? What's that? The Yaoqi divine clan has emerged? Unlike Lin Xiao's calm demeanor, Chen Ning Su's face showed rare astonishment. Lin Xiao turned to Chen Ning Su. Explain. Chen Ning Su immediately shared what she knew about the Yaoqi divine clan. It was an ancient clan based in the Kanglan celestial realm. Though human, their unique bloodline allowed them to grow far stronger than ordinary people. More importantly, their heritage included the Yaoqi immortal arts, which could harness the power of heaven and earth, achieving immortality. This mysterious clan had been hidden for millennia, and now they had suddenly reappeared, sending their current heir. Lin Xiao sneered inwardly. He had reviewed the scenes of the ancient apocalyptic war in his memory and was unimpressed by the Yaoqi divine clan's reputation. To him, they were just a declining clan clinging to survival. So, what does the Yaoqi divine clan want with me? Lin Xiao asked indifferently. Bei Yaojing was taken aback by Lin Xiao's lack of awe even after learning about the Yaoqi divine clan. She sneered inwardly, thinking that the Eastern Domain was indeed the Eastern Domain. It seemed her clan had been hidden for too long, and people had forgotten their existence. But soon, everyone would remember. I'm here for you, Bei Yaojing said, staring directly at Lin Xiao. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. First, surrender all your Destiny True Dragon fortune. In return, I'll grant you entry into one of our affiliated forces, where you can cultivate with endless opportunities. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Chen Ning Su's eyes turned red, and the murderous energy within her began to stir. Bei Yaojing either didn't notice their reactions or didn't care. She continued, the second choice. I'll plant a slave mark in you. From then on, you'll serve the Yaoqi divine clan for life, though with a low status, you'll enjoy our rich cultivation resources. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh after hearing the second option given by the saintess of Yaoqi. He had encountered many feminists before, but he never expected to meet one even more formidable in this fantastical world. Just these 2 choices? Do I have to pick one? Lin Xiao asked mockingly. The saintess of Yaoqi, with an air of superiority replied, "Yes, you must choose one." A cold glint flashed in Lin Zhao's eyes as he spoke icily. "Since you've gauged my true strength, do you really think you can force me to choose?" His gaze was filled with disdain for such foolishness. Standing beside him, Chen Ning Su remained silent, but her resolute eyes said it all. As long as Lin Zhao was willing, she would stand by him fearlessly, even if it meant offending the Yaoqi divine clan. The saintess of Yaoqi suddenly smiled seductively. "Did I ever tell you I'm alone?" As soon as she finished speaking, the space around her began to ripple. 6 figures, both male and female, emerged, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Lin Zhao and Chen Ning Su quickly assessed them, their expressions growing serious. The 6 were at different stages of the Huading realm, 2 at mid-stage, 3 at late mid-stage, and 1 at latest stage. Such a force was nearly unstoppable in the eastern region. The 6 prodigies of the Yaoqi divine clan scrutinized Lin Zhao with undisguised contempt. They commented brazenly, "Saintess, why waste words with him? Just plant the slave mark. We've got you covered." Becoming a slave to the Yaoqi divine clan is an honor for him. Top of the heavenly dragon list? Doesn't look like much. To them, the eastern region was a backwater. The current heavenly dragon list had only 4 names, a laughable number. Even if the saintess thought Lin Zhao was extraordinary, with 6 Yaoqi prodigies and the saintess herself here, Lin Zhao had no chance of escaping. The saintess of Yaoqi suddenly snorted, her aura surging. "Silence. Did I ask for your opinions?" The 6 Huading prodigies immediately bowed their heads in fear. "Yes, saintess, we were wrong." The saintess turned her gaze back to Lin Zhao, her tone imperious. "Lin Zhao, have you made your choice?" Lin Zhao chuckled. "Yes, I have." The 6 Yaoqi prodigies looked unconcerned, as if they had expected this. The saintess nodded in satisfaction. "And your choice is?" Ignoring her, Lin Zhao turned to Chen Ning Su. "Girl, stand by and take down anyone who tries to flee." Chen Ning Su smiled sweetly. "Don't worry, I've got this." The saintess and the 6 Yaoqi prodigies were momentarily stunned. Arrogant fool. Someone couldn't help but shout. Does Lin Zhao really think he can resist? The saintess asked coolly, "What do you intend to do?" Lin Zhao glanced at the Yaoqi group, his tone calm. "Your intelligence network can retire." Before he finished speaking, a powerful aura surged from him. His spiritual energy continued to rise through the ranks of the Shendan realm until it reached its peak. After receiving the top reward and all its associated attributes from the heavenly dragon list, Lin Zhao's cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the Shendan realm, just a step away from the Huading realm. He had planned to consolidate his power and advance to the Huading realm on his way back to the Sword Demon Sect, but was unexpectedly waylaid. Peak of the Shendan realm? Is that it? The 6 Yaoqi prodigies looked even more disdainful. "Lin Zhao, do you think this is enough to resist us?" What a joke. "To us, the peak of the Shendan realm is no different from the 6th stage." The saintess said nothing, but her eyes showed impatience. At that moment, Lin Zhao's eyes suddenly shone with a dazzling golden light. An invisible force surged forward, striking the 7 in front of him. While a barrier appeared in front of the saintess, cracking under the pressure, the other 6 Yaoqi prodigies looked dazed and fell from the sky. "Void sword slash!" Lin Zhao shouted, and the Qi Yin spirit sword appeared in his hand. From above, he unleashed a terrifying strike. This was the 10 billion sword art. In this critical moment, Lin Zhao couldn't hold back. He infused the attack with the sword intent, destruction slaughter intent, and gravity intent. Why not more? Because, with his current power, he could only use 3 intents simultaneously. Boom. A terrifying sword light slashed out, causing the space to tremble. Endless void and darkness engulfed the 6, accompanied by a terrifyingly violent aura. What is this power? Damn it. This strike definitely has the full power of a mid to late Huading realm. How does Lin Zhao have such terrifying combat strength? Screams echoed as 6 figures were blasted hundreds of meters away, golden-tinged blood scattering across the sky. However, Lin Zhao didn't feel joy. Instead, his expression darkened. He had a strange feeling. Despite his strongest strike hitting the 6, who were defenseless after the soul attack, they weren't dead, just heavily injured. If they were from any other faction, Lin Zhao was sure they would have been bisected or decapitated by now. Was this the strength of the Yaoqi divine clan? What concerned him more was the saintess, who seemed to have some treasure protecting her from soul attacks. You're this strong." The saintess of Yaoqi took 2 steps back, her voice trembling. To defeat 6 of their Huading prodigies so easily? Impossible. How could the eastern region produce such a prodigy? Even she couldn't defeat them so effortlessly. Lin Zhao coldly stared at the saintess. "Your turn." The void sword slash was on cooldown and couldn't be used again for half an incense stick's time. But with only the saintess left, he was confident. The saintess's eyes were filled with malice. "You still underestimate the Yaoqi divine clan." Swish, swish, swish. 6 figures flew up from a distance, positioning themselves in front of the Saintess. Apologies, Saintess. We were careless. The 6 looked ashamed and embarrassed. Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su were shocked. These 6 had clearly been heavily injured, yet now they seemed almost fully recovered. This. The voice of the holy maiden of Yaoqi was as cold as ice and snow, resonating in the minds of the 6 formidable cultivators. It's not your fault. Lin Xiao used a rare soul attack. Now, protect your core with the remaining power of your bloodline. Even if Lin Xiao uses the soul attack again, you can withstand it once. Seize the opportunity, you know what to do. The 6 immediately responded. Yes, we understand. Determination gleamed in their eyes as their bloodline power swiftly circulated, forming an invisible barrier around their minds. One of them gritted his teeth and said, this time, we must subdue Lin Xiao on the spot. How humiliating, being beaten by someone from the impoverished eastern region. If we return like this, we'll be the laughingstock of our clan. Stop the chatter and finish off Lin Xiao. Draw out all his fortune power directly. Another one interrupted harshly. The 6 exchanged a glance and moved in unison. Like 6 shooting stars, they surrounded Lin Xiao, each taking a specific position. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from them, dazzling and overwhelming. One of them manifested the shadow of a 1,000-handed Azura behind him, exuding killing intent. Another struck out with multiple palms, each containing profound and mysterious power. Yet another transformed his intent into a multitude of formidable weapons. The powers of the 6 cultivators intertwined, merging into one. The sound of clashing armies echoed through the heavens and earth, a divine might that obscured the sky. The terrifying energy waves swept out, causing the surrounding mountains and rivers to collapse. Even distant passers-by were overwhelmed by the aura, collapsing to the ground, utterly incapable of resistance. The nearest cultivator, Chen Ning Su, was instantly surrounded by a protective shield of destructive and murderous mist. Any force that struck this barrier was immediately crushed and dissipated. In the exchange at the True Dragon Tower, she had evenly distributed her points among intent, fortune, and physique. Her intent and physique had reached the limit her body could bear, with her destructive and murderous intent at 99%, just one step away from perfection. Seeing Lin Xiao trapped within the 6 beams of light, Chen Ning Su was no longer worried. She had witnessed Lin Xiao escape danger many times before, and this time would be no different. She waited quietly, ready to strike if any of the enemies tried to flee. The 6 cultivators threatened once more. Lin Xiao, our holy maiden has been very merciful to you. This is your last chance to surrender all your fortune power. If we have to suppress you by force, the outcome will be much worse. Facing the threat, Lin Xiao showed no fear. Despite the immense pressure he was under, he scoffed. Show me what you've got. Otherwise, you might not get another chance. Stubborn fool, don't blame us then. Hexagram formation, attack. The leading cultivator commanded. The terrifying combined power of the 6 surged toward Lin Xiao like a monstrous wave. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao didn't retreat, but instead charged forward to meet the destructive force heeding. Just as the 2 forces were about to collide, a golden light suddenly enveloped Lin Xiao's body, followed by a blood-red armor. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded, accompanied by a muffled groan. Before the 6 cultivators could react, a blood shadow appeared beside 2 of them. The blood shadow wielded a spiritual sword, containing the terrifying power of sword intent, desolation intent, and fire intent. Boom! Amidst the violent explosions, the ground began to collapse. The 2 cultivators screamed as they were blasted away, severely injured once more. The remaining 4, shocked and furious, finally saw Lin Xiao's condition. He hadn't completely blocked the hexagram formation's attack. Half of his body was blown open, with shattered internal organs clearly visible. What? Even in such a state, he severely injured 2 of us. The 4 were both horrified and enraged. They knew the 2 injured would need time to recover and reforge their bloodline power. Ignoring his own injuries, Lin Xiao sneered. I must say, you Yaoqi deities are the toughest I've encountered so far, cough. The leading cultivator was about to retort when Lin Xiao interrupted. Who said only you Yaoqi deities have strong recovery abilities? As he spoke, a strange light flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. To everyone's astonishment, his horrific wounds began healing at an incredible speed. Within a single breath, the massive wound had completely vanished, replaced by smooth, resilient skin. This scene left everyone, including Chen Ning Su and the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, wide-eyed in disbelief. The Holy Maiden demanded, "Who are you?" No ordinary human could have such terrifying regenerative abilities. She thought to herself, even the Yaoqi deities couldn't recover as quickly as he did from such injuries. Lin Xiao's secrets were far greater than they had uncovered. Acting decisively, the Holy Maiden took out an ancient green lotus lamp and ordered, "All of you, kill him with all your might." No matter what, we must capture him today. Seeing the holy maiden bring out that treasure, a flash of fear crossed the eyes of the remaining four cultivators. They understood that Lin Xiao was no longer someone they could easily kill. Their only hope was to exhaust his divine power. Attack, no holding back. Full power against Lin Xiao. The four roared and unleashed their divine might once more, launching a full-scale assault on Lin Xiao. The four elite warriors from the Yaoqi divine clan engaged in an intense battle with Lin Xiao, both sides giving it their all. However, as the fight dragged on, the Yaoqi prodigies grew increasingly alarmed. Not only was Lin Xiao not at a disadvantage, but he seemed to be growing stronger with each passing moment. Despite their extraordinary bloodline powers and formidable physiques, the mysterious force within Lin Xiao was even more powerful and abundant. Unable to gauge his true strength, they couldn't help but wonder. How could such a terrifying individual emerge from the eastern domain? Could there be other divine clans in the east? Cold sweat broke out on their backs as their hearts trembled. Yet, when they saw the Saintess begin to use some sort of secret technique, their eyes regained their determination. They thought to themselves, today, no matter how capable Lin Xiao is, he won't escape defeat. Chen Ning Su watched the Yaoqi Saintess, her eyes filled with killing intent. Though she didn't know what technique the Saintess was employing, the aura was terrifying enough to alarm her. Just as she was about to intervene, Lin Xiao's warning reached her ears. That woman is up to something strange. Stay away from her. I have a plan. Hearing this, Chen Ning Su stepped back, deciding to remain on guard. She had always trusted Lin Xiao's judgment implicitly. The battle continued for several more rounds, and Lin Xiao, with his unparalleled regenerative abilities, nearly suppressed his opponents. The faces of the four elite warriors grew increasingly grim. They couldn't help but wonder. What kind of divine bloodline is this, that it seems inexhaustible? One of them lost focus out of shock, and Lin Xiao seized the opportunity, launching a full-force strike with his sword. Even though the opponent reacted, it was too late. Ah! A scream echoed as another warrior fell. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he swung his sword towards the remaining three. He noticed that the Yaoqi divine clan's regenerative abilities seemed to have limits. The two previously severely injured warriors still couldn't rejoin the fight. However, Lin Xiao also realized that killing these divine clan members outright was no easy task. Their bloodline seemed to contain some special power that preserved a sliver of life. Given this, Lin Xiao decided to severely injure them and bring them back to the Sword Demon Sect. Perhaps the sect leader and others could find a way to deal with them. In fact, consulting the fire element within the Crimson Flame Sword might be more helpful, as that being was knowledgeable and experienced. Unfortunately, after absorbing the power from the True Dragon list, the fire element had fallen into slumber. Lin Xiao gripped the Crimson Flame Spirit Sword, sighing internally. Without that guy's chatter, something feels missing. Lin Xiao took another heavy blow from the three elite warriors, sustaining significant injuries. But the golden light in his eyes was ready to burst forth. Soul Strike, activate. Not good. The three warriors' faces changed dramatically. Our bloodline power is too depleted to resist this attack. It's over. Their bloodline power had nearly been exhausted in the previous rounds, leaving them powerless against Lin Xiao's soul attack. Damn it. This guy is too cunning. They finally realized that Lin Xiao had been holding back his soul attack, waiting for the moment their bloodline power was depleted. Buzz. The three struggled desperately but had no chance. Their eyes lost focus, their bodies wavered, and they fell from the sky. Lin Xiao swung his spirit sword, executing the Void Sword slash from the Billion Sword technique. Darkness and void enveloped the three elite warriors, blasting them away and leaving them gravely injured on the ground. Just as Lin Xiao was about to catch his breath, an unprecedented sense of danger struck him. He turned to see a colossal, pitch-black hand descending upon him. The void trembled as if it were a fragile glass about to shatter. Lin Xiao tried to dodge, but found himself immobilized by a terrifying force. This feeling, it was the power of a domain. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook. A tremendous force and countless divine lights erupted at that moment. Lin Xiao was slammed into the ground, causing a cataclysmic impact. The ground within a radius of several miles collapsed, and the entire space seemed to shatter. Chen Ning Su turned in shock. Before the Yaoqi Saintess stood a humanoid shadow that had appeared at some point. It stood in the void, its vague face emitting a divine aura from its eyes. This shadow exuded an overwhelming, godlike presence that was terrifyingly irresistible. Greetings, Holy Sovereign. The Yaoqi Saintess bowed respectfully. Greetings, Holy Sovereign. The severely injured elite warriors also struggled to kneel, showing their respect to the shadow. You summoned me here for this insect? The humanoid shadow glanced at the Yaoqi Saintess, its tone displeased. Holy Sovereign, this person is not as simple as he appears. The Yaoqi Saintess quickly explained about the True Dragon list and the suspected divine bloodline. Oh, divine bloodline? Destiny and fortune? The humanoid shadow's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. At this moment, the ground collapsed, sending dust flying everywhere. A figure slowly emerged from the rublight was Lin Xiao. He looked extremely disheveled, with tattered clothes and unhealed wounds. Although the injuries from the combined attack of 6 Huading prodigies had quickly healed, the attack from the humanoid shadow was evidently far more terrifying. Lin Xiao frowned in thought. Even if it wasn't of divine bloodline, the strength of this humanoid shadow was not to be underestimated. As if sensing his thoughts, the humanoid shadow nodded slightly, acknowledging the evaluation. Their eyes met, and Lin Xiao instantly recognized that the powerful strike just now had come from this very shadow. Considering the terrifying power contained in that palm print, Lin Xiao's heart tightened. This was a master of the life and death realm. After the Xinan stage comes Huading, and after Huading comes the life and death realm. Lin Xiao couldn't help but recall encountering the vermilion bird in the sacred land of Taisho. That was his first time facing a life and death realm expert, but due to his superior bloodline, he hadn't felt any pressure. This time, however, the situation was entirely different. The humanoid shadow clenched its hand, and a dark green mark appeared in its palm. Submit to my Yaoqi divine clan, and I will spare your life. The shadow spoke with an undeniable authority. Lin Xiao watched the figure warily, calculating his next move. But in the next moment, his expression turned peculiar. The tension and dread vanished, replaced by an inexplicable calm. Just a shadow with divine thoughts, and you think you can kill me? You've got to be kidding. Lin Xiao couldn't help but retort. A flash of sharpness crossed the shadow's eyes. Then you leave me no choice. With that, it waved its right hand, sending the eerie dark green mark hurtling toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao showed no fear and didn't even attempt to dodge. He knew he couldn't evade it, and more importantly, he didn't need to. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from within Lin Xiao. The small black sword above his spiritual sea trembled slightly, eager to engage. Lin Xiao's composure came from this. The provocation of a life and death realm expert had stirred his natal Dao artifact, which wanted to act. However, just as the black sword was about to break through the sea, something unexpected happened. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in surprise as an ethereal light orb burst forth from the depths of his spiritual sea, moving even faster than the black sword. Lin Xiao stood there, dumbfounded and confused. In the blink of an eye, a golden 9-treasure glazed pagoda appeared out of thin air in Lin Xiao's palm. The tower shimmered with a mystical aura, exuding an enigmatic presence. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the miniature pagoda. Despite its slightly altered appearance, he instantly recognized it as the Destiny True Dragon Tower. How is this possible? Lin Xiao was shocked, then suddenly realized, could this be the supreme treasure I exchanged for with 100,000 true dragon points? The item he had been searching for days had been hidden within him all along. Lin Xiao was both astonished and delighted as he recalled the miraculous power of the True Dragon Tower from his past experience. He had never imagined he could possess such a treasure. As soon as he grasped the True Dragon Tower, a surge of profound information flooded his mind. It turned out the tower had been lurking in his spiritual sea for 3 days, completing its initial refinement, and the usage instructions followed. The more Lin Xiao read, the more excited he became. Although he could only utilize part of its functions due to his insufficient strength or incomplete refinement, the True Dragon Tower was already comparable to his life-bound artifact. If he could fully master it, its power would be even greater. At that moment, a deep green mark shot towards Lin Xiao's head, sent by the humanoid shadow in the life and death realm. Just as Lin Xiao was about to act, the True Dragon Tower emitted a ripple of light. With a soft pop, the mark disintegrated like a burst bubble. A true spirit artifact. Greed and excitement flashed in the humanoid shadow's eyes. He was astonished that a mere core formation stage cultivator possessed such a treasure and began calculating whether to seize it. After a moment of hesitation, he made up his mind. I must have it. The humanoid shadow spoke coldly. Outsider, I had intended to spare your life. But since you don't cherish it, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he struck several black giant palms, each one more powerful than the last. The Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool and other heavens chosen in the core formation stage believed Lin Xiao was doomed. Only Chen Ning Su's eyes flickered with confidence in Lin Xiao. She recognized the tower due to her true dragon bloodline and was puzzled as to how Lin Xiao had obtained the Destiny True Dragon Tower. However, she knew that a mere life and death realm divine sense was far from enough. Facing the overwhelming black giant palms, Lin Xiao's mind focused, and he infused the True Dragon Tower with the concept of gravity. Instantly, the tower radiated black light, and the black giant palms froze midair, unable to press down any further. How is this possible? You haven't even reached the nascent soul stage. How can you actively wield a true spirit artifact? Could it be? This isn't an ordinary true spirit artifact, but Shut up. Your turn now. Suppress. Lin Zhao's low shout resonated as the true dragon tower erupted with black light, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters. The black giant palms above shattered into dust, and the holy maiden of the jade pool and others were pinned to the ground, unable to move. The humanoid shadow barely formed a protective shield, exclaiming, "Is this the consummation of the concept of force?" Lin Xiao sneered, ignorant. "Goodbye. Annihilate." He channeled his full gravity concept into the true dragon tower, which emitted intense black light, forming a black giant palm that struck the humanoid shadow. With a pop, the humanoid shadow's protective shield shattered, and the shadow itself exploded halfway. He roared, "You dare destroy my divine sense? Mark my words, I will find you." Before finishing his sentence, the remaining half of his body turned into a beam of light and fled into the distance. Lin Zhao's eyes were cold. Trying to run now? Too late. He infused the true dragon tower with the concept of the sword. A blinding sword light instantly slashed at the fleeing life and death realm divine sense. Insect, I won't let you off. I will definitely find. The divine sense of the life and death realm expert disintegrated completely before he could finish his threat. The holy maiden of the jade pool and others were stunned, unable to believe that a core formation stage cultivator could obliterate the divine sense of a life and death realm expert. They wanted to escape but were pinned down, unable to move. Lin Xiao turned around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on the holy maiden of the jade pool. With a curious tone, he asked, "Hey, does your jade pool divine clan have any special divine abilities?" The holy maiden glared at him. What business is it of yours? I tell you, I am the heir of the jade pool divine clan. You'd better release me immediately, or else." Smack. Before she could finish, she was sent flying several meters, a bright red handprint appearing on her right cheek. Lin Xiao retracted his hand, smiling as he asked, "Ready to talk properly now?" Whether a man should hit a woman, Lin Xiao was unwilling to make a hasty judgment. But at this moment, facing the holy maiden of the jade pool, he saw only an enemy. He struck like lightning, delivering a powerful slap that sent the holy maiden flying. The holy maiden stood frozen in place, incredulously touching her burning cheek. From childhood to now, no one had ever dared to lay a hand on her. "You scoundrel! How dare you strike our holy maiden? I'll never forgive you!" roared one of the Hua Ding prodigies, charging at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao sneered, channeling the power of the true dragon tower into his palm. With a single strike, the Hua Ding prodigy spat blood and collapsed to the ground, his vitality drained. Lin Xiao hadn't used his full strength. With the true dragon tower, he was confident he could completely annihilate these people, but he had other plans and chose to spare their lives for the moment. He walked slowly to the holy maiden, looking down at her and said, "Tell me one divine ability of your divine clan, and I'll let one of you go. It's a fair deal, don't you think?" The holy maiden stared at him in shock, unable to believe someone dared to covet the secrets of the Jade Pool divine clan. Seeing through her thoughts, Lin Xiao mocked, "Is it only acceptable for you to rob others, but not for others to rob you?" The holy maiden gritted her teeth, glaring at Lin Xiao, and finally squeezed out, "I can't fulfill your request. The divine abilities of our Jade Pool divine clan are personally taught by the Holy Sovereign. We have no right to pass them on. Is that so?" "I find that hard to believe," Lin Xiao said, looking at her with amusement. "Believe it or not, there's nothing I can do." The holy maiden felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Lin Xiao didn't press further and said indifferently, "Fine, I don't have time to deal with you now. Let me know when you change your mind." "What are you going to do?" the holy maiden asked, puzzled. Lin Xiao didn't answer, merely whispering, "Collect." The true dragon tower emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying force of confinement enveloped the area. The Hua Ding prodigies screamed in terror and were instantly turned into beams of light, absorbed by the tower. The holy maiden was horrified, and before she could react, an irresistible force swept over her. She vanished, swallowed by the true dragon tower. Lin Xiao exhaled deeply, relaxing. With a thought, the true dragon tower re-entered his body, sinking into his spiritual sea. He was very satisfied with his initial use of this supreme treasure. The true dragon tower not only had powerful defensive and amplification capabilities, but also possessed the power to imprison and suppress, making it a multifunctional treasure. "De Xiao Xiao, you're still as amazing as ever," Chen Ning Su said with a smile. Lin Xiao looked at her helplessly, feeling that her way of speaking was a bit odd. "Don't you have any questions?" "What should I ask?" "The stronger you are, the happier I am," Chen Ning Su said cheerfully. "Let's go back. Didn't you promise to take me back to the great Chen Dynasty? You better not go back on your word." With that, she turned and flew towards the Great Wei Dynasty. Watching her back, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. This girl was truly a joy to be around. As the true dragon list concluded, Lin Zhao's name shook the world. The news of his dual mastery of intent spread among the major forces in the eastern region, causing a huge sensation. People marveled that as long as Lin Xiao advanced his cultivation to the peak of the core formation stage, with the support of true dragon fortune, he could potentially break through to the Huading stage, becoming the first dual intent Huading expert in the eastern region. At this moment, the president of the Eastern Region Alchemy Association, President Mo, personally announced, from today, the first place on the True Dragon list, Lin Xiao, is officially certified as a 9th-grade alchemist and promoted to the first president of the Alchemy Association. President Mo himself will step down to the second president, and former Vice President Ma will become the third president. This news caused an uproar. Not only was Lin Xiao a dual intent master, but also a 9th-grade alchemist? Did this mean he had comprehended the intent of alchemy, becoming a master of 3 intents? This was unheard of in the entire celestial domain. People found it hard to believe, discussing and marveling endlessly. But this news came directly from President Mo of the Alchemy Guild, making it indisputably accurate. Once everyone confirmed the reliability of the information, they fell into a stunned silence. Cultivators and alchemists have always been seen as following 2 entirely different paths. A powerful alchemist usually has weak combat abilities, while a strong cultivator often has limited alchemical skills. To excel in both was a possibility they had never dared to imagine. A few days later, Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su finally returned to the Sword Demon Sect. As they looked down from the sky, Lin Xiao was astonished by the sight before him. Dense spiritual energy enveloped the entire mountain gate like clouds and mist, with a powerful aura soaring into the sky. The sect was thriving, a stark contrast to how he remembered it. Seeing his former sect so prosperous brought a sense of comfort to Lin Xiao's heart. Just as they were about to descend, a voice suddenly called out from below. Halt! The Sword Demon Sect is not receiving any visitors at this time. Please leave. The speaker was an inner disciple at the late we'll see stage, standing solemnly at the mountain gate and looking up at the 2 in the sky. Being able to fly meant they were at least nascent soul stage experts. In the past, this disciple would never have dared to be so disrespectful to such powerful individuals. But things were different now. The Sword Demon Sect had become the top sect of the Wei Dynasty. The sect leader and 2 other elders were on the verge of breaking through to the Cauldron transformation stage, and the top-ranked disciple on the True Dragon list was stationed there. They believed the Sword Demon Sect was on the brink of a great rise in the eastern region. Therefore, after the sect leader issued the order to close the mountain gate, this disciple dared to act so boldly. Hearing this, Lin Xiao showed a helpless smile. Oh, which main peak's inner disciple are you? He asked gently. Being stopped at his own doorstep made him feel both amused and exasperated. Chen Ning Su, beside him, couldn't help but find the situation quite amusing. However, just as the inner disciple was about to respond, a figure suddenly appeared and kicked him aside. The disciple rolled on the ground a few times, grimacing in pain and looking confusedly at the person who had appeared. Wu, senior brother Wu, what are you? But the figure paid no attention to the fallen disciple. Instead, he quickly turned around and respectfully greeted Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su. Wu Zongqing at your service, senior brother Lin Xiao. His voice was filled with reverence and excitement. Lin Xiao felt a hint of surprise when he realized he had been recognized. He carefully examined the person in front of him and found them somewhat familiar. After a moment of recollection, he remembered the person's identity. You're the senior brother I once advised on the blazing sword technique in the trading hall, right? Lin Xiao said with a smile. Back then, to earn spirit stones, he had demonstrated the essence of sword techniques in the trading hall for extra income. This cultivator, named Wu Zongqing, was the first person he had guided, leaving a deep impression. At that time, Lin Xiao's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Gathering Spirit realm, not even at the Wheel Sea realm, while Wu Zongqing was already nearing that level. During the guidance, Wu Zongqing had casually called him junior brother. Senior brother, I. Wu Zongqing stammered, flustered. Back then, I had no idea you were. He was both surprised and delighted that Lin Xiao still remembered him. However, recalling how he had addressed Lin Xiao as junior brother made him feel uneasy. Lin Xiao was now revered like a deity among the disciples of the Sword Demon Sect, and Wu Zongqing dared not take such liberties. Seeing Wu Zongqing's nervousness, Lin Xiao said lightly, don't be nervous, just kidding. It's been a while. How's your blazing sword technique coming along? Show me. After all, Wu Zongqing was the first person he had ever guided, earning him his first 1,000 spirit stones, so he deserved some attention. Oh, okay. Senior brother, Wu Zongqing replied, excitement bubbling inside him. To receive guidance again from Lin Xiao, a powerful cultivator with sword intent comparable to a great master, was an incredible opportunity. Lin Xiao nodded in approval. Wu Zongqing no longer hesitated, taking out his spirit sword and beginning to demonstrate his best sword technique. The surrounding Sword Demon Sect disciples finally reacted, exclaiming in awe, Senior brother Lin Xiao? They were all intimidated by Lin Zhao's powerful presence, especially the inner disciple who had been kicked earlier, now filled with regret and fear that Lin Zhao might hold a grudge. Wu Zongqing's blazing sword technique was fluid and agile. A spark can start a prairie fire, he shouted, merging flames with sword energy that surged in all directions. Lin Zhao merely flicked a finger, and a wisp of sword energy, devoid of any intent, effortlessly dissipated Wu Zongqing's fierce attack. No matter how aggressive the attack, the wisp of sword energy remained calm and unyielding, like a swimming dragon. Fire can be both fierce and gentle, strong and weak. The key is to change it according to your will. Reflect on this, Lin Zhao said, flicking his finger again. A blend of fire and sword intent flowed into the wisp of sword energy. Instantly, the sword energy transformed into a sea of flames, swallowing Wu Zongqing's attack. Wu Zongqing stood in place, Lin Zhao's words echoing in his mind, sparking continuous inspiration. His aura suddenly changed, becoming as sharp as an unsheathed sword, yet with its edge concealed. His spirit's sword trembled, and a wisp of intent began to form within him. Is this sword intent? The surrounding disciples gasped. Senior Brother Wu has comprehended sword intent in the late We'll-See realm? That's incredible. All thanks to Senior Brother Lin Zhao. His casual guidance can lead someone to comprehend sword intent. It's unbelievable. However, Lin Zhao had already flown towards the main peak with Chen Ning Su, leaving behind a sea of admiring gazes. Who would have thought that Big Xiao Xiao is so revered in the Sword Demon sect? Chen Ning Su said with a touch of envy. Lin Zhao asked curiously, the atmosphere in the Sword Demon sect is pretty good, and the disciples are easy to get along with. Why, are you not comfortable in the great Chen Dynasty? Chen Ning Su replied calmly, her gaze distant. Me? Everyone avoids me like the plague. They see me as a disaster. I've never had anyone to talk to, from childhood to now. Lin Zhao nodded straightforwardly. Absolutely. If it were me, I'd avoid you too. Chen Ning Su glared at him fiercely, thinking this jerk would offer some comfort, but instead, he hit her with a blunt truth. Lin Zhao wanted to continue. Isn't it true? You attack anyone you see, and it's always a life-or-death situation. Who would dare to chat with you? But seeing her eyes start to mist up, he gently patted her head and said, Lin Zhao casually comforted, the past is the past. Now you can control your killing energy well. I believe things will get better. After all, you have a friend right here. Despite his words, Lin Zhao was skeptical. Chen Ning Su's notorious reputation was well known across the eastern region. To change this perception would likely take a decade or more. However, Lin Zhao's words had a much greater impact on Chen Ning Su than he anticipated. She trembled slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. The word friend did not exist in her world, and she had resigned herself to never having one. Yet now, it seemed she actually did. A dazzling light appeared in Chen Ning Su's eyes, and her mood instantly lifted with joy. Tears welled up in her eyes, nearly spilling over. She discreetly wiped them away. Her gaze at Lin Zhao now tinged with a subtle, but profound change filled with determination and something more. As they flew to the main peak of the Sword Demon sect, a figure quickly approached and knelt before Lin Zhao. Yi Guqing greets the senior. This was none other than Yi Guqing, the 18th ranked blade cultivator on the previous True Dragon list, who was half a step away from reaching the Cauldron transformation stage. Lin Zhao had once traded a shimming breakthrough pill for him to guard the Sword Demon sect for a year. Lin Zhao asked, how's your recovery from the last injury? Yi Guqing respectfully replied, thank you for your concern, senior. I have fully recovered. His admiration for Lin Zhao grew daily, not only due to Lin Zhao's extraordinary alchemy skills, but also because of his unimaginable martial achievements. Topping the True Dragon list was something Yi Guqing never dared to dream of. Lin Zhao continued, is Sect Master Fong within the sect? He noticed that the spiritual energy concentration at the main peak was far higher than elsewhere, making it difficult to penetrate with his spiritual sense. Yi Guqing quickly answered, the Sect Master is here, but he has just broken through to the Cauldron transformation stage and may still be in seclusion. Lin Zhao was surprised. He reached the Cauldron transformation stage already? He remembered that the last time they met, Sect Master Fong was far from this breakthrough, which seemed unlikely to happen within 10 years. This sudden progress caught him off guard. What about Elder Mu and Elder Geng? Are they here? Lin Zhao asked. Yi Guqing, looking slightly embarrassed, replied, reporting to the senior, both have also just successfully broken through to the Cauldron transformation stage and are still in seclusion. Lin Zhao was completely stunned. 3 people reaching the Cauldron transformation stage simultaneously? This had only been a few days since he last saw them. These elders' cultivation levels were originally lower than Sect Master Fong's, and now they had all broken through together. Lin Zhao thought to himself that he might have underestimated the influence of being the top on the True Dragon list. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from within the main peak. Well, which brat has come back now? Ha ha ha. Before seeing the person, his voice was already heard. Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. That lazy tone was unmistakable. He knew exactly who it was. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared before him. Lin Xiao immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Disciple Lin Xiao greets Master Fong, Elder Geng, and Elder Mu." His tone was sincere and earnest, gratitude swelling in his heart. These 3 had each helped him in various ways on his path of cultivation, and even if he became a mighty being in the future, he would never forget their kindness. Elder Mu laughed heartily. "Kid, why so formal? Are you trying to keep a distance from us?" Master Fong's gaze was intense as he looked at Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, don't mind this old man's jokes. The 3 of us owe you a significant favor this time." Elder Geng nodded in agreement. "Indeed? If it weren't for you claiming the top spot on the True Dragon list, the 3 of us might never have had the chance to reach the transformation realm in this lifetime." Lin Xiao humbly responded, "You flatter me. As long as I am a member of the Sword Demon Sect, this is my duty." At this moment, another figure stepped forward and greeted the 3 elders. "Chen Ning Su greets the esteemed elders." Chen Ning Su was polite and well-mannered. The 3 elders finally noticed the beautiful girl standing beside Lin Xiao. They instantly recognized her as the notorious troublemaker from the great Chen Dynasty. The 3 exchanged glances, surprise and realization flashing in their eyes. Seeing the way the girl looked at Lin Xiao, the experienced elders immediately understood what was going on. Master Fong tentatively asked, "Princess, what brings you to the Sword Demon Sect?" Chen Ning Su politely replied, "I am merely accompanying Lin Xiao back, nothing more." Lin Xiao felt a bit uncomfortable. The girl's serious demeanor was quite unsettling to him. The 3 elders exchanged knowing looks. Master Fong then said, "Lin Xiao, we have discussed it. How about we make you the sect master of the Sword Demon Sect?" Lin Xiao was stunned and quickly declined. "No, no, no. Master Fong, to be honest, I enjoy my freedom and am not cut out to be a sect master. You should find someone else. Besides, you just broke through to the transformation realm. You can continue leading for another 200 or 300 years. Elder Mu suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, see? I won again. You 2 owe me a bet. Don't forget." Master Fong and Elder Geng glared at Elder Mu, internally sighing at how they always lost bets to him. Chen Ning Su smiled softly, enjoying the relaxed and carefree atmosphere, something she had never experienced in the great Qian royal family. And so, Lin Xiao returned to the Sword Demon Sect. The 3 elders officially came out of seclusion, and the sect's gates were reopened to visitors. After the True Dragon list was announced, people flocked to visit daily. Various factions scrambled to curry favor with the sect, especially those from the Great Wei Dynasty, who would visit multiple times a day, bringing gifts, treasures, and disciples. The Sword Demon Sect soon implemented a unique queuing system. Only 100 tickets were issued per day, first come, first served, with expired tickets invalid. Within 2 days, the price of a single ticket skyrocketed to 10,000 spirit stones, and it continued to rise, astonishing everyone. After staying at the Sword Demon Sect for 7 days, Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su prepared to set off again. Lin Xiao planned to escort her back to the great Chen Dynasty, not only because he had promised her, but also to explore the mystery of the immense killing intent within her. Since emerging from the True Dragon Tower, Lin Xiao found that even holding Chen Ning Su's hand no longer allowed him to absorb the killing energy as easily as before, indicating that her control over the killing intent had significantly improved. To continue enhancing his own killing intent, Lin Xiao needed to kill large numbers of beings, a slow process that could lead to widespread devastation. No one knew how many lives it would take to elevate his killing intent to 80%, a daunting number. Without reaching that level, he couldn't advance to the transformation realm. This was a challenge Lin Xiao had to overcome, prompting him to follow Chen Ning Su to the great Qian Dynasty, hoping to uncover the root of her issue and find a perfect solution for his own killing intent. As they prepared to leave, Elder Mu sidled up to Lin Xiao and said meaningfully, "Hey kid, some things need to be done quickly, got it? Strike while the iron is hot." Lin Xiao was puzzled. Elder Mu, what do you mean?" Elder Mu didn't elaborate, just patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. "All right, stop pretending. Good luck." Lin Xiao was even more confused. "Come on, just tell me. What's with the cryptic hints?" Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted, covering the sky and earth, enveloping the Sword Demon Sect within a 100-mile radius. Under countless shocked gazes, a massive fiery red cauldron descended from the sky, hovering above the sect. The cauldron was so enormous it dwarfed half of the Sword Demon Sect, creating a spectacular scene. Master Fong's face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "It's a true spirit artifact." Elder Mu and Elder Geng's expressions also shifted. A true spirit artifact was a treasure that only a mighty being in the life and death realm could control. Its formidable power could easily overwhelm the Sword Demon Sect. At that moment, an enraged voice filled with hatred reverberated for miles. "Lin Xiao, where are you? Get out here." When everyone inside and outside the Sword Demon Sect heard the furious roar, their faces turned pale. A powerful oppressive force swept through, causing nearly 10,000 disciples to collapse to the ground, their spirits trembling. The weaker disciples even suffered considerable internal injuries. By the colossal cauldron, a silver-haired elder walked out slowly. His aura was overwhelming, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. As he appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy and space trembled. Everyone present was filled with dread. Even the latest-stage cauldron transformation experts had never felt such immense pressure. What level of power is this? Someone asked, trembling. Could it be a life and death realm expert? Another person speculated, their voice filled with disbelief. The crowd buzzed with fearful discussions. They knew well that if it truly was a life and death realm expert, combined with that terrifying treasure, the Sword Demon Sect might face certain doom today. At that moment, a figure flew into the air. It was Sect Master Fong of the Sword Demon Sect. He tried to remain calm and cupped his hands toward the silver-haired elder, saying, "Esteemed sir, I am the Sect Master of the Sword Demon Sect. May I ask if there is some sort of misunderstanding between us?" Although Sect Master Fong appeared calm on the surface, he felt the intense threat emanating from the spiritual artifact. He knew that if such a true spirit artifact were fully unleashed, not just the Sword Demon Sect, but the entire Wei dynasty would face annihilation. The silver-haired elder snorted disdainfully, a mere novice in the cauldron transformation realm. "Do you think you are worthy to speak to me?" Before he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, sending a 100-foot black handprint crashing down on Sect Master Fong. The might of this strike made everyone present, including the leaders of other forces who had come to celebrate, feel as if the apocalypse had arrived. However, in the nick of time, a dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. A faint purple-gold barrier suddenly rose around the Sword Demon Sect. Boom! The giant black hand struck the barrier heavily. The purple-gold barrier shook violently, but managed to dissipate the earth-shattering blow. Sect Master Fong and the others breathed a sigh of relief, secretly grateful that the Sword Demon Sect's fortune was currently strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to withstand an attack from a life and death realm expert. A flash of surprise and greed appeared in the silver-haired elder's eyes. Fortune protection? I didn't expect a minor sect to have such an opportunity. Well then, I'll just take it. With that, he quickly formed a sinister red hand seal and threw it toward the purple-gold barrier. At this critical moment, several figures flew to Sect Master Fong's side. Among them, a young man frowned at the silver-haired elder and without hesitation, swung his sword. The sword light flashed, and the sinister hand seal instantly disintegrated into nothing. "You old dog, so you've finally shown up." The young man who struck was Lin Xiao, who coldly remarked. Lin Xiao recognized at a glance that this silver-haired elder was the life and death realm humanoid shadow summoned by the saintess of the Yaoqi divine clan a few days ago. Lin Xiao. The silver-haired elder's eyes blazed with killing intent, almost bursting forth. It was clear that he had already noticed the disappearance of the 6 cauldron transformation geniuses and the saintess of the divine clan. At the same time, his eyes held a deep greed. The superior true spirit artifact on Lin Xiao was enough to drive any expert mad. "Release the saintess of the Yaoqi divine clan and the others, and I might consider sparing your lives," the silver-haired elder said coldly, his eyes gleaming. Sect Master Fong wanted to say something, but upon hearing this, he and everyone present were stunned. Elder Mu, Elder Gong, the disciples of the Sword Demon Sect, and the onlookers from other factions were all dumbfounded. Their gazes unanimously fell on Lin Xiao, filled with shock and confusion. Lin Xiao kidnapped their saintess and others? No wonder, someone murmured. I was wondering why a powerhouse at the life and death realm would cause trouble for no reason. Yaoqi Divine Clan? Another voice exclaimed. This powerhouse is from the Yaoqi Divine Clan, an incredibly powerful race from ancient times. At their peak, they were nearly invincible. I can't believe they still exist and have such formidable members. Sect Master Fong turned his head, staring at Lin Xiao in astonishment, momentarily speechless. Beside him, Elder Mu directly transmitted his voice. Kid, you're something else. I thought you were just a block of wood, but it turns out there's more to you than meets the eye. The saintess? You even managed to abduct the saintess. What about the girl beside you? Elder Mu's voice was filled with teasing and surprise, his eyes sparkling with interest, as if he had already woven a tale of Lin Xiao's romantic escapades in his mind. Lin Xiao glanced around and noticed everyone was staring at him with a peculiar expression. Realizing what was going on, his face darkened. He directly retorted to the silver-haired elder. What nonsense is this? You old dog, your Yaoqi saintess and some elites intercepted me, trying to steal my fortune and enslave me. Why don't you mention that? Do you think your Yaoqi divine clan can bully others without facing resistance? Lin Xiao's words were like a hammer, shattering the speculations in everyone's minds. Their gazes shifted again, now filled with disdain and anger, all directed at the silver-haired elder. stealing fortune and enslaving people. Your Yaoqi divine clan is something else. Someone couldn't help but mock. The silver-haired elder, however, remained arrogantly indifferent. What's so strange about that? Being a slave for the Yaoqi divine clan and contributing your fortune is a blessing. There are countless people who would dream of such an opportunity. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned grim. To such a powerful being, they probably didn't even count as ants. Seeing this, Lin Xiao sneered and laid his cards on the table. Enough nonsense, old dog. Your Yaoqi Saintus and the other elites are in my hands. You hand over a supreme divine ability, and I'll release one person. It's a straight trade, no negotiations. Hand over the people, and you'll get your goods. Lin Xiao's voice echoed in the air, his gaze sharp as a blade as he stared directly at the silver-haired elder. Or, would you prefer to trade the supreme divine power of the Yaozi divine clan? His words were like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. Lin Xiao's proposal was audacious to the point of madness. Perhaps only he in the entire world would dare say such a thing. The silver-haired elder's eyes flashed with a fiercer light, his killing intent almost palpable. This insolent ant dared to address him as old dog and utter such arrogant words. In all his years within the Yaozi divine clan, he had never encountered such a brazen individual. Lin Xiao, you're courting death, the elder roared, his voice dripping with menace. Unperturbed, Lin Xiao responded, I'll be waiting. He paused, then added, but don't make me wait too long, or I won't be responsible if they lose an arm or a leg. A sly glint appeared in his eyes. I've heard the Yaozi bloodline is quite valuable. If I refine and absorb those people, would outsiders also gain the bloodline of the Yaozi divine clan? These words thoroughly enraged the silver-haired elder. He raised his right hand, and a jet-black spear materialized out of thin air. The spearhead radiated an overwhelming power, commanding dominance over all. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered with recognition. The power of a domain. This is the spear domain. So, this is the old dog's true skill. The black giant palm from before was probably just one of his martial techniques. The elder's eyes narrowed as he shook his wrist. The black spear, imbued with divine might, shot through the air. Lin Xiao focused intensely, activating the 9 nether demon suppression seal within him. The aura of slaughter transformed into armor covering his body. With the protective power of the sword demon Sect's fortune on his side, he believed he could withstand the strike. Simultaneously, he covertly connected with his lifebound artifact and the true dragon tower, preparing for the perfect moment to launch his strongest attack against the elder. Lin Xiao was well aware that his current strength was insufficient to confront a life-and-death realm expert Hedon. He could handle a fragment of their divine will, but this was a genuine life-and-death realm powerhouse. Only a surprise attack could create a miracle. Otherwise, once the sword demon Sect's protective fortune was breached, the consequences would be dire. However, just as the black spear was about to collide with the protective purple-gold barrier, it suddenly emitted a bizarre force, causing the surrounding space to distort. In the next instant, the spear vanished. Lin Xiao froze, and a strong sense of danger surged from behind him. Before he could react, the black spear reappeared, piercing through his back and emerging from his chest. Blood splattered, his heart and numerous meridians shattered in an instant. Lin Xiao had no way to avoid it, helplessly watching himself get impaled. Lin Xiao, Master Brother! Cries of alarm rang out around him. No one had expected the spear to shatter space, bypass the protective fortune, and deliver a fatal blow. The silver-haired elder spoke calmly. Lin Xiao is dead. Now, will you hand over the Yaozi Saintus and the others? In his view, the Saintus and others could only be hidden within the sword demon sect. But just as he was about to retrieve his demonic spear, a hand gripped it tightly. Even if you die, I won't. Lin Xiao glared at the life-and-death realm expert, taunting him. A mysterious bloodline power surged within him, rapidly regenerating his heart and meridians. Though the black spear impeded the recovery speed, Lin Xiao had no intention of relinquishing the weapon. Though not a supreme artifact, the black spear far surpassed the highest-grade spiritual weapons. For a life-and-death realm expert specializing in spear techniques, this was undoubtedly his life-bound spiritual weapon. Losing it would significantly diminish his combat power. What? How are you not dead? The silver-haired elder exclaimed in shock. Is this a divine body? Who on earth are you? Before he could finish, his expression changed dramatically, and he roared, You scoundrel! How dare you! He felt the power within his demonic spear being absorbed and stolen. This weapon, which had accompanied him for centuries and was attuned to his very soul, was now slipping from his control. Lin Xiao glanced at him, not only refusing to stop but tightening his grip on the spear, impaling him. Insights flooded his mind, deepening rapidly. Absorb, Heaven-tier spear technique, piercing cloud and seizing Sunday. Absorb, a trace of life and death realm spear aura. Absorb. A trace of life and death realm spear aura. Absorb. A trace of spear domain power. Lin Xiao was astonished. He had enhanced his strength through sword techniques countless times before, but this was on another level. Lin Xiao's fingers gently brushed the shaft of the black spear, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. He was accustomed to gleaning information through touch, but this time, he felt an unprecedented power. Domain power? Lin Xiao marveled inwardly. This isn't just ordinary intent power. It's a higher-level force that has evolved from perfected intent power. He frowned in thought, questioning whether his comprehension had truly reached such an astonishing level, or if there was some other factor at play. This required deeper investigation, and for such research, he needed a life-and-death realm expert as the subject. Lin Zhao's gaze fell on the silver-haired elder before him, a cold smile curling at his lips. This old dog will do, he thought. But how to take him down? With the current capabilities of the true Dragon Tower, it was far from enough. Lin Zhao's eyes grew wild, his mind brewing bolder plans. At that moment, the silver-haired elder sensed his power being siphoned, and he flew into a rage. He unleashed several black handprints, but they were all blocked by the Sword Demon Sect's purple-gold protective shield. The elder gritted his teeth and fully activated his divine sense, manifesting his domain power once again. He prepared to recall his Nianma spear, and the spear instantly radiated a dazzling light, its power about to reappear. Seeing this, Lin Xiao sneered, "You think you can leave just like that?" Wishful thinking. Dealing with a life-and-death realm expert was challenging, but handling a mere spear that wasn't even a true Dao weapon was much simpler. Suppress. Lin Xiao commanded in a low voice. In an instant, a strange light shot out from the true dragon tower beneath his spirit's sea. The next moment, the black spear in Lin Xiao's hand vanished, absorbed into the true dragon tower. "Ah!" The silver-haired elder roared. You actually stole my Nianma spear. You forced my hand." Faced with such a turn of events from a mere core formation ant, the elder was both humiliated and furious. He didn't hesitate any longer, his figure flashing as he appeared before the massive cauldron of the true spirit Dao artifact. "I will make sure every last one of you in the Sword Demon Sect is utterly annihilated," the elder bellowed, his eyes gleaming with madness. The silver-haired elder's spiritual energy surged as he activated the colossal true spirit cauldron. In an instant, a torrent of malevolent energy erupted, and countless ghostly remnants surged forth from the cauldron. The sky above the Sword Demon Sect was soon obscured by a dense mass of spirits, numbering in the millions and continuously emerging. These spirits came in various forms, both human and beast, with cultivation levels ranging from the Wheel-Sea realm to the Cauldron Transformation realm. A chilling and terrifying aura enveloped the entire region. Inside the Sword Demon Sect, the protective shield barely held, but the sect members still felt an icy coldness penetrating their bodies, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Outside the sect, the situation was even more dire. Weaker cultivators were instantly shattered, their souls drawn into the cauldron, while stronger ones struggled to withstand the invasive cold. In just a few breaths, the screams of passers-by and well-wishers outside the sect filled the air, with casualties exceeding 10,000. Inside the sect, faces turned pale as they stared in horror at the giant cauldron, unsure how long the protective shield would last. The silver-haired elder sneered and commanded, "Go!" He then muttered to himself, with the soul-devouring cauldron activated, "Unless a mighty being of the life and death realm appears, I doubt anyone can stop me." The ghostly remnants surged like a torrential downpour, causing the sect's protective shield to tremble violently and dim rapidly. An elder's face turned grim as he exclaimed, "This is bad. If the protective shield is breached, countless disciples will perish." Sect Master Fong roared, "Elder Mu, Elder Geng, and all other elders at the late core formation realm and above, dare you join me in facing the enemy?" The crowd responded fervently, united against the threat. Just as Sect Master Fong was about to lead the charge, Lin Xiao suddenly appeared before them. "Sect Master, Elder Mu, Elder Geng, you should stay and protect the other disciples. This is my doing. Leave the elder and his cauldron to me." Despite strong objections from Elder Mu and the others, Lin Xiao remained resolute. He glanced around and ordered all disciples to remain within the sect, then entrusted Chen Ning Su with overseeing the sect's leadership. Before anyone could react, Lin Xiao had already flown out of the protective shield. In an instant, the multitude of spirits changed direction, all converging on Lin Xiao. He gripped his scarlet flame sword tightly and muttered, "Ghosts? They should fear fire." Starlight blaze ignite. The power of fire erupted, and scorching flames danced along the blade, ready to meet the oncoming horde of spirits. Huffing and puffing, Lin Xiao unleashed a scorching inferno that instantly engulfed most of the ghostly remnants. The skies above the Sword Demon Sect echoed with hoarse, agonizing wails, resembling the cries of tormented souls. Ghosts in the Wheel C realm perished upon contact, while those in the rotating Dan realm could only hold out for a few fleeting moments. Waves of specters disintegrated into ashes, and the flames spread along the remnants, painting the entire sky blood red. This scene stunned the members of the Sword Demon Sect. They stood wide-eyed, witnessing Lin Xiao display at least 80% of his mastery over fire. Yet, the silver-haired elder remained unfazed, as if he had everything under control. "Merge!" the elder shouted, activating the colossal cauldron once more. Suddenly, a bizarre sight unfolded. The ghosts seemed to be invigorated, their wails turning into excited shrieks. They began to devour each other, growing stronger rather than weaker. The disciples of the Sword Demon Sect were initially overjoyed, thinking the ghosts had gone out of control, but they soon realized something was amiss. The ghosts were feeding on each other, using their kin as nourishment to strengthen themselves. One by one, more powerful and terrifying mutated ghosts emerged, easily extinguishing Lin Xiao's core flames. Although Lin Xiao could wound them, he couldn't annihilate them instantly. Every time a ghost was injured, it was immediately devoured by others. The number of Wheel C realm ghosts plummeted, while the rotating Dan realm mutated ghosts multiplied at an alarming rate. The faces of the Sword Demon Sect members turned grim as they realized the true power of the Soul Reaper artifact. Lin Xiao swung his sword with all his might, forcing the powerful ghosts back, but their numbers far exceeded what he could handle. Thousands of mutated ghosts continued to increase, creating a perilous situation. Squinting his eyes, Lin Xiao knew he had to capture the leader to turn the tide. The silver-haired elder sneered menacingly. "You brat, hand over the demon spear, and I'll let you die whole." Lin Xiao replied with a cold laugh. "You think you can make me?" While controlling the colossal cauldron, the elder ominously foretold the Sword Demon Sect's demise into a ghost town. As the protective barrier wavered, Lin Xiao let out a fierce shout, "Suppress!" From the heavens, a towering nine-story pagoda descended, covering the entire Sword Demon Sect. Any ghost that touched the pagoda instantly turned to ash, their souls obliterated. A glint of greed flashed in the silver-haired elder's eyes as he recognized the supreme artifact. He sneered, "You brat, remember to stay low-key in your next life. Not everyone is someone you can provoke." The elder formed a seal with his hands, causing the sinister cauldron to tremble violently. A sinister laugh echoed from within, and 100 futile humanoid ghosts emerged. Its eyes glowed green, gripping a black staff, exuding the aura of a latest-stage cauldron transformation realm. When this formidable ghost locked onto Lin Xiao, it lunged directly at him, filling Lin Xiao with a foreboding sense of dread. No matter how fast Lin Xiao ran, that ghostly thing seemed to follow him relentlessly. However, at this moment, his attention was no longer on the annoying pursuer. Lin Xiao's eyes glinted with sharp determination, and at some point, his right hand had gripped a small black sword. He infused it with his entire essence, the essence of the sword, the essence of desolation, and the essence of slaughter. In an instant, a terrifying ancient aura erupted from around Lin Xiao, making hearts tremble. The surrounding void began to collapse, revealing black holes that seemed to hide unspeakable horrors. Lin Xiao silently commanded in his heart, "Go!" The small black sword shot out like an arrow from a bow. The massive mutated ghost soul charging at him had no chance to retaliate against this fierce strike. The small black sword pierced through it effortlessly, as if slicing through a thin sheet of paper. An elderly man with silver hair, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "A true spirit Dao artifact. Yet another extraordinary true spirit Dao artifact. Who are you?" He was utterly dumbfounded. True spirit Dao artifacts were treasures that even powerful beings in the realm of life and death fought over. Ordinary life and death realm experts were not worthy of such artifacts. Yet Lin Xiao not only possessed one true spirit Dao artifact but two, both of exceptional quality. Any one of them could incite a frenzy among life and death realm experts. The elderly man felt a storm of shock within him. Who exactly is this Lin Xiao? Could he be a hidden prodigy from a divine clan? The threat he sensed from the black sword was intense, and he immediately gathered all his strength to form a defensive spell in front of him. He calculated silently. As long as he could withstand Lin Xiao's attack, he would capture him at any cost. However, just as the black sword was about to strike, Lin Xiao suddenly shouted from afar, "Slash!" The black sword vanished into thin air. In the next moment, the elderly man felt a lethal threat from behind and was completely stunned. This feeling. Isn't this the special ability of my spear domain? Spatial displacement? How is this possible? How does Lin Xiao know my ultimate move? Before he could finish his thought, a deafening explosion accompanied by a blood-curdling scream echoed around. The elderly man spewed blood from his mouth and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The destructive power of the black sword was ravaging his insides. Lin Xiao took a deep breath at the sight, but remained vigilant, his eyes still sharp. He leaped forward like a leopard, ready to press the advantage. Strike while the iron is hot. He knew this principle well, especially when dealing with a life-and-death realm expert with divine bloodline. Giving the opponent a chance to recover would only bring trouble. He had to suppress the opponent immediately into the true dragon tower. However, just as Lin Xiao was about to chase, a scene that terrified everyone unfolded. A middle-aged man emerged from the void, effortlessly catching the elderly man with one hand. Then, with a disdainful smile, he tossed the elderly man aside like trash. Beaten to such a sorry state by an outsider at the core formation stage, you've truly disgraced our Yaoqi divine clan. Now I see why you left the clan so abruptly. It was because you encountered such a great opportunity, huh? The middle-aged man sneered, then turned his gaze to Lin Xiao. Outsider prodigy, you're quite impressive. To reduce a Yaoqi divine clan elder to such a state, and with just core formation stage cultivation, you're the first. So, I'll be merciful and let you choose how you want to die. I'll grant your wish immediately. The three elders of the Sword Demon sect were stunned. From the powerful aura emanating from this middle-aged man, they instantly realized another life-and-death realm expert. This level of confrontation was way beyond what their Sword Demon sect could handle. Lin Xiao's expression also darkened. He hadn't sensed the middle-aged man's presence at all. Although he couldn't discern the man's exact cultivation level, he had a vague feeling that this man was even more terrifying than the silver-haired elder. At this moment, the true Dragon Tower was fully protecting the Sword Demon sect, and the Black Sword had just expended a great deal of energy, with new power yet to gather. Lin Xiao himself had exhausted most of his strength in that earth-shattering attack. It would take him at least the time of one incense stick to recover to full strength. So, have you decided? If not, I'll choose for you. The middle-aged man said softly, stepping closer to Lin Xiao. The terrifying aura in the air pressed down like a mountain as he approached. Lin Xiao stared at him, silent. He slowly raised his right hand, revealing a deep blue ghostly flame in his palm, quietly burning. This was the Nether Lotus Demon Fire of the immortal demon king Zhu Ke. Little Zhu Ke had promised Lin Xiao that as long as he summoned the Nether Lotus Demon Fire, it would rush to his aid as quickly as possible. However, at this moment, the Sword Demon sect was tens of thousands of miles away from the demonic Beast Mountain range. Hoping for little Zhu Ke to arrive in time was impossible. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered with determination, and he steeled his heart. The seventh essence. This was a special essence he had exchanged for with 100,000 points from the true Dragon Tower. Activate. With Lin Xiao's mental command, the Nether Lotus Demon Fire in his hand was instantly consumed by the mysterious essence power. Ever since Lin Xiao exchanged for this unique realm from the Destiny Dragon ranking, he hadn't had a chance to use it. The conditions for using this realm made him hesitant to try sacrifice. Whether it was his own lifespan, spiritual power, or precious items, they could all be used as offerings. Lin Xiao wasn't sure what would happen after the sacrifice, but he understood one thing. The more valuable the offering, the greater the reward. At this moment, Lin Xiao was calculating the most valuable things he had. Besides his lifespan, he had two treasures, the true Dragon Tower and his life-bound Dao artifact. But he was reluctant to sacrifice either of these. After much consideration, his gaze fell on the pure Lotus Demon Fire he had absorbed from the young Vermilion Bird. This was the life fire of a demon king in the life and death realm, incredibly valuable. Sacrifice. Lin Xiao confirmed resolutely in his heart. As soon as he made the decision, the pure Lotus Demon Fire in his hand was instantly devoured by the power of the realm. Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised to feel a significant improvement in his mastery of this unique realm, jumping from 10% to nearly 15%. This method of enhancement amazed Lin Xiao. While other realms required innate talent and gradual comprehension, this unique realm only needed continuous sacrifices for rapid improvement. Just as Lin Xiao was reveling in the joy of his realm's improvement, a dazzling blue light suddenly appeared in the void before him. The sound of cracking resounded continuously, and the void shook violently. At the same time, a powerful suction force emerged from within Lin Xiao, rapidly draining his spiritual power. What's going on? Lin Xiao was startled. Didn't I already sacrifice the pure Lotus Demon Fire? Why is it still absorbing my spiritual power? As his already dwindling spiritual power was about to run out, the terrifying suction force finally ceased. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and looked up. The dazzling blue light had transformed into a 100-foot blue halo, floating in midair and emitting a mysterious glow. Everyone, including a newly arrived middle-aged man in the life and death realm, was stunned by this sight. They were filled with confusion. What exactly was Lin Xiao doing? Was this halo some kind of mystical technique? Was it for defense or attack? Only Lin Xiao stared at the blue halo, his eyes filled with astonishment. This halo looks just like a teleportation array from a certain game. In the moment of Lin Xiao's confusion, a thunderous screech erupted from the blue halo. Screech! With this cry, an immensely terrifying pressure swept across the surroundings. Immediately afterward, a crimson figure shot out from the halo at lightning speed, soaring into the sky. The figure moved so fast that no one present could see what it was at first. They only knew that it was incredibly large. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? A furious voice descended from the sky, reverberating all around. Only then did everyone see clearly. It was a gigantic bird beast, 1,000 feet long, engulfed in horrifying crimson flames. Even from a distance, everyone could feel the intense heat of the flames. At this moment, the fiery bird beast's eyes were filled with malice as it glared down at everyone below. No one noticed the hint of uncertainty hidden in the bird beast's angry eyes. The fiery bird beast was filled with confusion. Why was it here? Where was this place? It had been peacefully cultivating in the Demon Beast mountain range when it was suddenly dragged here by an irresistible force. Everyone below was utterly baffled. They couldn't understand what was happening. Did Lin Xiao summon this bird beast? But the aura emanating from the bird beast was unmistakably that of a life and death realm powerhouse. From its sheer pressure alone, it was no less formidable than the silver-haired elder or the newly arrived middle-aged man. Was this beast friend or foe? Since when did life and death realm powerhouses become so easily encountered? The high-ranking members of the Sword Demon Sect and other experts were all dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. Even the two combatants were equally shocked. The middle-aged man stared blankly at the fiery bird beast, recognizing its identity. Vermilion bird. This is the undying demon king Vermilion bird, the middle-aged man exclaimed inwardly. My God, how did this beast appear here? The middle-aged man watched the Vermilion bird with great trepidation, not daring to make any rash moves. Although he was a life and death realm powerhouse, the strength of this undying demon king was absolutely overwhelming. Was it Lin Xiao who summoned it? The middle-aged man wondered. But how could he summon such a terrifying being? As the middle-aged man's mind raced, the Vermilion bird spoke. This loathsome scent. Are you from the Jade Pool Divine Clan? Did you forcibly drag me here? The Vermilion bird's gaze first fixed on the middle-aged man, its tone full of hostility. The middle-aged man hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, it has nothing to do with me. It was him. He used some kind of secret technique to disturb your cultivation. As he spoke, he immediately pointed at Lin Xiao. The middle-aged man felt somewhat relieved, thinking that the Vermilion bird wasn't allied with Lin Xiao. Otherwise, it wouldn't have reacted so aggressively. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the fiery bird beast turned its head to look in the direction he was pointing. The next moment, thud, the fiery bird beast's eyes widened, as if all its strength had been drained, and its enormous body suddenly dropped several dozen meters. The Vermilion bird instinctively flapped its twin wings furiously, stirring up countless sparks of fire, finally stabilizing itself. Just as it was about to call out, its bird eyes flickered as if it had thought of something, and its voice abruptly halted. Instead, it sent a respectful mental message. Your Excellency, what brings you here? Did you summon me? The Vermilion bird's tone instantly turned humble, a stark contrast to its previous majestic demeanor. It suddenly realized. The person the Yaoqi Divine Clan referred to was none other than its master. Even though the master was not emitting any aura at the moment, the Vermilion bird would never forget his human appearance. So that's it, the Vermilion bird thought in delight. Who else but Your Excellency could forcibly summon me? Such a secret technique is unprecedented and truly marvelous. All its doubts were instantly dispelled, leaving it in high spirits. Lin Xiao heard the respectful inquiry from the Vermilion bird, his expression growing more puzzled. It really is the Vermilion bird, he mused. This sacrificial realm actually summoned it. So, what is the true function of this realm? Unable to grasp the full picture, Lin Xiao decided to experiment more in the future. He calmly responded, I summoned you for a reason. It's about resolving your life and death tribulation. I have some clues. What? Really, Your Excellency? The Vermilion bird's eyes were filled with ecstatic joy, and its massive body trembled. This was monumental news for it. Of course, it's true, Lin Xiao replied indifferently. But first, deal with these Yaoqi Divine Clan members. Then we can find a place to talk in detail. Yes, Your Excellency, I will kill them immediately, the Vermilion bird responded eagerly. Don't kill them, just leave them half alive, Lin Xiao added. Understood, Your Excellency. Here I go. All right. A telepathic exchange between one person and a sparrow was completed in an instant. While the members of the Sword Demon Sect were still trying to figure out whether the sudden appearance of the Vermilion bird was friend or foe, the Vermilion bird had already turned its gaze towards the middle-aged man from the Yaoqi Divine Clan, its eyes filled with killing intent. Your Majesty, it's not me who's disturbing you. It's him. It's really him, the Vermilion bird screeched. The middle-aged man was taken aback. wondering if the vermilion bird could understand human speech. However, in the next moment, a crimson light burst forth from the vermilion bird, enveloping the sword demon Sect and the surrounding area. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up as he recognized the vermilion bird's domain. He recalled seeing the same technique in the Holy Land of Tai Sui. Now that his understanding of the Tao of alchemy was complete, he was even more familiar with this force field. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows and asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" "To kill you," the vermilion bird roared. Suddenly, dozens of blazing flames appeared around the middle-aged man, especially dense behind him. Before the flames could even get close, they exploded like a barrage of shotgun pellets. Caught off guard, the middle-aged man let out a scream and quickly fled, turning into a streak of light. He was charred all over, clearly not expecting the vermilion bird to strike so decisively and powerfully. "Demon King, I have no quarrel with you. Why are you attacking me so indiscriminately?" the middle-aged man shouted in fury. The vermilion bird sneered. "Do I need a reason to kill you? Besides, your Yaoqi divine clan has been targeting our demon clan for years." With that, it spread its wings and shot forward like an arrow. Seeing that ordinary attacks were ineffective, the vermilion bird let out another piercing cry. In an instant, its aura surged, and the crimson flames turned into deep blue ghostly fire. The temperature within a 100-mile radius soared. Water sources evaporated, and everyone present felt a bone-chilling cold. The middle-aged man was horrified. "Life essence demon fire. Are you insane? This will spark a war between our clans." The vermilion bird scoffed. "You, a mere mid-stage life and death realm cultivator, think you can start a war? I can't, but that thing can." The middle-aged man pointed to a giant cauldron not far away. Only then did the vermilion bird notice the soul-devouring cauldron and realized it was prepared by the Yaoqi divine clan to deal with Lin Xiao. Enraged, it enveloped itself in ghostly flames and charged at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, terrified, spat out a mouthful of essence blood to boost his strength and fled as a blood shadow. The vermilion bird pursued, its ghostly flames sweeping across the sky. With a furious roar, the middle-aged man summoned a divine image of a blue ox behind him. His right hand gathered myriad rays of light and punched out, creating a gap to escape the flames. The vermilion bird, realizing the man was a domain wielder, grew anxious. At that moment, a black sword shadow flashed, targeting the back of the middle-aged man's head. Recognizing it as Lin Zhao's mysterious weapon, the middle-aged man hastily threw another punch. However, the sword shadow vanished just before impact and reappeared, stabbing into his eye and penetrating his brain. Seizing the opportunity, the vermilion bird let out a long cry, "Blazing inferno." The ghostly flames instantly engulfed the middle-aged man, who fell to the ground in agony. From a distance, Lin Xiao shouted, "Little vermilion bird, keep an eye on him and leave him half alive. I'll take care of that cauldron." With that, he flew towards the soul-devouring cauldron. The vermilion bird acknowledged, watching the cauldron in the sky. After a moment's thought, it concluded that even if the cauldron were taken, it wouldn't matter. Once the Supreme Lord resolved his life and death tribulation and glimpsed the ultimate realm, there would be no need to fear even if the Yaoqi divine clan came in full force. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao's hand was already reaching for the giant cauldron. When Lin Xiao touched the soul-devouring cauldron, a powerful force of resistance surged towards him. This true spirit artifact had already developed a sliver of self-awareness, especially having been fully refined by someone else. Even if he tried to seize it by force, it would be difficult to make it his own. Lin Xiao speculated privately that even the silver-haired elder in the life and death realm likely only had basic control over the cauldron. Its true owner was probably some fearsome figure within the Yaoqi divine clan. "I refuse to believe this." Lin Xiao frowned and began trying various methods to refine the cauldron. However, no matter how hard he tried, the cauldron remained completely still. He even sought help from Xiao Zhuke, but the vermilion bird was also at a loss. Lin Xiao knew that even with maximum comprehension, he needed corresponding cultivation strength to support it. Currently, he had not even reached the cauldron transformation realm, making it nearly impossible to handle a true spirit artifact bound to a life and death realm expert. Generally speaking, unless one's cultivation strength far exceeded that of the artifact's owner, it was impossible to forcibly unbind it. Although Lin Xiao had the advantage of maximum comprehension, he would at least need to break through to the cauldron transformation realm to have a chance at unbinding it. But at present, he was still a long way from reaching that realm. "Do I have to return this treasure to the Yaoqi divine clan?" Lin Xiao found himself in a dilemma. The Yaoqi divine clan could control the cauldron's location at any time, making it a ticking time bomb. As Lin Xiao was at a loss, his eyebrows suddenly twitched, and a smile appeared on his lips. With a flip of his right hand, a crimson flame longsword appeared out of thin air. The sword now appeared even sharper and more mystical than before. As soon as Lin Xiao held it, He felt that its grade had risen to a level between top-tier spiritual artifacts and true spirit artifacts, comparable to the silver-haired elder's demonic spear. Wow, I slept so well. A cheerful voice emerged from the sword. I didn't expect that after becoming a sword spirit, my soul could become even more solid and refined. Master, you have no idea. I've been pursuing this level of soul refinement for hundreds of years, but couldn't find another way. If I hadn't met you, I might never have reached this state in my lifetime. The chatterbox continued on, as if released from solitary confinement after hundreds of years. Shut up. Say one more word, and you'll go back to the storage space, Lin Xiao coldly interrupted. Yes. Understood. The fire element immediately fell silent, feeling fearful. After days of dormancy, it had momentarily forgotten the rules. Lin Xiao got straight to the point. I found a true spirit artifact, but it has already been refined by a life and death realm master. How can I erase their divine imprint and make it mine? This kind of question was best directed at the fire element. Sure enough, the fire element breathed a sigh of relief and answered without hesitation. Master, for such a simple task, just place the long sword on the cauldron and leave the rest to me. Without saying another word, Lin Xiao swung his arm, placing the crimson flame longsword on the cauldron. Within just 2 breaths, the fire element's voice rang out again. Master, it's done. Try it now, it said with a hint of pride. Lin Xiao blinked in disbelief. Done? That quickly? He and Zhuge had struggled for half a day with no success, yet here it had only taken a few seconds. Still somewhat skeptical, Lin Xiao touched the soul-devouring cauldron again. This time, a faint will quickly responded, entirely different from the previous cold resistance. The cauldrons will seem to be urgently calling out. Please refine me quickly, right now, immediately. I can't wait any longer. The drastic change in attitude left Lin Xiao momentarily speechless. Little fire, what did you do to it? He asked curiously. Master, dealing with a newly born artifact spirit like this, I simply told it that if it didn't cooperate with my master, it would be destroyed today. But if it did cooperate, its future would be limitless, and it might even ascend to an immortal artifact, the fire element explained confidently. Lin Xiao was speechless. Wow, you really used both threats and promises. But from the fire element's words, he seemed to catch on to something. Little fire, do immortal artifacts really exist? If they do, then does the immortal realm exist as well? Well, this such matters. The fire element stammered for a long time before continuing. Master, I'll explain when you reach the cauldron transformation realm. Due to the rules and order of this world, knowing too much in advance could be detrimental to your cultivation. The fire element's tone became unusually serious, even tinged with fear. Lin Xiao hadn't expected such a reaction from a casual question. Yes, Lin Xiao responded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The loyalty of the fire element was indeed impeccable, making him nod inwardly. However, he decided to delve deeper into this matter after reaching the cauldron transformation stage. At that moment, the fire element suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Master, how did you gain another intent? Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, Oh, I got it by accident. He didn't elaborate further, a trace of deeper meaning flickering in his gaze. The fire element seemed a bit exasperated, with a hint of teasing in its tone. You really are something. Others can't even accidentally achieve what you did. Then, the fire element's tone turned serious. Everyone's physique, talent, and comprehension differ. Most can only grasp 2, maybe 3 intents at most. But you, Master, now that you are cultivating multiple intents, you should consider further strengthening your body. Otherwise, when the time for cauldron transformation comes, who knows what might happen? Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback and asked, Oh, what do you mean? The fire element began to explain in detail. For someone cultivating 2 intents, the difficulty of cauldron transformation doubles, and there will be a celestial phenomenon. For someone with 3 intents, the difficulty quadruples, and besides the celestial phenomenon, there will be natural disasters. As for you, Master, you are cultivating 7 intents, which means the difficulty is at least 64 times that of an average person. The fire element paused for a moment. Lin Zhao's expression changed, and he pressed on, and then? What happens during the cauldron transformation for someone cultivating 7 intents? The fire element seemed troubled. Well, Master, I don't know. From the time I gained sentience until now, I've only known of one super talent from a different race who cultivated 4 intents. He barely managed to bring them all to the level required for cauldron transformation. However, on the day of his transformation, he couldn't withstand the first lightning tribulation and died instantly, his soul scattered. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, Great, it would have been better not to ask. Now, he felt even more anxious. Sensing Lin Zhao's worry, the fire element quickly tried to reassure him. But Master, you don't need to be concerned. You are a supreme being, eternal and indestructible. Even if you were cultivating 10 intents, it would be fine. Strengthening your physical body is just an additional safeguard to lower the difficulty of cauldron transformation. Lin Xiao felt a sense of helplessness. The fire element's words didn't comfort him. Instead, they made him even more nervous. He wasn't truly a supreme being. So what should he do in this situation? After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiao made up his mind. Whatever happens, happens. He refused to believe his destiny would end before reaching the cauldron transformation stage. With renewed determination in his eyes, Lin Xiao focused on refining the soul-devouring cauldron, ready to face the unknown challenges ahead. Usually, refining a true spirit Dao artifact takes about 10 days to half a month, but this time Lin Xiao managed to complete the initial refinement in just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. He was caught off guard and immensely surprised. A certain Dao artifact's consciousness let out a long sigh of relief at this moment. Deciding to strike while the iron was hot, Lin Xiao thought that since the initial refinement was so quick, he might as well proceed with the full refinement. However, just 2 minutes into it, his brows furrowed deeply. Xiaohua, it seems like there are several restrictions set within this Dao artifact. Have you noticed? Lin Xiao asked, his tone tinged with a bit of confusion. Master, there are a total of 81 restrictions, all imbued with the power of the late life and death realm, the fire element responded. These restrictions are external forces, and neither I nor the artifact spirit can do anything about them. Master has now completed the initial refinement of the giant cauldron and can use some of its functions. To break those restrictions, you'll at least need to reach the late stage of the cauldron formation realm. The fire element's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. It actually wanted to say that Lin Xiao would need to break through to the life and death realm, but saying that would seem like underestimating its master. So, it chose to bring the timeline forward to the late stage of the cauldron formation realm. Lin Xiao was speechless upon hearing this. He realized that after all his efforts, the problem remained unsolved, as if he was back at square one. Is there really no other way? Lin Xiao asked again, unwilling to give up. Master, it's really difficult. Perhaps you should focus on breaking through to the cauldron formation realm first. That should be the priority. Before the fire element could finish speaking, Lin Xiao shook his right hand and stored the crimson flame longsword back into his storage ring. What's the use of you then? Get in there. Lin Xiao muttered to himself. After putting away the crimson flame longsword, Lin Xiao moved his thoughts, and all the wandering spirits in the sky were sucked back into the giant cauldron, causing all the overwhelming aura to disappear. The soul-devouring cauldron, which was almost as large as the sword demon sect, began to shrink rapidly, becoming the size of an ordinary cauldron. Due to the numerous restrictions inside the cauldron, Lin Xiao couldn't store it in his body even after the initial refinement. Next, he turned his gaze to the unconscious silver-haired old man and the middle-aged man who had been tortured by the vermilion bird. Suppress and capture. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and the true dragon tower, which enveloped the sword demon sect, smashed down on the two life and death realm experts. With beams of binding light suppressing them, they were captured without any resistance and stored within the true dragon tower. The crisis facing the sword demon sect was temporarily resolved. Everyone looked at the young man in awe. Senior brother is so powerful. Senior brother is incredibly strong. Life and death realm experts are nothing. He captures them one by one. It's astonishing. Senior brother hasn't even reached the cauldron formation realm yet, and he's already able to suppress 2 life and death realm experts consecutively. What will happen when he reaches the cauldron formation realm? Heaven blesses our sword demon sect, and our senior brother is divine. Sect Master Fong, Elder Gung, and Elder Mu also sighed with emotion. The growth rate of this young man was astonishing. If they weren't careful, his strength would surpass theirs. Although his cultivation level was still a bit behind, if they were to face Lin Xiao alone, they wouldn't stand a chance. What puzzled them further was the relationship between Lin Xiao and that powerful demon. That was a life and death realm demon king. The disciples of the sword demon sect felt this way, and so did the higher-ups and the sect master. Even the vermilion bird looked at Lin Xiao with admiration. As expected of its master, this kind of higher-level combat was more in line with its master's level. However, in midair, Lin Xiao's brows remained furrowed. He looked at the giant cauldron in front of him, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. There must be a way to locate the restrictions inside the cauldron. Even if he stored it in his storage ring, a life and death realm expert could easily find it, unless he completely broke the restrictions or, Lin Xiao's eyes sharpened, or destroy it. Of course, not just destroy it for nothing. Lin Xiao gripped the giant cauldron, and his special intention began to operate fully. Sacrifice it, he shouted inwardly. Before refining the soul-devouring cauldron, Lin Xiao had tried using his special intention, but it had no effect. This led him to conclude that the special intention could only be used on things he had refined. Now, after the initial refinement, the soul-devouring cauldron could be considered his, right? Sure enough, the next moment, the special intention began to pour into the soul-devouring cauldron. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. It's working. Sacrificing the nether flame had pulled the vermilion bird from thousands of miles away. So, what would happen if he sacrificed this true spirit Dao artifact? Lin Xiao felt a small thrill of excitement. This kind of blind box-like novelty was quite exhilarating. However, after circling around inside the soul-devouring cauldron, the power of his special intention returned to his body. It conveyed a message: insufficient spiritual power, unable to operate. Damn it! Lin Xiao felt a sense of frustration, like punching cotton. He indeed had little spiritual power left, only 1/10 of his peak state. He had no idea how much spiritual power was needed to sacrifice the soul-devouring cauldron. Lin Xiao casually took out a few top-grade pills, not caring about their specific types, as he had refined many when he had achieved mastery in the Tao of Alchemy, all for times like these. Half an hour passed. Sect Master Fong had already dismissed those who had come to congratulate them and told the other disciples to go about their business. Only Elder Gung, Elder Mu, and he himself remained, warning others not to approach. By this time, Lin Xiao had already restored his spiritual power to its peak state. He gripped the soul-devouring cauldron again, and the power of his special intention began to operate. This time it should work, right? Lin Xiao thought clearly. If this thing couldn't serve him, it should be completely destroyed. Buzz. The soul-devouring cauldron trembled slightly, but the next moment, the special intention conveyed the same message. Insufficient spiritual power, unable to operate. Lin Xiao was bewildered. What the heck? Still not enough? How much spiritual power does this thing need? Nothing worked. Lin Xiao was frustrated. Little vermilion bird, come here. Lin Xiao called out. Swipe. The enormous body of the vermilion bird appeared beneath Lin Xiao's feet. Awaiting your instructions, master. The vermilion bird lowered its head and said respectfully. No matter what happens, do not resist, Lin Xiao said sternly, pressing down on the vermilion bird's head. Yes. The vermilion bird was utterly excited. Finally, its master was going to help it resolve its life and death crisis. It had waited for this day for far too long. As Zhu Ke was feeling elated, an incredibly terrifying force suddenly emanated from the hand of the esteemed master. Zhu Ke almost instinctively struggled, but remembering the master's instructions and its current state, it steadied itself and fully cooperated. What did it matter if its spiritual energy was drained? If the esteemed master wanted it, Zhu Ke was willing to offer it all. Not just the spiritual energy that could be replenished daily, but even its life essence fire, if necessary. Lin Xiao once again activated his special intent with full force. With Zhu Chue's complete assistance, the power of the intent finally worked without any issues. The soul-devouring cauldron began to vibrate, its movements gradually accelerating until it reached an extreme speed. Lin Xiao felt his spiritual energy being absorbed at an unprecedented rate, and within just 2 breaths, he was almost drained. Despite having cultivated the supreme heavenly art, 9 Nether Demon Seal, which granted him an extraordinary capacity for spiritual energy, he still couldn't withstand the energy drain this time. Zhu Chue's situation was equally dire, with its spiritual energy nearly depleted as well. Just when both were on the brink of their limits, the special intent power stopped. Immediately, an unprecedented devouring force emerged, swallowing the entire soul-devouring cauldron in an instant. The cauldron completely vanished from the world. Boom. The heavens and earth seemed to tremble. The entire Sword Demon Sect, the Wei Dynasty, and even the entire eastern region felt like they were experiencing an earthquake. A small crack tore open in the sky above the Sword Demon Sect, emitting a dazzling deep purple light that slowly formed into a halo. This halo, starting the size of a fist, steadily expanded at a moderate pace. It's done. Lin Xiao clenched his fist tightly. After numerous twists and turns, the soul-devouring cauldron had finally been sacrificed. The result of the sacrifice was similar to the previous one with the nether flame, as it produced something akin to a teleportation array. However, unlike the time when Zhu Ke was summoned, this teleportation array not only had a different color, but Lin Xiao also felt a fundamental difference. Meanwhile, in a secluded area of the Kanglin Heaven Domain, thousands of miles away, a figure suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, looking drained and disoriented. His eyes, however, were filled with sharpness and shock. What? Damn it! My soul-devouring cauldron has been completely taken away. How is this possible? The location is the eastern region? But the divine clans in the eastern region were wiped out millennia ago. How could anyone break my seal and erase my spiritual mark? Could it be? No, that's absolutely impossible. The figure muttered to himself like a madman. Chief, come to me immediately. Now. His voice was authoritative and urgent, echoing throughout the divine clan settlement. Back in the eastern region at the Sword Demon Sect, the deep purple halo in the sky gradually took shape. When its diameter reached about 2 meters, it stopped expanding. This was another difference from the previous sacrifice of the nether flame. The summoning halo last time was hundreds of feet high, whereas this time the purple halo was almost pitifully small in comparison. But size wasn't everything. The pressure emanating from the purple halo made Zhuchua's feathers stand on end, as if facing a formidable enemy. Little Zhuke, do you sense anything? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Esteemed master, I don't. It's just, it feels eerie and dangerous, Zhuke replied warily, looking at the purple halo. It didn't know what it was, or how the master had created it. But it understood that some things shouldn't be questioned. The master would explain in due time if necessary. After waiting for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the purple halo remained motionless, with nothing emerging from it. Lin Xiao frowned. If it weren't for the continuous pressure radiating from it, he would have doubted whether the sacrifice had failed. What was going on? He had a vague feeling something was off. Could it be that he had opened it incorrectly? The previous summoning halos had disappeared quickly after summoning Zhuke, lasting less than a minute. Now, 15 minutes had passed, and the halo was still present. Lin Xiao considered a possibility. After hesitating for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and walked towards the purple halo. If it couldn't come out, perhaps he needed to go in. He had sacrificed a true spirit artifact for this. It had better not disappoint him. Esteemed master, are you? Let me go first, Zhuke said. Understanding the master's intention, it transformed from a 1,000-foot beast into a handsome young man, impeccably dressed, a transformation that stunned the onlookers. The magical transformation of a beast into a human was indeed fascinating. Lin Xiao was equally surprised. It was his first time witnessing a beast's transformation. An amusing thought crossed his mind. Since he had beast blood in him, could he transform into a beast as well? How would he do it? Lin Xiao tried casually, but nothing happened. Perhaps his bloodline power was insufficient, or his cultivation level too low, or maybe it was simply impossible. You stay here. I'll go in. I don't sense any danger from it. Perhaps there are other gains to be had, Lin Xiao explained calmly. Understood. Please be careful, esteemed master, Zhuke said respectfully, stepping aside. Lin Xiao responded with a nod and, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, dove into the purple halo. Isn't this a bit reckless of Lin? Sect Master Fong said worriedly. When has he ever been cautious? He's like a little madman, daring to do anything, Elder Mu remarked with a smirk. Let's be patient and wait. After all, it's good for young people to dare to challenge everything. Elder Gung nodded in agreement. A figure in red standing beside them kept her gaze fixed on the purple halo, saying nothing. As Lin Xiao stepped into the purple light circle, an invisible force instantly pressed him heavily onto the ground. Fortunately, he activated his full-body defense just in time. Otherwise, this impact would have severely injured him, making it difficult to move. With a furrowed brow, Lin Xiao realized he had entered an entirely different gravitational environment. He quickly mobilized his gravity domain, and the extreme discomfort gradually subsided, allowing him to barely stand up. Lin Xiao keenly sensed that the gravity here was at least 200 times that of the outside world. Even with his strength, he could easily handle 100-fold gravity, which highlighted the terrifying nature of this place. Looking back at the still-present purple teleportation circle, Lin Xiao felt a surge of relief. He was grateful that he had improved his gravity domain to 70% during the Destiny True Dragon ranking. Otherwise, he would have had to retreat in disgrace. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Xiao found himself in a narrow passage. The walls were formed from an unfamiliar, special type of rock, winding and seemingly endless. Even when he fully expanded his spiritual senses, they were completely blocked by these rocks. Curiosity filled Lin Xiao's heart. What kind of place was this? He had experienced different gravitational environments twice before the Heavenly Ladder Challenge of the Luyun Sect and the Trial of Strength in the Destiny True Dragon Tower, but those were man-made conditions. This time, however, he was in a naturally formed, extremely terrifying gravitational environment. Instead of advancing rashly, Lin Xiao chose to sit down cross-legged and fully absorb the dense gravitational energy around him. Boosted by his max-level comprehension, his gravity domain began to improve rapidly. Because this was a naturally formed supergravity environment, the absorbed gravity domain felt more coherent and contained countless mysteries. In just 3 minutes, his gravity domain improved to 75%. After 10 minutes, it reached 80%, and after half an hour, it rose to 85%. This astonishing speed even surprised Lin Xiao himself. After 2 hours, Lin Xiao finally stood up again. This time, he was no longer affected by the surrounding gravitational environment and could move freely, running and jumping with ease. To his delight, his gravity domain had reached a perfect 10, touching its bottleneck. Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. This was worth it. Sacrificing a true spirit artifact that he couldn't fully utilize in exchange for a perfect gravity domain was definitely a good deal. Moreover, his spiritual senses had also recovered significantly, allowing him to sense a mysterious attraction from the front of the passage. He began to ponder the origin of this special domain and the newly discovered rule. Sacrificing might not always summon an object, but it would definitely trigger a teleportation array. Lin Xiao quickly reviewed the status of his various domains. Gravity domain at a perfect 10, sword domain at 9, fire domain at 9, desolation domain at 8, slaughter domain at 7, special domain at 3.5, plus the pill domain at 1 and the newly acquired spear domain at the entry level. He realized that once he increased his slaughter domain and special domain to 8, he could attempt to form a cauldron. Opportunities to improve the slaughter domain could be found in the Chen Dynasty, but the special domain required more sacrifices of true spirit artifacts. Lin Xiao fell into thought. Sacrificing one true spirit artifact could increase his special domain by 2%, so sacrificing 4 or 5 more should bring it to 8. But true spirit artifacts were not as common as cabbages. Where could he find so many? He glanced at the purple teleportation circle behind him, thinking that the nether fire on the little vermilion bird might further enhance his special domain. He decided to leave this matter for later. Meanwhile, outside the teleportation circle, the vermilion bird suddenly shivered, puzzled as to why it, a firebird, would feel cold. Back in the passage, Lin Xiao began to explore forward. As he delved deeper, the temperature around him rose sharply, soon reaching an unbearable level. Even with his fire domain at 9, Lin Xiao was drenched in sweat. To test the temperature, Lin Xiao tossed out a low-grade spirit sword. The moment it touched the ground, it began to smoke and ignite, turning to ashes in an instant. Lin Xiao frowned, looking at the winding passage ahead, uncertain of what lay at the end. With no other choice, Lin Xiao summoned his Crimson Flame spirit sword. The talkative sword immediately started complaining, hoping its master would notify it in advance next time, or bring the soul-devouring cauldron along for company. However, Lin Xiao quickly interrupted its chatter. He instructed the fire element to carefully sense the surroundings. Initially, the fire element thought it was just unusually hot, but then it detected a unique energy, leaving it speechless with shock. This reaction only fueled Lin Xiao's curiosity further. After all, the fire element was an ancient entity. What could possibly be so astonishing to it? Master, although I'm not sure where this place is, it seems you've stumbled upon a treasure. The fire element's voice carried an unusual tone of humility, prompting Lin Xiao to listen intently. The fire element continued, for something to emit such an aura and put pressure on me, it must be a flame of a higher grade than the earth core scarlet flame that birthed me. I can't say for sure what kind of flame it is. You'll need to go and confirm it yourself. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment, and he urgently asked, a flame more powerful than you? Wouldn't that rank in the top 10 of the heavenly flames list? He recalled the fascinating tales the fire element had shared with him and felt a surge of excitement. The fire element was born from the earth core scarlet flame, which had taken tens of thousands of years to evolve into its current form and was ranked 10th on the heavenly flames list. The higher the rank, the more extraordinary the flame's power and abilities. Yes, master, the fire element replied, then fell into contemplation. I wonder how long this flame has existed. It's strange. I thought I was the only heavenly flame left. Lin Xiao didn't ponder further and continued to advance. He circulated his fire intent throughout his body, barely managing to withstand the suffocating heat. After a few steps, he felt as if he were in a scorching sauna. The heat was unbearable. The temperature in the passage was unimaginably high, and the stone walls had turned pitch black. Master, these are noon flame minerals, excellent materials for crafting spiritual artifacts, the fire element added. For example, the soul-devouring cauldron was primarily made from noon flame mineral crystals. Lin Xiao pondered, soul-devouring cauldron, noon flame mineral crystals. He seemed to understand why he was transported here after sacrificing the cauldron. It wasn't random. The cauldron likely originated from this place. He thought to himself that this unique realm needed further exploration. Enduring the oppressive heat, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and pressed on. Finally, after about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he reached the end of the passage. The walls here were entirely made of noon flame mineral crystals, but neither Lin Xiao nor the fire element paid them any attention. Their eyes were fixed on a small, fist-sized golden red flame at the end of the passage. The flame flickered quietly in the air, radiating waves of intense heat. Indeed, the fire element exclaimed, I was right. It's the Huang Hongyang flame, ranked second on the heavenly flames list, and it has already developed a trace of intelligence. Second on the list? Lin Xiao's eyes shone with excitement, and his heart raced. He had only briefly heard about the list from the fire element before and knew that the earth core scarlet flame was ranked 10th. He never expected to encounter the second-ranked flame. What's so special about this flame? Lin Xiao asked eagerly. Master, the Huang Hongyang flame is considered the ultimate yang flame in existence, the fire element said with reverence. Once mastered, it can incinerate everything, break through most of your bottlenecks, and suppress all other flames. Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement. This flame, combined with his superior comprehension, was a perfect match. He then asked, what about the first-ranked flame? Can the Huang Hongyang flame suppress it as well? The fire element's tone grew solemn. The first-ranked flame is the ancient chaos true flame. It is said to have disappeared after the world's creation. Chaos true flame? Lin Xiao gasped. The name alone sounded extraordinary. What would happen if someone possessed the chaos true flame? He asked curiously. Master, the chaos true flame cannot be controlled by anyone. It holds the power of creation, the fire element explained. Possessing it might allow one to comprehend the path of chaos, which is almost equivalent to understanding the heavenly Tao. The fire element paused and added, however, there is a legend that if someone can fully merge the second-ranked Huang Hongyang flame with the third-ranked Xian Mingyin flame, they might create the chaos true flame. Suddenly, the fire element's tone became urgent. Master, I must retreat now. You should store me in your spatial ring. If this flame with a trace of intelligence senses another flame, it will be harder to subdue. Master, you must use both threats and persuasion. Take your time, and good luck. With that, the fire element's presence vanished, likely retreating into the scarlet flame sword. Lin Xiao stored it in his spatial ring and fell into deep thought. The fire element's knowledge seemed to open a door to a broader world. Chaos true flame, the path of chaos, the heavenly Tao, the idea of merging the second and third-ranked flames to possibly create the chaos true flame? This world was far more fascinating than he had imagined. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the golden-red flame, ready to begin the challenging task of subduing it. Lin Xiao stood before the radiant Hongyang flame, contemplating silently. He had once believed that being able to contend with those at the life and death realm would secure him a place in this era. However, at this moment, he realized how naive that thought was. This fantastical world had endured countless epics and ancient wars. Who could truly define the ultimate pinnacle? He couldn't help but mock himself, thinking that the pinnacle he aspired to might merely be a discarded toy in someone else's courtyard. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao temporarily set aside these distracting thoughts. The most pressing issue now was to subdue the Hongyang flame. He calculated that if he ever encountered the Shimingyin fire in the future, he must attempt to fuse them into the primal chaos true fire. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao cautiously stepped forward, gradually approaching the flickering flame. He scrutinized the Hongyang flame closely and was surprised to find that the small flame seemed to be curiously inspecting him as well. Not sensing any hostility from the flame, he relaxed his guard slightly. However, as he reached a certain distance, an intense feeling of suffocation and heat forced him to stop. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and decided to sit down on the spot. He began to focus on comprehending the essence of fire, hoping that this would make it easier to subdue the Hongyang flame. Perhaps due to the presence of the Hongyang flame, Lin Xiao was delighted to discover that his understanding of the essence of fire progressed no slower than his previous comprehension of the essence of gravity. 10 minutes later, his mastery of the fire essence had reached 95%. After half an hour, it was perfected at 100%. A strong premonition surged within Lin Xiao. If he could subdue the Hongyang flame, the essence of fire would surely transform into a domain. This would grant him 3 domain powers, significantly enhancing his strength. At that moment, a bold idea flashed through his mind. What if he elevated all of his essences to the domain level before forming his cauldron? However, this thought lasted only 2 seconds before he dismissed it. Achieving perfection in all essences was already an arduous task, let alone transforming them all into domains. Lin Xiao smiled wryly and shook his head, discarding this whimsical notion. Once Lin Xiao perfected his mastery of the fire element, he sensed that the blazing Hongyang flame before him seemed to have taken a liking to him. This was undoubtedly an exhilarating sign. Tentatively, Lin Xiao took a few steps forward, immediately feeling the terrifying heat as if it were trying to invade every pore of his body, burning everything in its path. He realized that forcefully trying to subdue this second-ranked heavenly flame at this moment would most likely end in failure. Lin Xiao softly said, "Little one, you must feel quite lonely here. I can take you out of here, would you like that?" The flames of the Hongyang flame flickered gently, as if contemplating something. Lin Xiao didn't doubt that this newly intelligent being had the capacity for thought, and he waited patiently. Watching the flames sway hesitantly, Lin Xiao continued to coax gently, "You can probably sense my strong affinity for fire now. There are very few humans like me. Plus, if you follow me, I can find you some companions so you won't be lonely anymore. How about that? You probably haven't experienced having friends, right? Even if we can't become friends, I can find other flames to be your subordinates. Do you know what a subordinate is? They'll have to do whatever you want." Lin Xiao's words, akin to coaxing a child, had a noticeable effect. The Hongyang flame danced vigorously, its flames growing and shrinking, waves of fiery energy surging forth, raising the temperature higher and higher. It seemed this little one was tempted, but hadn't taken the final step yet. A slight smile appeared on Lin Xiao's lips as he thought, A seasoned soul like me, living through 2 lifetimes, can't handle a newly sentient being? He then pretended to be disappointed and sighed heavily, muttering to himself, forget it, forget it. If you don't want to come with me, so be it. I was planning to take you to see the world, explore its wonders, and seek out other heavenly flames. Looks like I'll have to find another flame instead. After saying this, Lin Xiao turned to leave without looking back. In his mind, he counted down, 3, 2, 1. Just as he reached 1, a powerful, scorching wall of fire suddenly blocked his path. A hesitant, fragmented thought entered his mind. No, don't go, I want to leave. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, thinking, playing hard to get works perfectly on these little guys. Even adults in the fantasy world would fall for this trick the first time they encounter it. With a whoosh, Lin Xiao was surrounded by waves of flame. But this time, instead of the suffocating heat from before, he felt a refreshing coolness. So, you've decided to come with me? Lin Xiao asked gently. A ball of flame appeared before him, bobbing up and down as if nodding. Then come on in. Don't worry, I'll treat you well from now on, Lin Xiao said, letting down all his defenses and fully opening his spiritual sea to the little one. He knew that to earn someone's trust, he had to trust them completely first. Since this little one had already expressed its willingness, he would lead by example. After letting down all his defenses, Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment before withdrawing the power of his fire intent. This meant that if the Hongyang flame harbored even a trace of hostility, he could be severely injured or worse. Fortunately, as soon as Lin Xiao withdrew all his defensive powers and fire intent, the Hongyang flame enveloped him without hesitation and then flowed into his body. This strand of heavenly flame traveled through Lin Xiao's meridians, eventually reaching his spiritual sea. Upon entering, his spiritual sea began to boil and churn but soon settled down, creating a void space where it made its home. Waves of joy and excitement emanated from it, clearly showing that the little Hongyang flame was quite pleased with its new abode. Then, the little flame's power began to spread slowly, flowing into Lin Xiao's meridians and nourishing his entire body. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt extremely comfortable, and his understanding of fire rapidly deepened. The fire intent started to transform, as countless red, mysterious energies eagerly rushed into his body, heavy and scorching. The power of the fire domain was being formed. Meanwhile, outside the Sword Demon Sect, Chen Ning Su, Zhu Ke, and Sect Master Fong were anxiously waiting by the purple teleportation circle. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed with no sign of movement. This made everyone increasingly worried, as no one knew what lay beyond the purple circle or if Lin Xiao had encountered any danger. Zhu Ke had fully recovered its spiritual power after Lin Xiao had entered the circle for a day. It had attempted to enter the purple circle itself, but the moment it touched the circle, a tremendous and overwhelming force pressed down, inflicting significant injuries. If not for its immortal bloodline, that single touch might have taken half its life. Lin Xiao's figure flickered within the purple aura, keeping everyone on edge, eagerly awaiting his appearance. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, the entire Sword Demon Sect quaked. A silhouette emerged slowly from the purple aura. It was Lin Xiao. He stood tall as usual, but his eyes now carried a deeper intensity. The crowd gasped in amazement, thrilled by Lin Xiao's safe return. A peculiar expression crossed Zhu Chua's handsome face. When her gaze fell upon Lin Xiao, her heart trembled, and an overwhelming urge to bow in reverence surged within her. This feeling stemmed not from Lin Xiao's status, but from the absolute suppression of his bloodline. Little Zhu Ke, Lin Xiao called softly. Yes, my lord, Zhu Ke responded respectfully. Release your divine sense, Lin Xiao instructed calmly. Zhu Ke hesitated for a moment before hastily complying. With a flick of his finger, Lin Xiao sent a thread of golden red divine fire into Zhu Chua's body. Zhu Chua's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin Xiao, her lips trembling, unable to form complete words. Lin Xiao patted her shoulder and said calmly, what I promised you, I will naturally fulfill. Stay here at the Sword Demon Sect to complete your transformation. I have things to attend to outside. Guard this place for me for a few days. Zhu Ke knelt down, her voice shaking. I will never forget your grace, my lord. All right, you may go, Lin Xiao said, retracting his hand, now holding a wisp of netherworld true fire. Zhu Ke left as instructed, and Lin Xiao turned to a nearby girl in red, saying, let's go, little girl. It's time to head to your great Chen Dynasty. Not far away, a glint of light flashed in Elder Mu's eyes as he transmitted to the 2 elders beside him. SK. This kid moves quickly. What are you old geezers planning to give Lin Xiao as a wedding gift? I've already got mine ready. Sect leader Fong rolled his eyes at Elder Mu and shook his head helplessly. Old Mu, you're overthinking it. I don't think Lin has any such intentions. Elder Gung chimed in with a sigh. Old Fong, why bother with him? The old fellow's probably holding a grudge. He knows more about the royal marriages of the great Chen Dynasty than anyone else. Elder Mu immediately jumped up, his face turning red with anger. Gung, you old ghost, don't hit where it hurts. Not everyone is like you, content to guard the sword tomb for a lifetime. Elder Gung remained unfazed and replied calmly, he is cultivating. His life is one of defying the heavens, constantly breaking through to reach the peak. Women? They would only hinder his path to strength. Elder Mu glared at the two of them, thinking to himself, you two old fools know nothing. He could see it clearly. Lin is destined to have plenty of romantic entanglements. That little alchemy prodigy from the sect seems quite interested in him. And with the princess of Great Qian, who knows how many more there are out there. Youth and vigor. Just as the three elders were lost in their thoughts, Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su approached them. Lin Xiao solemnly said, Sect Leader Feng, Elder Mu, Elder Gung, with Zhu Ke temporarily guarding the Sword Demon Sect, there shouldn't be any problems for a while. I need to go to the Great Qian Dynasty, for a few days to a month at most. The three elders nodded in agreement and gave him a few brief instructions. Then, Elder Mu, looking conflicted, pulled Lin Xiao aside and handed him a letter. In a low voice he said, Lin, keep this safe. When you reach the royal family of Great Qian, if you come across a woman named Qian Wanwen, give this to her. If not, just destroy it. Lin Xiao took the letter, looking puzzled. No way, Elder Mu's IOUs have spread not just in the Wei Dynasty but even in the Great Qian Dynasty? Elder Mu, what does this person owe you? Elder Mu was silent for a moment, his eyes showing a complex emotion before he finally uttered, a great favor. Lin Xiao didn't notice Elder Mu's strange expression, thinking it was just the old man's concern. He felt touched. Thank you, Elder Mu. I understand. Elder Mu's lips twitched slightly, but he said no more. And so, Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su left the Sword Demon Sect on a small flying boat. 7 days later, they reached the border of the Great Qian Dynasty. As they flew near the royal palace, Chen Ning Su reminded him, the airspace above the palace is restricted. Flying over it without permission is considered a provocation to Great Qian. After landing, Lin Xiao put away the boat and curiously observed his surroundings. He noticed that this place was quite different from other dynasties, and was about to ask when Chen Ning Su gave a sly smile. Feeling that our Great Qian Dynasty is a bit unique, aren't you? Hold my hand and I'll tell you. Lin Xiao eyed her warily and didn't move. Seeing this, Chen Ning Su grabbed his hand directly. All right, I'll reluctantly tell you. Our Great Qian Dynasty values Confucianism over martial arts. Take our royal family, for example. There are 4 powerful cultivators in the Huading realm. One of them you've met, Old Gu, who was with me at the Brahma Sword Tomb. Among the Huading realm cultivators in the royal family, he's the only one who achieved it through martial arts. The other 3 reached the Huading realm through Confucianism. Lin Xiao was stunned. Through Confucianism? Confucian cultivators? Aren't they just scholars? How could such people compare with martial artists or fend off beasts and enemies? He looked at Chen Ning Su skeptically. And you, known as the slaughtered demoness, have nothing to do with Confucianism. Chen Ning Su gave a mysterious smile. Come on, I'll take you to a place that most people can't enter. With that, she pulled Lin Xiao towards the palace. Lin Xiao quickly reminded her, didn't you say we can't fly? Chen Ning Su realized her mistake and stuck out her tongue. Oops, I got too excited and forgot. Just then, a squad of a dozen guards rushed towards them, clearly intent on apprehending the intruders who had violated the rules. How dare you? Flying over the palace without permission, the captain of the guard roared, but his voice abruptly cut off. Lin Xiao and Chen Ning Su descended from the sky, landing gently on the ground. The captain's expression shifted from anger to shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. He suddenly recognized one of them, and sweat poured down his face. You are, he stammered, unable to finish his sentence. The other guards also recognized Chen Ning Su, and their faces turned pale. In unison, they dropped to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. The third guard squad pays respects to Her Highness the Princess, they shouted in unison, their voices filled with fear. Please, Your Highness, spare us. We meant no offense. We beg for your mercy. Lin Xiao stood there, dumbfounded. He knew of Chen Ning Su's fearsome reputation, but he hadn't expected her mere presence to terrify these elite guards. Chen Ning Su hadn't even spoken a word, and they were already paralyzed with fear. Resume your patrols. This was my doing, Chen Ning Su said softly. She took Lin Xiao by the hand and walked away, her laughter ringing like silver bells. She enthusiastically pointed out various sights in the palace to Lin Xiao, as if the tense moment earlier had never happened. Even after the 2 figures disappeared from view, the guards remained kneeling, drenched in sweat, not daring to blink. After a long moment, one guard cautiously spoke up, Captain, was that really Her Highness? We're still alive. Could it have been an imposter? The princess usually has such a lethal aura, but this time... Silence, the captain barked. Speak ill of Her Highness again, and you'll face severe punishment. The guards immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Despite this, the shock in the captain's eyes lingered. Just stay kneeling a bit longer. To calm down, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Chen Ning Su had led Lin Xiao to the most magnificent building in the entire palace. This structure was even grander than the main hall, with a massive plaque inscribed with the characters Heavenly Literary Palace in bold strokes. Lin Xiao, isn't this place impressive? I know it well, Chen Ning Su said, her eyes reflecting complex emotions as she gazed at the building. She had been confined there countless times throughout her life. Seeing Lin Xiao's lack of response, Chen Ning Su looked at him in confusion, only to find him staring intently at the plaque, his eyes filled with a strange brilliance. Da Xiao Xiao, let's go inside. What's so interesting about this plaque? Chen Ning Su asked Lin Xiao in confusion. However, Lin Xiao seemed entranced, completely unresponsive to Chen Ning Su's words, his gaze fixed firmly on the plaque. At that moment, a group of scholars emerged from the One Palace. The leading scholar instantly recognized Chen Ning Su and exclaimed, "It's the Grand Princess." He quickly bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness. What brings you to the One Palace?" His eyes then fell on Lin Xiao, and he frowned slightly. "And this is?" He seemed puzzled. "Your Highness, you know that outsiders are not allowed in the One Palace. Please, don't make things difficult for us." As soon as he finished speaking, more scholars poured out of the palace, surrounding the Grand Princess. They exuded a powerful aura, forming a unified force that felt like a binding chain. In the next moment, a cold glint flashed in Chen Ning Su's eyes. A thick, blood-red light burst forth, enveloping everyone around her. "This is a domain," one of the scholars exclaimed. "Heavens! The Grand Princess has turned her killing intent into a domain. This is serious trouble. The Grand Princess is undoubtedly the most talented of her generation in the eastern region," another scholar said in shock. "To form a domain before reaching the cauldron stage, her talent is unparalleled in history." All the scholars were utterly stunned, feeling that with a mere thought, the Grand Princess could end their lives on the spot. With a blood-red glint in her eyes, Chen Ning Su coldly declared, "Anyone who dares to stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless." As the tension reached its peak, a surge of righteous energy burst forth from within the One Palace. Chen Ning Su's domain was instantly enveloped in white light, her killing intent dissipating and replaced by a sense of peace. A white-robed elder walked out slowly, his gaze kind as he looked at Chen Ning Su. "Grand Princess, your talent is truly exceptional. It's only been a few days, and your growth is astonishing." Chen Ning Su's aura weakened slightly, and she stammered, "Old man Tang, why are you here in the One Palace?" The white-robed elder, Tang Wenxuan, was the foremost scholar of the great Chen Dynasty, a master of Confucianism with a cultivation level comparable to the peak of the martial arts cauldron stage. He replied calmly, "If I don't guard the One Palace, should I be wandering around like you?" "I wasn't playing. I was seeking opportunities and training," Chen Ning Su retorted indignantly. Tang Wenxuan remained firm. "Enough? You know the rules of the One Palace better than anyone. You can bring people into the Great Chen Palace as you wish, but bringing someone into the One Palace is where I draw the line." Biting her lip, Chen Ning Su glanced at the still-dazed Lin Xiao beside her, then stepped forward resolutely. "He is not an outsider. He is the one I've chosen." Her words caused an uproar. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Even Tang Wenxuan showed a look of surprise. "The one she's chosen? The Grand Princess said she's found her chosen one?" The crowd looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief, thinking, "This ordinary-looking boy with slightly handsome features?" Tang Wenxuan shook his head. "Grand Princess, you must be joking. Royal marriages are not to be taken lightly. Please reconsider." However, Chen Ning Su's resolve only grew stronger. "I said he is the one I've chosen. I will marry no one else. No one can stop me, not even you, old man Tang." Her killing intent surged again, red shadows forming sharp spikes aimed at everyone around. Tang Wenxuan sighed, "Grand Princess, if you insist, it will only bring harm to this young man." Just as Chen Ning Su was about to respond, a bell rang out, echoing across the sky. Dong! The bell's sound emanated from within the One Palace, resonating for miles around. "The Confucian bell is ringing," the crowd exclaimed. The last time it rang was when Scholar Lin reached the level of a great master, but the bell didn't stop. It rang 4, 5, 6 times, continuing until the 9th ring. Everyone was stunned. 3 rings signified a scholar's breakthrough, but what did 9 rings mean? Just as Tang Wenxuan was about to explain, the One Palace trembled. An endless wave of righteous energy transformed into a pure white light shooting into the sky. At that moment, a golden light of equal intensity burst forth from Lin Xiao, intertwining with the white light, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The Confucian bell rang once more. Ding 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 ding. The Confucian bell tolled 9 times again, resonating throughout the entire heavenly Confucian palace. This was the second round of 9 chimes, totaling 18, an unprecedented event in the palace's millennia-long history. However, more astonishing than the sound was the young man bathed in golden light. Who is this person? Voices of astonishment echoed through the crowd. He can summon the immense righteous energy of the heavenly Confucian palace. Indeed, this righteous energy was accumulated over thousands of years by countless great Confucian scholars, even containing the power of several deceased semi-saints. The fact that this young man caused such a disturbance without even stepping into the palace made his identity all the more mysterious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures flew in from various parts of the Dacian dynasty, each exuding a significant amount of righteous energy, clearly of great Confucian stature. In the Dacian royal palace, flying required special permission, except for these esteemed scholars whose strength was comparable to the mid-to-late stage of the Xian Dan realm in martial arts, with the strongest among them rivaling the Huading realm. Elder Tong, what happened in the heavenly Confucian palace? One of the great scholars asked urgently. I sensed something unusual from miles away and rushed over immediately. It's this young man. Elder Tong pointed to Lin Xiao. He seems to have developed a Confucian Tao intention. Whatever he comprehended has caused this anomaly in the palace. Don't tell me, the 18 chimes of the sacred bell were because of this boy? The other scholars, noticing Lin Xiao, were visibly shocked. At that moment, the golden and white light in the sky merged completely, cascading down like a waterfall and pouring into Lin Xiao's body. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, his expression changing from confusion to realization, as if receiving some kind of message. A few seconds later, Lin Xiao returned to normal, but his face showed a strange expression. He hadn't expected such a unique Confucian Tao to exist in this world. Noticing the strong figures around him, particularly the white-robed elder nearby, he became even more intrigued. The white-robed elder, Elder Tong, approached Lin Xiao and asked politely, Young friend, may I ask where you learned your teachings? Why? Got something to say, old man? Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. His casual tone immediately sparked outrage. The crowd began to scold him. How dare you? Do you know who this esteemed elder is? You have the audacity to speak to Elder Tong like that? Beware of the wrath of countless Confucian scholars. Do you think you can act recklessly just because the princess is protecting you? Arrest him immediately. Disrespecting a great scholar and attempting to breach the heavenly Confucian palace is enough to convict him. Lin Xiao's attitude darkened everyone's expressions, making it seem like he had committed a grave offense. This left Lin Xiao puzzled, thinking the unity among the Confucian scholars of the Dacian dynasty was extraordinarily strong. At that moment, Chen Ning Su urgently sent a telepathic message. To Xiao Xiao, this old man is one of the top-tier powerhouses of the Dacian dynasty, not much weaker than Zhu Ke. And near the heavenly Confucian palace, even Zhu Ke wouldn't be a match for him. Her tone carried a hint of helplessness. If encountered elsewhere, she wouldn't be so apprehensive about this elder tongue. But here at the heavenly Confucian palace, she had witnessed his divine suppression numerous times. Even with her domain, she had a premonition that under the palace's influence, Elder Tong could still easily subdue her. The righteous energy could repel all evil, and her killing intention was particularly restrained by it, leaving her quite helpless. Oh, I see. Lin Xiao responded. What if I could give this old man a good beating? What would happen then? Chen Ning Su was momentarily stunned. Did Xiao Xiao see something and want to stand up for her? While the crowd was seething with anger, Elder Ting suddenly spoke up. Everyone, be quiet. This young friend is naturally outspoken. His words may seem casual, but they come from the heart. I find his straightforwardness more endearing than flattery. All the Confucian scholars and great scholars were dumbfounded. Chen Ning Su was also puzzled. Was Elder Ting ill? The young man had publicly disrespected him, yet instead of reprimanding him, Elder Tong scolded the others first. This was unbelievable. What was even more shocking was Elder Tong's next words. Young friend, I consider myself somewhat talented and accomplished in the Confucian Tao. Would you be willing to learn from me? Now, everyone was truly stunned. They finally understood why Elder Tong hadn't gotten angry earlier, wanted to take the boy as his disciple. Elder Tong, please reconsider. This person's background is unclear. Even if he triggered the sacred bell, there's no need to be so hasty. Yes, Elder Tong, this person speaks disrespectfully. He doesn't seem like a Confucian scholar. Respecting teachers and valuing the Tao are basic etiquettes he clearly lacks. Elder Tong, you know how important the heavenly Confucian palace is to our Dacian. How can we let someone like him join? Several great scholars urgently advised, fearing that if this boy became Elder Tong's disciple, he would overshadow them in the future. Elder Tong simply shook his head lightly without responding. To him, these people were too narrow-minded and selfish, failing to understand the profound significance of the 18 chimes of the Confucian bell. Only those who reached the level of great scholars and great abilities could comprehend that this young man was undoubtedly the sole hope for the Confucian Tao in this era. The Confucian Tao had been in decline for too long. They desperately needed someone who could bring about its resurgence. Young friend, what do you say? Elder Tang fixed his gaze on Lin Xiao and asked again. The crowd, seeing that Elder Tang was ignoring their pleas, became even more astonished. Just how important was this young man to Elder Tang? Lin Xiao flashed a provocative smile and responded, Old man, is the Confucian Tao really that strong? I'd like to see for myself. All the Confucian scholars frowned deeply at Lin Xiao's words. What does he mean by testing the strength of our Confucian ways? They fumed silently. This youngster is clearly looking down on our teachings. The majestic celestial literary palace stood tall, with its sacred bell hanging within. The scholars wondered how such an arrogant person could be acknowledged by the palace, and why the sacred bell would ring for him. Some speculated, could this youth possess some treasure that's interfering with the palace and the sacred bell? The more they observed Lin Xiao, the more they felt he was incompatible with their ways. However, Master Tang showed no anger upon hearing Lin Xiao's words. Instead, he smiled slightly. It's good to be curious, he thought. Let this young man witness the true power of our arts. Perhaps it will change his perspective. Master Tang spoke. Very well, young friend. Watch carefully. As he finished speaking, a powerful righteous aura emerged from within him. He gripped his right hand, and a jade brush materialized, glowing with an ethereal green light. The jade brush was carved with images of Mount Song and celestial bodies, surrounded by swirling auroras, truly a dazzling sight. This was Master Tang's personal artifact. The surrounding righteous energy instantly converged, creating a mysterious atmosphere that enveloped the entire area. The senior scholars were shocked. The last time they had seen this artifact was when Master Tang used it to eliminate demons attempting to infiltrate the imperial palace. Using it now showed how seriously he took Lin Xiao. Let's see how this kid handles Master Tang's power, someone sneered. Master Tang's current combat ability rivals any top-tier warrior. Chen Ning Su was initially alarmed but soon relaxed. Thankfully, Master Tang isn't drawing power from the palace. Lin Xiao should be fine, she thought with relief. Lin Xiao watched the brush with interest. Master Tang gently wielded it, condensing his energy into a single character meaning, literature. Each stroke seemed forged from divine metal, both brilliant and sharp. A tremendous force pressed toward Lin Xiao, seemingly leaving no escape route. The surrounding scholars hastily activated their protective abilities and stepped back. They realized with shock that Master Tang hadn't held back at all. This attack was beyond their ability to resist. Even more surprising was Lin Xiao's reaction. He neither dodged nor defended himself. Has this arrogant fool lost his mind? Does he think Master Tang will show mercy? Boom. The literary attack struck Lin Xiao directly. Energy scattered everywhere, sending several ordinary scholars flying. Yet when the dust settled, everyone was stunned. Lin Xiao had only taken one step back, completely unharmed. Impossible. How could this be? That was Master Tang's full-force attack. Master Tang smiled, seemingly unsurprised. As expected of the true dragon rankings #1. Young Lin Xiao, you're even more impressive than I imagined. Lin Xiao frowned in confusion. He was certain he'd never met this person, and the initial look in Master Tang's eyes had been that of a stranger. How did he suddenly know his name? Had someone sent a private message? He glanced at Chen Ning Su, but she looked equally puzzled. Clearly, she hadn't revealed his identity. When the crowd heard Master Tang's words, their attitudes toward Lin Xiao changed dramatically. Lin Xiao? The #1 in the true dragon rankings? The triple cultivator? The 9th grade alchemist? The current chairman of the Alchemists Guild? He's truly a monster among prodigies. Our own princess's talent is already terrifying, but this Lin Xiao is even more extraordinary. No wonder he's so confident. But what brings him to the great Chen Dynasty? After learning Lin Xiao's identity, all traces of contempt vanished from their eyes. The princess's second-place ranking had already brought immense benefits to the great Chen Dynasty, the royal family, and the celestial literary palace. The rewards for first place would only be more substantial. Master Tang smiled and explained, young friend, the Confucian way isn't meant for battle, but for eliminating evil, governing through virtue, teaching wisdom, and passing down knowledge through generations. That's its true meaning. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before sighing. What a pity! Master Tang asked, puzzled. What do you find regrettable? Lin Xiao looked around at the celestial literary palace, Master Tang, and the other scholars before speaking slowly. If only I had come to the great Qin royal court earlier. Compared to the martial path, I feel the Confucian way would have suited me better. This statement caused an uproar. Everyone thought, Lin Xiao is truly audacious. We thought he was disrespectful before, but we clearly underestimated just how bold he could be. Calling Confucianism simple? A Confucian scholar spoke up angrily, his voice dripping with disdain. He glanced around, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. Who among them hasn't read the classics hundreds, thousands of times, seeking wisdom from masters everywhere to reach this level? Standing in the center of the crowd, Lin Xiao remained composed in the face of this challenge. The scholar continued, simple, you say? Just because you've barely grasped the essence of Confucianism? If you're so confident, why don't you take it a step further today? The atmosphere grew tense, all eyes fixed on Lin Xiao. The scholar's words were like a hammer, striking at Lin Xiao's pride. Entering the path of Confucianism is difficult, progressing further is even harder, and delving deep is the hardest of all. An elderly man with white hair spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of warning. We know that in martial arts, Lin Xiao, you are an unparalleled prodigy. But this is Confucianism. The faces of many Confucian scholars showed complex emotions: anger, unwillingness, yet cautious silence. The old man continued, these scholars are angry but dare not speak. Previously unaware of Lin Xiao's identity, they would have been more brazen. But now, knowing he is the unrivaled genius ranked first on the true dragon list, they have chosen to remain silent. Elder Tang stepped forward, his eyes scrutinizing yet advising. The difficulty of Confucianism varies from person to person. Perhaps you are that rare genius. But even with extraordinary talent, in Confucianism, one cannot progress alone. This is fundamentally different from martial arts. After listening, Lin Xiao's gaze fell on the jade pin in Elder Tang's hand. Is that so? Old man, may I have a closer look at your pin? Without hesitation, Elder Tang waved his hand, and the jade pin floated towards Lin Xiao. Feel free to examine it, young friend. As Lin Xiao grasped the jade pin, a vast stream of information surged into his mind. Confucian experiences, sacred words, knowledge, pin condensing techniques, cultivation methods, various kinds of knowledge flooded in. However, to Lin Xiao's surprise, he absorbed none of the power of Confucian essence, domain power, or Elder Tang's unique skills. Through this newly acquired knowledge, Lin Xiao understood why. Although this jade pin was Elder Tang's lifebound artifact, it was also an extension of his domain. The method of cultivating Confucianism was indeed entirely different from martial arts. At that moment, a flash of insight appeared in Lin Xiao's eyes. He recalled the eighth essence he had comprehended while observing the plaque of the Heaven and Earth Academy, the essence of Confucianism. Now, with this immense foundation of Confucian knowledge, a strong confidence arose within him. He silently made up his mind. Today, he would show everyone what a true genius is. He would achieve what others deemed impossible, becoming a sage in a single day. In Confucianism, one's rank is determined by their literary talent, and cultivation methods include reading, writing, and enlightenment. Lin Xiao stood before the crowd, gently pointing his right hand towards the void. A beam of purple gold light shot out from his body. The surrounding literary energy and righteous aura surged like a tide, merging into this beam. In the blink of an eye, a purple gold brush materialized, engraved with intricate patterns of dragons, phoenixes, mountains, rivers, plants, and all living things. Its grandeur far surpassed the jade-green brush of Old Tang. Lin Xiao looked at his creation with satisfaction, but he noticed the crowd's expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Even Old Tang was astonished, murmuring, to form a literary instrument at the initial stage of enlightenment is simply absurd. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Some marveled at Lin Xiao's genius, while others questioned his lack of Confucian foundation. Lin Xiao remained indifferent and said calmly, Old Tang, here's your brush back. Old Tang retrieved his lifebound literary instrument and curiously asked, young friend, did you comprehend the method of condensation just by observing my brush? Why? Is it difficult to condense a literary instrument? Lin Xiao asked back, a hint of confusion in his tone. Just as Old Tang was about to explain, Lin Xiao pointed at the void again. Another beam of purple gold light shot out, and the literary energy and righteous aura gathered once more. Moments later, a purple gold inkstone, as lustrous as jade, took shape. One side depicted the earth's mountains and rivers, while the other showed the sky and clouds, exuding a majestic presence. The crowd was once again shocked, and discussions erupted. Old Ting explained that only those who had reached the great scholar realm could condense a second literary instrument. Lin Xiao's ability to do so suggested extraordinary talent. However, Lin Xiao did not stop there. He pointed at the void twice more, condensing a piece of mysterious paper and a deep, translucent inkstone. The four literary instruments hovered around Lin Xiao, emitting a dazzling brilliance. The crowd was stunned, with some exclaiming that such talent might surpass everyone in the entire Confucian Academy. Yet, others cautioned, having many literary instruments isn't necessarily a good thing. In this brief moment, the astonishing talent Lin Xiao displayed not only shocked everyone present, but also laid the groundwork for his future development in Confucianism. This scene would undoubtedly cause a huge stir in the Confucian Academy. It was already a struggle for us to nurture just one artifact, as our energy was far from sufficient. Yet, Lin Xiao aimed to nurture four at once. The difficulty of this task was simply unimaginable. Everyone calculated in their minds that the energy required to sustain four artifacts would be 10, maybe even 100 times more than what an average person could manage. The scholars, who had been envious just moments ago, quickly lost their jealousy when they considered the immense burden. Sure, for artifacts were powerful, but if it meant sacrificing their entire lives to remain mere scholars, they would rather focus on nurturing one artifact and aim to become great sages in the Confucian path. At this moment, the four treasures of the study in Confucianism had finally come together. The four radiant artifacts circled around Lin Xiao, resonating with each other, their brilliance flickering as if whispering some profound mystery. Old Tongue's urgent voice broke the silence. Young friend, quickly provide a declaration for the artifacts to complete the final step of consolidation. If you do not have a suitable declaration, I can temporarily lend you one. However, without a declaration realized through personal insight, the effect might be lacking. Old Tongue sighed inwardly. Lin Xiao must be a prodigious talent in the Confucian path. To be able to condense artifacts at the initial understanding of the essence, and to do so with four, all of which are the four treasures of the study, each extraordinary. These four artifacts are the most fundamental and crucial in Confucianism. Nurturing them to a profound level would grant unimaginable power. However, a trace of regret flashed in Old Tongue's eyes. Lin Xiao lacked a deep foundation in the Confucian path. With the right declaration, not only could he complete the final step of consolidation, but he might also elevate the quality of the artifacts even further. Lin Xiao politely responded, "Thank you for your kind offer, Old Tongue, but I believe I already have the declaration." He could sense Old Tongue's genuine concern. While others watched coldly, only Old Tongue sincerely cared for him. Even if there were ulterior motives, Lin Xiao appreciated the genuine intent. Old Tongue was momentarily stunned by Lin Xiao's words, and was about to elaborate on the importance of the declaration when Lin Xiao had already begun to take action. Lin Xiao gently waved his hand, and the purple gold brush began to move as if it had a life of its own. On this vast stage where the earth served as the platform and the sky as the curtain, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Confucian heritage? He chuckled inwardly. That was something he had in abundance. Though it wasn't the Confucian heritage of this world, what did it matter? He didn't belong to this world in either body or soul. As for the consequences of bringing things from his homeland here, that was no longer his concern. As Lin Xiao's thoughts flowed, two lines of pale golden text slowly formed in the air. The sun and moon pass swiftly, spring and autumn follow each other in turn. The grass and trees wither, fearing the beauty will fade. The moment these words appeared, they stunned the entire audience. Elder Ting and the other Confucian scholars were all taken aback, unanimously admiring. Excellent. This was undoubtedly a great poem. Lin Xiao paid no attention to their reactions, immersing himself in the poetic imagery in his mind. This poem was Chu Yuan's Li Sa, hailed in his homeland as the greatest lyrical poem of all time. As the essence of Confucianism surged within him, the emotions expressed in the poem gushed out like a spring. He felt as if he had become Chu Yuan himself, experiencing the same concerns for the nation and the people, the desire for political reform, and the determination to uphold ideals even at the cost of life. The purple gold brush danced in the air, writing line after line of poetry. Riding on a fine steed, I gallop along. Come, let me lead the way. In the days of yore, the three sovereigns were pure, and all flowers blossomed together. I hope the branches and leaves will grow tall, awaiting the time when I shall prune them. The Confucian scholars grew increasingly astonished. Could this really be written by the warrior Lin Xiao? Their hearts were filled with doubt, yet they couldn't deny the extraordinary quality of the verses. At that moment, colorful clouds suddenly gathered above the Confucian temple, casting radiant light down. This phenomenon left everyone in awe. Auspicious clouds, a sign that only a timeless masterpiece could evoke such a heavenly response. This meant that this poem was indeed appearing in this world for the first time. The crowd had no choice but to believe that it was truly Lin Xiao's creation. Lin Xiao's eyes shone brightly, his hand never pausing as he continued to write. Though withered, what does it matter? I lament the decay of all flowers. The fierce bird does not flock. It has always been so since ancient times. How can a square and a circle fit together? How can those with different paths coexist in harmony? Seeing these lines, the Confucian scholars felt as if they were transported into the scene, sensing a strong, unyielding will. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Excellent poem! Truly a magnificent poem! Lin Xiao is indeed a great talent." Elder Tong was even more excited, clenching his fists. As a highly skilled Confucian scholar, he perceived deeper meanings in these verses. This poem bore hints of strategies for national stability. This young man was truly extraordinary. Lin Xiao's poem continued. The road is long and far-reaching. I will search high and low. I will water my horse at the salty pool and rein it in at the fusong tree. As the final lines were completed, the atmosphere reached its peak. At that moment, a profound aura like flowing water surged from the void, pouring into Lin Zhao's body. He radiated with brilliant light, and the essence of Confucianism, his literary talent, and righteous energy all ascended to a new level. All the Confucian scholars instinctively straightened their backs, their expressions changing dramatically. Just one poem had invoked the will of the Confucian heavens. This was the power of a timeless masterpiece. While everyone marveled, they also wondered. How could someone who had just grasped the essence of Confucianism possess such profound heritage? If he had always had this heritage, why hadn't he practiced Confucianism earlier? Lin Zhao closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the benefits brought by this timeless poem. His Confucian essence soared from novice level to 30%, his literary talent and righteous energy significantly increasing, forming clouds above his spiritual sea. If anyone could see Lin Zhao's spiritual sea, they would be astounded by the scene. A golden ocean, a 90-eared pagoda, a black sword artifact, divine clouds, and 8 spheres of different essensesriums, creating a picture beyond earthly imagination. 2 minutes later, Lin Zhao slowly opened his eyes, a complex mix of surprise, contemplation, joy, and realization flashing within them. Elder Tang sincerely praised, "Young friend, your talent is extraordinary. I am truly impressed. To create such timeless poetry at such a young age is something I've never seen in my life." Lin Zhao modestly replied, "Elder Tang, you're too kind. This was just a spontaneous expression of my feelings." He didn't claim any credit, instead focusing on how to become even stronger. He thought to himself about harnessing the Confucian heritage of his homeland to unleash its unparalleled brilliance in this mystical world. Elder Tang, with keen insight, affirmed, "You're being too modest. If my senses are correct, this poem is an ensues, and it's not yet complete, is it?" Lin Zhao didn't deny it, calculating internally. The full text of Li Sa consists of 373 lines and 2,490 characters. He had just written 10 lines with 100 characters to testify to the 4 literary artifacts, and it had already triggered such extraordinary phenomena and power, which was beyond his expectations. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of divine power would be unleashed if he wrote the entire Li Sa. However, Lin Zhao quickly realized his limitations. With his current beginner-level Confucian Dao, writing 100 characters was already his limit. Even though his Confucian Dao had reached 30%, completing the entire Li Sa was still a pipe dream. Even half would be hard to achieve. Elder Tang, intrigued, asked, "Young friend, I'm very interested in your ensues. If you complete it in the future, may I have the honor of reading it?" Lin Zhao readily agreed, of course. He thought that spreading the Confucian Dao of his homeland in this other world would be a meaningful endeavor. Elder Tang solemnly announced, "Young friend, I have decided that you may freely enter the Wangong of the Chen Dynasty. If you encounter any trouble or problems, you can always come to me." The scholars present were all shocked. Elder Tang's words carried immense weight. While many could freely enter the Wangong, being able to meet Elder Tang at any time was unprecedented. Even the ruler of Dakian had to notify him in advance, and Lin Zhao had become the first to receive such a privilege. Lin Zhao accepted calmly. "All right, I won't be polite then." Elder Tang smiled and said, "Then please follow me, young friend. Today, I will personally take you into the Wangong and give you an introduction." However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Zhao declined. "Not right now." The crowd was stunned. If Lin Zhao hadn't just composed such a timeless poem, they would have thought him arrogant and disrespectful. Elder Ting asked in confusion, "Oh, do you have other matters to attend to, young friend?" Lin Zhao confidently replied, "I feel that my Confucian Dao cultivation can still improve a bit more." With that, he waved his hand again, and the purple gold brush traced a dazzling arc in the sky. Lin Zhao felt a surge of Confucian wisdom in his mind, alerting him. The timeless poem he had just penned had triggered the will of the Confucian way, rendering him unable to evoke this effect again for a short while. It was like a cool-down period, possibly lasting a day or even 10 days before he could summon the will of the Confucian way again. Unwilling to wait, Lin Zhao decided to change his approach. This time, he would write not a poem, but a versy, timeless verse. He picked up his purple gold brush and casually inscribed a line of golden characters across the sky. "What is love in this world? It makes life and death worth pledging." Instantly, the heavens changed again. This time, the phenomenon extended far beyond the literary palace, enveloping the entire royal palace of Daqian. Countless auspicious clouds gathered, and rays of light burst forth, dispelling the approaching dusk and bathing the royal palace in a noon-like brightness. Even more astonishing, this light carried a poignant emotion that touched everyone who saw it. "What is love in this world?" The phrase echoed in people's hearts, striking a deep chord. Some remembered their deceased spouses, others recalled past lovers. The profound sentiment moved many to tears. People throughout the Daqian Palace noticed the phenomenon and curiously headed towards the literary palace. To their astonishment, they saw that the sky bore not the usual phrases like peace for the nation, but a verse about love, leaving everyone in awe. The scholars in the literary palace were even more stunned, rendered speechless. Elder Tang and the other scholars gaped, forgetting to close their mouths. They could never have imagined that after writing a timeless poem, Lin Xiao would create an equally timeless love verse. Love and romance, acknowledged by the Confucian way? One scholar murmured, "This is unheard of, unseen before." Elder Tang sighed, "Lin Xiao is truly a prodigious talent." The other scholars nodded in agreement. "I think I understand now. The Confucian way doesn't bind us to rigid rules, but encourages us to stay true to our hearts. Love is a natural human emotion. Why should we deliberately avoid it?" Nearby, a girl in red gazed at the golden characters in the sky, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She secretly wondered if Lin Xiao had experienced heartbreak to write such a touching verse. Lin Xiao did not stop writing. He continued, "Two birds fly together across the world, old wings facing the cold and heat. Joy in reunion, pain in parting, and in between, endless longing. You should have words, through boundless clouds and snowy mountains. To whom does the lone shadow fly?" As he finished the last stroke, Lin Xiao exhaled deeply, having exhausted his Confucian insight and literary energy. With a thunderous sound, the auspicious clouds above the Daqian royal palace grew denser, spreading for miles. The rays of light pierced through the twilight, illuminating the entire capital. Suddenly, a special rainbow beam shot from the clouds, directly striking Lin Xiao. In an instant, a flood of literary energy and righteous aura surged into Lin Xiao's body, causing his Confucian insight and the clouds above his spiritual sea to rise rapidly. A rainbow piercing the sun. The Confucian way is shaken again. Someone exclaimed. Lin Xiao is undoubtedly a talent for the ages. Too bad he's not from the literary palace or the Chen Dynasty, lamented another. Don't forget, he's also the first president of the Alchemy Guild and a 9th-level alchemist, someone reminded them. This reminder left everyone even more astonished. A scholar and a warrior, proficient in alchemy, such a rare talent was unprecedented. Though he's not from Daqian, at least he's from the eastern region. That's enough, someone consoled. Indeed, with such a prodigious talent, our eastern region can finally rise, another agreed. The great scholars were now numb with shock, no longer daring to underestimate Lin Xiao. Many of them looked at him with newfound respect and admiration. In the realm of Confucianism, talent commands respect. Initially, they had dismissed Lin Xiao as a young warrior who disregarded Confucianism. This sparked his anger, and he began to criticize. However, when Lin Xiao showcased his true abilities, the crowd's attitude shifted dramatically. They realized that Lin Xiao wasn't looking down on Confucianism but was instead criticizing those scholars who were rigid and resistant to change. In an instant, the scholars within the one palace of heaven and earth were awakened, as if a long-sealed door had been suddenly flung open. Their gazes towards Lin Xiao no longer held contempt, but were filled with deep respect. As time passed, more and more people gathered outside the one palace of heaven and earth. Nobles, princes, princesses, and martial artists all stopped to watch. Their eyes darted between the timeless verse in the sky and Lin Xiao, their amazement clear. "Who is that handsome young man?" someone whispered. "Wait, did he write that timeless verse? Is he a Confucian scholar too? When did our great Qian's one palace of heaven and earth produce such a young great scholar? Isn't this kind of phenomenon only triggered by great scholars? But I've never seen this young man before." The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with confusion. They had assumed that someone capable of writing such deeply emotional verses must be an experienced elder. Little did they expect the author to be a young man. Amidst the chatter, a calm and gentle voice rang out, "Everyone, please be quiet and do not disturb this young friend." "It's Elder Tang," someone exclaimed from the crowd. "So Elder Tang is also here?" At this, everyone fell silent immediately. They had been so captivated by the celestial phenomenon and the young man bathed in the rainbow light that they hadn't noticed Elder Tang's presence. In a corner of the crowd, a graceful and stunning middle-aged woman was weeping silently. Her eyes were locked onto the timeless verse in the sky, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao felt the power of Confucianism within him growing rapidly. His admiration for the depth of Confucianism in his homeland grew stronger. The profundity of Confucianism far exceeded his imagination, like an unfathomable abyss. Talent and righteous energy surged into him like a tidal wave, stirring his emotions and making his heart race. An uncontrollable impulse welled up within him, like a volcano about to erupt. Since it couldn't be suppressed, why force it? Then let the storm rage on, Lin Xiao shouted in his heart. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and let go of any constraints on his body. Instantly, an immense amount of literary talent and righteous energy surged into him like a flood, far beyond the usual limits of enhancement. The spectators around him were stunned, with some in shock, others confused, and a few showing a mocking expression. What is he doing? Someone whispered. Does he intend to absorb all the literary talent and righteous energy drawn by the celestial phenomenon? Impossible. Another person shook their head. His literary and martial arts realm can't contain that much power. If he continues like this, not only will he fail to improve, but his realm might collapse. Elder Tung frowned as he watched Lin Xiao, filled with confusion. As the top martial arts prodigy on the True Dragon list, was Lin Xiao really so impatient that he wanted to take shortcuts? This was practically courting death. Elder Tong wanted to speak up and dissuade him but hesitated, fearing he might disrupt the critical moment. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached Elder Ting and softly inquired, Elder Tong, who is this young man? Elder Tong glanced at him and recognized him as Jiang Keping from the royal family of Deqian, a powerful martial artist at the early stage of the Cauldron transformation realm. This is Lin Xiao, the top talent on the True Dragon list. Elder Tang explained briefly. His martial arts talent is astounding, and it turns out his literary talent is no less impressive. Jiang Keping's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this, muttering in disbelief, he's Lin Xiao? His literary talent is on par with his martial talent? How is that possible? Elder Tang responded calmly, to trigger 2 literary phenomena in one day, even I cannot achieve that. Filled with excitement, Jiang Keping moved a few steps closer to Lin Xiao, eager to catch a glimpse of this extraordinary prodigy. Elder Tang reminded him, Jiang Keping, do not disturb this young friend. He is at a critical moment. Jiang Keping smiled and replied, don't worry, Elder Tang, I understand. Besides, even though Lin Xiao isn't a prodigy of Deqian, he is still a prodigy of the eastern region. No one should disturb him. However, as Jiang Keping got within 100 meters of Lin Xiao, a strange black light flashed in his eyes. Without warning, he unleashed the terrifying aura of a Cauldron transformation realm expert, generating dozens of black blades that shot towards Lin Xiao. You die. Elder Teng roared in anger, waving his right hand. His life-bound jade pin flew out, forming a crimson slay character that pressed down on Jiang Keping. Bang, bang, bang. Most of the black blades were shattered by this slay character, but 6 slipped through, continuing their attack on the unsuspecting Lin Xiao. In the nick of time, a figure in red appeared in front of Lin Xiao. With a casual wave, Princess Chen Ning Su shattered the remaining black blades. Jiang Keping's eyes widened in shock. Chen Ning Su, with killing intent in her eyes, Chen Ning Su coldly said, I don't care who you are, but you can die now. As she spoke, a blood-red domain expanded, and a 100-meter-long crimson dragon, formed from blood mist, roared and swallowed Jiang Keping. However, just as Jiang Keping was about to be destroyed, his body exploded, and a sinister shadow darted towards Lin Xiao at an incredible speed. Demonic entity! Elder Ting exclaimed. Chen Ning Su instinctively reached out to block, but the shadow passed right through her hand. A nauseating laugh echoed. Kakik. I'll take this human prodigy's life. It's worth it. So worth it. Before the words finished, the sinister shadow had already entered Lin Xiao's body. Show yourself, old man. Tung Lao roared, his voice thunderous. A jade-green brush traced a graceful arc in the air, swiftly writing the character for retreat. Simultaneously, a tremendous force surged from the One Palace, imbuing the character with power. However, when the retreat character touched Lin Xiao, it instantly disintegrated, dissolving into countless streams of literary and righteous energy, which Lin Xiao absorbed into his body. This wasn't Lin Xiao's deliberate doing. He was gathering strength for his next move. The attacks of the Confucian Dao felt like a gentle breeze to him, completely ineffective. Tung Lao frowned deeply, caught in a dilemma. The retreat method was useless, but other methods might harm Lin Xiao. He pondered silently, feeling at a loss. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded as Jiang Keching launched an attack on Lin Xiao. The onlookers were stunned. Someone exclaimed, oh my god! Why did Jiang Keching suddenly attack Lin Xiao? Didn't he hear Tung Lao's words and that disgusting laughter? That's no longer Jiang Keching, someone whispered. He's been possessed by a demon. What? Another person said in horror. I just spoke with Jiang Keching yesterday. Have I been talking to a demon all along? This is terrifying. Demons have already infiltrated the Deqian royal family. The unexpected turn of events left everyone bewildered. But more frightening than Lin Xiao's safety was the question of how deep the demonic infiltration into the Deqian royal family went. Jiang Keching was the only Huading expert among the numerous guest officials of Deqian, who had joined the royal family after much persuasion. If even he was possessed, what about the other guest officials? What about the other members of the Chen Dynasty and royal family? Just how far had the demonic infiltration gone? Chen Ning Su circled around Lin Xiao anxiously and asked, Tung Lao, how is Lin Xiao? What exactly was that? Tung Lao's expression was grave as he explained, it's a demon, and that was a fragment of a life-and-death realm demon's consciousness. Lin Zhao's current condition is beyond the help of the One Palace's power. Whether he can withstand the demonic invasion depends entirely on himself. Tung Lao waved his jade brush several times, isolating Lin Zhao with multiple seal characters. He continued, in the end, this crisis Lin Zhao is facing may be due to me. If Lin Zhao hadn't appeared, the demon's target would have been me. Tung Lao then explained the origins of the demon clan to Chen Ning Su. Demons had existed since ancient times, extremely evil and ambitious, wanting to devour all races. With their unique abilities, they had once been unstoppable, until two powers emerged among humans, seemingly born to restrain demons, forcing them into hiding in the void. Now, the demon clan was stirring again, with their primary goal being the eradication of those two restraining forces. Tung Lao had repelled demonic invasions multiple times over the years, but this time the demon's possession of Jiang Kaching's body had caught him off guard. Tung Lao said with lingering fear, without Lin Zhao, Jiang Kaching would have found the perfect moment to launch a fatal attack on me. If I were to fall, the One Palace of Deqian would temporarily lose control. If the demon clan attacked then, the consequences would be unimaginable. He looked at Lin Zhao, who was still gathering literary and righteous energy, and sighed. Unknowingly, the One Palace, the Deqian royal family, and the Chen Dynasty all owe Lin Zhao a great debt. This demon must have sensed the immense potential hidden within Lin Zhao. Letting him grow would pose a threat to the demon clan far greater than the entire Chen Dynasty and One Palace combined. Chen Ning Su's face grew even more troubled after hearing this. Can Lin Zhao withstand it? Tung Lao, is there no other way but to wait? Tung Lao slowly said, unless we find the other power that restrains demons. The Confucian Tao is good at suppression, but that power is better at expelling and purifying. Unfortunately, I haven't heard of its presence in the Chen Dynasty. What is that power? Chen Ning Su asked, puzzled. They call themselves the Buddhist Sect, Tung Lao replied. Tung Lao reassured, don't worry too much. Lin Zhao's destiny is shrouded in mystery, even I can't see through it. I believe he won't fall so easily. But what if Lin Zhao can't withstand it? Chen Ning Su glared at Tung Lao. Tung Lao, expressionless, said, then he will turn into a demon, and I will, personally take action. Chen Ning Su heard this and revealed a meaningful smile, thinking, even if he turns into a demon, so what? Falling into the demonic path together might be even more interesting. Meanwhile, the demonic consciousness of the life and death realm demon had already entered Lin Zhao's body. The demon was pleased, thinking, Tung Wenxuan, that old thing, is already a dying dog. Killing him later won't be too late. Let him guard the One Palace for a few more years. But Lin Zhao must be completely eliminated. Unexpectedly, this time's harvest is so bountiful. However, when the demonic consciousness reached a certain place, it suddenly froze. Huh. The demon was utterly confused. Did I enter the wrong door? Evil spirit Mo Nian stared blankly at the scene before him, as if he had stepped into a new world. Below him surged a golden sea with towering waves of immense power. In the center of the sea stood a nine-story pagoda, radiating divine energy. The sky above was filled with endless clouds, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Suspended in the air was a small, black sword, gleaming sharply. Evil spirit Mo Nian was utterly bewildered. Where was this place? Hadn't he entered Lin Zhao's body? This should be Lin Zhao's spiritual sea. But a human spiritual sea was supposed to be murky and only the size of a palm. The vast expanse before him seemed like an entirely different world. Just then, a figure formed from spiritual energy appeared not far from evil spirit Mo Nian. It was Lin Zhao, his eyes blazing as he scrutinized Mo Nian, as if examining an unknown treasure. Hey, you dark blob, Lin Zhao said, his tone slightly mocking. Is it polite to enter someone else's body without permission? Why do you guys always like to barge in uninvited? First dreams, then consciousness, and now the spiritual sea. He paused, then added, but, since each intrusion brings me some benefits, I guess I'll forgive you. Evil spirit Mo Nian was astounded to see Lin Zhao manifesting within his own body. Such an ability was typically reserved for those at the peak of life and death cultivation. Clearly, Lin Zhao was no ordinary individual. You're an evil spirit, aren't you? Lin Zhao guessed after a few glances at the dark mass. He had seen similar entities in ancient images within the True Dragon Pagoda, but this one was like a tadpole compared to those powerful beings. Oh, you actually recognized me, Mo Nian said, surprised once more. Lin Zhao, uninterested, replied, just tell me how you want to die. I'm busy and don't have time to waste on you. The evil spirit was infuriated, arrogant, truly arrogant. I've heard you were conceited, but seeing it firsthand, you're even more insolent than the rumors. To outsiders, you are a peerless genius. But to me, you are nothing. Come here. Before he finished speaking, dark energy surged from Yin, forming a black chain that shot towards Lin Xiao at lightning speed. Before Lin Xiao could react, he was tightly bound. Hee. In this state, we evil spirits are invincible, Yin boasted triumphantly. Lin Xiao, however, remained calm. The last two intruders said the same thing. Yin sensed something was amiss. Despite Lin Xiao being bound by his soul-capturing technique, which could obliterate him with a thought, why was Lin Xiao so composed? Lin Xiao casually broke the black chains as if they were noodles. This can't be your true form, it's too weak, he said, sounding disappointed. You can break free from my soul-capturing technique? Yin stammered in shock. Ignoring him, Lin Xiao turned to the small black sword floating above the spiritual sea. I'll leave this evil spirit to you, he said casually. The black sword trembled slightly, as if in excitement. Lin Xiao nodded and waved his hand. The sword shot towards Yin in a flash. However, just as the sword was about to strike, a golden light appeared, deflecting it. Lin Xiao was slightly surprised it was the true dragon pagoda intervening. The pagoda hovered above Yin, releasing a powerful suction force. Yin felt his body immobilized, a terrifying aura making him shiver to his core. Yin looked up, his dark energy trembling violently, making his form unstable. That pagoda, though its appearance has changed, I'll never forget that wretched aura. Why is it in your possession? His voice grew weaker. Lin Xiao, right? You wait for me. Ah. Before he could finish, Yin was sucked into the pagoda, reduced to fragmented energy, absorbed and digested. The pagoda glowed more brilliantly, its aura even stronger. Lin Xiao looked puzzled. Huh? It's over already. Where's my reward? He recalled that dealing with the previous intruders had either strengthened his soul or granted him new abilities. This time, defeating an evil spirit should yield something as well. Sensing Lin Xiao's thoughts, the pagoda shimmered as if saying, I took down the evil spirit, so I get the reward. Lin Xiao blinked, exasperated. You're something else, aren't you? As my artifact, where do you get off being so cunning? Half for me. Hurry up, or I'll put you in cold storage. The pagoda wiggled, seemingly reluctant. I'm counting to 3. I'm serious. Lin Xiao sighed. Having his own artifact compete with him for rewards was truly unique. From the moment the True Dragon Tower presented Lin Xiao with that image at the end of the True Dragon ranking, to the point where the demonic entity seemed to recognize the tower, these events hinted at a deep-seated enmity between the demonic entity and the True Dragon Tower. Lin Xiao realized that the True Dragon Tower was far more complex than it appeared. Suddenly, a beam of light surged from the True Dragon Tower, enveloping Lin Xiao. In an instant, he felt a warm sensation throughout his body, and his spiritual power and defenses rapidly increased. Good, that's more like it, Lin Xiao said with satisfaction, patting the tower's surface. The True Dragon Tower, however, acted like a spoiled child, twisting slightly before flying back into his spiritual sea without looking back. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, thinking that this artifact had quite the personality. Refocusing his mind, a trace of worry flashed across Lin Xiao's face. The appearance of the demonic entity unsettled him. In ancient images, he had witnessed the formidable power of these entities, which even the most powerful beings found challenging to handle. Moreover, the demonic presence had also appeared in images of Earth, giving Lin Xiao a sense of impending doom. Even though he had just encountered a mere wisp of demonic thought or a projection, Lin Xiao was acutely aware that his current strength was far from sufficient. If a true demonic powerhouse were to act, he was uncertain whether he could withstand it. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had come into contact with Confucianism. This discipline was the ultimate weapon against demonic entities, more effective than any artifact. If he could master Confucianism or break through to a higher realm, the threat posed by the demonic entities would be significantly reduced. With this in mind, it was time to begin. Lin Xiao felt the surge of abundant literary talent and vast righteous energy gathering within him. This power had already far exceeded the limits of what his Confucian realm could contain. He thought to himself, this should be enough. It was time to launch the final strike. At that moment, in front of the Tianyuan palace of the great Qian royal family, the surrounding people were speculating. Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and the literary talent and righteous energy erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. Pen come. Lin Xiao pointed to the sky, and a purple gold brush instantly appeared in his hand, as if it were a divine weapon responding to his call. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. He's awake. Lin Xiao is awake, someone shouted. The onlookers were overjoyed to see that Lin Xiao's gaze was as clear as ever, showing no signs of demonic influence. Truly a prodigy of the Confucian Tao, an elderly man exclaimed. With so much righteous energy within, any demon would be walking into a trap. The Jianma sect of the Great Wei Dynasty is blessed to have such a genius, Another person chimed in. Such a prodigy would be cultivated as a successor even in the most prestigious sects and hidden families. Elder Tong, seeing this, immediately removed several seals. He looked at Lin Xiao in amazement, thinking to himself, to dispel demonic thoughts so quickly, this young man is even more extraordinary than I imagined. Chen Ning Su, seeing Lin Xiao safe and sound, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She bounced to the side, eagerly anticipating what would come next. Lin Xiao slowly stood up and grasped the purple gold brush. He focused his energy, his gaze piercing the sky as he made his final preparations. The poems and verses had already triggered anomalies in the Confucian Tao and were still cooling down. What remained were the words, essays, and parallel prose. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao no longer hesitated. He wielded the purple gold brush and wrote a line of golden characters across the sky. Yuzhong, an ancient county, Hongdu, a new city. Stars align with the wings of the celestial bird. Land connects Hong and Lu mountains. Embraced by 3 rivers and bordered by 5 lakes, controlling the wild regions and guiding the lands of O and U. In an instant, the righteous energy in the sky began to coalesce, and the literary palace of the heavens trembled slightly. The Confucian scholars present stood frozen, goosebumps rising from their feet to their heads. A peculiar feeling rose within them. What Lin Xiao was writing this time was going to be extraordinary. However, as they looked at the 2 lines in the sky, some were puzzled. Where was Yuzhong? Where was Hongdu? Hong and Lu likely referred to Hongshan and Lushan, but the great Chen Dynasty had no such mountains. Lin Zhao's brush continued to flow, writing, a place of outstanding people, where Su Rushi once visited Chen Fan. A heroic state, where talents gather like stars. The elegance of Yuan Xinzhou, briefly residing. 10 days of rest, surrounded by worthy friends. With each line he wrote, the entire great Chen Dynasty began to tremble. From all directions, an immense amount of righteous energy surged like a tide, converging above the literary palace of the heavens and finally pouring into Lin Zhao's body. The crowd was in an uproar. Timeless. Another timeless piece. And this time it's not just poems and verses, but prose. Using prose to trigger the Confucian Tao is 100 times more difficult than using poems and verses. Even Elder Teng showed a look of shock. He thought to himself, even I would need a long preparation to use prose to trigger the Confucian Tao. Yet Lin Xiao does it effortlessly, creating a timeless piece on the spot. This is unheard of. Lin Xiao continued to write. Falling sunset and solitary wild goose fly together. Autumn waters share the same color as the long sky. Fishing boats sing at dusk, echoing along the shores of Penglai. Goose formations startled by the cold, their calls cut off by the banks of Hengyang. As these unparalleled lines fell, the anomalies in the heavens changed drastically. The sky showered thousands of rays of light, and the surging righteous energy not only came from the great Chen Dynasty, but also shook the neighboring dynasties. The boundless righteous energy formed a river 30,000 miles long, its brilliance comparable to the Milky Way. The people of the great Chen Dynasty and the surrounding dynasties were stunned. Such a phenomenon they had never seen in their lives. Elder Tang, numerous great Confucian scholars, and even the monarchs of the great Chen royal family were all dumbfounded. They could hardly believe their eyes. Lin Xiao had not only written timeless poems and verses, but also a timeless parallel prose that made their blood boil, without a single flaw. Could there really be such a prodigy in the Confucian Tao? After 2 incense sticks worth of time, Lin Xiao finally finished the last line of the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang. Initially, he had worried that the righteous energy and the Confucian Tao's resonance might not be enough, but he had clearly underestimated the impact of this unparalleled prose in the realm of mystical Confucian Tao. From the moment Lin Xiao began writing the first sentence of the preface to Prince Tang's Pavilion, an unstoppable surge of literary talent and Confucian spirit erupted within him, rising rapidly like a flood. There was no hesitation, no sign of decline. Suddenly, the sacred bell of Confucianism rang out again. Dong, dong, dong. The bell's peals echoed endlessly through the heavens and earth. After 10 chimes, another 10 followed in quick succession, soon reaching 30. Finally, the bell tolled a total of 14 times before gradually subsiding. Boom! With the final chime, a vast river of literary talent, stretching 30,000 miles, cascaded down like a celestial waterfall, rushing towards Lin Xiao. Most of this talent, as if finding its home, surged directly into Lin Xiao's body. The residual waves of talent spread out like a thin mist, enveloping the entire heaven and earth literary palace and all the Confucian scholars around it. In an instant, all the scholars, as if connected by a common thread, sat down on the ground in unison, ready to absorb this sudden wave of Confucian enlightenment. For most of them, this was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, just then, an unexpected change occurred. Boom, boom, boom. The entire heaven and earth literary palace began to tremble violently, the tremors even spreading to other palace buildings. Everyone was astonished, not understanding why the literary palace was shaking so intensely. Next, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Shum! Beams of dazzling light shot up from the literary palace into the sky, piercing through the clouds. These beams quickly coalesced into a human figure. This figure exuded an indescribable aura of Confucianism, causing everyone present to feel a deep sense of awe. It was a sage-like presence, undeniably the semi-saint who had founded the heaven and earth literary palace. We pay our respects to the semi-saint. Semi-saint above, please accept our reverence. All the scholars present knelt, their voices filled with reverence and excitement. It was well known that an unnamed semi-saint's portrait had always hung in the literary palace. Even the eldest scholar, Old Tongue, was unaware of its origins, but every scholar who entered the palace had bowed to it countless times. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. No one had expected Lin Xiao to invoke the semi-saint's apparition. Yet, what happened next would be etched into everyone's memory forever. The semi-saint apparition, formed from the beams of light, slowly turned and gazed at Lin Xiao, who was still immersed in the river of literary talent. Then, to the utter shock of all present, this revered semi-saint apparition bowed deeply to Lin Xiao. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, speechless. Whether it was ordinary scholars, renowned scholars, or the high-ranking members of the royal family around, everyone was dumbstruck by the scene before them. Two other powerful scholars who had rushed over from outside were also nearly brought to their knees upon witnessing this. A semi-saint, they exclaimed inwardly. That's a semi-saint. In martial arts, the power of a semi-saint far surpasses that of a life-and-death realm expert, belonging to an entirely different level of existence. The crowd couldn't help but wonder. Has this Lin Xiao become so monstrously talented? How is this possible? Across the world, only three kinds of people could command such reverence from a Confucian semi-saint: a true sage, someone who greatly advances Confucianism, or a ruler capable of unifying the world. However, Lin Xiao seemed to fit none of these categories. Could there be a fourth kind that could earn the reverence of a semi-saint? As everyone pondered, the shadow of the semi-saint finished bowing to Lin Xiao and instantly dissipated into boundless divine energy, all of which surged into Lin Xiao's body. Immediately, an indescribable glow faintly appeared on Lin Xiao. Sage intent. That's sage intent. All the scholars felt the divine energy emanating from Lin Xiao. They fell silent, their gazes turning to respect and admiration. If even a Confucian semi-saint acknowledged him, how could they not? To deny Lin Xiao would be to deny the semi-saint, and to deny the very path of Confucianism they followed, a path to self-destruction. Without further thought, all the scholars, including Elder Ting and the two powerful scholars who had rushed over, sat down and began to comprehend the sage intent, the essence of Confucianism, and the talent of the world. Meanwhile, in other celestial domains, various Confucian academies were also shaken. Numerous powerful scholars rushed out of their academies, their eyes fixed on the east. Could it be that someone in the eastern domain had triggered sage intent, signaling the birth of a prodigious talent with the potential to become a sage? A sage emerges, demons appear. The world in chaos, the end times near, someone murmured. How could this era be on the brink of disaster so soon? Despite this, the emergence of a talent capable of becoming a Confucian sage was still seen as a great blessing. Confucianism had always been united, forming a single lineage. This time was no different, with various forces preparing to head to the eastern domain to find this future sage. However, the reactions from other factions were not so friendly. In a place bathed in Buddhist light, an old monk with a shaved head looked coldly towards the east, thinking to himself, does Confucianism think it can produce a new sage in this era? Wishful thinking. Even in Buddhism, which seeks to save all beings, no one has yet become a sage. What does Confucianism amount to? In a dark, otherworldly dimension, countless demons were engaged in relentless slaughter. Suddenly, a life-and-death realm demon at a high point screamed, "My demonic thought avatar has been destroyed," and no information came back. What on earth happened? Another life-and-death realm demon approached curiously, asking, "Old 8, didn't you control a human expert at the transformation realm? How could it be destroyed so suddenly?" "I don't know. It just happened all of a sudden, without any warning." The demon called Old 8 frowned deeply, puzzled. At that moment, the eyes of the nearby life-and-death realm demon widened. Sage intent. Confucian sage intent. Old 8, someone in the eastern domain's great Chen Dynasty has triggered Confucian sage intent. Old 8 vehemently denied it. Impossible. The human scholars of the great Chen Dynasty don't have such a person. However, more life-and-death realm demons arrived upon hearing the news, accusing Old 8 of hiding crucial information. Amidst the chaos, Old 8 became the target of everyone's ire, and was repeatedly beaten by the other demons. Back at the Confucian Academy of the Great Chen Dynasty, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was a mix of surprise, understanding, and disbelief. His Confucian essence had surged from 50% to a perfect state after reciting the Tengwang Pavilion preface, only needing the right opportunity to transform into a domain. Moreover, within the cloud of talent and righteous energy above his spiritual sea, there was now a force that seemed like, but far surpassed the essence of Confucianism. This mysterious power made him much more adept at utilizing talent, righteous energy, and Confucian essence. At this moment, Elder Ting saw Lin Xiao awaken and approached, bowing deeply. "Your talent, young friend, has greatly benefited us scholars. Please accept my bow." The other scholars followed suit, saying in unison, "Please accept our bow as well." Lin Xiao looked confused, not understanding why a single recitation of the Tengwang Pavilion preface would cause such a reaction. Only after his repeated refusals did the crowd reluctantly rise. Finally, at Elder Tong's earnest invitation, Lin Xiao agreed to tour the Confucian Academy. Just as Lin Xiao, accompanied by Chen Ning Su, was about to enter the Confucian Academy, a figure in white blocked his path. The woman in white softly asked, "I'm sorry to interrupt, Lord Lin Xiao. I just wanted to ask, are you from the Sword Demon Sect of the Great Wei Dynasty?" Lin Xiao gazed at the woman in front of him, who bore a striking resemblance to Chen Ning Su, and silently speculated. Before he could speak, Chen Ning Su hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming in surprise, "Aunt, what brings you here?" "Aunt?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. So, she wasn't this girl's mother but the sister of the great Qian king. Her status was far from simple, and he wondered what she wanted with him. The middle-aged woman in white gently tidied Chen Ning Su's hair and smiled. "I almost forgot you were here too. I'm here to ask Lin Xiao a few questions." Aunt, Chen Ning Su suddenly became bashful, a demeanor that made Lin Xiao widen his eyes. It was the first time he had seen her act so affectionately towards someone. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Ning Su quickly introduced the two. "Aunt, this is Lin Xiao, who's been making quite a name for himself in the eastern region lately." "Lin Xiao, this is my aunt." Before Chen Ning Su could finish, the woman in white spoke. "Lin Xiao, I am Chen Wenwen, Ning Su's aunt. If it's convenient, could we talk privately?" Chen Ning Su was taken aback and nervously asked through a voice transmission, "Aunt, what do you need to talk to Lin Xiao about?" Chen Wenwen gently patted the girl's forehead and said softly, "Don't worry, Aunt won't interfere with your matters. I just have some questions." Relieved by the assurance, Chen Ning Su was still curious about what her aunt needed from Lin Xiao. Hearing Chen Wenwen's introduction, Lin Xiao was startled. Chen Wenwen was the debtor of Elder Mu. He was surprised that Elder Mu's business could reach such high levels. "Lin Xiao, please follow me," Chen Wenwen said, leading Lin Xiao to a courtyard a few hundred meters away. With a wave of her hand, she set up a soundproof barrier around them. Lin Xiao was secretly impressed. This aunt was not only a master at the initial stage of the Shindan realm, but also skilled in array formations. Chen Wenwen's expression suddenly changed, and she asked urgently, "Lin Xiao, you're a disciple of the Sword Demon Sect. Do you know someone named Mu Xiaojiang, or an elder with the surname Mu? With his talent, he should be at least at the peak of the Shindan realm by now." "I do. Elder Mu is my master," Lin Xiao replied calmly. "What? He's your master?" Chen Wenwen exclaimed, clearly not expecting this connection. Lin Xiao nodded in confirmation, though he found the situation puzzling. Why would a debtor be so concerned about her creditor? "Is he well?" Chen Wenwen asked softly. Lin Xiao answered truthfully, "My master is in good health. He recently broke through to the Huading realm." "Huading realm?" "He actually broke through to Huading." Chen Wenwen's eyes lit up with excitement. Lin Xiao took out a letter and handed it to Chen Wenwen. "This is from my master, entrusted to me to deliver to you." Chen Wenwen was stunned, her hands trembling slightly. She had never expected Mu Xiaojiang to send her a letter. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted the letter, her entire aura becoming slightly chaotic. After taking a few deep breaths, Chen Wenwen, with trembling hands, opened the envelope. She had been waiting for this letter for what felt like an eternity. Now that it had finally arrived, she couldn't wait any longer and had to read it immediately. Her eyes hungrily scanned each word, as if she wanted to imprint the entire letter into her memory. A minute passed, then 2, and even 10 minutes later, Chen Wenwen was still fixated on the letter, her expression intense. Lin Xiao stood nearby, puzzled. As a Shindan practitioner, he could have absorbed all the contents with a single glance. Why did she need so much time? Suddenly, Chen Wenwen's expression changed dramatically. Her once calm face contorted, and tears began to stream uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her voice, choked with sobs, muttered, "Xiao Gang, why do you think this way? Don't you understand my feelings after all these years? Why?" Chen Wenwen's cries echoed within the soundproof barrier, her shoulders shaking violently, consumed by overwhelming sorrow. Lin Xiao stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. He tried to piece together the situation from her fragmented words, gradually understanding the gist of it. So that's it, Lin Xiao realized. This isn't just any letter. It's a love debt. And the debtor isn't Elder Mu, but this woman right here. His face turned awkward, unsure of how to proceed. If he had known, he would have pretended not to know Elder Mu. Elder Mu, you're really putting your disciple in a tough spot, he thought to himself. Qian Wenwen's sobs grew even more heart-wrenching. Although the soundproof barrier blocked the noise, it did not obscure the view. Outside the barrier, Chen Ning Su watched her beloved aunt cry so bitterly, feeling as if her heart was being torn apart. She was certain that Lin Xiao wouldn't harm her aunt, but the sight was unbearable. Just as she was about to break through the barrier to comfort her aunt, Lin Xiao gestured for her to wait. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, a purple gold brush and a dazzling white piece of paper appeared out of thin air. His movements were smooth and resolute, as if he had already planned his next steps in his mind. Chen Ning Su raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. She watched as Lin Xiao took out two scholarly tools from De Xiao, a purple gold brush and a sheet of white paper. Lin Xiao swiftly moved the brush across the paper. With just a few strokes, the paper trembled slightly, and the written content transferred instantly to another glowing sheet. Lin Xiao folded the sheet a couple of times and handed it to Chen Wenwen. Then, he made a hand gesture and stepped out of the soundproof formation, leaving it intact, showcasing his remarkable control over formations. Chen Ning Su, too anxious to marvel, urgently asked, Lin Xiao, what's wrong with my aunt? Lin Xiao didn't answer immediately. He took out a formation flag and waved it at the soundproof formation, casting several formation patterns until the formation completely isolated sight and spiritual senses. My aunt, what's wrong with her? Chen Ning Su asked again, even more worried. Heartbreak, Lin Xiao replied tersely, then went on to explain in detail what he had heard and understood. What? Is it that Mulao? He's the one my aunt has been pining for all these years? Chen Ning Su was stunned. She recalled her aunt's youthful love that had ended due to differences in status, and how her aunt often looked into the distance with longing, remembrance, and sadness. Understanding the situation, Chen Ning Su calmed down a bit. She curiously asked, De Xiao, what did you give my aunt? A remedy for heartbreak. Now, it's up to her to move on, Lin Xiao sighed. What's that? A prescription? Can you give me one too? Chen Ning Su blinked and asked. It's useless for you. It's not suitable, Lin Xiao replied, giving her a look. Chen Ning Su persisted, but Lin Xiao had already turned to leave, asking if she wanted to explore the Wen Palace with him. What's so interesting about that boring place? You go ahead. I'll wait here for my aunt. Chen Ning Su decided to stay. Lin Xiao left the courtyard, accompanied by Teng Lao and others, to tour the Wen Palace. Meanwhile, inside the completely isolated formation, Qian Wenwen was heartbroken. She couldn't understand why Xiao Gang was so insensitive, why he cared so much about those mundane opinions and status differences. She cried for a long time before calming down a bit, noticing the changes in the formation and the paper in her hand. Though grateful, Qian Wenwen didn't believe the paper could help her. However, after a moment of hesitation, she opened the paper, and a white light suddenly illuminated the entire formation and courtyard, shooting up into the sky. When will the moon be bright and clear? With a cup of wine in hand, I asked the blue sky. I don't know what time of year it would be in the palaces on high. People have their sorrows and joys, their separation and reunion. The moon has its dimness and brightness, its waxing and waning. This has been going on since the beginning of time. May we all be blessed with longevity. Though miles apart, we are still able to share the beauty of the moon together. The Confucian phenomenon in the sky gathered again, with auspicious clouds and radiant light piercing the darkness. Though not as grand as before, it still astonished everyone. Inside the isolated formation, Qian Wenwen cried tears of joy, recalling her moments with Xiao Gang. She suddenly understood and decided not to miss this fate. Resolutely, she dispelled the formation. Aunt, are you feeling better? Chen Ning Su asked with concern. Girl, stay close to Lin Xiao. He's someone worth trusting. I have something to do and must leave now. If your father asks, tell him I've made up my mind. Qian Wenwen left these words and turned into a shadow, flying towards the Wei Dynasty. Before Chen Ning Su could react, a voice echoed around the One Palace. His Majesty summons Lin Xiao and Teng Daru to the palace. The Grand Palace of Deqian. Lin Xiao followed Elder Ting into the main hall of the palace. This was his first time setting foot in such a sacred place. Even during the Dewei Dynasty, he never had the chance to see the royal palace, and now he couldn't help but look around in curiosity. Greetings, Your Majesty. As they reached the hall, Elder Teng bowed slightly to the middle-aged man on the throne. Only then did Lin Xiao lift his eyes to observe the Deqian monarch. The man, dressed in a luxurious golden robe, sat with an aura of profound strength, at least at the Huading level. What surprised Lin Xiao even more was that the monarch's presence exuded both martial prowess and scholarly refinement. marking him as a master of both fields. Lin Xiao thought to himself, this monarch must have first reached the pinnacle of martial arts before turning to scholarly pursuits. Seeing that Elder Tang had already greeted the emperor, Lin Xiao hesitated briefly before saying, Lin Xiao of the Sword Demon Sect, greets your majesty. His tone was calm and composed, with no hint of subservience, and he stood straight, showing no intention to bow. This scene immediately caused the other ministers present to frown. Some were about to reprimand Lin Xiao for his disrespect, but were silenced by a single look from the Daqian monarch. The emperor spoke, Lin Xiao is a sage in the making. There is no need for formalities with me. You all may leave. Though the ministers were displeased, they could not defy the emperor's order and had to retreat. In a moment, the grand hall was left with only Lin Xiao, Elder Tang, and the Daqian monarch, not even a guard in sight. The Daqian monarch smiled kindly and said, Lin Xiao, your reputation has long preceded you in the Chen Dynasty. I have always wanted to meet you, and now that I have, you are indeed extraordinary. Faced with such a gracious attitude, Lin Xiao felt slightly uncomfortable. In the past, encounters with prominent figures often led to ridicule or conflict. This was the first time someone as high-ranking as the Daqian monarch was so amiable. He could sense genuine goodwill in the emperor's eyes. Your majesty flatters me. I am merely fortunate and somewhat talented, Lin Xiao responded modestly for once. Both the Daqian monarch and Elder Ting exchanged a surprised glance at his humility. The three of them chatted at length, discussing everything from the Daqian and Dui dynasties to martial arts and scholarly pursuits. Finally, the Daqian monarch got to the point. Lin Xiao, the Daqian and Dui dynasties have always had friendly relations. You possess the talents of a sage. Would you be willing to take up a position in our Tian Di Wengong? You may choose any position, even replacing Elder Ting as the head of the Wengong. What do you think? Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had expected the monarch to try to recruit him, but offering the entire Wengong as an incentive was beyond his expectations. He glanced at Elder Tang, who showed no reaction, seemingly in agreement with the proposal. After a moment, Lin Xiao slowly replied, Your Majesty, I fear I must disappoint you. My ambitions do not lie here, and even if I were to stay, it wouldn't be for long. The Daqian monarch, though somewhat disappointed, was not entirely surprised and asked, Then where do your ambitions lie? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before solemnly replying, To establish a moral compass for the world, to ensure the well-being of the people, to carry forward the teachings of the sages, and to bring peace to all generations. Upon hearing this, both the Daqian monarch and Elder Tang were profoundly moved, trembling as they repeatedly considered his words. Suddenly, countless rays of mystical light descended from the hall's surroundings and ceiling, pouring into Lin Xiao's body. The scholarly aura within him expanded, enveloping the entire hall. His aura was evolving into a deeper, more powerful force. A scholarly domain. Elder Ting exclaimed, Lin Xiao, to reach such a level in just one day is astonishing. The Daqian monarch stood up abruptly and bowed slightly to Lin Xiao. I am deeply impressed by your grand ambition. Such talent cannot be confined to Daqian or Dewei. After a while, the extraordinary phenomena around Lin Xiao subsided. His aura became naturally restrained, with his martial and scholarly powers perfectly balanced, even beyond Elder Tang's ability to discern. I wonder what your scholarly domain is, Lin Xiao? I fear I may never have the chance to witness it, Elder Tang lamented. Lin Xiao, coming back to his senses, was also quite shocked. He hadn't expected that a casual remark would have such an effect. Though luck played a part in this breakthrough, it was also a natural progression. Elder Tang continued, With such grand ambitions, it's no wonder you are a sage in the making. But in this era, where scholarly pursuits have declined, it won't be easy to revive them. The Daqian monarch nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Elder Ting said, the prominence of martial arts has led many to misunderstand and abandon scholarly pursuits. However, with the resurgence of demons and the rise of talents like you, Lin Xiao, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope for scholarly revival. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes flickered with thought. Perhaps, I have some immature ideas about how to revive scholarly pursuits. Tang Lao and the monarch of Daqian spoke in unison, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. They had long been troubled by the question of how to promote the teachings of Confucianism. Despite numerous attempts, their efforts had always fallen short, limited by the constraints of the current era. They couldn't help but recall ancient times when Confucianism stood shoulder to shoulder with martial arts, even showing signs of surpassing it. Their gazes were fixed intently on Lin Xiao, waiting eagerly for his response. If anyone else had made such a suggestion, they might have dismissed it outright. But Lin Xiao's words were worth serious consideration. This method is called a newspaper, Lin Xiao said confidently. A newspaper? The two furrowed their brows simultaneously. The term was entirely unfamiliar to them. The monarch of Daqian respectfully asked for clarification. Could you elaborate, esteemed scholar? Lin Xiao began to explain the concept of a newspaper. A newspaper would document significant events within and outside the dynasty, even covering the entire eastern region. It would combine these events with Confucian teachings, written on several sheets of paper. These could be distributed or sold to the common people at the price of a cup of tea. The monarch of Deqian and Tang Lao were stunned. This concept was beyond their wildest imaginations. However, with their scholarly backgrounds and comprehension abilities, they quickly grasped the newspaper's potential importance. If implemented successfully, it could undoubtedly become a powerful national tool. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Lao asked, "Dear friend, the key is how to get the citizens to accept such a new concept. Even if it's inexpensive, it's just a piece of paper. Once someone buys a copy, they can share the information with others, which might limit sales." Entertainment. Lin Xiao blurted out and then elaborated. The newspaper can have sections for entertainment, national affairs, Confucian culture, and more. It can create a cyclical chain that provides a broader platform for the dissemination, development, and exchange of Confucian ideas. Besides, don't you think the citizens' leisure lives are too dull? A newspaper can enrich their lives and satisfy their curiosity. More importantly, it has a powerful influence public opinion. When the citizens trust the newspaper's content, the government can use this to steer public sentiment. Lin Xiao spoke with authority, fully aware of the newspaper's significance and potential impact. If it weren't for the constraints of this fantastical world, he might have skipped newspapers altogether and introduced something like TikTok to capture life's moments. The monarch of Deqian and Tang Lao were left in awe, their minds reeling. They couldn't help but wonder if Lin Xiao was truly just a young man. The comprehensive newspaper system he described seemed as though it had existed for ages, and he had an answer for every question they posed. Tang Lao couldn't help but ask, "Dear friend, have you tested this newspaper system?" The monarch of Deqian leaned in closer, understanding that this question was crucial. The success of the newspaper could significantly bolster the nation's strength. Lin Xiao candidly replied, "Well, no, I haven't. This plan only exists in my mind." He explained that newspapers might not work everywhere. For instance, in the remote areas of the Wei Dynasty, many people were illiterate and couldn't read a newspaper. Only in a place like the Chen Dynasty, which valued literature over martial arts, could newspapers quickly take off. Lin Xiao elaborated for a while longer before tactfully stopping. He knew the importance of moderation. He had said enough. Anymore, and it might exceed their capacity to understand. Half an hour passed, and the monarch of Deqian and Tang Lao remained rooted in place, struggling to regain their composure. They took a deep breath and finally began to recover. When they exchanged glances, they saw the shock and amazement in each other's eyes. Lin Xiao was undoubtedly a rare genius, not only unparalleled in his Confucian talents, but also possessing extraordinary strategies for governance and national stability. They sensed that Lin Xiao had even more astonishing aspects yet to be revealed. A divine talent. Lin Xiao is truly a divine talent, the monarch of Deqian exclaimed, looking at Lin Xiao with increasing warmth. If they couldn't recruit him, they would find another way to align themselves with him. He realized that Lin Xiao's talents would be invaluable in the future, and establishing a connection with him would be a great blessing for the Chen Dynasty. Seeing that the two had regained their composure, Lin Xiao spoke up, "Your Majesty, I have a question." The monarch of Deqian smiled and said, "No need to be so formal, please ask freely. Your Majesty, do you know the source of the endless killing aura surrounding the princess?" Lin Xiao inquired. The hall fell silent immediately. The faces of the monarch of Deqian and Tang Lao changed dramatically, and they remained silent. What Lin Xiao didn't know was that this question was taboo in the Chen Dynasty. The reason was simple. The monarch's consort, the princess's mother, had tragically died on the day she gave birth to the princess. This had plunged the monarch into deep despair, and it took years for him to recover partially, leading him to abandon martial arts and fully embrace Confucianism. Tang Lao tried to smooth things over. "Dear friend, perhaps this question can be addressed later." "Tang Lao, it's all right," the monarch interrupted. He then turned to Lin Xiao and said, "It happened when I recklessly ventured into the battlefield of outer demons and accidentally entered a hall of slaughter, where I was cursed." From the monarch's account, Lin Xiao learned the whole story. There were 4 heavenly academies in the eastern region, each located in one of the 4 dynasties. These dynasties would send martial artists and great scholars to guard a rift where demons emerged, a place fraught with danger but also opportunities. The monarch had ventured into this demonic rift, seeking opportunities, but had inadvertently entered a hall of slaughter. The monarch was vague about the specifics of his experience in the hall of slaughter. However, he had barely escaped and remained unconscious for half a year. It took several powerful figures to seal the mysterious power within him, bringing the matter to a temporary close. 2 years later, the mysterious power within him vanished, and the princess was born, accompanied by a blood-red calamity. The more Lin Xiao listened, the more his eyes lit up. The battlefield of outer demons, the hall of slaughter. This trip to the Chen Dynasty was proving worthwhile. It seemed there was hope for him to break through the killing intent, bringing him one step closer to his ultimate goal. After the monarch of Deqian finished speaking, Elder Tong's expression gradually turned serious. He added, "The outer demon battlefield was initially guarded by our 4 heavenly literary palaces. For centuries, it has been peaceful, and even when evil demons appeared, they were merely minor threats. Thus, we divided into 2 groups to take turns guarding it. This recent appearance of demons in the Chen Dynasty is likely connected to the outer demon battlefield." Turning to the monarch, Elder Tong spoke solemnly, "Your Majesty, tonight I will use the power of the literary palace to thoroughly investigate the palace inside and out. At dawn, I will depart for the outer demon battlefield to uncover the truth. The emergence of demons is a grave matter that we must handle with utmost caution." The monarch of Deqian nodded slightly. "Thank you, Elder Tong." Using the power of the literary palace required immense righteous energy, which Elder Tong would usually be reluctant to expend. However, thanks to Lin Zhao's repeated invocations of Confucian will, the literary palace's righteous energy was abundant enough to endure a large-scale usage without harm. At this moment, Lin Zhao spoke, "Elder Tong, may I accompany you to the outer demon battlefield tomorrow?" Both the monarch and Elder Tong were taken aback. Elder Ting exclaimed, "Lin Zhao, you also wish to go to the outer demon battlefield? That place is fraught with dangers." Lin Zhao replied earnestly, "Demons are a scourge that must be eradicated by all. As someone who has achieved some success in the Confucian path, it is my duty to witness the outer demon battlefield firsthand." Hearing this, the monarch and Elder Tong were filled with respect. Elder Ting praised, "Lin Zhao, your words are wise. I admire your resolve." The monarch also commended, "The Eastern Domain is fortunate to have such a talented individual like Lin Zhao." Lin Zhao smiled inwardly, but did not bother to explain further. That night, the sky was ablaze with brilliant light as the Confucian path resonated. The literary palace's aura of righteousness enveloped the entire palace. Piercing screams shattered the night as hidden demons were rooted out and annihilated. The next morning, Elder Teng set off with Lin Zhao and several esteemed scholars. They traveled without any guards, for if they encountered dangers that Elder Tong could not handle, additional guards would be futile. Chen Ning Su initially wanted to join them but was strictly forbidden by the monarch of Deqian. Not only had she angered her father by sneaking out for several days, but she had also become a target for many due to her ranking second on the True Dragon list. The monarch assigned a powerful alchemist, Gu Lao, and a renowned Confucian scholar to guard her closely, ensuring she could not escape again. 3 days later, Elder Tong piloted a flying ark, carrying the group to the vicinity of the outer demon battlefield. This desolate area on the dynasty's edge was rarely visited by humans. The ark hovered above an open space as Elder Teng called out, "The Doqian Literary Palace is here. Please open the formation." However, the barren land below remained unresponsive. Elder Teng furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. Normally, their presence would be detected, and contact would be made promptly. This time, there was only silence. After several more unanswered calls, Elder Tong took out an emergency formation talisman. This item was only used in critical situations, as forcibly activating the formation would damage it. Without hesitation, Elder Tong activated the talisman. Open! With a thunderous boom, a massive entrance split open in the ground below, and a heavy stench of blood wafted up. "Damn it! Something has indeed happened." Elder Tong gestured, and the ark descended into the entrance. As soon as they entered, everyone's faces turned pale. Severed limbs and bloodstains were scattered around the entrance, painting a horrific scene. The sounds of fierce combat echoed from a distance. One of the scholars urgently exclaimed, "Elder Tong, hurry! The demons must be causing havoc." Elder Tong didn't respond. With a single thought, he maneuvered the flying vessel to surge forward. The vessel shot through the sky like an arrow, slicing through the air. The passengers felt the intense rush of wind whistling past their ears. Soon, the sounds of battle grew clearer, and the air was thick with a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out, "Evil spirits, we scholars of the Eastern Domain will never bow to you. Give up your delusions. Dream on if you think you can control us." As soon as the words fell, a sharp, mocking laugh echoed. "Heh heh heh, struggle all you want. It's futile. We've already figured out your pattern. You change guards and scholars every 10 years, and there's still 3 years left until the next exchange. If we can control all of you humans within these 3 years, heh heh, by the time the next group arrives, we'll catch them all in one swoop." The flying vessel landed, revealing a horrifying scene. Dozens of evil spirits surrounded the remaining dozen or so human survivors. Scattered on the ground were at least 100 human corpses. The survivors were breathing heavily, their faces pale, clearly at their limits. Elder Tong, his fury evident, summoned a jade-green pin out of thin air. With a thunderous shout, he commanded, "Destroy them all." Instantly, a row of gigantic characters spelling "Destroy" formed, descending like divine retribution. The other scholars leaped out of the vessel, each displaying their unique abilities. Some hurled golden talismans, others brandished swords emanating frosty auras, and some chanted ancient spells, causing the surroundings to transform dramatically. Caught off guard, several evil spirits were annihilated instantly. The rest shrieked in agony, turning into dark shadows as they fled back to the outer battlefield. Curse them! They killed so many of us, one scholar said through gritted teeth. How did the demons suddenly become so powerful? Another exclaimed in astonishment. Thank goodness Elder Ting arrived. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to rescue these people so quickly. The group sighed in relief, though their eyes still burned with anger. Elder Ting ignored the fleeing demons and stood before the survivors, frowning as he asked, what exactly happened? Why did the demons suddenly revolt? His mind was filled with questions, as everything had seemed normal a few years ago when he left. At that moment, a hurried voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Watch out! There's something wrong with these humans. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden voice. It was both unfamiliar and familiar, belonging to Lin Xiao, a scholar of extraordinary talent. His warning rang out like a thunderclap. There's something wrong with these people. Just as a senior scholar was about to ask a question, the survivors whom Elder Tong had been interrogating suddenly displayed eerie smiles. Blood flashed on their bodies, and a violent aura erupted. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into streaks of blood, darting towards the scholars like arrows. Possession. It's the blood explosion technique of demons, someone cried out in alarm. Although Lin Zhao's warning was timely, the momentary hesitation of the scholars led to disaster. With a resounding explosion, 3 scholars were killed on the spot, and the others were severely injured, losing their ability to fight. Only 2 remained unscathed. Elder Tang instinctively unleashed several defensive barriers, blocking the blood-exploding puppets rushing at him. Lin Xiao, with a mere wave of his hand, unleashed the power of gravity, sending the 2 puppets flying hundreds of meters away, where they dissipated into blood mist. Elder Tang looked at Lin Xiao in astonishment, feeling both grateful and guilty. Thank you for the warning, my young friend, he said heavily. If not for your timely alert, more than just these 3 scholars would have perished. Lin Xiao replied solemnly, Elder Tang, you give me too much credit. Let's get the injured out of here and regroup. As Lin Xiao was about to help a fallen scholar, a sudden sense of danger caused his hair to stand on end. His eyes glowed with a golden light as he scanned the surroundings. Countless red dots appeared in his vision, emanating from the hundreds of corpses on the ground. No, this is bad. Lin Xiao shouted, Elder Tang, these corpses Before he could finish, the corpses, which had seemed lifeless, suddenly stood up, emitting a violent aura and swarming towards them like a tidal wave. Explosions echoed continuously, as if threatening to overturn the heavens and the earth. In the distant void, a large, reedy demon watched the scene with a sinister smile. Well, it muttered, capturing a powerful scholar makes all these corpses worth it. With this bait, I might catch an even bigger fish. However, as the blood mist cleared, the demon was dumbfounded. Lin Xiao stood there, completely unharmed, staring at it with a playful glint in his eyes. In contrast, Elder Tong, though not critically injured, was significantly weakened. Who are you? The reedy demon asked warily. Take a guess. Lin Xiao responded, eyeing the demon with a hint of excitement. This was his first encounter with a real demon, and one that had just entered the realm of life and death. At this moment, the heavily injured Elder Ting mustered all his strength and positioned himself defensively in front of Lin Xiao. The battle was about to begin. He stared intently at the reedy demon, anger and vigilance flickering in his eyes. The demon's cunning far exceeded his expectations, putting him in a difficult situation. In his mind, he quickly reviewed the recent battle. In a heated confrontation, he was confident he could defeat the demon within 20 moves. But the demon used insidious, chain-like maneuvers, exploiting his eagerness to save others. 18 great scholars, the elite of a dynasty, had become casualties of this brutal fight. 3 were lost at the outset, and the remaining 15 were gravely injured and on the brink of death. Without timely treatment, more lives would surely be lost. This urgent situation had led to the heart-wrenching scene moments ago. Tong Lao coughed weakly, his voice filled with suppressed anger. Cough, young friend. This demon is very strong. Don't fight it, Heaton. You must run. I'll use my last bit of strength to hold it off. Lin Xiao was taken aback by Tong Lao's words, not expecting that in such a critical moment. Tong Lao's first thought was for him to escape. Given Tong Lao's current state, facing the reedy demon alone was almost certain death. This self-sacrificing spirit epitomized the true essence of a Confucian sage. A wave of respect surged in Lin Zhao's heart, and he silently made up his mind. Tong Lao, it's okay. I think I can handle it. Lin Xiao said with a hint of confidence in his voice. What? Young friend, what can you handle? Teng Lao was stunned, his face full of confusion. Taking care of this demon, Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. These words left Teng Lao dumbfounded, and even the reedy demon across from them was momentarily taken aback. This young man's tone was shockingly bold. Lin Xiao's expression suddenly turned serious. He said to Teng Lao, just in case, do not resist what happens next. All right, young friend, what are you planning to do? Though puzzled, Teng Lao chose to trust the young man before him. Lin Xiao didn't respond directly. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious light emanated, and in an instant, Teng Lao's figure vanished without a trace. What? Human, what did you do? Where is that Confucian sage? The reedy demon was utterly bewildered, scanning the surroundings repeatedly but unable to locate Teng Lao. A slight smile of excitement appeared on Lin Xiao's face as he locked eyes with the reedy demon. All right, now it's time to deal with you. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.